Chapter 471, I Want to Abuse You First. The capital, Tangshan Hospital, is the place where the capital is concentrated and treated. Zhao Minutes with a mask, the black hair of the shawl covers the neck, only the forehead and eyes are exposed in the air. The little marks on the forehead are already scarred, and on the delicate skin, it looks distressing. From the ward, Zhao Minutes saw the doctors and nurses waiting outside. Everyone was filled with a smile on their faces. They were proud to participate in the anti-war of the VFV virus. Lanxi also stood next to him wearing a mask. Thank you all the doctors. Zhao Minutes took a deep bow to many doctors and then handed out an envelope to Shi Hongtu. This is 5 million that I personally donated to the hospital. As a fund for treating VFV virus, I hope to help the infection. The patients with the VFV virus are extra, and they are used to donate to the poor patients in the hospital. This is our duty. Shi Hongtu took over the envelope and said, Miss Zhou is a good person. I am the patient and the family of the patient. Thank you. This money will definitely be used in the hands of those in need. What about him? Zhao Minutes looked around and didn't find Chen Mo's trace. Why didn't Chen Mo come? He said that his mission was completed, and the rest of the matter was closed by us. He was waiting for you outside, Wu Bing said complicatedly. The strange man, always with a mysterious aura, cannot help but curiosity, deep into it. Thank you. Zhao Minutes. Zhao Wu Bing nodded slightly, looked at her deeply, turned and left. Look, you can say on the internet that you can't hang on a tree. They want to drink soup and volunteer to be a junior. What about the women? The wolves are staring at my husband. I have a very unsafe feeling. Outside Tangshan Hospital, Xiao Yu smiled and looked at Chen Mo, with a dangerous light in his eyes. 3,000 weak waters, I only take a scoop. I am a man they will never get. Chen Mo's desire for life is unprecedentedly powerful. Don't want to take the second scoop. The third scoop. Maybe the taste is different. This scoop, I can taste several different flavors in one night. 3,000 flavors, taste it sooner or later, but also tonight. Chen Mo smiled badly, and he felt a pain in his waist. I had to breathe, and I immediately shut up. Big bad guys. Don't talk nonsense. Xiao Yu's face twitched. Chen Mo's waist flesh, and even in the broad daylight, said this, but no one is next to it, or she has to be ashamed to die. Xiao Yu was holding Chen Mo's arm and chatting, his eyes always at the door of the hospital, waiting for the two, and the family of Lanxi not far away. Not long after, I saw Zhao Minutes and Lan Zai's figure coming out of the hospital. Zhao Minutes' sister, I want to die you. Xiao Yu greeted Zhao Qian. Are you sure you are not thinking of you, man? Zhao Minutes teased, but the voice was with joy, holding Chen Mo tightly. I want to. Xiao Yu did not deny, followed by a mysterious saying, Zhao Minutes, I brought you some good things. What? This? Xiao Yu took out 2 white bottles from the bag. The bottle is made of ceramic material. It is very delicate. I was shot with scars. He specially prepared ointments for me to remove scars and marks. Xiao Yu turned over the shoulder that he had shot in the first time. The bullet wound on it had disappeared. There was only a white skin and no scars. This ointment can not only remove scars, but also whiten. Really? Zhao Minutes' voice was a little excited. She is wearing a mask now, because the pustules on her face are cured after the cure, and the spots are red, like acne marks, very ugly. This ointment given by Xiao Yu is undoubtedly what she wants most now. Women love beauty, and she is strong as a woman. Moreover, her character does not allow those who influence him. Of course it is true. I will help you paint it back to the hotel. For up to 3 days, the scar will disappear. Xiao Yu said. This guy, what good things are only for you, not for me? This is life. Not far from Chen Mo, I saw 2 women talking and laughing, and happy. He is most afraid that after Zhao Minutes is discharged from the hospital, he will be affected because he was sick. Now it seems redundant. Boss. A joyful voice interrupted Chen Mo's thoughts and turned to see Lanxi with his parents. He has already come to him. This is my parents. Lan Zai's mother, Cao Yuling, is well maintained. The woman who is nearly 50 years old seems to be only in her early 40s. The man with gold glasses next to him, the temperament of the man, is Lanxi's father. Lan Kinyan, uncle and aunt are good. Chen Mo nodded politely. Dr. Chen, thank you for healing my family. Xixi this time. The mother of Lanxi was talking. While talking, she looked at Chen Mo, but saw the little fisherman not far away, and then looked at her daughter, in the eyes. It's a pity that it's a shame. You're welcome, Auntie. Lanxi is a business trip for the company. It will be infected with the virus. She is fine now. I am also assured. Chen Mo said, right, this is for you. Chen Mo asked Wang Hai to take out 2 bottles of ointment and hand it to Lanxi. This ointment can remove the scars on your body, wait for the body to recover completely, and then go to work at the company. Thank you for your boss. Lanxi took the bottle from Chen Mo's hand and was grateful in his eyes. The appearance of a woman is one of the things that they cherish most. When she heard that Chen Mo said that she could recover completely, she could not tell the excitement. Chen, then we will not bother. There is a chance to thank you again. Lan Kinyan looked at Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes not far away, said interestingly. Okay. Chen Mo smiled back. The Lanxi family left. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes also came over. It's just that Zhao Minutes' gaze is a bit complicated, and Chen Mo can clearly feel it. When I think of Zhao Minutes, I want to give her a hug. Chen Mo is numb on the scalp. Xiaoyu is here. If it is raised at this time, he will go to sleep on the floor at night. Welcome back. Thanks to you, or I will die. Zhao Minutes saw Chen Mo's embarrassment, and did not mention the hug. Husband, I and Zhao Minutes are going to travel in the capital for a few days. When her scars are good, go back. Are you going back to stay with us? Xiaoyu asked. Of course, staying inside, smelling the smell of disinfectant water for a long time. I have to relax and relax. You stay. The one who suffers is me. I am just sick. I have to be abused by dogs every day. Be such a big light bulb. Zhao Minutes was speechless to the two, and did not know what expression under the mask. I can't deal with all your consumption in the past few days. I have included it. Chen Muzhen said. This is what you said. It is enough to prepare your wallet in the past few days. We must also give us the hard work. I must abuse you first. Zhao Minutes took Xiaoyu and walked in the car, leaving Chen Mo with a proud look. It seems to be saying that this is no interest in embracing. On the way, Chen Mo was very uncomfortable watching the two people talking and laughing. They seemed to be an outsider, but they did not know what the two women were talking about, so mysterious. However, when he saw that Zhao Minutes was recovering from a relaxed mood, he was also relieved. Eating, shopping. Chen Mo once again realized the horror power of women shopping, especially when two women. Clothes, shoes, jewelry, cosmetics, etc. All the things you buy are on him, and he has to pay. Zhao Minutes is not as rehabilitated as a disease. Even if he has developed his body through potential, he can't afford it. Sadly reminded the day until the evening, 3 talents returned to the house in the capital. Chapter 472, ending. It was night. Zhao Minutes was on the bed, in her back in the air, on her fair skin, a little bit of scars. This is the scar left after the VFV virus healed. It makes people feel distressed. Sitting next to the small fish, holding the ointment, smeared on the scar meticulously. Zhao Minji, your body is good. You are no worse than me, but you are cheaper than Chen Mo's big pig hoof. Zhao Minutes teased and laughed. Where is it? Xiaoyu also laughed. I guess that guy, now blaming me on the bed. I robbed his wife tonight. Zhao Minutes filled the face of Chen Mo's resentment, and laughed happily. He knows that I am giving you medicine. I won't complain. I let him sleep first and accompany you tonight. Xiaoyu took some white ointment and gently applied it to the scar on Zhao Minutes' back. Oh, loyalty, then I can't try his wife's field tonight. Zhao Minutes grabbed Xiaoyu. Ah, don't mess, Zhao Minutes' sister, take medicine. Not long after, the room was in a mess. The next morning, Zhao Minutes came out of the room and saw Chen Mo, who was watching the news, and walked slowly to sit next to him. I still want to watch the news. Your wife stayed with me last night. What do you think? No idea. Chen Mo said, drinking milk, said with no expression. It's rare to reunite. As a result, Xiao didn't come back last night. Let him single vacant. It's not good to think about it. I gave you green last night. Oh. Cough was stunned by Zhao Minutes, and Chen Mo squirted hot milk. His face flushed and almost turned his back. You have more and more potential as a female hooligan. No way, life is forced. Zhao Minutes smiled. Where are you going today? Playing. It's a rare vacation. After breakfast, the three men dressed up before going out. The therapeutic agent was completed. Zhao Minutes' illness was cured. Chen Mo's task was completed, but the outside world was not calm. According to WHO statistics, the number of confirmed cases of VFV infection in the world exceeded 35,000, the number of isolated people exceeded 480,000, and the number of deaths reached 5,256. Medical personnel and medical supplies in the hardest hit areas were in a hurry, and the number of infected people was still rising. The news released by WHO has shaken the whole world. The 72-member group and the Starfish Company have already mass-produced drugs that alleviate the onset of VFV virus. Although the prolonged deterioration time has not been cured, the members of the Death Sickle (RS) organization have not yet been captured, and the root causes of the virus have not been completely eliminated. Still have not continued to poison. Countries and health organizations have urged GlaxoSmithKline to complete the technical handover of the acquisition as soon as possible and mass-produce G-Boy. Under a number of convenient channels, Glaxo completed the acquisition of Amber and announced the official production of G-Boy. G-Boy Special Effects Drugs announced mass production, like a dose of cardiotonic agent, so that medical personnel in various countries are pleasantly surprised. In addition to harvesting the research and development technology of special effects drugs, Glaxo also earned a lot from the middle, and gained global fame, which made many pharmaceutical companies envy. Glaxo announced that G-Boy was in mass production soon, after the Huaxia medical expert team did not fall behind. It announced that it would break through the bottleneck of mass production technology of monoclonal antibody for VFV treatment, and mass-produce monoclonal antibodies for VFV virus in rabbits. ConocoPhillips needs to cooperate with Starfish HX3 Pharmacy and recover within a week. Mass production of 2 drugs that can treat VFV virus is good news for patients in the disaster area, as mass-produced drugs are sent to the hardest hit areas around the world. As the supply of medicines increases, the global pressure to fight the VFV virus begins to ease. Half a month. The last case of VFV virus infection in China was discharged, and it was announced that the domestic VFV virus was completely eliminated, and the ban on VFV virus was announced. Immediately thereafter, in addition to the most severely infected countries in Europe and North America, the countries and regions of the VFV virus-afflicted areas announced the removal of the VFV virus shortly after obtaining medical treatment, and the isolation and warning against the VFV virus. A month later, the WHO announced that the world's VFV-infected people experienced negative growth for the first time, and the VFV virus's fight against it achieved a staged victory. When the countries cheered for the victory against the VFV virus, another news was exposed. The team of Nobel Prize winner Dolly Viz has discovered that their VFV special drug G-Boy contains ingredients from various research results of Dorowitz. The case of the kidnapping of the disappearance of Dorowitz may be related to the company. The news caused the whole world to shake. The counterterrorism organization and Interpol quickly organized personnel to conduct an investigation led by Dulwich. Glaxo is also under investigation. G-Boy stopped production and began testing for toxicity. Not long after the investigation, it was revealed that the original Anboa boss and his family were missing, and the medical doctor who announced the development of the drug was missing. Amber was backing up the RS organization to make terrorist funds and earn terrorist funds. The $1.5 billion in cash that Amber has received from Glaxo has been washed away through various money laundering channels, and I don't know where to go. RS members quietly do this when they focus on the VFV virus, washing out $1.5 billion in such a short period of time. There are obviously specific operational plans. Shortly afterwards, the RS organization posted a video on Twitter, claiming that the purpose of retaliation for the aggressor was reached and the continued release of the VFV virus. The news of all kinds of sensation has made the world feel lost. At the international conference, countries have jointly issued a statement to include RS in the anti-human terrorism group. At the same time, in the international arena, the high rewards are passed to RS members. It's just that no one has ever seen any member of the RS organization. It seems that there is no such organization in the world. Many international organizations began to investigate the clues of Dorowitz. However, no one found any clues about Dorowitz. That the Dorowitz and RS organizations seem to evaporate. The time is maintained for 3 months. These 3 months are the 3 months that the world is crucial to combat bioterrorism, especially in the hardest hit areas such as Europe and North America. As Glaxo was found to be unrelated to Amble, G-Boy special effects did not have serious physical harm, and Glaxo was allowed to continue mass production of G-Boy because of the need to fight the virus. Coupled with China's ConocoPhillips mass production, the number of people infected with VFV virus continues to grow negatively, and more countries and regions have announced the lifting of the ban on VFV. 3 months ago, people were afraid of the VFV virus as a devil. When they heard the VFV virus, they changed color. Today, 3 months later, most of the people's lives have returned to normal. The epidemic situation in Europe and North America was controlled. Countries began to lift travel warnings for the hardest hit areas, and the ban on entry in Europe and North America was also revoked. When the last case of the infected person came out of the hospital, there were no more new cases and suspected cases in the world, and the VFV virus epidemic basically ended. There was an episode during the period. The WHO wanted to award a Medal of Honor to Chen Mo, who found the treatment plan. However, Chen Mo was unwilling to receive it, saying that the credit was for the entire medical team. Finally, WHO announced that it would award the Medal of Honor to the medical expert team in China. Xi Hongtu representatives attended. This bioterrorism, from the beginning to the end, lasted for nearly 6 months, bringing the death toll of more than 8,000 people worldwide, leaving scars and shadows on tens of thousands of people. The VFV virus has also been included in the highest level of bioterrorism weapons by disease control centers in various countries. The biological terror that made the world feel fearful came to an end, and there are still no clues from the RS organization and Dorowitz. Chapter 473, Inc.'s Body Robot Laboratory. On the first floor, on the bench, a woman lying quietly, slender body, fair skin, like a sleeping beauty. If you look closely, you will recognize that the woman lying down is the face of the new image of the Ink Girl. This is the body of the machine that Chen Mo has specially customized for the Ink Girl. It does not look any different from the real person. Nailed it. Chen Mo carefully checked the body of the Ink Girl, determined that he could not see the cockroach, only clap his hands and put away the tools on his hands. During the VFV virus storm, Zhao Minitz returned to the company and returned to the company. He also returned to the first building and continued his research and manufacture of war robots. Under the complete technical information, the company is fully manufacturing, and this is the most perfect war robot that he believes is currently perfect. The completion of the war robot now means that he can acquire the next technology. The technical task of the Technology Apprentice, Stage 2 more. He can get the next permission of the Science and Technology Library. Chen Mo is like watching his favorite artwork, carefully looking at the body of the ink on the experimental platform. The perfect proportion of the body, flawless face, eyebrows and navel eyes, inlaid with P's big blue crystal, looks noble and mysterious. For this body, Chen Mo also obtained several technical apprentice level material technologies in the Science and Technology Library. At any point in the body, there is the most advanced technology on the Earth, including the blue crystal at the eyebrow, a synthetic laser gain medium called the meteorite. Mergo, can you activate your body? The projection of the ink girl fell by Shenmue. Can Shenmue's fingers follow the chest between the two beaks? There is a mechanical button hidden under the artificial skin. It takes a long press to activate. Without knowing it, the robot cannot be activated and the robot can be turned off. 10 seconds later, the body lying on the bench opened his eyes. Dark and bright braids, long eyelashes, no different from real people. Only Shenmue knows that the eyes of the ink girl are comparable to the eagle eye, but also infrared recognition and thermal imaging. Shenmue touched the body of the ink girl. The touch of artificial skin is no different from that of human beings. It is just an alloy shell under artificial skin, not a soft girl. Mergo, Zhao Minut's sister, entered the laboratory. The ink girl suddenly spoke. Let her come over. Shenmue said, you check if the various systems of the body are faulty. Zhao Minut is wearing a professional dress and holding a document to enter the number 1 building. His face is radiant and his skin is fair. The scar left by the VFV virus has long since disappeared. He has restored his confidence and looks younger than before. After a complete recovery, she returned to the company again. And now the marching ant group is still booming as always. Entering the robot lab, I saw Chen Muzing looking at the beauty of a beautiful woman's body and looking at it. But after seeing the woman's face, she was relieved. The body of the ink girl was made by him. It is a perfect body. This body is enough for most women to squat. Zhao Minut looks a little envious. Is the body of the ink girl finished? Zhao Minut walked over. Just finished. Shenmue nodded and continued to look at the ink girl to see the data displayed on the transparent screen. Can I touch it? You ask the ink girl. Shenmue said. Zhao Minji can touch. The ink girl nodded. Zhao Minut touched the ink body's body with curiosity, from the face to the double beaks, to the flat abdomen, and then extended his hand to the mysterious zone between the thighs and the thigh. This scene looked at Shenmue's brain with a black line. How is this body? Shenmue asked after Zhao Minut stopped. Realistic, Zhao Minut said with a joking, lying off. Shenmue couldn't bear to look straight. How to listen to Zhao Minut's pun. And still like this? You don't want to make a female girl to play? Is it designed specifically? Zhao Minut looked up and down Shenmue. His eyes were meaningful. Shenmue is ridiculous, and his feelings are in the eyes of Zhao Minut. He is this kind of image. I didn't design it. It was the ink girl who asked for it. If I imagined a complete person, I will satisfy her. Let's believe in you. Zhao Minut smiled and said, what special is she? Shenmue directly ignored Zhao Minut's ridiculous gaze and continued. She has 4 modes, namely, normal mode, guardian mode, fighting mode, and war mode. What is the difference? Zhao Minut was curious to look at the ink girl. Ink girl, you explain to Zhao Minut. Shenmue said. Normal mode is the normal state of the day. The guardian mode is the security of the family of Mergo and Mergo. The fighting mode is fighting, launching a non-fatal attack on the enemy, subduing the enemy. War mode to kill the enemy for attack purposes, or according to the meaning of Merle, the best way, the fastest speed to kill the enemy. Ink briefly introduced. Strictly speaking, she is a war robot. Shenmue added. This is why you want to enter the military field, ready to produce this war robot, not this. Another model is this body is specifically tailored for the ink girl. Her body, together with the most advanced technology in the world, and a powerful weapon system. The cost is not low. Shenmue introduced. In her body, in addition to the eyes of the eagle eye, there are 4 state-of-the-art small matrix detection radars that can detect high-speed moving object trajectories within 1 kilometer, including bullet shells. Load 2 laser weapons, 2 in the eyebrow and the navel. These 2 are stones. Is the latest synthetic gain medium. Due to energy constraints, the laser can be blinded beyond the kilometer, and within 10 meters, the iron can be cut. Where is the small radar installed? Zhao Minut said, looking at the ink girl. Here, there is here. Shenmue pointed to the snow peaks and buttocks of the ink girl. The location of the target is very important. There is no dead angle in tandem. In addition, behind her, 4 small smart missiles of the size of a marker can be loaded. Missile? I am studying a new smart weapon, ex-wife. When I heard the pre-wife, Zalminitz giggled. This guy sometimes described the way, but it was quite humorous. If you let Xiao hear this pre-wife, go back tonight. Do you want to marry Durian? Just kidding, don't take it seriously. Chen Mo immediately shut up and did not dare to describe it again. On her 2 arm, there are 2 hidden muzzles, a total of 50 bullets, and a 4-egg smart bomb can be hidden at the waist, palms and feet, as well as non-fatal electric shocks, instant anesthetics, etc. are the most advanced technology. Do you want to fight? Zalminitz took a breath and was shocked by Chen Mo's introduction. It is also a body that is more than 1 meter and 7 meters. This machine body is simply a killing weapon for walking. Daily, when the bodyguards follow the side, you cannot mount smart missiles and bombs. Who has nothing to hang missiles around? Those things I don't dare to produce now. But now I'm afraid of problems. Chen Mo said. How much does this robot cost? Asked Zalminitz. If you count the various research and development costs, 12.5 billion, if it is only the manufacturing cost, 520 million, if it is the technology of her, it is priceless. Her power is not micromotor, is a new type of electrostrictive material, to a relaxation type graphene electric ceramic in which lead bismuth silicate is used as a matrix. This material energizes for high-strength telescoping, providing robots with precise, flexible, and high-intensity motion. Fine movements can be worn with needles, and large movements can run and jump. Fighting power, speed, and horror than sprint and high jump champions. Her energy is 24 of the latest graphene supercapacitor batteries, large and small in the legs, arms and abdomen. The conductor is a room temperature superconducting material. Large battery capacity and superconductor, under normal conditions, can provide her with 20 days of battery life, in war mode, depending on the number and intensity of laser use. Chen Mo briefly introduces some key points. In this body, there are 18 kinds of new materials, including this artificial skin, which are bulletproof and heat-insulating materials, as well as a new synthetic laser gain medium C beam, alloys of body bones, etc. These are not introduced. Let me open your head and see if it is hanging. Zalminitz was shocked again. The body of the Ink Girl is simply a mobile high-tech treasure house. Through the physical technology of the Ink Girl, we can create a marching ant group. Chen Mo smiled, and there is indeed a plug in his head. In the future, Moto is my bodyguard and secretary. There are still a few in production. I use it for my family's security, but the body is different from the Ink Girl. You also have a robot bodyguard, but you can't bring it abroad. Otherwise it is troublesome for some rogue countries to know that this is a robot and forcibly detaining it. I am also a family member. Thank you. Zhao Minmai looked at Chen Mo, smiling like a flower. Chen Mo did not entangle this problem with Zalminitz. You come to the lab to find me something? Chapter 474, Army Ant Equipment and Worker Ant Defense. The military enterprise you want to register is successful. The information is here. Zalminitz grabbed the information from the next table, handed it to Chen Mo, and a hard disk. The main limitation of registered military enterprises is the confidentiality of qualifications. Fortunately, Chen Mo's identity is there. Half sold half of the potential drugs to the above, providing some technical conveniences, so it is easy to get a class of confidential qualifications. The company also successfully passed the audit registration. How are the two companies? Chen Mo flipped through the information. On the information, there were two companies' registration materials, which surprised him a bit. Yes, the situation is a bit special. Zalminitz sorted out his thoughts before he spoke. You said that you entered the military industry last time. Originally, for the sake of making money, I personally did not advocate the company to contact this field. Because this field is too cumbersome, there are too many sensitive information involved, too many restrictions, and it is too big to accidentally problem. The company is not short of money, nor is it lacking money to make money. Your lab, if you come up with some technology, you can make a lot of money. The technology involved in this field is very sensitive, and the market is very small. There are no top talents in China to attract us. Advanced technology, customers can only have one. Above, Zhao Minitz stretched his finger to the ceiling, meaning it goes without saying. Our purchase of our products. This product may be restricted exports, because the technology is confidential. If there is no large-scale procurement, it means that the company cannot make ends meet. The company loses, but also face various restrictions. There are private enterprises in this field in China, and these enterprises have one characteristic: logistics supplies with low technical content, daily necessities production, combat platforms, parts, etc., or non-weapon products such as communication platforms. Because the user is special, the profit margin is compressed very small, not against any of our company's products. So at home, for us, this is not a profitable field. Zhao Minitz analyzed some of the powerful relationships she had learned. There are things they can't touch and there is no market, like fighters, ammunition, war robots, etc. Ordinary companies can participate in the production of a certain part, but the overall technology development, they cannot participate. Designed to produce, even if Chen Mo has no exceptions, this is the law. Chaos may be targeted by some people who are attentive to them. They are likely to be punished if they are helpless, unless the company is controlled by the above, then not belonging to them. So I have a second company? Chen Mo looked through another company's information, a company registered in Africa. Yes, I used a legal way to cleverly avoid some restrictions and registered a shadow company in Tanzania. Tanzania is a least developed country, and it can be easily done with a little money and investment. Formalities. There are a few conveniences for overseas registered military companies. If you want to study military weapons, there are many roads and there are not so many restrictions. In order to facilitate transportation, I am going to buy a piece of coastal land there, which will be used as an R&D base for overseas military companies. If you want to study weapons and ammunition, the technology can be produced at the overseas company. Combat platforms, such as robots without ammunition, drones, radar, vehicles, communication equipment and other technologies, can be studied in China. If you purchase our products above and need complete equipment, the imported ammunition combinations will be together. There is no restriction on the import and export of equipment, but when we choose customers, we need to balance the situation. This is the best way I can think of now, allowing you to develop technology without restrictions. In order to understand this, Zhao Minitz did not pay much attention, especially invited some professionals in the military field to give her a consultant to specifically understand this. If she can, she is not willing to enter this field. But Chen Mo wants to enter. She can only help him as much as possible. As for earning money, see his situation. Well, you can do it. It doesn't matter where you are. Chen Mo nodded. I gave the two companies a more appropriate name. The company in Tanzania is called the Soldier Ant Equipment. The domestic company is called the Worker Ant Defense. The short name is the Soldier Ant Company and the Worker Ant Company. However, the two companies need to find the right one. People go to management control, especially the one in Tanzania. Yeah? Chen Mo nodded. It's hard. Upon hearing this sentence, Zhao Minitz showed a satisfied smile. Not hard. I am getting a salary. Of course, I have to work. The managers of the two companies. Do you have a trustworthy candidate? I have thought about it, but there are two companies, but it is beyond my expectation. Chen Mo thought and said, it is just that the body of the ink girl is also finished. I have nothing to do. Now I am going to ask their opinions with you. First, put on the clothes of the ink woman. I don't know. I thought you were abnormal. Would you like me to take a photo and send it to Xi or let you go back to the Durian to sleep on the floor tonight? Zhao Minitz looked at Chen Mo with a playful look. Chen Mo looked speechless and walked into the glass cabinet not far away. He took off a set of special underwear and tight-fitting umbilicals and handed it over to the ink girl. Try it on. It is good. The ink girl took over the clothes that Chen Mo handed over, and there was nothing shy at all. The process of dressing is no different from ordinary people. If you don't know, you will never think that the Ink Girl is a robot. What is special about this dress? Zhao Minutes asked. Super strong elasticity, toughness. Theoretically, 1 kilogram of TNT bomb can be intact, but also can resist some impact. This set of clothes costs more than 600,000. If you want, return to send you a set. Chen Mo said. This set of clothes, as well as artificial skin and special alloy under the skin, ordinary bombs cannot hurt the Ink Girl. 3 minutes later, the Ink Girl was dressed neatly. The figure is graceful. The legs are slender, the outlines are outlined, the waist is exposed to the air, the skin is white and flawless, and sexy. There is also the sea bream at the eyebrows, which adds a lot of mystery to the Ink Girl. This figure combines the advantages that most women dream of: big long legs, small waist, innocent skin, perfect face, sesame-sized tears under the eyes. Add a touch of agility to the face. It's terrible. Zhao Minutes admired the body of the Ink Girl. This figure is a face. Go to the beauty contest. I am afraid I can get a champion back. This is part of the body day 2 of the Ink Girl's reference to Xiao Yuji and Zhao Minji, the design of the body and appearance. Said the Ink Girl. I love to listen to this. No wonder this guy looks at it. Zhao Minutes seems to hear the compliments of others, and he is happy. If you go out with a female Ink, you will be photographed by reporters. The headlines of tomorrow's major news will be, Genius Chen Mo suspected derailed mysterious beauty. Next to Chen Mo cares his forehead, cannot refute. Go, Ink Girl, you inform Wang Hai. They all go to my office to wait for me. Something to say to them. Chen Mo took the lead to leave the robot lab. Zhao Minutes and Mo knew, with one left and one right next to him. Chapter 475, Eye-catching Ink Girl. Who is another beauty next to the boss? What is the name? How can I not remember that the company has such a big beauty? I do not know either. I saw it for the first time today. Not going to be the World Beauty Pageant champion? So beautiful. Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes and Mo Nuo returned to the headquarters building, and the company's employees almost came out. In the past, when Chen Mo appeared in the headquarters building, in addition to Xiao Yu and Zhao Minutes, there was occasional part-time assistant Lan Sai. As if he had not followed other women, he was followed by several assistants of the boss. Now suddenly there is a big beauty. The appearance is not under the president, and the president is left and right. The status is not under the president. In the company, the status can be comparable to that of the president. Only the boss's wife, Xiao Yu, now has a second. So beautiful. Wouldn't it be the boss's new love? Possibly. Those big sisters, women are not changed one after another, divorced and married. The boss is so good. How many women are normal? You are looking for death? If this is heard by the president and the boss, you have to leave the next second. Don't talk about the boss's life. Another old staff was scared to remind him. The 2 employees who whispered and hurriedly shut up and dared not talk again. Photographing. Hurry to take pictures. It is rare to see the boss appear, and with the president, there is a strange big beauty next to it. Yep. After reminding, many people took out their mobile phones and took pictures of Chen Mo. Now it is also a noon break. They dare to be so bold. Otherwise they will dare to come to work. I am afraid to approve. The boss and the president are rare to appear together. Who can tell me who is the beauty on the right side of the boss? I am on a business trip in the East China Sea. When is the boss next to a fairy-level beauty? Is it a new secretary? Who knows the news? I want to know +1. I want to know +2. Some employees sent photos taken to the work group, which was just a noon break. In less than 5 minutes, the entire company headquarters knew that the boss had a beautiful and unreasonable beauty. Is this a fairy? The body is super good. The skin is so good, and there is a perfect face. I admit that I am embarrassed. Where is the blue crystal on her forehead bought? It looks so temperament. Soon, the photos of Chen Mo, Zhao Minutes and the Miss Meridian were sent to the group forum and spread throughout the marching ant group. The photo was quickly passed to some entertainment reporters. The VFV virus has just passed. and Chen Mo is in the VFV virus. Moreover, the news about Chen Mo is a super topic, and this time there is a big beauty that is similar to Zhao Minit's position, which makes people think about it. Just let those entertainment reporters do their best and still can't find any information about the Ink Girl, not a star, not a supermodel, and no photos. Not long after the hot search headlines have a new hot search: who is the mysterious beauty around Chen Mo? The party, Chen Mo, did not expect that he would send him a hot search just because of the photos taken by the company's employees. It seems that many people are interested in the identity of the Ink Girl. When entering the elevator, Zhao Minitz spoke, and she naturally saw the curious eyes of the employees below. "So beautiful girl, where are you not curious?" Chen Mo did not care. "They estimate that you are changing women again." Zhao Minitz knows the office gossip, especially to men like Chen Mo. "What is it?" Chen Mo is speechless, ignoring Zhao Minitz's words. "Mergo, a reporter got a photo and sent it to the internet. Do you want to delete it?" asked the Ink Girl. "No need." Chen Mo shook his head. The three entered the top-level office of the headquarters, and Wang Hai and others stood up and brushed up to see Chen Mo. Wang Hai, Black Eagle, Anan, Zihe, Yuan Pingshan, Shan, Zhongl, in addition to White Pearls, Liu Oyu and Wu Qian who protect small fishing at home, Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz's main members of the security team are all. The crowd quickly looked at the Ink Girl around Chen Mo. This is a brand new face. Even if they protect Chen Mo every day, know Chen Mo's all the journey, have never seen this face of the Ink Girl. It's just that the Ink Girl is so beautiful that people can't help but look at it. However, a few people are not surprised that Chen Mo is followed by a big beauty. In their view, there are several women like the boss who are normal. Only these beautiful women are worthy. "This is the Ink Girl, the Ink of Mozi, the woman of the woman, my assistant." Later, "Her words are my words," Chen Mo said to several people. "Understand?" Several people were a little surprised but did not show it. In the company, only two people can represent Chen Mo, the boss wife Xiaoyu and Zhao Minitz, and now there is one more, showing how high the status of this woman in the boss's mind. "You are all sitting." Chen Mo sat down on the sofa, Zhao Minitz and Mo Nuai left and right, sitting down next to Chen Mo. Wang Hai did not hesitate, sitting on the sofa. "This time, please come over, there is one thing." Chen Mo spoke, and no one spoke. Although he wondered what was going to bring them all together, but did not ask. Listen quietly. The company has two new companies, which are military enterprises and require management personnel. Chen Mo opened the door. Hearing two military industrial enterprises, Wang Hai, Black Hawk and others were surprised. Zihe and Zhongl were a lot calmer because they used to be a bodyguard next to Zhao Minitz and knew that Zhao Minitz was busy registering a military enterprise. One company is in China and the other is in Tanzania. You are a special retired person and the company has the most contacts with this. I plan to select people from among you to manage these two companies. Originally, I thought that there was only one company that managed from a few people, but now there are two, which is unexpected by Chen Mo, but fortunately, there are enough people. Several people are silent and face each other. The two military industrial enterprises. The domestic market is good, the environment is stable, and only need to be managed well. The key is the Tanzanian company, which belongs to the third world countries. The environmental conditions are self-evident and certainly very bitter. You can give you 2 days to consider, give me a reply within 2 days, and voluntarily be the principal. Chen Mo said. "Boss, let me go to Tanzania." Chen Mo's words just fell. Wang Hai opened, and finally his eyes fixed. Some opportunities need to be grasped, otherwise there will be no chance in the future. "I will accompany the sea brother." Zhongl opened his mouth and his face was calm. Zhongl is one of the few people who are the most lean. Since entering the security team, there are not many words, but the work is neat and clean, and the mind is very flexible. "I am going to," said the Black Hawk. "I will go too." Zihe opened. "Not to enjoy. Not so many people, I and the president, but also need bodyguards, as well as the company's security department. Wang Hai and Zonglin the past. You pick some people who are willing to go with your past. The funds. The president will give you all the details, and all the details will be provided to you. And then you need to rely on yourself. Chen Mo made a final conclusion. The best candidate in his heart is also Wang Hai. Wang Hai followed him for the longest time and his work was the most stable. Wang Hai and Zongle both nodded and promised. The domestic company, Zuhi, went to the management, who needs it, and the president said. Blackhawk, Shan and Annan stayed, managed the company's security system, trained security personnel, and was responsible for the security issues of me and the president. Chen Mo divided the work of several people clearly. There is now a robot of ink, and there is not much security around him. Each of these is a special person retired. After various trainings, mastering various skills, such a good talent is not used. It is a waste. This is the company's information. Zhao Minutes saw Chen Mo arranged, handed over the information in his hand to Wang Hai and Zuhi, army ants equipment and worker ants defense. Contradictions, see how you play. Ink Girl, you will give information about Danzani to Wang Hai. Chen Mo said. Good. The Ink Woman got up and took a U-disk into the computer. After a while, she pulled it out and handed it to Wang Hai. Tangsani's information, customs, cultural folklore, as well as the official address of the registered place, relatives information, they are all here. Chapter 476, Nanoscale 3D Laser Printer Technology. Ago, we searched hot on our photos. After Wang Hai and others left, the Ink Girl opened, and the light curtain of the holographic projection fell in the office. The news above is the hot search list of all major platforms. It didn't take an hour to go to the hot search. Chen Mo looked a little speechless. Who is the mysterious woman around Chen Mo? Chen Mo's new woman? Is the mysterious woman around Chen Mo a fairy? There is a play. You said that you are going to go to the keyboard tonight? Or is it durian? Seeing the topic of hot search, Zhao Min'll stand up. Small fishermen have not seen Ink Girls. These gossip news spread so fast. Chen Mo glanced at the comments, crying and laughing. All kinds of men are big pig hooves, and they are as if they are really like. There are too many melons to eat. The network is best at catching the wind and catching the shadows. Moreover, there is a big beauty of the Ink Girl. Look at this posture. The Ink Girl wants to become a network red man. Zhao Minutes said. The net is not even known by the name. Ago. Do you want to delete the topic? Don't pay attention to these things, and don't have to respond. Otherwise, some people will say that they are guilty conscience, and the explanation is to cover up. Chen Mo said. He has seen many examples of such things. Good. The Ink Girl nodded. I went back to work, and I need to clarify the matter of the Ink Girl. Just tell me. Zhao Minutes and Chen Mo made a greeting and got up and left. Ink Girl, I take a break. Wake up me when something important. Chen Mo went back to the lounge and went to the technology library. The completion of the Ink Girl means that the war robot is completed, and now only 2 technologies are left, and the technical task of the technical apprentice stage can be completed, and the next authority can be entered. This is something he never forgets, and he has the highest curiosity about the technology library. In 8 directions, only 2 light curtains remain lit. Biomedical, mechanical. Which one to choose? This is a problem that Chen Mo is entangled. After hesitating for a long time, Chen Mo put his palm on the books in the mechanical field. Severe tingling. I have to bear this feeling for a while. This time the pain is similar to the war robot, only dizziness and nausea, no feeling of vomiting. The pain disappeared, and Chen Mo felt more knowledge memory in his mind. Nanoscale 3D laser printer technology, field, mechanical engineering, industrial design, permission level, technology apprentice, product introduction, ultra-short wave laser pulse curing material, forming nanoscale products. The minimum scanning range of this 3D printer can reach 100 nano, prints most materials. After seeing this technology, Chen Mo was easy. Once this technology is successful, it means that he can produce ultra-precision parts of any structure. which is fast and cost-reduced. This is the technology of industrial transformation. Nanoscale. This precision technology is sufficient for most precision equipment needs. He has previously modified a probationary laser 3D printer, but the precision is not enough. It can be used to produce ordinary spare parts. The production speed is not slow. Most of the robot's spare parts are 3D printed. However, high-precision machine tools are required for parts with high-precision requirements. With this nanoscale 3D printer completed, Chen Mo no longer has to worry about the problem of processing ultra-precision parts. After slowing down, Chen Mo picked up several technologies in the technology library that helped to study 3D printers before they quit from the technology library. Within the science and technology library, there are only books in the field of biomedical science. Chen Mo did not wake up, but continued to sleep with his eyes closed. I have just completed the study of war robots today, and it is okay to rest for a long time. Until he got off work, Chen Mo Kai woke up and played a game in the office. He and the Ink Girl rushed home, and bought a bunch of roses on the road. He is not sure about Xiaoyu's acceptance of the Ink Girl. If there is no way, he will be jealous. Come back. Chen Mo and the Ink Woman entered the door. Xiaoyu will meet, but Xiaoyu's gaze is swept back and forth on the Ink Woman, with a full of curiosity. Ink Girl. Hello. Xiaoyu naturally recognizes the appearance of the Ink Girl. Today, on the hot news, she saw the photo of the Ink Girl, which is similar to the image in the virtual projection. However, the image in the virtual projection, there is no blue stone in the eyebrows, and now the real person looks like a temperament. Little Fisher sister is good. The Ink Girl gave Xiaoyu a smile. I just brought it back today. And I brought it back. Chen Mo hurriedly sent the flowers behind him to Xiaoyu. Give it to you. Wow, thank you husband. Xiaoyu surprised to hold flowers. Face sweet. Chen Mo sent her flowers a few times. This nerd did not send in love. Wake up at the wedding. Now occasionally a little surprise, sometimes angry, will be given a bunch of flowers. Live. She feels that she has no interest. No interest. No interest. After watching the flowers, Xiaoyu seems to think of something. Looking at Chen Mo with a playful look, the news can be said. The genius Chen Mo, there is a mysterious woman, suspected new girlfriend. That is the entertainment media guess. You won't be really angry? No, I know the identity of the Ink Girl. I will not eat the vinegar of the Ink Girl. Just think of what Zhao Minutes and I said. What? She said that the Ink Girl is realistic, and now it seems that it is really realistic. Chen Mo almost squirted out her blood, remembering the tone and scene of Zhao Minutes' words at the time. He couldn't bear to look at these two words now. That female hooligan. Can I touch the Ink Girl? Asked Xiaoyu. You ask her. Chen Mo said. He now tries to treat the Ink Girl as an adult, and may be helpful to the future of the intelligent emotional upgrade of the Ink Girl. Little fisherman can touch. Ink nodded. Get permission. Xiao gently rubs on the Ink Girl. The skin is the same as the human, but there is no muscle under the skin. It is alloy, hard state. However, there are two different places, that is, the chest and there. And the part of the chest is soft. It is also soft like it is said by Zhao Minji. The Ink Girl stood, curiously watching Xiao groping on her, and there was no shyness. Seeing the movement of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo's heart was broken and almost ran down and fled. His pure little fishing is definitely Zhao Minutes' teaching. It's really true, Xiao said with deep meaning. Chen Mo felt like a stolen cat who was caught, and hurriedly explained, do you want me to explain why? This is what Miss Chen asked for. Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo's nervous appearance and couldn't help but smile. He ignored him and continued to explore on the Ink Girl. What is this material? How is it the same as the skin? A special artificial skin, new material. Chen Mo then explained. The material is not clean. After seeing the eyes of Xiao's serious inquiry, Chen Mo said, medical level. Non-toxic and tasteless. I can rest assured that. Reassured? What is assured? Chen Mo looked at Xiaoyu with some incomprehension. When I go back to my mother's house, You want to find an ink girl, Xiao said. Chen Mo was almost killed by Xiaoyu, and he wanted to cry without tears. When designing, I really didn't have this kind of idea. The ink girl wants to retain the characteristics of a woman. I will keep it. You have to believe me. I always believe in you. Just telling you that my wife allowed it. Xiaoyu grabbed the ink girl's hand and was still curious. If she doesn't know the identity of the ink girl, she will never think that this is a robot. The appearance is exactly the same as the real person, or a temperament beauty. Wife, is it good to eat first? Very hungry, Chen Mo said. Well, eat. The ink girl also went to the table to eat together. Today, I received the flowers from Chen Mo. Xiaoyu's mood is obviously good, said. Okay, Xiaoyuji. The ink girl nodded. Ink girls won't eat. You can sit on the table without eating, and later the ink girl is a member of the family. Xiaoyu did not care about those things. The intelligence of the ink girl is very clear. She is already comparable to ordinary people. Apart from the human emotions and emotions, many other fields are far more than human beings. The most important thing is that Momo is Chen Mo's most powerful research assistant and can help Chen Mo. Chapter 477, Ambition, Ridmantansni, Malt City. Zuik stood around at the port and waited for someone to appear. He is a Tanzanian Chinese who grew up here because of his family background. He studied Chinese from an early age and also learned English and local Portuguese. When you grow up, be a guide here. Because of the advantages of mastering the language, his life here is not bad. Especially in recent years, there are many tourists who come here to travel. He is proficient in 3 languages, is proficient in communication, and is very familiar with the humanistic environment here. His income is very impressive. Someone contacted him the day before yesterday, and he was a guide. The pay was not low, so I came to the port to wait here early this morning. Suddenly, the 2 Chinese men in suits came out from the port. The spirit of Zuvik shocked and immediately greeted the smile. To Mr. Wang and Mr. Zong? Yes. Wang Hai nodded and looked at Zuwiki. They have read the information of Zuik and know that they are the guides they have made. Self-introduction: my name is Zuai, it should be the guide of your appointment. Zuizi reached out and shook hands with Wang Hongl, piled up with a smile on his face. As a guide, he is countless and has come from all over the world. These 2 men, they feel very special to them. Certainly a big man. Hello, Zuwizard, Wang Hai said. I don't know if there are any plans for the 2 to play, Zuovik asked. We are here to open the factory, and you are bothered to take us to this place to talk about the surrounding environment. Wang Hai handed him an address. The address is the land that Zhao purchased from Tanzania for the construction of the arsenal base. After 2 days of official approval from Tanzania, they started building the factory. There will be domestic construction companies to build, but they must also come to understand the environment. The arsenal is a very sensitive enterprise. He and Zongl discussed and set up an armed security team before the construction of the factory to ensure the smooth progress of the factory. After all, the security environment here is not so comfortable. Good. The 2 bosses, please come with me. Zuku was busy nodding. It turned out to be the big boss of the investment factory. No wonder, Zuwiki became more active. Wang Hai and Zongl looked at each other and put the suitcase on board and boarded the vehicle of Zuik. This location, not far from the port. Is it convenient to say what business is doing? I have some understanding of the environment here. Maybe I can help. 1 or 2 suggestions. The production of some small machinery, mainly for export, Zongl said. Oh, understand, Zuwai said in a straightforward manner. There is a lot of labor in Tanzan, and it is very cheap. Foreign invested minerals and cashew processing factories all like to hire local people. Officials also encourage them. Foreign investment. 2 factories are built. If you need, you can find me. I know where to hire some more diligent workers. It's time to trouble Zu's guide, Zongl said. Zuwai smiled and shook his head. No trouble. My father said that there is an old saying in Huaxia, relying on friends outside. There is an acquaintance who can save a lot of things. Angola country. On the sea, Not far from the coast, there are 5 people sitting in a luxurious villa. Sitting in the first seat is a middle-aged man, looks like 50 or 60 years old, with white hair and beard, dark brown skin, wearing a black long trench coat, brown-black eyes. Seem to have the power to penetrate the hearts. Temperament mixed with long-term. The majesty of the superiors is only but also gives a sense of wisdom. Majesty and wisdom coexist. The embarrassing Wolf King, the crazy ambitious, desperate. This is the impression of the people who know him. Leading the Doll Eyes kidnapping case, making the world's fearful VFV bioterrorist Lyric, at this time quietly sitting in the right hand of the middle-aged man, cleverly like a docile kitten, afraid to talk. On the left-hand side of the middle-aged man, is a blonde white woman with a black rose on her left face and a cold eyes. She is the other deputy of the first man, codenamed Poison Rose. The specific name, even Lyric is not clear, only know that this woman cannot be tempted. Opposite the first man, 2 black men in camouflage uniforms, generals. The general on the left had a bullet on the face of the old scar, which looked awkward. The general on the right, with the scum of the scum, was very well recognized. If the Angolans see the two, they must know each other. Angora's most elite 2 army generals, Makani and Mbo, are in charge of nearly 1/3 of Angola's strength. In this way, the 2 men in one army, in front of the first man, still feel uneasy. They understand the character of this man, and accidentally do something wrong. Even if they now have real power, they have no life. They are the core personnel of the organization. They are very clear about the VFV bioterrorism that shocked the world. Only Lyric has arranged it. The man in front of him is just an order, and the process is not involved. Only this will leave an indelible memory of terror in the world. If this man is truly involved, the consequences will be even more horrible, and the life will be completely servant. Mr. Reederman, what do we do next? Makani, with a bullet wound on his left face, asked carefully, and Mbo on the right looked at him too, and did not dare to relax. Capture the power. The first man spoke, his voice full of anger, with unquestionable majesty. For him, capturing power seems to be a trivial matter. However, his words made Marconi and Mbo feel a big shock. They know that there will be such a day. When they really come, they are still embarrassed. This thing is not working well, and their lives will be lost. What should we do? Mbo pressed his nervousness and asked. Diogo will die. He is the rival of Vaseline. At that time, there will be evidence of Vasarin's Black Hand exposure, overthrowing Vazorian and supporting the inside picture. Poison Rose took a photo from his pocket. To the eyes of 2 people, when are you going to act? There are plans, someone will contact you. As long as the plan is completed, you are above the 10,000 people, control a country. What do you want? Ridman took a sip of the cup at hand and said, the voice indifferently. Good. Makani and Mbo nodded in a hurry, and I was expecting something. When the 2 left, Ridman took off his glasses, and his eyes were so majestic that Lyric's mind was nervous. How is that thing developed? Is it successful? Dulitz and those researchers are studying some progress, but when is it still not easy to say. Do you want to go down and see? Lyric honestly said the situation and did not dare to hide anything. No, I will notify me when that thing is finished, Ridman said. Okay. Lyric nodded. Work hard. Our goal is to build a strong country without having to let Westerners control exploitation. Understand? Leroy focused on the head. Going to the top of the villa and watching Reedman's helicopter leave, Lyric was completely relieved. By the man, the pressure is not that big. But thinking of the next plan to start, Lyric also looked forward to some more frightened. Sir, that thing, can Lyric be finished on time? Asked the Poison Rose on the plane. I don't know. Scientific research may be successful tomorrow, maybe it will not progress in 10 years. Ridman turned to look at the villa that was far away, and closed his eyes. The next plan, clean and neat. Understand? The Poison Rose nodded. Chapter 478, thank you for your present at 5:46 p.m. local time. Angora politician Diordin was killed in a car accident 2 kilometers away from home. The vehicle was found 5 kilometers away from the crime scene. The murderer did not know where to go. The local police had issued a wanted order. Diordin was born as a civilian and has recently been conducting election campaigns. He is optimistic about one of the most powerful candidates for Angola's next election. Some commentators believe that this is a planned murder. If this case is not handled properly, it may cause Angora to turmoil. It is murder! Chen Mo is eating breakfast. The morning news on the TV screen, calculating the time. Things should happen in the early hours of the morning. When this happens, I don't have to think about it. It is a planned premeditator. After a little attention, Chen Mo continues to concentrate on enjoying his breakfast. By his side, he is giving a small fish to the little unparalleled breastfeeding Ink quietly sat next to the small fisherman, looking at the unparalleled. Look at the unparalleled, seemingly curious. Ink girl, do you want to hug? Seeing the little unparalleled, Xiao sorted out the clothes and looked at the Ink girl, asked. Yes. The Ink girl nodded and immediately set the standard posture for holding the baby. Xiaoyu smiled slightly, carefully placed the unparalleled in the arms of the Ink girl, holding his hands, for fear that it would fall. At this time, the little unparalleled, glaring at the exquisite A's, not afraid of life, watching the Ink girl laugh. Very cute. The Ink girl curiously looked at the little unparalleled in her arms and laughed. Ink girl, how are you feeling? Xiaoyu asked curiously. Feeling? The Ink girl seems to be thinking and saying, the unparalleled is very cute, it's amazing. Seeing the warm scene, Chen Mo will smile. Xiaoyu really regards the Ink girl as a member of the family and looks good. Well, let Wang Hao look, you should have breakfast. Wang Hao is a nanny who has been invited from Xiaoyu's home. She knows the roots and has a good family background, so she can rest assured that she can look after her children occasionally. When she heard Chen Mo's call to her, Wang Hao hurried over and sat next to the Ink girl, staring at the unparalleled look and looking at the Ink girl. She couldn't see that the Ink girl was a robot. She was very impressed with Chen Mo, and the two women got along so well. Husband, the day after tomorrow I went to a charity event to donate some poor families and out-of-school children who are seriously ill, just in Bnhai. Xiao looked forward to Chen Mo. Well, I want to go. Chen Mo nodded and promised, not forgetting, but the safety is the most important. There are just a few robots to complete. I will bring one back tonight, and you will bring them around and call them pearls. Good. Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo promised her, nodded happily. Since the Xingxin incident, he has paid special attention to the safety of his family. Now that the war robots are coming out, at least the safety of the family is a guarantee. After breakfast, Chen Mo and the Ink girl left the villa. Black Hawk and others have already waited outside. Wang Hai and Zhongli decided to go to Tanzania. He was in charge of the domestic arsenal. The Black Hawk became the bodyguard around Chen Mo. Liu Yu was arranged next to Zhao Minitz. The security department of Annan Management Company, led by Bzu and Chan. The team is responsible for protecting the small fisherman and the unparalleled, Wu Qi and others. Responsible for the safety of his family. Haj returned to the information that he had already arrived in Tanzania and was preparing for the factory. He planned to recruit a group of security personnel and train them into armed security, said the Black Hawk. Well, let him do it according to his own ideas. Lack of money, and the president said. Chen Mo nodded. Now that the construction of the domestic arsenal is on the right track, Tanzania will also start. But the environment is relatively less stable, training a group of armed security, completely for the construction of the factory, and can get on the right track as soon as possible. At the entrance of the number 1 building, Zhao Minitz got off the bus and looked around. He followed Chen Mo's car and greeted him. Still a good professional attire, white and beautiful, but also outstanding ability. True white rich beauty. Zhao Minitz at this time looks good. Look for me? Asked Zhao Minitz. Just on the way to the company, Chen Mo directly asked her to come to the number 1 building. Without asking, she came over. give you a gift. Shenmue led Zhao Minutes into the first building. The robot that was said last time? Okay. Shenmue nodded slightly and entered the robot laboratory all the way. In the experimental room, the 7 robots stood quietly in a row, 3 men and 4 women, with their eyes closed. The male robot is relatively tall, 1.85 m, and the female robot is only 1.7 m. This is the first batch of war robots produced. The exterior is covered with artificial skin. If you don't take close attention, it is difficult to recognize that this is a robot. This is convenient for hiding people's eyes and ears. After all, with a robot out, it will be very noticeable wherever you go. Choose one, Shenmue said. This one. Zhao Minutes pointed to the robot on the far side. The female robot looks handsome, no ink girl, but it is beautiful. On her arm, a small blue flower with a thumb size, like a tattoo, is a characteristic mark on her body. Several other robots have the same shape, but each has its own unique characteristics, which are well recognized. The long press here start. Long press the shutdown. Shenmue pointed to the switch of the female robot. Zhao Minutes reached out and touched the button slightly in the ditch, and looked at Shenmue. You have a lot of bad taste. Is the switch button set here? I have to think about practicality. It's too obvious. If you are turned off by others, you don't have to play, Shenmue said. 10 seconds later, the female robot opened her eyes and looked at Shenmue. Mister. The female robot opened to Shenmue. Shenmue nodded slightly and turned on the identity information entry function of the robot. All robots activate. I will default to the highest privilege owner. You can now enter the identity information. After entering the information, you can direct her. Without my information modification, she cannot be taken away by others. But her smart, not as strong as the Ink Girl. After all, the Ink Girl is a bit special. Her eyes are the camera. Will you use this robot to peek at me to change clothes or take a shower? Zhao Minutes asked as he entered the information. Shenmue is a ghost and looks at Zhao Minutes. This girl dares to say anything. I don't want to peek at it. I want to be beautiful. I want to take it back to me. I didn't say I mind. Shenmue instantly retreated, ignoring Zhao Minutes' ridiculous smile. Hurry up. This robot can have hundreds of millions of dollars. One part inside is more expensive than a car. Her laser is at the navel, and there are weapons, missiles, and the bomb is not available for the time being. After entering the information, Zhao Minkai laughed. She is called Xiaoqi in the future. Give her 2 sets of clothes. Shenmue pointed to the set of clothes in the glass cabinet next to it, which was specially designed for robots. I took the small 7 back to deal with the work, and something called me. Zhao Minutes saw Xiaoqi wearing clothes, and he smiled at Shenmue, and said hard to say, thank you for your gift. I like it very much. After that, with Xiaoqi, he did not return to the robot lab. Ink Girl put out the design of the 3D printer. Shenmue put on the experimental robes, put on goggles, and began research on nanoscale 3D printers. Chapter 479, Chaos at Present. The mainstream 3D printing technology, the technical bottleneck is relatively slow operation speed and poor resolution. When a higher level of solution is required, 3D printing technology creates structures layer by layer, and when the structure is created, insufficient resolution is the main cause of inefficiency. The nanoscale 3D printing technology obtained by the Science and Technology Library is cured by ultra-short ultraviolet light to form a nanoscale product. However, after studying so many things, laser is one of Shenmue's best techniques. The laser research of holographic technology has made him have long been immersed in laser technology, and there are many accumulated technologies. Nanoscale 3D printing technology, for Shenmue's technical reserves, is mainly the resolution problem, as well as the problems of new materials, as well as UV lighting, UV ink, and curing degree. Among the techniques obtained, there is a new formulation of UV ink called electron-based ink. Under the bombardment of high-energy electron beams, the double bonds of the monomer raw polymer material are unwound, free radicals are generated and then polymerized, and the principle is similar to that of the Abink. The two recipes are different and the effects are different. According to the data obtained by Chen Mo, the degree of curing of the electronic-based ink is close to 100%, which is higher than that of the Abink. Moreover, the suitable binder for electronic-based inks is not limited to acrylic resins and reactive monomers, but much wider than Abinks, and is suitable for most materials. The design conditions of the 3D printer itself are also different. These ultra-precision equipments are very demanding on the environment. Determine the technical direction of 3D printers. Chen Mo began to design, I hope to develop this nano 3D printer as soon as possible. This is one of the key technologies for industrial upgrading. With this ultra-precise printer, Chen Mo will completely break free of restrictions. Most of the research will speed up. Chen Mo entered the state of research and completely forgot about the outside world. The outside world is not calm, especially in the corner of Africa. Angora Diodin died and the news caused a violent shock inside Angola. In just one day, there were different voices in the local news of Angola, and some Diodin supporters have begun to organize a parade. More and more people believe that this is a murder. There seems to be a pair of invisible hands, letting public opinion and investigations go in the direction of people's guesses. On the third day of Diodin's death, the murderer was caught and was an agent of the Angolan authorities. As soon as the news came out, the whole Angola trembled up and down, and things suddenly became global news. Many Western media began to criticize the Angolan authorities and eliminate dissidents. This is a premeditated murder. Among the civilians, those who opposed the Angolan authorities began to organize large-scale demonstrations and demanded that Vasseron step down. It was only a long time before the parade. Vasseron gave a live televised speech to the people of Angola for about 40 minutes. He denied participating in the incident and called on all parties to calm down and wait for the investigation to be clear. Diodin's party has publicly stated that he does not accept Vasseron's remarks and demands that he immediately step down. The hands of the control provoked public anger and caused riots in Angola. Then the parade became a violent protest. The escalating protests made Vasseron have to send police to disperse the protesters, and things are moving out of control. When the situation was almost out of control, the news came out that the murder of Diodin's agents confessed and provided a recording, which was the recording that Vasseron asked him to assassinate Diodin. This news became the last straw to crush the camel. Under the control of the Black Hand, the public anger was boiling, and a large-scale campaign broke out in Angola, demanding that Vasseron step down. Protest and riots, and the whole Angola began to stir up. Vasseron also publicly delivered a live speech again, bluntly saying that this was a frame of refusal to participate in Diodin's murder, refused to step down, and ordered the army to disperse the protesters. Violence caused 5 deaths and 12 injuries, making things even more out of control. Almost at the same time, countries issued travel warnings against Angola and began to evacuate the expatriates. Various protests and riots lasted for more than a month. When Vasseron couldn't bear to endure, when the arresters began to arrest, Diodin's party led 30,000 troops to flee and publicly recruited people who fought against Vasseron. For a time, there were countless call-outs, and Angola was almost in civil war. And this fierce protest is still going on. This turmoil has already attracted the attention of the international community. Witt saw the camp in front of him smile and walked over. Stop. Not yet at the door. Witt chilled his head, and several guns were stuck on his head. Dare to move, and he was desperate. What are you doing? Asked the armed men in front of the gun. I came to your leader to talk about the transaction. It is very important. Witt raised his hands. Dare not act rashly. These people are not killed. He messed up. The consequences are to become a sieve. The headed armed men looked at each other and made a look and began to search. From top to bottom, every part of the body touched it twice, and it was determined that there was no problem. One line of people pressed Witt and went to the camp. Lyric was sitting in the camp, in front of him, who had just escaped from Vasseron, and the leader of Diodin's faction, Mermi, had been arrested for most of his other leaders. While Lyric was preparing to tell them to form an armed rebellion, a soldier hurried in and said a few words at Mermi. Someone came over and wanted to trade with us. Mermi said, "You talk to him and ask him what he wants to do." Lyric thought about it and then stood in Mermi, like a security guard. Seeing people coming in, he also calmed down and looked at Wit carefully. "What trade do you want to do?" Mermi calmly asked. "We can provide you with a lot of weapons and equipment assistance to overthrow Vazorian." Wit was only allowed to open when the armed men left. Mermi's eyes smashed into a slit, and the emotions did not show up. "Your conditions? Not much. After you come to power, listen to our words, then we need some mining rights in oil fields and minerals, as a return to provide weapons and equipment." Wit said, "What can you offer?" Mermi did not agree. "American equipment and international pressure, if necessary, can help you," Wit said without hesitation. When the words are here, Mermi knows who is behind him as long as he is not a fool. Mermi took a look at Lyric without leaving a trace. He didn't see him nod, and he couldn't agree. "We need to consider it." "Well, you only have 2 days to call me on this call." The result was expected by Wit, handing out a phone number to Mermi, leaving the camp under the armed men. Westerners. After Wit left, Lyric laughed. "The narrow road of the family is described as good now. If you let them know that the people who make bioterrorism are the people they want to help, the expressions of those people will be wonderful." "Mr. Lyric, can't you promise them?" Mermi asked. "I will give you the answer this evening." "Without my reply, don't promise. First recruit people, there are still many arrangements behind." Lyric thought about it. Now the plan is just the beginning. They need a completely unpretentious Vazaran, and then pull it down, in order to be justified. "Okay." Mermi nodded quickly. "Do they want to provide you with weapons and support?" On a small island off the coast of Angola, Ridman looked at the news of various protests on television. His eyes smashed into a line, and people could not see the anger. Lyric came to contact, and some American agents wanted to provide them with equipment and then become their embarrassment. "This is interesting." Ridman smiled lightly and quickly recovered. His fingers hit the arm of the sofa, and he seemed to be thinking about something. "Promise them, support as much as possible." Chapter 480. The first shot. This is the first piece of equipment you want. Wit walked out of the car and waved his fingers, letting the 2 armed men carry down several boxes and open them. I saw the M16, lying quietly in the box, emitting a dark light. Several other boxes were opened, both portable air defense missiles and anti-tank missiles, and 2 boxes were brand new axe and grenades. "The equipment here is enough to equip a company. There are all the cars in the back." Wit pointed to the vehicle and said. The armed leader around Mermi stepped forward and grabbed a gun and tried it. Confirmed that no problem, Mermi handed the signed document to Wit. "This is your money and agreement." He didn't understand why the above was subject to Western conditions. Although it was relatively cheap to buy these equipment, those agreements were troublesome. Once they succeed, they will lose a lot of resources. However, it is certainly reasonable for the organization to do so, so he can only agree to the conditions of Westerners in accordance with the meaning of Lyric. The cooperation is enjoyable, and there will be continuous assistance from the back. "I believe that you will succeed. Vazaran has lost the hearts of the people. I hope that you can overthrow him as soon as possible." Wit took the file and smiled. These people have promised their conditions, which are expected. For such a long time, he can naturally grasp the hearts of these people. Once these people failed, they dumped their weapons and there was no loss. In the event of success, they will be able to make a fortune in war. And there is an obedient regime that can be exploited. So they are not happy with doing this kind of thing, especially after several military giants are secretly supporting. Mermi took a deep look at Wit and waved his hand to let the soldiers behind him start unloading. "The equipment behind will be sent quickly. The conditions you promised will be realized soon. We will act soon. If you don't give some action, I will doubt your sincerity." "Do not worry. Your success is good for all of us. If you need air support, you can talk about it, but you need to add some new conditions. It is a bit expensive, and wait for your good news. Wit swayed the documents in his hands and sat on the side of the off-road vehicle, going far in the roar of the engine. Let the brothers adapt to the new equipment and wait for the order. Murmy looked at Wit and went to the armed leader next to him. Lyric was sitting in the camp and drinking quietly. It didn't seem to worry about the situation they faced. When Murmy came in, he put the glass in his hand. "How's it going?" "They sent some of the equipment. It's not bad. What do we do next?" Murmy sat down at the table and asked. "Don't worry. Our purpose is to overthrow Vaseline. It has only just begun. Let Vaseline completely lose the hearts of the people. We can be justified by the hands. If the Westerners are pressured, they may not be able to overthrow him. The time is not yet ripe, waiting for Westerners to send more equipment. If the two sides fight, we cannot fear them," Lyric said with a sneer, not too slow to say. In Angola, protests and riots are still expanding, and even if the parties appeal, there are still no signs of stopping. In some media reports in Angola, coupled with reports from Western media, Vazirun's murder of Diordin has spread more and more. Diordin was born into a civilian, as a close to the image of the people, is one of the most powerful candidates for the next president, and is now murdered, leading to more and more civilian indignation, joining the armed opposition and increasing the number of people against Vaseline. Not long after, Vaseline let the military occupy TV stations and broadcasts, and announced the takeover of television stations to control public opinion. Vazirun's position was tough and he did not prepare to step down. He declared that it was a framed and called on all parties to calm down and negotiate. The opposition parties publicly smashed the Vazirun dictatorship and demanded that Vazirun immediately release the arrested party members and resign. The two sides have a single word to keep the atmosphere of confrontation warming up. The voice of Angola's opposition to Vazirun has continued to expand, and the slogans of the parties have continued to make Angola's territory extremely tense, almost on the verge of armed confrontation. This confrontational situation has already alarmed the United Nations. Not long after, the opposition armed forces released news and promised the mediation of the United Nations to negotiate peacefully. But the conditions for the negotiations were that Vazirun had to resign and step down and re-elect new candidates. The Vaseline side once again stressed that this was a conspiracy to release the arrested party members, but refused to oppose the conditions for the armed forces to resign. The two sides did not give each other and the negotiations broke down. Is the time ripe? Siege looked at Murmy and waited for his answer. He was the general of the army who had escaped with Murmy and others, loyal to the party where Murmy is. During this time, the team he led has been expanding, twice the size, and has received a large number of Westerners' equipment. Now the guns are changed, giving him unprecedented confidence. They have been waiting for Murmy's offensive command, but Murmy's reply to him has been waiting. Now that the negotiations between the two sides have broken down, and Vazirun has lost the hearts of the people, it is obviously the best time. You can attack, but it's best to let them start the first shot, Murmy said. Everything seems to be going according to the above plan. Let him calm down a lot. Okay. With Murmy's instructions, Serge grinned and revealed his white teeth. You said, can this chaos be solved peacefully? Arthur took the gun and looked at the opposite situation. Opposite is the opposition of the party. The two sides have been confrontation here. Both sides have maintained the last restraint and do not want war, but the atmosphere has become more and more tense, and no one knows when the battle will start. If armed confrontation begins, it means death and chaos, which is what they do not want. It's hard to say. We also hope to resolve it peacefully. The opposite should be like this. It's all people in their own country. The soldier next to Arthur shook his head, but Vazirun is not willing to step down, and the opposite will never give up. I heard that Vazirun stepped down and was willing to resolve it peacefully. This condition was rejected by Vazirun. Some people think that Vazirun's greed and regard his own interests are more important than this country. Yesterday there was a brother who was completely armed and defected to the opposite side. The soldier whispered, I feel that Vazirun is not like a greedy person. Arthur said, After he took office, he did better than the previous ones. But it is not. But no one can guarantee that Vasseron will not really be greedy for that position. After all, power will make people lost. Is it a conspiracy? Only the parties know the answer. We are not aware of the situation, only the situation. I can listen to the command here. What order? What order we will execute? The soldier said with some regrets. Oh, Arthur sighed and continued to focus on the opposite side. Suddenly, a broken wind came, and before I could react, Arthur only felt that the brothers around him were stiff and fell to the ground. The comrade-in-arms who was still talking to him just now have a thumb-sized blood hole in the eyebrows and become a corpse with eyes still squatting. There are snipers on the opposite side. Unprecedented fear shrouded him, and even the hot sun, he could not feel a trace of temperature. Snapped! Exclamation mark. Another shot fell on the masonry beside him. The sand that provoked hit him in his face. The burning pain, almost a little bit, he could take his life directly. Damn bastard. The fear of death, coupled with the wrath of the lost brother, made Arthur lose his mind. Hiding in the corner and pulling the trigger opposite, the gunshots broke the oppression of both sides. Chapter 481, Dilemma. Angola opposed the armed exchange with the armed forces controlled by Vasseron and opposed the death of 5 armed men. 7 people were killed and 11 were injured in the Vasseron army. The bombs fell into civilian areas, killing 9 civilians and 31 people injured. The fighting between the two sides has started, leaving international public opinion in vain. Another country is caught in a civil war. The first exchange of fire, until the end of the sunset. Both sides publicly accused the other party to fire. Not long after, the opposition armed forces released a video to the public. The gunshots came first from the military controlled by Vasseron. The news caused unprecedented anger in Angola's domestic and international public opinion, and also satisfies the hypocritical label of Vasseron. An famous reporter from Angola publicly criticized the Vasseron dictatorship on Twitter. The next day, the reporter's body was found at home and had been assassinated and cruel. Various news were exposed, and the public grievances were completely boiling. Some people have begun to attack the isolation fences under the military, which has triggered new contradictions, and international public opinion has also been driven. The United Nations called on both sides to calm down, stop the exchange of fire and return to the negotiating table to solve the problem. The country headed by the US began to pressure the Angolan authorities at international conferences, demanding that Vasseron respect the wishes of the people, resign and step down, accept investigations, and publicly sanction the high-level Angola headed by Vasseron. With the support of all parties, the opposition armed forces joined the 2 major towns and began to approach the capital. They only opposed the armed forces and did not have air power and armored weapons. After winning 2 important towns, the two sides' war situation once again fell into confrontation. The presidential palace of the capital of Angola, a middle-aged man in a grey suit and gold-rimmed glasses sits in the first seat of the office. He is the president of Angola, Vasseron, with brown-black skin and short, flat hair, with a little whiteness and a lingering exhaustion in his face. Looking at the news reports in the West, he was angry at an unprecedented time. Those media portrayed him as a cruel dictator. From the time Diandin was killed, he felt that he was led by his nose, and the public opinion was also guided. All kinds of dirty water poured over and let him talk. Ordinary people preconceived the news. From the very beginning, he thought that he was a black hand of murder. Now even if he clarifies many times in domestic radio and television broadcasts, he believes that he is not half. This is a deliberate conspiracy, as if there are a few black hands behind it. No matter how he does it, the final result will be distorted, especially international public opinion, which gives him a sense of powerlessness. Angry people, soldiers who are constantly defecting. The boiling of international public opinion, the pressure from the United Nations, and the sanctions of Westerners have made his pressure unprecedented. He has lost most of his people's hearts, but he relies on the support of his army. This situation does not know how long it can last. The Westerner is already supporting the opposition to deal with him. From the information from the front, we can know that the anti-armed forces have acquired a large amount of weapons and equipment in a short period of time, which is better than their army. That is a Western weapon, and he has to doubt that behind all this is the support of Westerners. The purpose of the other party is very clear. If he wants to step down, then the so-called election can be manipulated. He wants to quit and step down, but he doesn't dare. When he stepped down, he could never cleanse his charges. He would only be judged as a wicked person, and his country would fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. By then, he would become a sinner. It is already a dilemma. His president certainly can't do it. It will only be worse if he drags on. There is only another way to solve this crisis. Seemingly determined, Vazalin sighed and raised his head and spoke to the secretary next to him. Amudia informed Minister Ansky that they are coming back. There are important things to discuss. Ansky wants to go back to the capital. On an island in Angola, Ridman received the news and his face was a little smiley. From the death of Diordin, the chaos was following his plan. The only accident was that the Westerners contacted Mermi to give them aid and equipment. With this kind of benefit, he naturally will not refuse. Now, under their guidance, Vazaran has lost the support of the people and international public opinion. He has no choice but to be a good man. He thought that Vazorian would voluntarily resign and step down. Then he could arrange the name to be on the stage and control Ango. Vazoran did not step down, but he was surprised. But it was also expected. The only difficulty that made him feel was Ansky. Ansky is a loyal figure of the Vazoran faction, and his position is firm. Once he has not solved Ansky, he will take Vazaran. Ansky will definitely send troops. When Angola will fall into a long-term civil war and chaos. This is not the result he wants, so he has been waiting for an opportunity. It seems that now, the opportunity is coming. Let Mba prepare. According to the original plan, Vazaran and Ansky will be in the nest. Ridman opened his mouth. Okay. Standing next to Ridman's Poison Rose nodded, took out an encrypted phone and dialed a number. Mbo sat in the camp and looked at the news from all parties. His face was calm. Starting with Diordin's death, he knew that the organization's plan was already underway, but the organization never contacted him, and all this is explained. The time is not yet. Once the time comes, the above will definitely give him orders. Because he understands the character of Mr. Riederman, he must achieve his goal when he starts. Now within the army, there have been some voices against Vazaran. After all, public opinion is not on Vazaran. His refusal to step down has already caused the country to fall into chaos. Now Vazaran's impression of outsiders is dictatorship, greed. There have been some soldiers who could not resist the temptation to defect to Mermi, but the larger defection was stopped by him. He believes that as long as there is a tie, there will be many soldiers against Vazaran. He did not do this. From beginning to end, he and Mekani did not say a word, and the arrangements for Vazaran and Ansky were heard. This performance allowed him to quickly gain the trust of Ansky. As one of the most elite teams, Mbo's mission is to guard the security of the capital and guard the safety of Vazaran. It can be said that the presidential palace is now under his control, but the organization has not allowed him to act, so he has not shown it, quietly doing his own thing. He has already got the news. Ansky was called back from the front by Vazaran, and he had a hunch that he was an opportunity. When Mbo knocked on the table and thought, a leader came in. Seeing the people who came in, Mbo's spirit shocked and immediately straightened his waist. This is the leader of the organization to enter the team, but also his assistant. As a general, he has a lot of eyes to look at. It is inconvenient to do a lot of things. In some cases, he needs to contact the organization through his assistants. At this time, my face came seriously, and there must be something big. General, Mr. came to the news, waited for Ansky to come back and act according to the plan, and the net was exhausted. The armed leader said softly at Mbo. Upon hearing this order, Bo's eyes lit up and nodded slightly. Chapter 482. This is interesting. Ansky sat in an armed buggy and passed the road security checkpoint and headed for the presidential palace. Even if they and the anti-armed forces have begun to fight, but in his face, only see a face of indifference, with a decisive temperament in his eyes. When Diorin died, he felt a conspiracy. With the performance of Vasil in the past few years, re-election is almost a matter of ironclad. He does not believe that Vasaron will be greedy for power, use his means to clear his opponent, and he is still such an obvious opponent. And he is a Vasaran faction, both of whom are friends, and understand each other's personality, so at the beginning, he firmly stood on the side of Vasaran. But there are still some people who stand against it. After a series of things, the situation became confusing. And when the American equipment appeared in the armed forces, things were already obvious, and some people were stalking. But he can't help it. The people are preoccupied. Diorin has a lot of prestige among the people, and there are a lot of supporters. There must be an account. And the people need to explain that Vasaran stepped down. Once Vasaran stepped down, the situation completely fell into the control of the Black Hand. He and Vasaran Zend are nothing to say, and their country may fall into the hands of the embarrassment, which is even more troublesome. It is a pity that the public will not consider these things. They only know the anger that expresses anger and vents their dissatisfaction. Excessive venting, under the guidance of the Black Hand behind the scenes, makes things more and more complicated, so that it becomes a state of avalanche. There are indications that the Black Hand behind is a veteran, and from the beginning, all this is planned. After so many things, there must be someone to explain. I am afraid that this time Vasaron called him back. Just want to discuss this issue. Get off. Ansky was surrounded by several soldiers and entered the presidential palace, followed by several high-level generals around him, as well as the core staff of the Vasaran faction. Also followed Ansky and entered the presidential palace. In the office of the president, Vasalan and Ansky sit opposite each other, and the atmosphere is a bit depressed. This situation in Angola is now terrible. Westerners have pressured them to impose sanctions, and with the pressure of the United Nations, their small country simply cannot compete. And from the public opinion, they are still on the downside. Calling you back, I want to discuss something with you. The exhausted voice of Vasaran broke the repressed atmosphere of the office, and Ansky nodded slightly, waiting for Vasalan's following. The situation is very bad now. I am determined to let me down. Otherwise I will not be able to calm down the people. Even if I have not done anything, it is not important. Vasaran's voice was helpless, and the people were used. He could only sigh. I am down to the fact that I am down, but I can't be led by some people with ulterior motives. So I thought about a way that doesn't work. There is a way? Ansky was a little surprised. Now it is their dilemma. There is a way to break the game. Maybe there is hope to resolve this dispute. Any solution? Government change. Vasalan said two words with his teeth. Ansky's face changed slightly. What do you mean? Speaking of these two words, Vasaran seems to be a lot easier. Sigh and say the idea. My current prestige is doomed to be president. They want me to step down, but I can't follow their plans. I have to control myself. This is the best way I can think of. You mobilize politics. Change, grab me, drive me down. Then you take over the jurisdiction temporarily, lead the formation of temporary management and opposition to armed negotiations, and peacefully resolve their rebellion. Then you dominate the election and confirm that the people choose a person fairly to lead Angora. Ansky quieted down and looked at Vasaran. He also knew that the old friend had made up his mind to make a decision. If they don't talk, then they will lose the support of public opinion. You can publicize the public on the radio and television and push them to the opposite side. Now our dilemma is mainly because the other party has completely discredited me and the public's anger is on me. You are detaining me and chasing me down, indicating that you and I have different positions. The people will support you, and our own people will support you, and they will satisfy my demands for me to step down. At least it can be settled quickly. Otherwise we will become the next battlefield here. Are you determined? Yes. Boom! Exclamation mark. At the time of the two discussions, the office door suddenly opened. Vazir'an's secretary rushed in, screaming and crying, his lips groaning. Total, President Mbo has sent troops to encircle the entire house, pay the guards gun, and come over here. What? Ansky, who has remained calm, has changed dramatically. His voice just fell. A group of heavily armed soldiers have arrived at the door of the presidential office. Ansky, is this your command? Vazir'an held last hope. No. Seeing this scene, Ansky's face was pale. The capital was Mbo responsible for the guards, and the soldiers here were his people. What are the consequences? With a negative answer, Vazir'an sat in a chair, watching the soldiers swarming in, and Mbo coming out of the soldiers. Sorry, both. Mbo sneered coldly. Angola's army, which guards the capital, has been demolished, and a large number of high-ranking servants, such as Vasilan and accomplices, have announced that they will temporarily take over jurisdiction. The news came out. Angola trembled up and down, even international public opinion. The news of this sudden spread was caught off guard. The change in things is completely beyond the expectations of everyone. Not long after, several senior generals of Angola unified their opinions, supported the change of Mbo, and elected the interim management. Subsequently, Mbo appeased the protesters on the television broadcast and called for the opposition to return to the negotiating table to resolve the incident peacefully. Mr. Lyric, Mbo video call. I hope the two sides will negotiate. Momi received the news and looked at Lyric next to him. Talk to them, our purpose has been reached. Lyric's mouth showed a smile and stood up. I am going with you. Although Momi is an organization, there are very few people who know the specific plans in the organization. Momi does not know the identity of Mbo, and this reaction is normal. What conditions should we mention? When the two went to the camp communication site, Momi asked and he wanted to end the dispute, because their purpose has been reached. They have already gained great benefits, and the organization should reward him. Public execution of Vazorian, or other conditions. What conditions to ask? Not too much. Lyric laughed. Mbo is also their own person. Now the two sides are negotiating. They are all led by the organization, and they are just doing it. The two entered the communication center and everyone looked at Momi and Lyric. They knew that Leroy was the one who controlled the whole situation behind the scenes. So he looked at Lyric and looked with respect. Click on the video. Momi spoke. When I got the order, the technician in charge of the communication opened the communication video, and it was Mbo's appearance of keeping the scum, wearing military uniform. Very majestic. Lyric and Mbo are smiling across the screen, just have a camera, and outsiders don't know what they are. Their plans are nearing success, and as long as the pretend negotiations are completed, they will be able to dominate the entire Angola, and God will not know it. Wasolan has been controlled by us. The struggle is no longer necessary. Can we talk back to the negotiating table? Mbo spoke to Momi. Marching Ant Headquarters, Building 1. Shenmo is optimizing the design of the 3D printer, Angola's dispute. He only took a look at the news during this time, feeling that another country is in chaos. Those things have nothing to do with him, so he did not pay too much attention to the research and design of 3D printers. With the help of the Ink Girl, and the technical foundation developed in the early stage, plus the complete technical information of the 3D printer, the research is going very smoothly. When he personally confirms the final details, he can start making 3D printers. The Ink Girl stood quietly, watching Shenmo concentrate on research, very quiet. Suddenly, the Ink Girl slammed her head and interrupted Shenmo's research. Mergo. Well, what? Shenmo stopped and asked. I found the whereabouts of the person who kidnapped Dorovitz, said the Ink Girl. Well, Shenmo was suspicious and said, Where is he? He was concerned about the kidnapping of Dolowitz because he was there. And it was later confirmed that Dolowitz was kidnapped by RS and studied the special effects of the VFV virus. The VFV bioterrorism and Zauminitz were infected with the virus and almost went wrong. All along, he asked the Ink Girl to pay attention to the whereabouts of the person, but the other party did not seem to appear in front of the networked camera. It should be hiding somewhere. Did not come out, so the Ink Woman did not find each other but found it today. Here, he appeared in Angola's video against the armed and military negotiations. The Ink Girl transferred the video of the negotiations between the two sides. This is interesting. Chen Mo looked at the video calls of both parties and was slightly surprised. People all over the world understand in their hearts that Angola is opposed to armed weapons and ammunition assistance from Westerners and has an interest exchange with Western countries. As a result, the opposition to armed forces is related to the RS organization, and it may also be the power of RS organization control. At the beginning, the RS organization used the VFV virus to cause serious social panic in Western countries. What is the relationship between the two parties now? Reconciled? Impossible, causing such a large-scale terrorist death, far-reaching, and significant losses, even in the North American and European countries. Even if it is a fool, it is impossible to let go of the RS organization. The only explanation is that Western countries do not know that opposition to armed forces is related to the RS organization, so they are assisted. If the Western countries know that the people they help are trying to kill their enemies, what expression will those people be? Chen Mo thought of the expression of those people who vomited blood and madness, with a smile on their faces. Closely monitor all of them, of important news, and explain to me at any time. Chen Mo thought about it and continued, show me the information of this person and the information of relatives and friends who contacted him. The unrest in Angola is a conspiracy, which can be seen by people with a clear eye. If it is not done well, it is planned by RS. Behind this person, there must be a higher host in the planning. He is just an executor. Although this person has lived in Africa for a long time without a networked camera, unable to monitor the people he has recently contacted, but does not rule out the traces of his friends and relatives around him. No one can do the perfection without any traces, especially in this information explosion era. The RS organization has no direct hatred with him, but the last time the VFV virus has spread to Zauminitz, it is already enemies, and no one can guarantee that there will be no next time. This anti-human organization is always a scourge. This kind of organization, exposing one person, not catching the people behind, will definitely make a comeback. Therefore, Chen Mo still decided to take a look at it, find out the host behind it. Chapter 483, What is the character? Angora. After the call was over, Mermi looked at Lyric and asked, when this peace talk, who do we push to management? In a picture, Lyric said about their default candidates. Do you want to keep armed? Retaining the armed forces should not be possible. Lyric shook his head. There is no need to keep, our purpose has been reached, and the next person who comes up must be ours. In case this is a conspiracy, Mbo repents. No, we still have a backhand. They don't dare to repent, Lyric said. He did not say that Mbo is their own person, and staying armed is the same. Then I am going to prepare for negotiations now. With the guarantee of Lyric, Mermi is relieved. With Mbo's custody of Vazaran and Dansky, the people of Angola, under the propaganda of the media and TV broadcasts, finally gave up the protests and the people began to calm down. The situation in Angola is getting better. Installed. Not long after, the people who opposed the armed forces and the military reported that the two sides had ceased fire and conducted peace talks. When the news came out, the United Nations expressed its strong welcome and answered the fastest application speed. It dispatched a mediation team to Angola to help lead the peace negotiations between the two sides. The United States and Europe and other countries subsequently issued comments, hoping that peace talks can be carried out in the interests of respecting Angola's domestic interests, with opposition to armed forces and the formation of interim management to ensure that Angola will not harm Angola before the election of new leaders. The human rights of the people of Gora. When the news came out, international public opinion was in vain. At this time, it is unreasonable to release such public support for opposing the armed forces. When the two sides confronted each other, the United States and Europe and other countries privately sold weapons to oppose the armed forces, which is already very shameful. Due to the international public opinion against Vasseron, there is also a party that seems to be a justice against the armed forces. Many countries only talk orally, and there is no fierce remarks. Everyone understands. Now that the United States and Europe have made such a request and openly support the opposition to the armed forces, is it necessary to break the negotiations? Some journalists and commentators have to analyze their relevant remarks with ulterior motives. However, the outside world is accustomed to these behaviors. Apart from the ridicule of news commentators and the public on the internet, others have not said much. They just hope that Angola's negotiations will proceed smoothly and avoid another war. Soon, the negotiations between the two sides began smoothly. Under the witness of the United Nations mediation team, the two sides announced the success of the negotiations after the fierce negotiations, opposing the armed forces to the military's request, disbanding the armed forces, but to lead the formation of the interim management, requesting the pardon of all crimes of the armed forces, and releasing all the faction members arrested by Vasseron to try Vasseron. The military promised to oppose the armed conditions, not to pursue all the crimes of the defected soldiers. The soldiers can return to the original team or choose to retire, giving the opposition's interim management the dominance until the new president is elected. The faction of Vasseron is the largest faction in Angola. In this struggle, Mbo changed his section and detained all the core personnel of the faction. The loss was heavy. Now there is not even one that has a countertop. In this struggle, the opposition has achieved a lot of prestige in the peaceful settlement of disputes. This means that in the next election, there will be no party at all, and they will be able to compete with them. The next president, 90% will fall on them. The two sides seem to be negotiating. Only a few people know that this negotiation is just a way of doing it. It is actually talking to itself. Both sides got the answers they wanted. The negotiations were successful, and the peaceful settlement of disputes cheered Angola. Their country is already on the verge of war, and the two sides are calm and free from the scourge of war. This result has won the favor and support of all the people. In particular, the opposition is willing to give up the armed decision and let all the media in Angola praise it for the country. The reputation of the opposition also reached a climax and became the new largest faction in Angola. International countries also welcomed this result. Not long after, the opposition announced that it would replace the internal position of the interim president and lead the establishment of the Angolan Interim Government Department. After the internal chart was put on the stage, the first thing was to go to the only area where the battle was victimized, to compensate and condolence the civilians in the war, and then to compensate the soldiers in the battle, to appease the people and promise to increase employment income. A series of actions, under the hype of Angora media. The goodwill of the inside picture in the hearts of ordinary people has risen rapidly. The elections in Angola did not begin, and the MAP has become the most popular candidate. Everything seems to have settled down, and Angola is slowly calming down, preparing for an early election. Presidential Palace of Angola. A man in a suit sits in the office of the president, and he is very angry. He is the new interim presidential MAP. At this time, the inside picture, the bright smile of the face lingering, as if younger. This is the highest power position of Angola, and it was once the place he dreamed of, and now he is the master here. Thinking of the person who made him sit in this position, the inside picture was awed and admired, and there was some fear. When the picture inside was happy, the office door opened and Lyric walked in. Coming, the inside picture has a smile on his face, as if he has seen friends for many years. How does this position feel? Uncomfortable? Lyric sat down inside the picture and did not regard it as the president's office. Not bad. It's all your credit. The smile on the inside of the picture is always gone. You called me over. What's the matter? Lyric entered the topic. I want to see you with my husband. Can you contact my husband once? The inside figure smashed his hand, with hope in his eyes. He is one of the people who know the inside story, and the person who controls it is the gentleman behind him. As long as Redman has a word in this position, he will be replaced immediately, so he still needs to see Mr. to be loyal. However, Mr.'s whereabouts have always been mysterious, and there are not many people who can contact him. All he knows is Lyric. I asked. Lyric nodded, taking out an encrypted satellite phone from his pocket and dialing a number. Sir, I am Lyric. Well, say. There was a thick voice coming from the phone. The inside picture says I want to see you. The two did not know that their conversation was being monitored. At the headquarters of the army ants, Chen Mo is in the laboratory, listening to the dialogue between the two sides quietly. In the simultaneous translation of the Ink Girl, the two people will talk and listen to each other. The map of the Ink Girl shows that the addresses of the two calls are in Angola. One is at the presidential palace, the voice of Lyric, and the other on a private island by the sea in Angola. Satellite images show that there is a luxury villa on the island. The gentleman behind the scenes should be inside. Mr. Lyric said that listening to the tone of respect should be the behind-the-scenes planner of Angola's turmoil. The new interim president of Angola wants to see this mysterious gentleman. It seems that the water inside is particularly deep. This person is indeed very good. Ink Girl, save their call recordings. Lyric entered and exited the surveillance video of the presidential palace, and saved it, and asked me to investigate the owner of the island and the villa. Chen Mo looked at the holographic projection island floating in front of him. This call seemed to make him find the behind-the-scenes black hand to control it. He wants to see what a crazy person is, who is planning a VFV bioterror and manipulating a country. Chapter 484, Killing People with a Knife. All the information was found. After the Ink Girl finished, on the transparent LCD screen in front of Chen Mo, the information he needed appeared. Seeing the information, Chen Mo's eyelids jumped. Psychologists, entrepreneurs, veterans, businessmen, lawyers, 5 different identities, 4 different names, passports and identities in 4 different countries. The hairstyle of each photo is different. If it is not the image recognition of the Ink Woman's face, Chen Mo can't recognize it at first sight. These 4 people are the same person. Chen Mo roughly browsed through 4 materials, with complete identity information and social information. The 4 materials have one thing in common. They are lonely and have lost their loved ones, only friends. Chen Mo saw one of the materials. Wade Hector, born in Africa. His father took him to the United States, was sent to the Middle East, participated in the Gulf War, got U.S. citizenship, retired from business, is now a businessman, and engaged in international trade. There are 3 other identities, all of which have a complete experience. The archives from small to large are complete, and the information of relatives and friends is complete, even in the archives of the U.S. service period. Even Chen Mo is not sure which one is his true identity. Now a long list of names in Angola, called Redman Carl Cobos. The information shows that Angola is an entrepreneur and the island is a private island bought from the official. How do you find 4 identities? Chen Mo asked. Ink Woman checked the identity of the owner of the island, found the facial information of his photo, and found the information through the image recognition of the facial information. Said the Ink Girl. Chen Mo nodded slightly. Basically, this person is the person behind the scenes. I don't know how long this plot has been laid out. In such a short time, Angora will be secretly controlled. This person is also a powerful person. This person is too cautious and is still behind the scenes. If it is not the discovery of the Ink Girl, I am afraid it is really difficult to find this character. I am afraid that even Redman did not expect that someone could easily monitor their encrypted satellite phone and quickly find his hidden identity. The only thing that the Ink Girl did not find now is the news about Dorowitz. This is the RS organization, privately developing biological weapons. There must be a biological research institute. He let the Ink Girl monitor for so long, and did not find the location of the institute. The other party does not use smart devices, and is not exposed to the camera. The Ink Girl can't see the specific situation. Continue to monitor them. Of news to contact me. Chen Mo. After reading the information, Ink Female, in the next 2 days, the Ink Girl did not monitor too much movement, and Lyric was in contact with some members, and Mr. Ederman summoned the news of all of them. However, Chen Mo's gains are not small. This time it was not just to see the inside picture, but Ridman decided to see the core figures involved in the plan. With the exposure of individual personnel, the core members of this mysterious organization also appeared in the hands of Chen Mo. There may be some hidden members, but that is not what Chen Mo cares about. According to the information he has obtained, members of this organization have already taken control of the Angolan military. Mubo, a member of the coup, is one of them, and Mekhani. Chen Mo also finally knows the reason for the smooth negotiation between the two sides, and it is entirely his own people to negotiate with their own people. On the third day, members of these organizations finally got a move. In the presidential palace of Angola, a commercial vehicle entered the gate through security inspection, and 4 people were inside the car. Headed by Mermi, Lyric followed behind him, and on the right side of Mermi was a woman with a black rose on her face. Under the cover of her hair, the outsiders could not see it. On his left is a middle-aged man with glasses and a briefcase. Outsiders seem to be the assistant of Mermi. Only they know that this is the big man behind the scenes, Mr. Ridman. In the conference hall of the prefecture, nearly 10 people including the inner map were gathered. This is where they meet. At this point everyone is waiting quietly, ready to have champagne, and look like they are ready to celebrate the success of their plan. The people on the field talked from time to time to celebrate the success of their plans. When everyone was happy, the door of the hall opened, led by Ederman, Lyric and the Poison Rose on both sides, and Mermi followed behind. Everyone in the hall looked serious and looked at Ridman's eyes with a strong awe. It is this man who allows them to have the status of one person today, above 10,000 people, and to control a country. Mr. takes the picture inside, and everyone bowed to Ridman. Okay. Ridman glanced around and nodded slightly, stepping to the top position. Unfortunately, it's a pity. In the laboratory, Chen Mo, through the monitoring equipment outside the Angolan presidential palace, which he passed back from the Ink Girl, can see everyone who entered the presidential palace. Today, the members of this organization have gathered together and seem to be celebrating the success of the plan. Unfortunately, after entering the presidential palace, he could not know what was going on inside, because there were no connected cameras and recording equipment in the hall where those people were located. Ink Girl, organize all the information about this organization. Show me, Chen Mo said. Okay. The Ink Girl nodded slightly, and a packet appeared on the transparent LCD screen around Chen Mo. Inside is Chen Mo's time. Let the Ink Girl monitor the collected information about the RS organization, which contains information on the core members of the organization, including the personnel in the presidential palace in Angola, as well as video and recording of the call. According to Chen Mo, this organization is not called Death Organization. The Organization of Death is just a fictional organization in VFV bioterrorism. The conspirators of Ridman, in order to get the funds for the activities, are really omnipotent. Such people are very dangerous and terrifying. Chen Mo started to organize these packages a little. He removed some of the data he could monitor the communications network and the video network, leaving only information that would prove that Ridman and Lyric were members of the RS organization. Otherwise, the transmission of such information will definitely expose the fact that he can monitor the global communication network. The madness of Ederman and others is too horrible. This dangerous organization must not be kept, even if he is not a savior. At this time, it is still necessary to do something. But the premise is that he can't expose this thing to him, otherwise he will bring him big trouble. After sorting out the information, Chen Mokai said, Ink Girl, you send this part of the information to MI6, as well as the US intelligence agency, the French intelligence agency. Although it is very uncomfortable for Western countries, they seem to be the best choice to get rid of this organization. With the knife killing, this scene must be very happy, Chen Mo thought badly. The VFV virus broke out in those countries, and the two sides are equally bloody. With such information, those countries will definitely kill these people by any means. Since the information has already been exposed, under the absolute strength, it will be conspiring again. Also, this information is also sent to the Domestic Intelligence Department and the Russian Security Bureau. Do not leave any traces. Chen Muzing seriously. After all, it is a dangerous person. If you have such information, there will be at least some precautions. The more countries know this information, at least know what is going on inside. It has been sent successfully, leaving no traces, said the ink girl. That's right, now is the time to work. You continue to optimize some of the design details of the 3D printer. I should go home and continue to study tomorrow. Chen Mo looked at the time, took the ink girl to leave the laboratory. The information was sent out. Next, he made a melon to eat and waited for a good show. Chapter 485. That group of idiots come back. Xiaoyu saw Chen Mo and Mo Nuo go home, holding a small unparalleled welcoming, his face full of smiles, obviously in a good mood. Is there any happy event? Chen Mo saw Xiaoyu's smile, his mood relaxed, and the tiredness of a tired day dissipated a lot. This, Xiaoyu holding a small unparalleled looked at Chen Mo. I saw the small unparalleled open hands. The appearance of Chen Mo hugged. Hey, hey, the little unparalleled called too, very clear. The small voice made Chen Mo froze, and his face instantly burst into a pleasant smile. Xiaoyu is already full of ages, is learning to walk, is also in the stage of learning the language. The previous voice was not so clear, a bit fuzzy. I didn't expect it to be so clear today. Chen Mo took the small unparalleled in the small fisherman's hand. The feeling of exhaustion disappeared instantly, and gently kissed her cute little face. Seems to be itched. Chen Mohuai's little unparalleled smile is more joyful. And next to the ink girl, I saw the smile of the family, and then laughed and reached out and teased the little unparalleled. Thank you. Chen Mo also kissed the head of the small fishing forehead. He is usually in the company. The time at home is only at night and in the morning. The little unparalleled is a small fisherman. He is not so clear, but he will call his father first. Feeling the feeling of Chen Mo's joy, Xiaoyu's face floated with a sweet smile. It seems that this kiss is the best reward for her. If you want to thank me, send me a bunch of flowers tomorrow. Nothing. Chen Muzen's head, Xiaoyu, smiled. No interest. No interest. Eat first. Xiaoyu led Chen Mo and Mo Nu, and walked back to the dining room. Lina walked into the CIA headquarters in a hurry, and her face was not very good. It is still early in the morning, it is rare to sleep once and feel safe, and the assistant calls, wakes her up from her dreams and says she receives a very important piece of information. With a sly sleepy eye, she immediately rushed over. Now that my heart is full of energy, if it is not important information, she will definitely let the go to sweep all the toilets of the CIA. Entering the intelligence office, her assistant greeted her and led her to a computer. Only a few members on duty, seeing Lena come over, consciously let road open. This is an anonymous person sent to us. The technician who stood in front of the computer said, the other party has hidden the address and can't find any information. The information inside is about the members of the RS organization. When I heard the members of the RS organization, Lina's getting up and anger disappeared, and her brain was sober. Open it and show it to me. According to Lina, the technician opened the data package. The data package has been unpacked and no virus has been found. Seeing the information inside, Lina's face was black as never before, and the body was constantly shaking. Anger, annoyance, gnashing teeth, all kinds of emotions. In this document, several people are very clear. Angola was pushed to the interim presidential map. Military personnel Mbo, Makani, and their recently contacted armed leader Murmi. These people are members of the RS organization. When they overthrew Vazaran, they also gave the other party a lot of weapons support, or they were dominated by the CIA. This means that they give their arms to their enemies at the price of cabbage and help them control Angora. If this information is true, they will make a big international joke, be laughed at by countless peers, and it will be an indelible shame in the history of their intelligence. However, the information is very clear, with the clue of the kidnapping of Lyrik of Dorovitz. And Dorovitz has been confirmed, is the RS organization kidnapping, to do research related to VFV virus. This Lyrik was a member of the RS organization. The video showed that it was in Sweden at the time. If it was not marked, they did not pay attention to this detail. Later, and Murmi appeared in the video negotiated with Mbo. There is absolutely no such coincidence. There is also a recording of their calls, as well as Mr. Ederman behind him, the planner behind all the moves, the top leader of the RS organization. Based on his experience in intelligence, this information is very complete, and it is almost certain that the information is true. The overthrow of Vazalan's incident is a conspiracy that can be seen by the discerning eye, and the people of Angola can be fooled, but it is impossible for them to be high level. The only thing she didn't expect was that it was the action that the RS organization was doing behind the scenes. They indirectly helped the enemy. The uncomfortable feeling made her anger in her heart and almost fainted. Set the data to the highest secret, Lina said with a black face. She seems to hear the unscrupulous ridicule of all the world's peers echoing in her ears, thinking about the consequences of the exposure, so that she is angry. Lina did not guess wrong. In the Russian security service, it was indeed a joy. Ha ha ha. That group of idiots, who helped and have their own vengeance, took control of Angola. This is definitely the most ridiculous thing in the history of intelligence. That group of idiots, nailed to the column of shame, is not enough. Ha 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 ha. I can imagine that this information is exposed, the ridicule from the whole world, and the appearance of the idiots hysterically vomiting blood, must be more refreshing than the foaming of the teeth. Ha 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 ha. They all know in the intelligence community that countries such as the United States and Europe have greatly supported the opposition during the chaotic period in Angola, and have also created public opinion, pressure and sanctions on the Vazaran authorities internationally. It turned out that people who oppose the armed forces, as well as those who are in the military, have members of the RS organization. They are enemies who want to eat meat and drink blood. What the United States and Europe help, is to let their country lose countless organizations. Being played with a group, he is still stupid to help the enemy control Angola. The most shameful and most humiliating thing in the history of intelligence is about to be updated. Well, this information is set to be top secret. There was a schadenfreude on Lev's face. He laughed so much because he was the director, and he wanted to maintain his image, but he was not happy. Based on their experience, it is almost certain that this information is true. What do we do? Asked the deputy next to Liuf. You are responsible for this. Send people to stare at these people. Don't scream at the snakes. Don't do anything to them. The idiots will start. Liafu said. Do the idiots know this information? VFV virus incident. We are only being hit. We have little relationship with us. We all receive the information. The mysterious person who sent the information will definitely send them information. If you are worried that they have not received it, you can find a way to send it. They let their dog bite the dog. Ha ha. Liafu smiled very refreshedly, and laughter took gloating. The hardest hit areas of the VFV virus are not here, but in North America and Western Europe. Now that we know this information, countries such as North America and Western Europe will definitely find ways to kill the RS organization. Anyway, they must have a good show. They can't get through with the US and Europe. If there is something else and this information, they don't mind creating trouble for the US and Europe. But in the case of the RS organization, the positions of all countries are the same. The bioterrorism caused by the VFV virus has touched the bottom line of all countries, leaving a shadow to the world. This kind of anti-human organization is not worth doing, and it will be very troublesome to get involved. Chenmo's information was sent out, and some people were happy that some people were angry. In countries such as the United States and Europe, those who learned the information were almost angry with their hair. The unrelated country, on the other side, succumbed to the fun of eating melons. But everyone chose tacit understanding and did not disclose it. This information allows them to react quickly and look at Ridman. Behind this man, it is easy to manipulate all these events, and it is very skillful to use all kinds of conspiracy methods, knowing how to use the human heart and using external forces. If this is a person, it is definitely a talent. But this crazy character is an ambitious person. This is definitely the most dangerous person to date. The parties that have received the information have not guessed who the person who sent them the information. The only person who is likely to get such detailed information is the core staff within the RS organization. The members of the RS organization, apart from the people on the data, did not know that there were others. On the day of receiving the information, the leaders of the United States, Britain, France and other countries immediately called. On the same day, several national leaders reached a consensus, and a survey and hunting operation against Ridman was quietly prepared. Chapter 486, Angel's Sword Action. 1 month, everything was calm. Angola domestic. On the inside chart, after serving as interim president, the localities gradually stabilized and restored their original lives. In addition to changing to a temporary president, there seems to be no change in other things in life, just preparing for the upcoming election. The outside world did not start to pay attention to Angola, but it was only superficial. The information sent by Chen Mo, the world's top secret agents, has quietly entered Angola, and his eyes gathered on Ridman and other members. Angola, on the yacht not far from the island. Ridman sat on the deck with a fishing rod and thought in the eyes. Now that the internal map is on the stage, Angola has begun to stabilize. Everything is going according to his plan, and Angola has fallen into his control. It's hard to complete a big event for a while, so I picked it up today and let it go. Sir, when will our next goal begin? The Poison Rose came out of the cabin and stood next to Ridman, his face still indifferent. Wait for another 2 months. That thing hasn't finished yet. Ridman said faintly, without any urgency. The palm of his hand was quietly holding the rod. What should I do if I have not succeeded after 2 months? Like Ridman said to her last time, studying this thing, maybe tomorrow, maybe 10 years of progress. They can't wait forever. If you don't succeed, then consider the next plan. If the study is completed, the next plan can do more with less. Ridman said, continue to focus on the boom in his hand. The two did not know that in the fishing boats not far from them, some people were watching them with a telescope. Evan looked at Ridman on the deck of the yacht with a pleasant smile on his face. It's been a month since I came here. But he didn't dare to go to the island. He could only use the cover of a yacht or a fishing boat to observe it at a certain time every day, or to detect the island villas through spy satellites. From the information, the other party is a cautious old fox, buying an island at sea. Outsiders cannot easily detect his whereabouts, nor close to monitoring. There are no high-rise buildings around the island, and it is easy to expose the target near the monitoring, and it is impossible to see the situation on the island. This is a private territory and I don't know if the island is equipped with monitoring. However, with the personality of the other side, the island must have a variety of surveillance cameras. If you rush to the island, if you are stunned by the other side, all your efforts will be in vain, and you want to find each other again. And you don't know when. Various restrictions have caused great trouble for them to collect intelligence. They tried every means to confirm whether Ridman lived on the island, but they could not be determined 100%. I didn't expect to see the other side going out to rest and fishing today. This is definitely a big gain. Make sure the other person lives on the island and implement their killing plan. I didn't even think about it. Evan took a few photos and saw the information sent back. CIA headquarters. Cooper took a piece of information and photos and walked quickly toward the director's office. He is one of the senior intelligence analysts of the CIA. From the information of the mysterious person, the Bureau asked him to be responsible for the intelligence analysis of the RS organization. During this time, they spared no effort in searching for information about Riederman and RS, and conducted a comprehensive analysis of intelligence to determine the authenticity of the information. The final conclusion is that the information is true. Riederman is the master behind the RS organization, and the information sent by the mysterious person has a direct or indirect relationship with Riederman. The information was confirmed, and all of them were brought to heart. All intelligence activities were carefully guarded so as not to be noticed and let the other party run away. They have determined that the luxury villa on the island is Riederman. For a month, they used various methods to confirm whether Riederman lived in this villa. But from the intelligence they got, the other party only had a probability of about 70% and lived on the island. Because they simply can't control each other's whereabouts, they don't really see the faces of people who live in them. That person is more cautious than they think. No one can be sure whether he lives in it or not. Originally, they were not completely sure. They were also prepared to venture into the island to hunt. I did not expect that today. It is good news. Knocking on the door of the director's office, Cooper handed the photos and information in his hand to Lina, the secretary. Mr. 100% sent back important information and photographed Riederman fishing near the island. When I saw the photo, Lina Huo stood up and finally smiled on her frowning face. After confirming that Mermi and others were members of the RS organization, the president took her to a head and ordered her to immediately collect the most complete information in order to hunt Riederman and not allow any mistakes. For the past month, all her work has been focused on investigating the RS organization. The news I got was that I was not sure that the other person lived on the island. Originally, the president thought about it, that is, he couldn't really be sure, and he had to take a risk. I didn't expect to confirm the news now. Riederman lived on the island, and their actions could be without any scruples. Are you confirmed? Confirmed, it is Riederman. Lina grabbed the materials and photos, and her face was a hard smile. Good job, send the information to Washington. Openhigh City, it is already 10 o'clock in the evening. Xiao Yu took a small unparalleled sleep. Chen Mo did not use the habit of sleeping so early. At this time in the studying the data of 3D printer. The design of the 3D printer has been completed and is being manufactured with the previously accumulated manufacturing base. In addition to some specific parts, the production of parts for other printers is not much of a problem. But before the 3D printer is used successfully, he can't relax. As long as the 3D printer is successfully manufactured, only the medical field is left, and the authority for the next stage is close. Mirko, the CIA took photos of Riederman's fishing and confirmed that he lived on the island. Just Washington has issued an order to prepare for the Angel's Sword action to hunt Death Riederman. Accompanied by Chen Mo, the ink girl sitting suddenly opened her mouth. Well, finally there is a movement. Chen Mo was interrupted, somewhat surprised. He has sent information about Riederman to those countries, and it has been a month. He knows that all countries have sent agents to Angola, but they have been investigating and confirming that they have not done so. Knowing the existence of the dangerous character of Riederman, and having a revenge with them, there is no doubt that those countries will unscrupulously kill Riederman. So Chen Mo has been waiting to watch the show. Now, this wonderful drama is about to be staged. Now, Riederman doesn't know that he has been targeted, and there aren't too many accidents. Under those people's unscrupulous calculations, Riederman is unlikely to escape. Is it time to determine the action? Chen Mo asked. At 8:30 tomorrow morning, Angola time is 1:30 in the morning, and at 7:30 p.m. on the 19th, Washington time. Chapter 487, Hunting begins early the next morning. Chen Mo got up early, washed and had breakfast. Today, There is a good show. The United States dispatched a commando team to hunt Reed Ehrman. He waited for more than a month in this scene and finally waited today. Are you so eager? Xiaoyu looked at Chen Mo with some surprise. In her understanding, Chen Mo has always been calm, not an acute person, and today is somewhat different from usual. It's a bit of a thing. I need to go early. I will come back to accompany you and my unparalleled in the evening, Chen Mo said. Good. Xiaoyu did not ask much, slightly helped Chen Mo to sort out the clothes and watched him and the ink girl leave. Arrived at the company's #1 building, only 8:20, has not officially started. Chen Mo found a seat to sit, waiting for the opening of the show. They set off. The ink girl projected the live broadcast of the picture onto the screen in front of Chen Mo. This is a live video of the camera on the head of the American commando team. Through the live broadcast signal, it is transmitted back to Washington and the CIA. Chen Mo is also fortunate to share this first perspective. But now the commando is still on the plane, seeing the black lacquered picture. There is not much light. The good show has not really started. Chen Mo has already done well in his seat. If there is watermelon at the moment, it is a typical appearance of eating melons. If you let outsiders see the appearance of Chen Mo, he must not want to kill him. Like Chen Mo, watching the live broadcast, there are a lot of high-level people in the United States. At this time, the special atmosphere of the White House is surrounded by the public. In addition to Trump, there are vice presidents, secretary of state, defense chief, general staff, naval officer, presidential security advisor, director of the White House office, chief anti-terrorist commander, national intelligence director, etc., including the commander-in-chief of the commander of video transmission. A dozen people in the room. It seems a bit crowded. They all got relevant information about Reedman. It was learned that Reed Ehrman was the leader of the RS organization, and all the secret departments actively cooperated and prepared for this action through a series of documents and agreements. At this time, in the special room, there was no such a relaxed mood as Chen Mo. Everyone was concentrating on the screen and his face was dignified. Everyone is anxiously waiting. But the plane has not yet arrived, and the action has not yet begun. How long does it take to reach the destination? Trump crossed the fingers and placed them between the legs. It takes about 40 minutes. The intelligence officer answered his question. Afterwards, the special room was once again quiet, and everyone looked at the documents on the table from time to time. This matter is related to their facial problems, and now they are more or less worried about the problem of action. The same picture also appeared in the CIA headquarters command center. Lina stared at the live picture, and under the calm appearance, the palms were unconsciously tied together. This is her shameful action. If the commando team can't kill the other party, then she will leave a shame that she can't get rid of it. And the consequence is that she has to roll down from this position. Aid to the RS organization. If this matter is exposed, they will become the world's laughingstock. If the operation is successful, their aid actions can also be known as the name, investigation, lead the snake out of the hole. And this plan may also be written into textbooks. But if they fail, they will be nailed to the shame column for future generations to laugh at. The CIA has withstood the crisis of the last clown organization leaking the list of secret agents. It just came out of the shadows. If this problem occurs again, the blow to the CIA morale is also ruined. She cannot afford such costs and consequences. So she can only pray in her heart, the commando team can succeed this time, and then they can also get rid of other members of the RS organization. Live on the plane of the plane. Grant half squinted, sitting quietly, no one talking on the plane. Most of the players were already asleep. All of them have experienced the rain of bullets. Every member of the team has a strong heart. At this time, they can still fall asleep. The headset stays silent, Grant knows, and then the final battle. For today's action, their team has been practicing for nearly a month. The target information they have seen many times, the planner behind VFV bioterrorism, the planner behind the chaos of Angola. These two items are enough to illustrate the horror and threat of the target. To ensure that nothing was lost, They sent 4 Black Hawk helicopter gunships and 4 team members came over. The 2 groups of players are responsible for supporting the team to prevent the other party from escaping from the sea. The 2 teams are responsible for landing the island and launching the action. The team where Grant is located is the team that hunts the target. The plan was to drop off, as the airborne squad appeared, and the other party was caught off guard. The target is on an isolated island. Unless the other side has a submarine, it is difficult to fly the wings. It is almost certainly the best in the middle. But what they need is 0 casualties to complete the task. Flying over the border. 1 minute to prepare. The sound from the earphones awakened the quiet cabin, and the cabin that was originally silent was beginning to appear. Everyone is checking their equipment and rope problems. Grant placed the fast-falling device and confirmed that the rope and the downhill were tightly connected and the thimble was snapped into place. When the crew just opened the cabin door, everyone felt a breeze blowing. Grant grabbed the rope and managed to pry the body out of the hatch to see what was going on outside. The sea was shrouded in the night, only the wind. No other movements, no lights. Looking out into the distance, the outline of an island appears in front of Grant. Under the night, there is no light, and the island is like a behemoth crouching on the sea. This time should be the most dead time to sleep. See the island, Grant said. Slowly approaching the island, Grant began to prepare, and once he reached his destination, he would have to drop. The sniper next to the front door of his front is already ready to cover the scene. All the players in the cabin recovered to a quiet state and began to wait for the plane to reach the scheduled location to hover and drop. As the plane approached slowly, the air seemed to be tense. Far away, thousands of miles away, the White House Special Service Room, the people on the field looked at the live broadcast of the pictures. Hands clasped unconsciously. They have determined that the target island is close at hand. Time flies 1 second and 1 second, the atmosphere is tense and exploding, everyone's breathing is holding, and the atmosphere does not dare to breathe. The only 2 female executives on the field, whose heartbeats are in the eyes of the blind, have been licking their mouths, for fear that they will make any sound. On the other side of the plane, all the players' headsets remained silent, and the surroundings were quiet and terrible. Only the low propeller sound of the plane echoed in the night sky. Even the night is full of murder. Soon, the plane entered the island, and Grant's body once again explored the cabin, overlooking the ground, waiting for the pilot to arrive at the scheduled location. He would not hesitate to drop. I have seen the outline of the villa. Upon arriving at the villa, the helicopter pilot hovered directly. Arrival location. Action. Determine the arrival position. Grant has long waited for a long time to give orders, jump out of the hatch, and quickly fall toward the courtyard of the villa. Chapter 488. Death Plan. Tuman is on duty in the villa, patiently watching the movement around him. With him, I want a buddy. One night, 10 members watched the night and split into 2 teams. The 3 are in the surveillance room, the others are outside, and there are 3 hunting dogs. Grandmas, I feel that I owe millions of mosquitoes tonight, and I have to bite me. A member of the team couldn't help but complain, and slaps from time to drive away the mosquitoes. Thank you for a long time, it will be more than 3 hours, and we can rest well. This night shift is really difficult. After a while, the headset sent a voice of lack of spirit. You are quite spirited. I lost sleep last night, watched the night today, and now I feel that I have lost half life. This weather, mosquitoes are more. Hey, it is terrible. Follow mister, this bitterness should be no problem. The door opened, and a cigarette was ignited, and the gods were handed over to the players next to them. Mister is really strong, can follow the gentleman, is my greatest honor. The headset sent a voice of worship. At this time, in the early hours of the morning, the players were more or less exhausted. The sky is covered with clouds and the stars and the moon are not seen. There is no light. The only thing that can barely see clearly is the outline of the big tree outside the villa. After a simple chat, the headset is quiet again. Now is the time when the human body needs the rest most. Their mental consumption is very serious and people are exhausted. Suddenly, The low voice came. What voice? Have you heard any sounds? Tuman's hand with a cigarette froze and his brow wrinkled. I also heard it. It feels like the wind. Is it still? Are you stupid by mosquitoes? A member of the surveillance room laughed. There is a strange voice. The monitoring room to see if there is any situation? No. The monitoring room team sent a definite answer. The sound of the cockroach is getting bigger and bigger, as if it came from the top of the head. Tuman looked up and saw the helicopter that had hovered overhead. His face changed dramatically. Not good. Enemy. The voice did not fall. A bullet struck, passing through the heart of Tuman. At the moment he fell to the ground, he saw a black shadow falling off the helicopter. Invisible Black Hawk. Seals. The heart flashed through the last thought, and Tuman felt that consciousness was in the dark. Da! Exclamation mark as the door fell. The gunshots pierced the night, spewing fire tongues, and the hounds of the hounds. Not long after, everything became quiet, leaving only the bodies in the pool of blood, as well as the bullets that were not cold. Screening. Cover. Grant directed the team, occupying all the dangerous positions and quickly approaching the villa door. The light of the entire villa lights up and everything around it becomes clearly visible. Boom. Da. The explosion of the grenade and the sound of the guns were connected. Ridman was awakened by the alarm on the bedside, and was shocked and angry. This alarm only sounded when a major threat came. Someone sneaked. Someone actually sneaked. What makes him angry is that someone dares to attack. Hey! When he just woke up, the door opened and the Poison Rose opened the door and ran in with a gun. Ridman subconsciously smashed his pupil and saw that it was a poisonous rose. He put down his gun. What happened? The SEAL Commando's people, the invisible Black Eagle came over. The voice of the Poison Rose with a hint of panic. What? Ridman, who has always been calm, has a somewhat unsteady voice, and his heart is sinking. It's over. He did not think that the SEALs came to attack him. He had hatred with the United States, but it was a fictitious organization that was revenged by the RS controlled by Lyric. It did not exist. According to theory, they did not reveal their identity unless there were traitors in the ranks. Even if there were traitors, they could not know about RS. Lyric could not betray him. He never thought that the one who exposed his identity was Chen Mo, who had never seen him before. Boom! Exclamation mark. The explosion of the door awakened the two. What do you do now? The Poison Rose asked coldly. Do you want to escape? Can't escape. Surprised, Ridman quickly calmed down and shook his head slightly. The SEALs used the invisible Black Hawk to make a surprise attack. Once only one person had this treatment. He was the second one. This is already a certain killing. Only knowing that the RS organization is related to him will there be such a battle, and the Americans cannot let him go. If it is an ordinary enemy, you may be able to escape by boat. It is impossible now. You can go out by boat and die faster. Maybe the whole villa has been surrounded. They have no chance to escape. The other party's action indicates that it has been thoroughly mastered here. He felt that he was not exposed, and he still had no preparations for this kind of raid as usual. Ridman, his eyes were extremely dangerous. His face flashed a hint of gloom and madness, mixed with ruthless indifference. Drops. In another villa in the island, Lyric was awakened by the alarm, saw the source of the alarm, his face changed. His sleepiness disappeared. He hurriedly jumped out of bed, and took a brick from the drawer in the bed. Satellite phone. At this time, the phone is flashing a red alarm. It is not a last resort, and Mr. will not contact him by this phone. There was an accident over the Sur, and Lyric's heart sank. Almost without hesitation, Lyric was connected to the phone. Just turned on. There was a voice of gloom and demise. That was the voice of the gentleman. Starting the death plan. The order from the satellite phone made Lyric's body stiff and his pupils contracted. Just wanted to respond, but there was a blind voice. On the first floor of the marching ant company, Chen Mo's brow was screwed into a ball, and a heart sank. Originally thought that the other party is asking for help. He also wants to see where to contact. Maybe there are important clues. As a result, It was not a distress signal that was heard from Redman. When he heard Redman's instructions, he immediately let the Ink Girl cut off their satellite signals, but it was too late, and the order was sent out and was received. Soon, in front of him, the Ink Girl has released the image of the satellite where the signal is received, or an island. The local area is at night, and it is not really true. It should be the island where the Biological Research Institute he has been looking for. Suddenly he had a bad premonition. Maybe the death plan was related to the Biological Research Institute. No one can guarantee that the death plan in Reedman's mouth is the second bioterrorism plan. In his knowledge of Reederman, the other party is a crazy and unscrupulous person, who will not care about life. It is a hazy madman. And Chenmo also confirmed that the signal was received, as well as the CIA. Lina's face was a bit bad. They received a satellite signal in the villa. They thought it was the other party's distress signal. They could track the specific location of the signal and then smashed the organization. I didn't expect that the signal would suddenly break when it was just turned on for 10 seconds. They can only see the approximate range of the signal and cannot lock the specific location. I am afraid that at the other end of this signal, there is another big secret, which may be related to the biological virus research they have been looking for. Immediately let people check the specific location of that signal. Chapter 489, Not as Dead as Decent. In the villa, after the explosion and the gunshots, the surrounding area became dead. There were only 6 bodies in the lobby on the first floor, and the blood was spilled on the ground. It has not dried up. Several commandos confirmed that the enemy in the hall was annihilated, quickly entered the villa, looking for a dangerous position to cover, clean and neat, without a trace of hesitation. Everyone mentioned the spirit of 12 points. If there is any movement, they will not hesitate to hunt. There are no lines in the movie that do not kill, and everyone keeps quiet and the atmosphere is terrible. The thick smoke and smell in the air is like a murderous agglomeration. Grant is concentrating on the environment in front of him. There are many armed men here, and all of them are trained. Fortunately, I chose a surprise attack. If it is a storm, it is not so easy to come in. The 4th floor is safe. Suddenly there was a voice coming from the headset. It was the second team, coming down from the rooftop and forming a battle for the attack. A group cleaned the basement and prepared to go upstairs. Confirming that all the enemies on the first floor were wiped out, Grant issued an order to walk toward the second floor stairs. Suddenly, when I heard the noise coming from the stairs, Grant's pupils shrank and saw the people who ran out, and did not hesitate to pull the trigger. Boom! The loud noise is like a thunder, which shatters all the windows in the hall on the first floor of the villa. The commandos in the villa are hit by the shockwave, like the autumn wind sweeping the leaves, and the people turn over and sigh, accompanied by a few sighs and mourning. There is a bomb vest. Grant got up from the ground, spit to spit, and groaned his chest. He was a little lucky. The shrapnel was on the bulletproof vest. A member of the team next to him was injured by a stray bullet. At this time, he had fallen to the ground and rolled over. When I heard the bomb vest, all the players fell down with a heart. The haze of the enemy is beyond their imagination. This kind of life-changing way is doomed to the action of the night, and it is impossible to end without peace. Booming! 2 more violent explosions were uploaded from the building. Now the enemy is completely crazy, and their target characters are more sinister and sinister than they think. If they are not careful, they will go to see God. Send the wounded and cover me up. Grant tightened his gun in the face, facing the enemy who was desperate, and even his veteran, he was a little nervous. The second floor of the villa. Reedman sat on the sofa, looking at the corridor in front, calm, and did not have the slightest tension before death. Standing next to him was a poisonous rose, or a black tights, and his expression was as cold as ever. The order has been sent, but the signal is cut off. Reedman is not sure if Lyric has received his order. He can't do anything now, and it is useless to consider it. The guns in the villa gradually became sparse, and the screams and explosions stopped, restoring the silence of silence, leaving the smoke and blood of the mess, and the bodies of the 7. Tia, are you afraid? Reederman asked. I'm not afraid. I am the husband who came back from the heap of the dead. The fate is the gentleman. The poisonous rose said coldly, and the cold-eyed gaze finally showed a hint of emotion. It seemed to recall the scene that followed Ridman from the smoke. Oh, Ridman smiled softly and his eyes fell on the corridor again. I am also a victim of war. If there is a choice, no one wants to go on this road of no return. The poisonous rose is silent, standing quietly, without the fear before death. Both of them knew that they were facing the most elite special forces in the world, surrounded by unprepared, and only to in the end, live or die. Time passed by, and it was completely quiet as the man standing in the corridor fell in a pool of blood. The two saw that a group of well-equipped commandos had entered the hall. Seeing that there were no weapons in their hands, the commandos did not shoot. The live video camera on the top of the team, passing the scenes seen back to Washington and the CIA. Chen Mo also saw this for the first time. When he saw the commando coming in, Reed Ehrman laughed. Since it is impossible to escape, it is better to die decently. No one can judge me, no one can kill me. Ridman laughed with a free and easy, and finally the madness, pressed the button in his hand. Back. The newcomers who came in, saw Ridman's crazy smile, a sense of danger came, no time to shoot, and quickly jumped back. The rear members did not dare to have any hesitation and quickly pushed them into the shelter of the corridor. Boom! Exclamation mark. The explosion shook the night sky and echoed in the sea breeze until it disappeared into the night. The whole world is quiet. After a long time, the dust mixed with the smell of smoke spread out, and the cover of the bunker came out. But when I saw the situation in the hall, I couldn't help but breathe. At this time, it was a mess. The furniture was all scattered. The air was full of smell and smoke smell. In the position of the hall, the wall was pitted, and some flesh and blood fragments were stuck on it, which was extremely terrifying. In the special room of Washington, I saw a live broadcast of the scene, and everyone raised it. Not long after, the camera shakes and sees the situation in the villa again. Some people with poor perception ability, licking their mouths, almost spit them out. The CIA, Lina saw the scene inside the villa, secretly relieved. At least Ridman has died and this action is a victory. The target confirms death and searches for other rooms. Grant glanced at the scene of the lab and began commanding the team members to collect computer hard drives, as well as file information and other required intelligence information. The mission is completed. No one is pleased, because of the mission and the wounded. No one died and 6 people were injured. From the beginning of the action to the end, less than half an hour, the action of the Angel Sword also came to an end. Marching Ant Company, Building 1. Chen Mo also saw the pictures returned in real time. Ridman committed suicide and the hunting operation came to an end, but he was not happy because of the last order of Reed Ehrman. Death plan. He doesn't know what the death plan is. What kind of revenge is the opponent's backhand? Ink girls, pay close attention to their movements. Have any reports? Report to me. Also, there are new infectious diseases in the world. Immediately notify me. Shen Mazen said. Intuition tells him that there is definitely something big to brew. Maybe it is a more terrible plan than VFV bioterrorism. Good. The Ink girl responded. The island where the Institute of Biology is located. Lyric took the satellite phone in his hand and his eyes were unsettled. This communication channel, unless it is a matter of urgency, will not start. Start now. Just said that the start of the death plan, the signal disappears. He was unable to contact him and he is now hesitating. The plan of death is no small matter. It has reached the point of extermination of humanity, and no one will have to give up this order. I am afraid that Mr. has already had an accident. Lyric quickly calmed down, his eyes glaring and decisive. If Mr. has an accident, then he is crazy, and he will be stinking for a long time. Determined, Lyric left the room. Institute of Underground Biology. At this time, at night, all the researchers were resting. In the laboratory, only the disinfected ultraviolet light was shining, and in the transparent laboratory, the experimental body had gone mad. and the atmosphere seemed to be a bit gloomy. Lyric took a dozen players and appeared in the institute. Everyone has a big box in his hand. The atmosphere is strong, and everyone's face is cold. Ready. Lyric moved his fingers and signaled the team to start the action. He himself walked over to a safe. After inputting the password, face recognition, palm print recognition and other multiple verifications, a strain of the arm appears in the safe. The reagent has a blood red color, like the color of the eyes of death. Putting the reagents into the safe, Lyric looked back at the lab and turned away. After 15 minutes, outside the villa, more than a dozen members of the team gathered at the gate of the villa, and the boxes on their hands had disappeared. At various locations in the Institute of Biology, explosives and incendiary bombs have been filled. Let's go. Lyric took the box and walked over to the yacht not far away, pressing the remote control in his hand. Rumble. The deafening explosion came from the research institute below the villa, and they could clearly feel the earthquake at the foot. Then, smoke was transmitted from the institute. Dolly Weitz looked at the fire outside the door, and the cries of the researchers' fears, the relief of his face, and his eyes closed. The underground research institute, all the researchers, survived with the explosion and the fire. Chapter 490, Shenmou's don't run around the world in the last month or two. Why? Zhao Minutes is processing the file and receives a video call from Shenmou. She was a little surprised to see Chen's default appearance. In her impression, Shenmou never slammed her so seriously. These things, you know too much is not good. Take a good rest for a while. Don't run around. I can't even know why. Zhao Minutes asked curiously. You will know soon. Don't run around. Well, anyway, the boss keeps me from working, and there is no reason to disobey. Zhao Minutes promised to come down and couldn't figure out why Shenmou was so serious about her, and didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, that guy wouldn't harm her. I cancelled the itinerary for the next few weeks, just have time to find a small fishing street. You remember to accompany us. Good. Shenmou promised to go shopping with the two, comparable to running a marathon. What is even worse is to take a bunch of things and use him as a coolie. The plan of death is something he is worried about. Intuition tells him that there must be dangerous biological weapons in the hands of the RS organization, because Lyric, the right hand of Reedman, has no news until now. He is also not sure whether the plan has begun. For the United States and Europe and other countries, Reedman would let Zhao Minutes run around the world again. When he was beaten, he regretted it. He is not sure if he can find special effects drugs before the accident, so he must be embarrassed in advance. Hanging up the phone, Shenmou went to the materials laboratory and began to deploy electronic-based inks. The ink-controlled robot is preparing the parts of the printer. The ink is one of the core materials of 3D printing. The information of the technology library has ink formula, so it is not difficult to prepare. When you finish the printer early, you can quickly get the subject of the medical field and complete the task of the technology apprentice stage. The U.S. official announced that the SEALs successfully hunted the leader of the RS organization, Reedman. The news triggered a global sensation. After the VFV bioterrorism, countless people have a natural fear of the RS organization. But until now, no one knows any member of the RS organization. Now the US official suddenly came out to hunt the leader of the RS organization. And the name and photo of the leader of the RS organization was first exposed, called Reedman. This is another milestone in the history of human anti-terrorism. Countless people are jubilant. The CIA and SEALs have also been praised by countless media. After the news broke out, more people were wondering. Reedman was hiding in Angola. That country had just experienced a turbulent incident and had to be delusional. Not long after the news came out, another news came out. A general of the Angora military was demolished, and Vazaran and Ansky were robbed by the apostate soldiers. Immediately after the interim president's internal map disappeared, several generals of the military's high-level generals also fled and disappeared. Angora's heart. Hey! The news pushed the heat of things to another climax. For a time, All kinds of conspiracy conjectures about Angola's turmoil were on the line. In the collective coverage of various media, even more exciting news came out. Vazirhan appeared and announced inside information. The turbulent incident in Angola was a conspiracy planned by Rederman. Diordin was killed by Ridman and the villain was controlled by Rederman. During the civil strife in Angola, the Western countries had aided the rebels and put pressure on Angola, which was actually assisting the RS organization. The news is like an atomic bomb, bombing the global news media. During the civil strife in Angola, Western countries aided against armed forces. This is something that everyone understands. Now the opposition is controlled by the people of the RS organization. And the RS organization is the black hand of VFV bioterrorism. It is almost equivalent to Western countries helping RS organizations to control Angola. It is undoubtedly the most humiliating thing to help your enemies complete conspiracy plans and take over the power of a country. When the news came out, the media's compliment to the CIA became a consistent ridicule, and there were countless people's jealousy. Immediately afterwards, the U.S. official clarified that some agents provided limited assistance to the reactionary armed forces in order to break into the reactionary armed forces and investigate the news of the leader of the RS organization, Diorman and members. In order to prove innocence, the U.S. official once again announced a list of RS members, including Mbo, Makani, and Momi, who have already fled, and also Renik, all members of the RS organization, and issued the list of people. Global Wanted Order. In less than half a day after the Wanted Order was issued, the U.S. official announced that it had already seized Mbo, Momi and Makani from the wanted list. The news reversed, making the media and the people look awkward. Not long after the U.S. official clarified it, on the internet, a person who claimed to be a little sense of justice sent out an intelligence material and sent it to the news media mailboxes of various countries. It is Chen Mo's intelligence materials for various countries about Redman. At the same time, the materials were also distributed, and the information was collected by an internal member of the RS. Because they did not want terrorist organizations to control a country, they only transmitted members' information to intelligence organizations around the world. The intelligence was not obtained by the CIA. Hunting Ridman is just a shame for Western countries to cover up their own aid to the enemy. The news reversed again. One day was a reversal, and the speed was fast, which made people stunned. But there is no doubt that one thing is certain. The CIA did not know in advance that the villains were RS organizations and provided assistance to them. Later, they knew that they had quickly hunted the heads of the RS organization for whitewashing. The US official was beaten, all kinds of ridicules and snoring, and appeared on various news platforms. As the country of Angola, the exposed list and intelligence materials caused anger among the people. I did not expect that all of them were used by the RS organization and were used as the pieces to overthrow Vazirhan. After Mbo Makani was arrested by the CIA, the Angora military launched a most rigorous investigation to remove the poison. Angora is in chaos. 2 days later, Vazirhan appeared, and the senior members of the Angora military collectively agreed to the return of Vazirhan. Ansky once again took control of the team, and the chaotic situation in Angola was alleviated. With the support of the military, Vazirhan also began a large-scale cleansing operation in the territory. Anyone who has a little connection with Mbo and others has become the focus of the investigation. Outside the quarrel, the CIA side, according to the approximate range of the Reedman signal that night, and the island's smoke, quickly determined the location of the signal. It was discovered that the Institute of Biological Research was located on the island. But the institute had already become a ruin. All the things were burned in the explosions and incendiary bombs, and no useful information could be found. The bones of Dorivats were also found in the ruins of the fire, and they were confirmed by the NDA. Because of the death of Rederman, the world has triggered a huge storm. Somewhere in Africa, Lyric sat in front of an old TV set and stared at the news screen, which was about the Ridman news report. Seeing the news that Rederman had died, Lyric's eyes were full of hatred and indifference, then turned into sorrow and ruthlessness. grabbed the safe at hand, and got up and left. In Egypt, a black man looks at the airport he is looking at, takes a chopstick-sized syringe from his pocket and inserts it into his vein. Inside the syringe, the blood-red liquid, as his finger presses, blends into his blood. Losing the syringe, the man seemed to be okay, carrying luggage to the airport, like the pace of death. An hour later, the plane whistled and rushed out of the sky. In a hidden corner of the Mediterranean, a black-collar man took out a syringe with a red liquid and inserted it into his arm. He pressed the liquid into his body and his expression was indifferent. There seemed to be no pain. Then if there is nothing to go to the ship, pay the money, board the ship, and follow the ship to the other side. A similar situation occurs in various places. With airplanes, ships, trains, cars flowing, these people's footsteps lead to the world. A huge event is also brewing. Later generations called this event a sickle of death, meaning death to reap the life of the world. Chapter 491. Do you want to hang me like this? In the underground parking lot of the Bnai Shopping Art Center, Black Hawk and others came down from the car and paid attention to the surrounding situation. Chen Mo came down from the car in a casual suit, and it looks like a young artist. Xiao Yu and Zhao Minitz followed closely. Xiao Wushwang was escorted from Xiao Yu's arms and played happily. The Ink Girl also appeared next to Chen Mo. This weekend, Zhao Minitz about to fish out to go shopping. After the birth of a small unparalleled, Xiao Yu rarely brought a small unparalleled. It is difficult to come to breathe. The 3D printer has been designed and is being assembled. The remaining things, Chen Mo's intervention is also not very useful, so there is no rejection, and a few people will come out. After the people were together, Black Hawk and others led the way ahead, and Chen Mo also took several people out of the parking lot. Next to the shopping center is the Marina Square. At this time, the renovation of the holographic city project can be seen everywhere. The fishing tower is also being built in the coastal area. Only one day, the holographic city is completed, and it will attract global attention. With the official planning of the holographic city project, Marina Square attracts the entry of the world's most exclusive luxury brands. Now that the renovation of the holographic city project has not been completed, it has gathered the most complete high-end luxury goods in the world. From the elevator, Zhao Minitz put the little unparalleled in Chen Mo Huai, and walked side by side with Xiao Yu, and walked toward the clothing store. The third fifth floor is a high-end luxury area, and there are fewer people who go shopping, so their group of people has not attracted attention. Yang Zuili and Wang Xiaoke are at the counter, looking bored at the door and chatting occasionally. Inside the store, there is a holographic projector that projects the latest clothing posters from their company. All luxury brands that have settled in the shopping arts center use almost holographic projection. Because the theme of Marina Square is the holographic city, this project is completed, and the entire maritime square is a holographic world. Holographic projectors are standard on their stores here. Their storefront is an international high-end brand, so it is destined to have only a glimpse of the consumer group, but there are 10 customers in a month, and the commission is enough for her double salary. While they were in a daze, they saw a few people entering the store and rushed to meet them. Welcome. Just looking at the face of the coming person, the two men hold on. One of them knows that Zhao Minitz, president of the Marching Ant Group, is one of the most influential business leaders in China, and the most well-known female entrepreneur among Chinese entrepreneurs. It can be said that it is a woman's idol, a man's overbearing female president. This kind of character is actually encountered by them today. No wonder there are several bodyguards to follow. The two looked at the handsome bodyguard who was tall and straight behind. When the two people paid attention to Zhao Minitz, Chen Mo was holding a small unparalleled and followed. Seeing Chen Mo, the two eyes flashed incredible. I didn't expect Chen Mo to come over, but also bring a child. The one next to Zhao Minitz is Chen Mo's wife, He Xiao, and countless women envy the woman. Chen Mo already has children, but the media has never been exposed. There is also a super mysterious woman who is exposed by Chen Mo. The two felt that their heads were not enough. Welcome. Yang Zuili reacted and moved to Wang Xiaoke next to him, politely said. Yeah. Chen Mo also smiled politely. Miss Zhao, Miss He, and this lady, our store recently got a batch of the latest models. Do you want to try? The two hurried to Xiaoying Zhao Minutes, as well as the Ink Girl. I don't need it. The Ink Girl shook her head. Do we pick a few pieces for the Ink Girl? Said Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes. Okay. Zhao Minutes nodded. The Ink Woman has a weapon system. Usually, she wears special clothes. Now the two men want to buy ordinary clothes for the Ink Women. Chen Mo is also speechless. The two people who looked at the bad taste could only agree to let the Ink Girl follow them to the fitting room. Not long after, the Ink Girl wore a long skirt. Seeing the Ink Girl in a long skirt, a few women on the field showed envy. The proportion of the golden ratio is bumpy and the skin is white and long, and with a perfect face. It is almost beautiful. This lady is very suitable for this set. Very beautiful. Yang Zuodi sincerely admired. Former guests came out, even if it is not very good looking, sometimes to cater to the guests, but also to say good looking. But this is true. This perfect figure of the Ink Girl is more than the Miss World. Yes, change this one, Xiaoyu said with the clothes in his hand. She also a little envious of the body of the Ink Girl, but the Ink Girl is a robot. This figure is made, and the human body cannot be customized like the Ink Girl. Seeing Chen Mo nod, the Ink Girl followed Xiaoyu into the fitting room. I changed a few sets in a row, and each set out a different temperament. Even Chen Mo thought whether to make 2 sets of special ordinary clothes for the Ink Girl, at least usually pleasing to the eye. However, this idea was quickly cancelled, and the cumbersome foreign objects were not good things for the current Ink Girl. Now the Ink Girl has no emotions, and these things are optional. Which Ink Girl likes? Xiaoyu took out the clothes that the Ink Girl had tried. For Mohan, this is a multiple choice question, but there is no emotion that you like or dislike. This set. The Ink Girl pointed to one of them. Why did you choose this one? Xiaoyu asked curiously. When wearing this set, Mercury's eyes stayed on the Ink Girl for the longest time. It should be sexy. The Ink Girl answered truthfully. Lying in the trough! Exclamation mark. Lying in the trough! Exclamation mark. Do you want to hang me like this? Isn't it just to see beautiful women and appreciate more? Feeling the eyes of Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo almost squirted out of the old blood, and was pitted again. It is necessary to talk to the Ink Girl in the next day. Well, these 2 sets are wrapped up. Xiaoyu saw the appearance of Chen Mo, but just grinned and handed the clothes to the clerk. A set of her. A set of Ink Women. There is this set. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes jointly selected 3 sets. Chen Mo can only pay for the money, leaving the clothing store under the eyes of 2 shop assistants. What is the relationship between them? The woman is so beautiful. Why is Chen Mo's wife not jealous? Wang Xiao asked several people's backs. I don't know. Yang Zuodi stayed staring at a few people leaving, finally thinking of something, patted her thigh. Oh, I forgot to find Chen Mo to take a photo, or you can show off in a circle of friends. Yes. Wang Xiao also suddenly realized. Going out again, I discovered that the pedestrian has gone far. Why do you think of buying clothes for the Ink Girl? Chen Mo holding a small unparalleled, surprised to see Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes. Ink ladies come and go are 2 sets of tights. Even if the outside Ink Woman is responsible for your safety, this is a simple shape, but also change the shape at home, not to be aesthetic fatigue. Although the Ink Girl is a smart machine, but it is very clever. Everything will be, to teach more like ordinary people, maybe like a movie. She can have human emotions someday. Xiaoyu took the small unparalleled from Chen Mo and said, okay. Although Chen Mo wants to let the Ink Girl think of ordinary people, she has never thought about this problem. But relying on this, the Ink Girl wants to learn the human emotions. It is just a representation, just like seeing you laugh. She will also smile. The current Ink Girl has not evolved to have human emotions and emotions. After a few people finished shopping, they went to other places to play it again. There were some high-end venues with few people flowing, and no one bothered. After 2 days of relaxation, Chen Mo continued to put his mind back on the research progress of the 3D printer. However, before this, Chen Mo asked the Ink Woman to give some countries a warning as an insider. The RS organization has a retaliation plan, which may be being implemented and prepared for them. As for those who believe it or not, it is not Chen Mo's concern. The death of the leader of the RS organization was soaring. Zhao Minitz also understood the intention of Chen Mo to let her not go abroad. She was afraid that there would be another RS revenge plan from abroad. Zhao Minitz also cancelled all the trips abroad in the next month. After the informed person broke the news, the US official lost his face and was whispering with reporters, insisting that the main intelligence was their income. With the help of the military, Angola also cleared the remaining poison left by Mbo and Mekani. In the past month, members who have contact with Mbo and others have been caught, and the RS organization is dead. While the news about the RS organization was slowly being diluted, nothing seemed to happen, and the RS organization did not make any comments. Everything was very calm, nothing happened, as if the calm on the eve of the storm. Chen Mo was even more uneasy about this calm. At this time, a video of the leader of an RS organization, Ridman, appeared on the internet. Chapter 492, No One is Innocent. Stanley was drinking coffee in the office and browsing the latest news from Twitter. Suddenly, I saw a video and the mouse in my hand was frozen. A video about the leader of RS organization Ridman. This is the hottest person in recent times, the leader of VFV bioterrorism. He and his family, once a patient of the VFV virus, although later cured by special effects, some scars have not completely faded. There is still a psychological shadow on VFV, and there is a big shadow on the RS organization. When Ridman was announced to be killed, he was happy for a few days, and he was very concerned about the news of the RS organization. Under hesitation, Stanley still opened the video. What appeared in the video was Ridman himself, and Stanley saw his photos in the news and could recognize them at a glance. My real name is Ridman Karl Kobozalupstilix Alexei. When you saw this video, I was already dead. I am an orphan of war. The war took the lives of my loved ones. I became an orphan. I was adopted by a family whose war lost her son, and I survived. I hate war. It took my childhood and took away my loved ones. The war did not happen in your land. You don't know the fear of waiting for death every day. It is a kind of confusion that doesn't know where tomorrow is. I have witnessed the occurrence of war and witnessed the end of the war. I saw the prosperous land turned into ruins, and I saw that the creatures turned into charcoal. Only when faced with the threat of death will people realize the value of peace. So I will volunteer to be the spokesperson of death and bring the fear of death to you. You only face the fear of death in your life, and the people under the rubble are experiencing this fear every day. I am indeed a devil, an ugly devil, but unscrupulously provokes the war, and the people who support the war are more ugly than I am. Those people, dressed in ethical cloaks, spoke of the grandiose reasons that they did not believe, and with their powerful weapons, they slaughtered and destroyed other countries without any scruples. Maybe you think that those who are killed by my virus are innocent. But in the land that you can't see, in the fear of bombing, the smoke and the ruins, there are more innocent people, thousands of times more than you see. But no matter who you are or they, no one is innocent. I am very selfish, and everything I do is just for revenge. And I will give you back 1,000th of the people you gave to the ruins. This video was released, indicating that the death plan has begun. I hope your Lord can bless you. The video frame freezes, and finally Ridman's face with a sneer seems to be a mockery of the person in front of the screen. This strange smile made Stanley's heart panic. The shaking hand knocked over the coffee, and I didn't know it. Now he is in doubt. What is the death plan? Is it a virus horror? Last time he and his family, under the VFV virus, passed away with death. The feeling of waiting for death in the isolation room is absolutely uncomfortable. It can be said that it is the most desperate moment in his life. Once, I don't want to experience it for the second time. Almost without hesitation, Stanley called to inform the family to go to places where there were few people to avoid. Stanley is just one of the many innocent people in the panic. This scene happened in every corner of the disaster-stricken area of the VFV virus. Reedman's video appeared on major media platforms, including Twitter, Ins, Facebook and more. Because the video has the label of Reedman, the leader of the Death Scythe, this is the most widely circulated character recently. Just after coming out, the traffic volume of the clicks has risen rapidly. People from all walks of life are watching this video. After watching the video, everyone is silent and wants to take refuge in order to avoid being affected by this disaster. As the video spread, panic spread. Not long after, the major online platforms deleted related videos. But it is too late. Many people see the video, the news has spread. Revenge from that madman, it makes people think when they think about it. No one knows what this is facing, but one thing is certain, the revenge of the RS organization is definitely more crazy than the last VFV bioterrorism. Some people who have experienced the horror of VFV biovirus have begun to pack their bags and go to their remote homes, hoping to escape this possible disaster. Penhai City, the study of the incense burner beach villa. It was already late at night. After watching the video of Reederman, Chen Mo's brow was twisted into a ball. Originally, he had fallen asleep, but when the video appeared on the internet platform, the Ink Girl woke him up. As he fears, the death plan has already begun, and perhaps he is already preparing for it. This time, I am afraid it will be more serious than the last time. He didn't know what the biological virus in the other hand was, but the intuition told him that it was dangerous. Back to the room, Xiao has woke up and is worried about watching him. After all, Chen Mo rarely has an emergency and is awakened by the Ink Girl late at night. You will return home with you for a while and accompany your parents. What happened? Asked Xiao Yu. This is the first time Chen Mo has been so serious about her, and she is worried. Just to RS organization posted a video on the Western network. They have a death plan. It should be a more serious bioterror. Not sure if the other party is targeting us, but be prepared to avoid being attacked. You after going back, try not to get in touch with outsiders. Hey, 2. Try to go to places where there are too many people. Homes with few outsiders are the best places to escape the massive plague. This kind of thing can't be lucky, just in case. Chen Mo can only be so embarrassed. What about you? I participated in the last incident, and I was destined to leave this time. Chen Mo said. Then you have to be careful. Yes, you can rest assured. Chen Mo whispered softly. When Xiao Yu fell asleep, Chen Mo also lay down and entered the Science and Technology Library. Technology Apprentice. The medical technology at the stage is temporarily unavailable. The information on the universal vaccine and the super vaccine can only be seen and cannot be moved. But he can prepare some knowledge and technology reserves during the probationary period to prevent problems, and perhaps to stop the disaster through research. The video of Reederman on the internet has caused a lot of panic. In addition to the ordinary citizens, the CDCs of various countries will issue early warnings and do a good job in virus prevention. In the city where the VFV virus was the hardest hit, the isolation area was cleared at the first time, ready to isolate infected patients. Almost all hospitals are waiting, even if there are people with suspected cases of infection. They will be observed in isolation. After WHO once again condemned the RS organization, it also issued an early warning of infectious diseases. The similar BioShield schemes of all countries have been launched again, convening the best experts in the country, and preparing for the development of vaccines and special effects drugs. Just a video is enough to panic around the world. Everyone has a shadow on VFV bioterrorism, and now there is no shadow. No one wants to experience the horror again. Chapter 493. Is death already here? Ottawa. Li Yan is drinking, and beside him, he is his relatives and friends. Everyone occasionally gathers and exchanges with each other, at least friendship is not strange. At this time, everyone has already been drinking, and suddenly, Li Yan feels hot, very uncomfortable, and has the urge to lose his temper. Then, the head began to faint, and everything around it seemed to be getting slower. And the friends around me who are laughing and joking, are slowly becoming distorted before his eyes. Am I drunk? Li Yan shook his head and tried to make himself awake. He just felt that his heart was inexplicably irritated and his body was hot and uncomfortable. When looking at the friends around again, Li Yan was scared to fall off the table. On the table, in front of a few friends, all kinds of knives were placed, bloody, and the smiles of several friends became distorted. Old Li is drunk. Ha 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 ha. Seeing the appearance of falling, several people pointed at him and laughed. Old Li did not drink much. We respected Lao Li. A friend next to Li Yan picked up the glass and walked toward him. Don't come near me. Don't come over. Li Yan watched the friend walk over with a cup full of blood, full of fear, constantly retreating, and finally retreat to the corner, and there is no way to retreat. Looking up again, I found that several friends had surrounded him and prepared to arrest him. Don't come over. Don't kill me. Li Yan grabbed the chair at hand and smashed it toward several people. At the time, the boxes were in a mess, mixed with screams and broken sounds. An apartment in Los Angeles. This weekend, Aisha is sitting in the sofa of the apartment and watching the movie. The video of the Ridman terrorist threat has spread, and the CDC and WHO have issued warnings about infectious diseases. Whenever it is not necessary, she minimizes social activities with the outside world. Because there may be an unknown infectious disease, it is lurking, and having more contact with people is more likely to be infected. Moreover, in this era, through the mobile phone, everything that is needed can be done, and social reduction is normal. Hey! Exclamation mark. While Aisha was watching the movie, the door to the room suddenly opened and a man came out from the inside. David, do you want to go out and eat? Aisha did not lift her head. She also knew that his boyfriend had come out, only what she said did not get a response. Strangely, Aisha's gaze left the phone screen. Just looking up, she saw the last scene of this life. Hey! Exclamation mark. Aisha felt a terrible pain and looked at the gun in her boyfriend in an incredible way. Looking at my boyfriend's face, there is only a pair of crazy and fearful eyes, which makes her puzzled and puzzled. She can't figure out why this man who loves her deeply will be like this to her. The man, who had already pushed the door away from the apartment, passed the gunshots from the outside until her consciousness was completely in the darkness, and she could not understand why the man did this. Marseille, France. Nino is lying in bed playing with a mobile phone, focusing on news about the RS organization. Recently, the death plan announced by Riederman has made countless people fear, and now it is full of people's hearts. He also realized a little cash. After all, their country was also one of the targets of the RS organization attack. So during this time, it is still less likely to go out, maybe not so dangerous. In the shooting incident in Los Angeles, a man was shot and killed, causing 2 deaths and 7 injuries. He has been killed by the police. Seeing this news, Nino subconsciously refreshed to see if there is any news about infectious diseases. What? Exclamation mark. As he watched the news, there was a scream next door and a broken glass. Don't come near me, ghost. When Nino just opened the window, he saw a woman running out of the house with messy hair, fearful face, and jumping from the upstairs in desperation. After a muffled sound, the world is quiet. The Ottawa man suddenly became mad. When he saw someone, he was beaten, causing 1 death and 5 injuries. He is now under police control. A man in Los Angeles attacked the crowd with a gun, causing 2 deaths and 7 injuries. A woman from Marseille jumped upstairs and fell to death. Before she died, the woman saw her husband and shouted. When the London man shouted to work, he suddenly threw papers and shouted "I'm rich." Excitedly fell from the 18th floor and died. A suspect in New York crashed into the crowd. At present, the police have already controlled the suspect. The suspect is suspected of schizophrenia. When he was arrested, His mood was abnormal. A campus shooting incident occurred at Harvard University. According to statistics, there have been many violent incidents in Portugal in one day. The suspects have symptoms of mental abnormality, suspected of hallucinations, and many violent incidents caused 7 deaths and 17 injuries. According to Radio News, there were many violent incidents in the United Kingdom in 3 days, resulting in 11 deaths and 37 injuries. There was no connection between the police investigation and the suspects had symptoms of mental disorders. According to Bloomberg, 12 shootings and violent incidents occurred in the United States within 4 days, resulting in 29 deaths and 85 injuries. The killings in Germany have caused many casualties. There have been many cases of wounding in the Netherlands and the suspects have all been controlled. In Europe, North America, a variety of news, which came out from all over the world, were all violent crimes, all sorts of suicides, or inexplicable madness. It seems that this situation suddenly bursts out, and the news has triggered a global shock. With so many violent incidents happening at the same time, there is absolutely something strange about it. More and more people are paying attention to these violent incidents, and no one can guarantee that this will be related to the RS organization's death plan. Paris, Institute of Microbiology. Bian took the test results in his hand, and madly rushed out of the lab. His face was full of fear and panic. He seemed to know what a terrible truth. "It's him, it's him." Bian ran and shouted, his voice trembled. All the medical staff in the laboratory looked at Bian and looked confused. "What is the arrival? Let this senior medical doctor appear this kind of gaffe." The reason was found, and the reason was found. Bian stood still, the fear remained on his face, and his body was shaken and uncontrollable. "What is the reason?" asked a curious medical researcher. "There are violent incidents around the world, and the causes of all kinds of strange mental patients." Bian's voice is shaking. "The reason has been found. In the blood of the suspects, a new type of virus was discovered. This may be a virus that causes them to have problems with their spirits." When Bian said this news, he tried everyone to breathe in the air and was shocked. "Dr. Bian, are you not mistaken?" asked a more senior researcher. "Absolutely correct. I have analyzed the blood of the 5 suspects, and there are such viruses in the body. And they all have the illusion of schizophrenia. It is no coincidence that it is no coincidence." Bian tried to make the field people believe his words. "This is the plan of death, the death plan of the RS organization. Yes, definitely." Upon hearing the plan of death, all the doctors on the field were stiff. Their pupils were shrinking, their faces were shocking, and there was fear. Death has come. Chapter 494, Ridman virus. French radio and television news. The CDC issued a warning about infectious diseases. Recently, many violent incidents and strange incidents in China have been related to RS's death plan, confirming that the party involved in the incident was infected with an unknown virus. Global news. The World Health Organization announced a level 6 infectious disease warning. The WHO said that there have been many cases of violent wounding in the world recently. The main outbreaks are concentrated in NATO countries and North America. The party is infected with unknown virus, RS disease. The seizures are used in the cerebral cortex, causing the infected person to have hallucinations and violent tendencies, similar to patients with schizophrenia. Unknown viruses are highly infectious and can be transmitted through body fluids such as blood, saliva, sweat, etc., and can also be transmitted by mosquitoes. After the WHO announced the warning of infectious diseases, it issued a travel warning to identify violent incidents as unknown viruses for RS organizations. CDCs in countries around the world quickly issued the most advanced infectious disease warnings. Countries have also announced that domestic airports will close flights to Europe, and customs officers will carry out unprecedented strict inspections of freighters imported into Europe. With the VFV virus's anti-attack experience, Various measures were quickly implemented in the first place. Global panic spread as a result of identifying violent incidents as a result of viruses infected with RS-infected organizations. In 1 week, 41 cities in 13 countries around the world, more than 70 cases of violent wounding, 187 deaths, 551 injured, more than 6,237 isolated. On the 10th day, the WHO announced that the newly discovered virus became the Riedermann virus, and the leader of the RS organization, Riedman, became the most evil synonym. The virus was also called the death virus. About 15 days after the outbreak of the virus, the number of deaths caused by outbreaks in the world has exceeded 879. With 3,893 injured and more than 40,000. The spread of violent incidents is spreading wildly in confirmed cases of infection, with more than 19 countries and 85 cities. It's just a 15-day serious hazard that has made people shudder. Once the news was announced, it immediately attracted a large panic in the world. Almost everyone is hoarding food and preparing for long-term outings. In the following period, WHO and countries did not choose to publish the number of deaths and the number of patients. The release of such data may lead to global control out of control and devastating panic. The virus is highly contagious, and the patient does not have a sense of self-determination, adding more trouble to the control of the epidemic. When someone is sick, the attack may cause infection to others, and ordinary people simply do not dare to approach him to avoid being infected. Once the onset of the disease, especially in the streets of downtown, surrounded by crazy people running away, no one can subdue patients with emotional instability and madness. Some people even tried to escape at home, and there was a mad family chasing behind them. The only way to subdue a patient is to inject a sedative, allowing the segregator to fix the patient to the quarantine. However, medical personnel and facilities are limited. The arrest of patients must be carried out with the help of the police, and the treatment in various cities is also growing. More and more patients are around, causing countless people to panic. Many people have witnessed the onset of illness and the work of their loved ones. No one can guarantee that the next one will appear next to them. Why is this happening again? Why is the victim every time us? Those capitalists can go to island vacations, yacht vacations, and even enjoy in the villa courtyard, not to be exposed to the outside world, to avoid bioterrorism. We are just ordinary people who work to make money. Why are the victims of each incident all of us? Innocent people? No one is innocent. Who can save my mum and dad? Which wars provoked by the capitalists who sell arms, the wars provoked by politicians with ulterior motives? Why should we retaliate against us? There is a runaway grief and unwilling remarks on the internet, and public opinion is almost out of control. Riedman said very well that he is retaliating against countries that like to control wars, and war is the origin of some military wages and joint politicians. These two types of people have become the main targets of public opinion venting anger. The panic is also spreading. Many family and friends have become sick people. They have also become people who have been ordered to observe at home. They live in fear every day. As the first illness broke out, more and more violent incidents occurred in every corner of the world. Almost every day, there are people in the country who have died of violent incidents or have illusory suicides, and the number is growing wildly. Long-term incubation period and cross-infection. The range of virus infection has spread to a wide range, but some people are still in the incubation period, and there is no manifestation of the disease, but there is no large-scale detection reagent, and it is impossible to detect the virus in a simple way. It brings great inconvenience to control of the epidemic. Some of the injured people who were attacked by the first patients gradually found out that the German virus was infected, and the number of deaths and injuries caused by infections and violence was constantly refreshed every day. The medical power of various countries has been stretched, and the military's anti-chemical forces are also involved. Even if the countries around the world are prepared for the virus outbreak, it still has little effect. With the experience of VFV virus prevention, companies in high-incidence areas, the school has issued notices of suspension and suspension of work, and some large-scale organization activities, once again forced to suspend cancellation. The affected countries have also issued suspension notices and started disinfection work. San Francisco Medical Center. Black is wearing protective clothing and is patrolling the corridor of the ward. Through the small glass window on the door, one patient can be seen. The patient is fixed on the bed. The fixed rope is not enough, and some patients have been fixed with ordinary rope. Every patient who has strength is constantly struggling, and even screams of fear, like a mentally ill person who is crazy. This scene is chilling. Black is also very scared. Working in such a place, he is much more likely to be infected with the virus than others. Without distraction for too long, Black put his mind back on the patrol. Suddenly, Black stopped his footsteps. Through the window at the door, he could see the patient on the hospital bed. His eyes turned white, his body was not twitching and shaking, and the blood of his mouth was suddenly coming out of the nose of the sick. Terror. 10 seconds later, the patient was already stuck in the bed. The chest was no longer undulating, and apparently no breathing. Black reacted, his eyes panicked, his legs ran back, and he ran and shouted, "Doctor, doctor, patient in the isolation room number 35 is abnormal." Hughes Medical Institute. Judson asked the assistant to send the report to every researcher on the field. Everyone's face is extremely dignified and the atmosphere is suppressed to the extreme. They still don't know anything about this virus. They haven't analyzed it yet. What kind of virus is there? This is a preliminary report. According to observations, the incubation period of the virus is very long, generally more than 20 days. The virus is highly contagious, and in addition to the patient's body fluids, mammals and mosquitoes can become carriers of transmission. When the infected body is onset, the virus acts on the cerebral cortex, causing the patient to have hallucinations. Each person's hallucinations are different, and each animal's hallucinations are different. Commonality is abnormal body metabolism, emotional instability, and violent tendencies. During the onset, the patient's strength and speed, as well as other indexes, are elevated, and the physical quality is much higher than that of ordinary people, comparable to those who have been trained for a long time. About 15 days after the onset, the patient will have visceral hemorrhage, alveolar rupture, and finally vomiting blood, and the blood also contains a large number of Ridman virus. Judson's voice is heavy. This is almost the most horrible virus he has ever seen. No one, from illness to death. They only have half a month of treatment, and now there is no treatment at all. They can only watch the patient die in madness and be helpless. The medical staff of the entire institute was silent and heavy. This time, from the signs of the Ridman virus outbreak, it is much more terrible than the VFV virus. Until now, they have not found any reagents that can detect the virus, let alone special effects and vaccines. If this continues, the death toll will exceed their imagination. Chapter 495. Improved HX3 Pharmacy. The first batch of infected patients died, with no exceptions, with a mortality rate of 100%. Which is a desperate mortality rate. Once infected, there is no treatment within 15 days of the disease, which means death. This result, in the shadow of all medical workers, the fear of death at any time, so that the front line of the medical staff is filled with an invisible pressure. The lack of specific drugs and vaccines against the Ridman virus has prevented patients from being treated and can only die in madness. As time goes on, the number of deaths will increase. Soon, the hard-hit areas in Europe have sent out help to WHO. Medical supplies are not enough, and medical staff are insufficient. In some countries, coercive measures are taken to forcibly isolate all quarantine areas, and only allow them to be refused. The small countries in the hardest hit areas even concentrated the patients in the isolation zone and the military's anti-chemical forces to isolate the centralized isolation zone. The medical facilities and medical staff are seriously inadequate, and it is no longer able to take care of the patient's condition. Now the number of patients has more than 30,000, and the number of isolation is more than 700,000. Letting the disease spread out will go in the direction of losing control, and it will be a disaster for all mankind. The outbreak of the disease every day shows that there is no cure, and it continues to spread. Once it reaches a completely out of control situation, this bioterror will reproduce the tragic Black Death of Europe in the Middle Ages. Some medical staff who have been accidentally infected with the virus are unwilling to commit suicide, and various news, so that the world is shrouded in the dark clouds of terror. Capital Tangshan Hospital. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows of the isolation room, people from the medical teams such as Chen Mo and Wu Bing were wearing protective clothing and observing the inside of the isolation room. In the isolation room, a medical staff wearing protective clothing is preparing to inject the drug into the patient, a blue medicine with no label. The pharmacy is Chen Mo's HX3, improved by acquiring the medical technology of the Science and Technology Library. As a team during the VFV virus, there have been achievements. At the beginning of the Ridman virus outbreak, they were once again organized to look for specific drugs for the Ridman virus. Chen Mo was also contacted without any accident, joined the medical team to tackle the special effects and treatment programs. Seeing the information of the Ridman virus, Chen Mo only felt the horror of it. Even Starfish number 3, which can reduce the activity of the virus, has no effect, and the special drug of VFV virus has no effect. Every day, Chen Mo looks for special effects medicines in the Science and Technology Library. He hopes to find the special medicine of the Ridman virus quickly. Unfortunately, there are too many books about drugs, and he is not familiar with them. The Ridman virus is also a new type of virus. Determining which drug is effective against the virus can only be lost. In the end, only some special effects drugs can be used to improve the HX3 to reduce the activity of the virus. Under the guidance of Chen Mo, their team, for a month to tackle the problem, only a little bit today. Experiments in monkeys have been successful, and improved HX3 has successfully reduced the activity of the Ridman virus and put the virus into a temporary dormant period. It is now a human clinical trial. After the medical staff injected the medicine, everyone began to wait. No one talks. Every minute, it seems as long as an hour. As time went by, 10 minutes later, the patient who was fixed on the bed, the degree of mad struggle slowly slowed down. Seeing this scene, the person outside the room, his face floated a touch of joy. The instrument is stable, indicating that the patient's body function is stable. After the injection of the drug, the patient does not have a strange reaction, which is a good sign. Feeling that we are going to succeed, our medical team's expert spoke. Even if wearing a mask, the joy in the voice can be clearly felt. In theory, there should be no big problem, another researcher said. Look at the situation again. If the patient is completely cured, he can't conclude. Wu Bing said. She said so, she already agreed with the two. Because of Chen Mo, the man, like a fan, always creates miracles, giving people a kind of inexplicable confidence. The problem should be small. Chen Mo also said. When he had just finished speaking, the patient in the hospital bed had slowed down and his eyes recovered. It was the eyes of normal people. Zhu Chengming looked at the white ceiling, and the smell of thick disinfectant water penetrated into the tip of his nose, so that his spirit was slowly concentrated. He felt that he had a dream. A murderer took a kitchen knife out of the kitchen to kill him. Then he fought hard, wounded the murderer and ran out. And then the murderer's associates injected the drug. Where are you now? Zhu Chengming turned around and saw the strange environment around him, a variety of medical instruments, as well as two fully armed medical personnel. This scene made Zhu Chengming feel a panic. Just wanted to sit up, but found that the body was fixed in the hospital bed, cannot move. Is the dream true? The murderer kidnapped the organ and experimented. Thinking of this, Zhu Chengming almost cried out without fear. Who are you? Why are you arresting me? I am a doctor. Hearing Zhu Chengming's speech, the medical staff who injected the drug was happy, and asked, you are infected with the virus? causing hallucinations. How are you feeling now? You are a doctor? Zhu Cheng obviously did not believe the voice with panic and anger. You are a doctor. Why should you tie me like this? You have an infectious disease. Here is the isolation room. The murderer you see is the illusion caused by your virus affecting the cerebral cortex. The medical staff did not worry, explained. This is a good sign that the patient can communicate normally, indicating that the condition has been temporarily controlled. Really? Zhu Chengming suddenly panicked and heard 80% of the medical staff. Because he lost consciousness, there was news of infectious diseases during that time. Really? The virus in your body is temporarily controlled and further treatment is needed. The medical staff said, in order to prevent you from getting sick again, you must fix it on the hospital bed. I need to take a blood test for you now. Doctor, can I still heal? Zhu Chengming looked at the medical staff with enthusiasm. This is developing special medicines. You can do it with confidence. The medical staff comforted once and took blood to Zhu Chengming. Now Zhu Chengming is an infected person, and all his actions must be careful. The virus in the patient has entered a dormant period, and the patient temporarily recovers his mind. Successful! Exclamation mark. With this conclusion, the entire medical team cheered and several of the most frontline doctors burst into tears. In the past month, they have not seen hope, only in the face of the horror of the virus, and now finally see a glimmer of light. Chen, thank you. Wu Bing took the lead to stop the joy and said to Chen Mo, thank me for doing it. Chen Mo asked strangely, if you don't have it, this pharmacy can't be studied. Wu Bing said, the direction and theory of the improvement of the drug are all proposed by Chen Mo. If it is not Chen Mo, it is impossible to find the agent that suppresses the activity of the Ridman virus. Thank you. Shi Hongtu also thanked Chen Mo. Thank you. After the joy, the people in the medical team thanked Chen Mo. The results are everyone's. With everyone's help, research will be so fast. Now it's just the activity of the suppressed virus. Let the virus temporarily enter the dormant period. This time will not be too long, theoretically about half a month. The second time the effect will be worse. The third time will be worse, and the condition will be extended by up to 1 month. Now it is only the beginning. You should find the special medicine or vaccine as soon as possible, or you will die more people. Chen Mo's solemn gratitude to the people was somewhat helpless, but he was not happy because the disaster could only be the beginning. The special effects and vaccines did not come out, and the disaster will not end so easily. CDC News, led by Chen Mo, Wu Bing, Shi Hongtu, etc., the medical expert group successfully developed drugs that can reduce the activity of the Ridman virus. According to the news from Huaxia CDC, on the same day, Hexing Company, which owns the HX3 formula patent, announced that it has signed agreements with 20 pharmaceutical companies around the world. The modified HX3 formulation is temporarily licensed to major pharmaceutical production plants around the world, and it is hoped that the improved HX3 agent will be mass-produced at the fastest rate. The two news immediately caused a sensation. No drugs have been found for the Ridman virus, and nothing like the VFV virus. When the condition was almost out of control, Huaxia's medical team once again reported good news. The families of countless human patients may have been infected, and the isolated people are sobbing. In this tragic moment, any good news is a life-saving straw for many people. Now there is a big news that is not too big, enough for many people to see the dawn. Thank you Chen Mo, thank you Huaxia Medical Experts Group. Thank you Hexing Company, thank you to the world's frontline anti-Ridman virus medical staff. Thank you Chen Mo, thank you Huaxia Medical Team. Thank you to the medical team, thank you to all the medical staff around the world. I hope the disaster will pass early. Thank you to all the medical staff. I hope this disaster will end soon. The news attracted all parties to praise. Among the many icy deaths and various data, the improved HX3 agent appeared, like a fire in the ice and snow, let countless patients' families, as well as isolation personnel, feel the warmth. Chen Mo, who played an important role in the VFV biological crisis, once again stood up and took the lead in finding drugs that are effective against the Ridman virus. The emergence of the improved HX3 agent has brought Chen Mo's personal reputation to the highest point. However, the viral crisis did not end with the emergence of a modified HX3 agent. The improved HX3 agent only allowed the virus to go to sleep and could not eradicate the Ridman virus. Once unable to suppress, the patient's final result is still dead. The cloud of death from bioterrorism still hangs in everyone's heart. Chapter 496, Customized Vaccine System. On the way back to the dormitory, Wu Bing had a snack and was still thinking about the research. The emergence of a modified HX3 agent caused a brief relief in the number of deaths caused by the Ridman virus. But she knows that she can only fight for a maximum of 1 month. After a month has passed, special drugs and vaccines have not appeared, which means that there will be continuous deaths, which researchers are worried about. She knows that the success of the improved HX3 agent is already very fast. If it is not Chen Mo, give them the correct research direction, and there are some theoretical data suggestions, and then give them a team for several months. They may not be successful. I don't know when the special drug of the Ridman virus will succeed. Wu Bing sighed. I don't want to come back. Think about it. I should have a clue soon. Chen Mo shook his head. If the virus is not horrible, it will definitely not become the backhand plan for Ridman to retaliate against the West. Like that kind of swearing, revenge is certainly not too simple. Hope. Wu Bing laughed. Now there is Chen Mo. Maybe this miraculous man can create a miracle. Mogo, come back. Hello, Miss Wu Bing. The two had just arrived at the door of the dormitory, and the ink girl had opened the door. When they saw the two, they said hello. No difference to ordinary people. This is a dormitory in the capital separation district. Researchers such as Chen Mo and Wu Bing are arranged in the same building to facilitate management. Chen Mo and Wu Bing belong to the expert group, and the dormitory allocated by the two is also on the same floor, just in the opposite door. So every day, Wu Bing can see the ink girl. This beauty is a woman who makes women jealous. Hello, Miss. Seeing the ink girl at the door, Wu Bing responded politely and threw a meaningful look to Chen Mo. You should rest early and see you tomorrow. Other researchers, I can't wait for the people around me to be far from this place. Chen Mo is the only researcher who brought people, or a super beauty. When Chen Mo came with the ink woman on the first day, many researchers were very surprised. They looked at the eyes of both of them. The two still live together at this time. Although the dormitory also has 2 rooms, Chen Mo also said that the ink girl is his assistant, but no one will believe it. This time they live together, lonely and widowed, lanky female appearance. There is no special relationship. The ghost does not believe. See you tomorrow. For Wu Bing's meaningful eyes, Chen Mo has long been used to it. Others can't see that the ink girl is a robot. He is a little happy. After all, the ink girl is his masterpiece. The reaction of others has just proved that his masterpiece is very successful. He doesn't have to explain to others that the ink girl is a robot, which is incredible. Mogo. 3D printer assembly was successful. Chen Mo Gang entered the dormitory. The ink girl opened. Successful? Upon hearing this news, Chen Mo's spirit was shocked. Yes, this is the nano bronze statue printed by the printer when the machine is tested. The ink girl handed the mobile phone to Chen Mo. The above is a picture taken by a microscope. A statue of Chen Mo, who is smaller than the hair, is clearly visible in shape and has a smile on his face. It finally succeeded. Chen Mo has a sense of ease, indicating that he has succeeded, and he has a sigh of relief, and his feeling of exhaustion has disappeared a lot. The research phase of the printer was completed, the parts began to be assembled and assembled, and he no longer needed to intervene before he joined the medical team. After a month, the assembly was finally successful. Continue to assemble more printers, which will be used later, Chen Mo said. The completion of the nanoscale 3D printer means that his next R&D production is no longer limited by ultra-precision parts. the speed at which he produces a variety of robots and machinery will be greatly accelerated. But now is not a happy time. Now the most important thing is to end the virus crisis. The success of the nanoscale 3D printer project, he can start the task of the medical field. The medical field is the area he is most in need at present. Technology apprentice. The medical technology at the stage has many universal special effects drugs and super vaccines, which can completely end the virus crisis. He took the lead in developing a drug that prolonged the onset of the Ridman virus. He wanted to delay the time and wait for the success of the 3D printer. He got the medical field to complete the problem, and all the crises would be solved. After a quick shower, Chen Mo lay back on the bed and entered the technology library. In the science and technology library, the tall bookshelves are still as quiet as ever, with infinite mystery, which can cause strong curiosity. After a little emotion, Chen Mo walked quickly to the center of the library. 8 books in 8 directions. The light column in 7 directions has long been dim, and only the light column in the biomedical direction is still lit, with a book suspended in the middle. Completing the subject of this book means that he can open all the biomedical technologies in there, technology apprentice, stage, which means that he can open their technology apprentice, stage, all fields, all kinds of technical books, that is inexhaustible, beyond the technology of the current era. And the science apprentice stage is completely over. He can get the next permission of the technology library. Countless incredible technology is waving to him. Walking to the light column in the field of biomedicine, Chen Mo took a deep breath and tried to calm his heart. Universal virus special medicine! Exclamation mark super vaccine! Exclamation mark RNA virus vaccine! Any kind of thing can do. Reaching out to the book, Chen Mo is meditation in his heart. I didn't think about a certain technology to be oriented before. But I studied what I had before. But now, the Ridman virus is raging. If the book can get the pharmaceutical technology or formula such as the virus special effect drug, he can directly solve the crisis. Without waiting for the completion of this topic, open the apprenticeship of science and technology, and then select the virus. The technology of special medicines is shortened in time and can save many lives. At the moment when the palm touched the book, the message of the book rushed into his brain. The tingling from the cerebral cortex, as well as the nerve tingling, and the chest tightness in the chest, made Chen Mo feel that the whole person is not good. Every time this feeling is uncomfortable, but fortunately, biomedical technology is much less than other technologies, except for the initial nerve tingling and chest tightness, and no other more intense discomfort. It seems that his wish has been answered by the Science and Technology Library. This book is really a book related to vaccines, and it is similar to the Universal Vaccine, Customized Vaccine System, the field, medicine, genetic engineering, permission level, technology apprentice, product introduction, using the same basic gene components as the backbone or main framework of the vaccine. Using this framework as a vaccine system platform to adjust the gene sequence, insert the gene sequences of different viruses to form immunity against different viruses. It's raining in time, soothing. Chen Mo reveals a hint of surprise. With this technology, it means he can customize the vaccine for any virus at will, which is exactly what he wants at the moment. Completely from the discomfort, Chen Mo began to digest the customized vaccine system information. Chapter 497. Not optimistic. Do you want to research custom vaccine technology? In the conference room of the institute, Chen Mo's words gave Shi Hongtu and other expert members a surprised look. Only Wu Bing is relatively calm. When she knew Chen Mo's thoughts on the road, it was also unbelievable. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. Last night, the technical data of the customized vaccine system was carefully digested, and the mind had already had a general idea. Customized vaccine technology, many medical scientists are studying, but no one can guarantee when it will succeed. We don't have much time to study this technology now, Shi Hongtu said. Including Wu Bing, other expert groups agree with Shi Hongtu. The concept of customized vaccine technology has already been proposed, and some research progress has been made. However, in the medical field, the custom vaccine is still in the stage of crossing the river by feeling the stones. It is a bit inappropriate to use this kind of emergency virus incident. Their current time is only 1 month, and the efficacy of the modified HX3 agent can probably delay the epidemic for 1 month. A month later, the first batch of people who used modified HX3 agents lost their potency and a steady stream of deaths occurred. This is the most confident direction of success, Chen Mo said. The expression on the field was weird, and Shi Hongtu's eyelids jumped. Customized vaccine technology can be said to be one of the most difficult topics in all current special effects research. Now is Chen Mo's most confident direction? I have to say that Chen Mo's idea is a bit different. We don't have much time, said a panelist. What is the time? How can you determine which study is the shortest? Do you want to study the specific drug within a month? Are you still unclear about this kind of thing? Maybe a group will announce a special drug tomorrow. Maybe the extinction of all human beings cannot be found. Chen Mo's problem made the people on the field quiet and a little embarrassed. They want to treat patients quickly, but they ignore the fact that they are studying. They all know that if they study this kind of thing, maybe it will succeed suddenly tomorrow. Maybe they will not succeed if they entered the coffin. It depends mainly on whether the researchers can find the node of the technological breakthrough. I can't find the key. How much time I have to be stunned, find it, and the road ahead is smooth. Customized vaccine technology is not mature, and the speed of research and development may be slower than other drugs. A hair-white expert said, not as good as Chen. You continue to study HX3. Improved HX3 agent has successfully suppressed the Ridman virus, and then do improvement does not necessarily eliminate the virus. This made other medical experts nod. The improved HX3 agent has achieved good results, at least for the Ridman virus, which is a certain direction. HX3 is only a protease inhibitor. Its effect is limited to inhibiting the replication of viral proteins, allowing the virus to enter a dormant phase. It cannot inactivate the virus itself, otherwise its function is not to reduce the activity of the virus. If it can really remove the virus, when I started the direction of improvement, it was not inhibiting its metabolism, Chen said. HX3 is the material he developed for Haxing Company. All the functions and effects, he knows clearly how to change it. Its role is to reduce the activity of the virus. The essence cannot be changed. But custom vaccine technology, this technology is full of too much uncertainty. The research direction of the Ridman virus-specific drug, you have a certain, which direction is correct? Chen Mo asked. All the researchers on the field had a stagnation and could not answer. Do you really decide to research a customized vaccine? Shi Hongtu asked. He is the leader of the medical team. The main task is to find a special drug that can target the Ridman virus as soon as possible. Although he does not agree with Chen Mo's research on customized vaccines, he can't influence Chen Mo's thoughts. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. The scene once again fell silent, and insisted on Chen Mo. They did not have a good way. I will talk about my thoughts. Wu Bing opened and everyone on the field looked at her. As one of the youngest researchers in the medical team, Wu Bing's ability is not lower than others, so the speech is still very weighty. Yuan Academician is an independent group to study the custom vaccine technology. Others have studied the reverse enzyme inhibitors, so divided into 2 groups. Go hand in hand, at least in the choice of one more possibility, so as not to have a dead end. Shi Hongtu sighed and looked at Chen Mo's posture. It is impossible to give up the research direction of customized antibodies. They said that no more is useful. Chen Mo has the right to freely choose to study in any direction, without restriction. This is what Chen Mo said when he joined the group. Now Chen Mo just informs them, not to consult them. Since Academician Chen insisted, according to Academician Wu, the team led by Academician Chen studied custom vaccine technology, and others studied reversal of enzyme inhibitors according to the original research plan. Shi Hongtu finally made a conclusion: who would like to join the academician Chen team to study custom vaccine technology together? Many experts on the field did not open their mouths. Customized vaccines were studied in peacetime. If they came out, this is an intergenerational vaccine technology. But now, during the virus outbreak, this is not a good choice. As always, I and my team joined the team of academician Chen to conduct research, Wu Bing said. In this case, Chen Mo did not have an accident. In his expectation, he only nodded slightly to Wu Bing. Well, today's meeting is over. Everyone continues to carry out research. Any progress is immediately reported to the discussion. The situation outside the epidemic is not optimistic. The last sentence of Shi Hongtu made the atmosphere heavy. In a small office of the institute, 6 researchers sat quietly. The 6 officers are members of the Wu Bing team, 4 men and 2 women, all look young, age 30, and are the lowest average team in the medical team. They are some outstanding students of the medical school of the Academy of Sciences, or members of the medical research project team, and the minimum degree is a medical doctor. At this time, Chen Mo and Wu Bing were also in the laboratory, and Chen Mo had some documents in his hands. Now I will assign you the task of each other. Our group's topic is custom vaccine technology. This topic is a bit difficult. If you want to speed up the research and development, you will cooperate with me to conduct research. Chen Mo opened his mouth and several people got up. Although Chen Mo is not a medical graduate, from the beginning of the VFV virus to the success of the improved HX3 agent, he has proved his strength in pharmaceutical research, enough to be the mentor of any one of them. You are divided into 2 groups in 3 or 3. The first group is together with the academician Wu, who is responsible for isolating the protective antigen gene of the virus and determining the gene sequence. The second group is working with me to build a system platform for customized vaccines. This is your subject information. Chen Mo handed the information in his hand to a few people. This is an epoch-making technology that has been successful. It will have a revolutionary effect on the medical field. It can be used by medical scientists to quickly produce infectious disease vaccines for certain diseases, even mixed vaccines carrying multiple antigens. 6 people were in awe, and their hearts were hot. The country is not the hardest hit, and it is relatively calm. But the international medical community is not calm. Almost all famous immunologists have been called up to set up a special research group. The improved HX3 drug is not cured. The patient's condition is special, like severe schizophrenia, and it is contagious. Countries in the hardest hit areas are under unprecedented pressure. Medical facilities and epidemic prevention supplies have been rushed across the board. Protective clothing, masks, and gloves are all used for disinfection and reuse. The chances of getting some medical personnel infected are on the rise. In some of the most serious countries, because of the extreme lack of medical facilities, patients have been uniformly held in a separate area, controlled by the military anti-chemical forces. Now using HX3 pharmacy, the patient is awakened. Management is relatively simple. But a month later, the backlog of patients was not cured. The pharmacy failed, the medical facilities were insufficient, and when the patients lost their minds again, no one knew what the consequences would be. As time goes by, the medical community has not heard good news about breakthroughs in specific drugs. Fighting at the forefront of medical care, the mind began to cast a shadow, because the first patients with modified HX3 agents are about to face the consequences of drug failure. Chapter 498, Disaster. Lindsay sat on the hospital bed and glanced out the window and closed the newspaper in his hand. His illness and medication were restored, and one hand was fixed in the hospital bed. In order to prevent his onset, the hospital did not let them free. The bed not far from him was the patient who was sent in shortly after he was sent to the isolation room. Also infected with the Ridman virus, using a modified HX3 agent to restore consciousness. This is the hardest hit area in Belgium. There are 2 patients in an isolation room. Because there are too many patients, the isolation area here is already overcrowded. I am afraid that this situation will continue for a long time without special medicine. When do you say that special effects can come out? Lindsay said. His voice was not tired, and he was somewhat uneasy. This kind of dead day, no one is uncomfortable. I don't know. The patient across from Lindsay shook his head and fell into a mental state. His name is Maud. He once introduced himself to Lindsay. The 2 of them are also friends. In this closed isolation room, chatting when they are bored, they are already familiar with each other. I don't know how long this medicine can last, Lindsay said. Oh, it is estimated to be faster. I feel a little bit wrong now. Maud smiled, did not speak. Lindsay returned to God. His pupils shrank, and when he looked at Maud, the other party was constantly shaking his head, as if he wanted to get rid of the things in his head. Go away, walk away, ghost, ghost, don't come over, go to hell. Suddenly when Maud saw Lindsay, his face was already frightened. He kept pulling his hands tied to his bed and retracting his body to the corner of the hospital bed. The other hand kept swaying and seemed to see its horrible things. Seeing this scene, Lindsay's pupils shrank and his heart floated with fear. This is the state after the onset, completely free of self-awareness, like a mentally ill. I am afraid that when I am sick, it is not much better than this. A desperate mood came to my heart and made him completely confused. The injection was successful. Let go of him. In the Los Angeles quarantine, Tyvin unplugged the patient's syringe and quickly retreated to the bed a meter away, watching the patient struggling in bed. 5 minutes later, the patient on the hospital bed did not stop, still looking at him with crazy eyes, as if to see the enemy. This scene let the next medical staff lift a heart. Dr. Twin, how are the patients still not good? HX3 medicine has failed. Tyvin's voice is extremely heavy, and the haze of his heart is thicker. What do we do then? The voice of the medical staff was a little panic. Do this way. Don't let him go. Twin said, other isolation rooms should pay attention to it. Once the medicine is invalid, notify me immediately. Good. The medical staff hurriedly promised. Leaving the isolation room, Tyvin felt heavy and he was a little panicked, but he must be forced to calm down. The HX3 agent has failed. The worst situation arises. Once the drug fails to the patient, it means that the first users will become unconscious again, and it will be a disaster for the whole world. And this disaster has arrived. East China Sea, Tokyo, New York, Ottawa, Paris, London, Berlin, Amsterdam. A similar thing is happening in every corner of the globe. The improved HX3 agent failed in the first batch of patients, and more patients. The body's virus was awakened, and the disease relapsed. In just one day, the number of deaths due to recurrence in the world reached 227. The news has brought the world into an unprecedented panic. Many infected people saw patients with relapsed illnesses. Their mentality has collapsed, despair, crying for doctors to treat, but the response was just a regretful sigh. Death, despair, fear, this is the theme of the quarantine. All kinds of negative emotions, as if the hands of death are in their hearts, they can take their lives at any time. The first batch of pharmacy failed, and the delay of 1 month has passed. However, the medical teams around the world still have no good news of drug breakthroughs, which has caused many frontline medical personnel to collapse. The Dean, more and more patients are out of control. The isolation room and the bed are not enough, and the medical staff is not enough. Masks, protective clothing, gloves, syringes, sedatives, ambulances, etc. are not enough. The urgently needed medical equipment is already in short supply. We need a lot of medical supplies support. Is there any new news on it now? Roche looked at the middle-aged and old man with glasses in front of him. He is the dean of the Victoria Hospital, Matt. Seeing Matt didn't talk, Roche was anxious and continued to ask. HX3 can only last for 1 month. Is there any new drug on the side of the institute? No. Matt shook his head and shook his head. There is no such thing in the world. According to the news of the WHO, countries around the world have tried more than 4,290 drugs, all of which are ineffective against the virus. This virus is terrible. What should I do now? The hospital can't accommodate so many patients. There is a steady stream of diagnoses. This way, once it exceeds the critical point, it will be completely finished. The entire hospital's medical staff will be in a viral environment. The probability of infection rise. If the medical staff is infected, this vicious circle will open and the entire hospital will become a dead building. Roche's voice was anxious. Since the outbreak of the virus, many medical personnel have died of illness, which has already put a lot of psychological pressure on the frontline medical staff. If there are other problems, I am afraid that the virus will really get out of control. The air is dead, except for Roche and Matt. Others are heavy. After a long time, Matt quickly opened his mouth. Let's ask the CDC to establish a centralized quarantine area. This is convenient for management. The staff is not too distracted. There is no effect on the single isolation of patients before there is no specific medicine. It only increases the manpower and workload. Other doctors nodded in agreement. As one of the hardest hit areas in the UK, the number of patients in the whole country has exceeded 5,000. It does not include the number of people who have died and the number of people violently killed. The number of people isolated is more than 150,000. This is only the number in the UK and other hardest hit areas. Some are even more horrible. The number of confirmed cases and deaths is rising every day, which is already a very dangerous number. If the isolation point is out of control, it is really a catastrophe. It is more convenient to centralize all patients. There is currently no specific treatment for treatment. Even if it is isolated alone, it will not be of much use. In special circumstances, we have not considered any other problems. Otherwise the epidemic will be out of control and will be even more horrible. The UK CDC has announced the establishment of 3 centrally isolated areas to centrally isolate all diagnosed patients. The news shakes the medical community. The epidemic has reached the point where it is getting out of control. If this continues, no one can guarantee that this disaster will bring about a terrible ending. Soon after the establishment of a centralized segregation area in the United Kingdom, the hardest hit areas in other European and American regions have also announced the establishment of centralized segregation points in the severely affected areas, sending all confirmed patients to the segregated areas, and centralized isolation and management by the military anti-chemical units. At this time, the number of confirmed cases worldwide has reached 70,000. And the number of deaths is refreshing every day. There are more than 2 million people in the world. Every time a patient is found, everyone who comes into contact with him will be isolated. Under the various strict restrictions, the momentum of the madness of the Riederman virus began to ease, but the number of deaths has also increased. In the centralized quarantine area, people die, despair, and collapse every day. Some patients who are still awake, some choose to commit suicide and die with dignity. The news of one after another makes everyone feel heavy. If there is no special medicine, it means that all infected people will die. It will be a disastrous number. Chapter 499. The Dawn of Victory. Hughes Medical Institute. Headed by world-famous immunologists such as Kuxiang and Dudashen, everyone is waiting for the use of the isolation room. Now that the Riederman virus epidemic is serious and special, the WHO and the National Centers for Disease Control have issued a notice that the medical team working on the Riederman special medicine can consult the families of the conscious patients and directly adopt the patients who have lost their minds. Non-toxic and slightly toxic drugs tested. This notice is very important, eliminating the need to test new drugs on animals, which can greatly shorten the drug development cycle. Now all their medicines are carried out directly by patients who have lost their minds. No treatment, definitely death. Let them use new drugs, and there is a chance to heal. This is the 32nd attempt. All members are praying, hoping to pass. They were divided into 8 groups and conducted drug discovery studies in 9 different directions. Until now, there has not been much progress. The Radman virus is too overbearing. During the onset of the disease, in addition to the mental hallucinations of the patient, the other functions of the body are all much stronger than the healthy people. After half a month, the patient will have internal bleeding and eventually die. In addition to the improved HX3 agent, no other method has been found. The improved HX3 agents continue to be in the direction of further research, and they are doing it. After 1 month, they can no longer suppress the virus. After seeing the doctor in the isolation room inject new drugs into the patient, all the researchers' hearts were raised. 10 minutes later, I saw patients who were still struggling with horror in the isolation room, and all the people showed disappointment. It has failed again. Another failure, so that all medical scientists are in a bad mood. A few old medical scientists, their eyes have become red, and in the face of such disasters, they feel their powerlessness. According to WHO's incomplete statistics, the number of direct and indirect deaths caused by the death virus has exceeded 50,000, and the number of infected and confirmed cases has exceeded 90,000. The number of global segregation is close to 2.5 million. In the next month, if there is no specific drug, and the death toll is expected to exceed 100,000. This is the largest man-made biological disaster in human history. Los Angeles reported that yesterday, a medical staff in Los Angeles accidentally infected the death virus while handling the body. Because of the pressure, he committed suicide by jumping off the building in the isolation area. Reuters News. France concentrated in the quarantine area, a patient broke free of the ropes, killed a medical staff to escape the isolation room, and released 60 people infected with the virus, causing quarantine in the quarantine, trying to escape the quarantine. The riots killed 3 healthcare workers, 7 medical staff and 1 anti-chemical soldier infected with the death virus, and 9 infected people died. The French military anti-chemical force has arrested all patients and no infected people have fled the isolation zone. In the past 2 months, the news from the hardest hit areas of the world has put the heart of the international community on a big scale. When going out to do any activities, we must be cautious. I am afraid that I will be infected with the death virus. The global economic loss is immeasurable. Capital Tangshan Hospital. Chen Mo and Wu Bing, as well as a group of members wearing protective clothing, are walking quickly to the isolation room in the test area. The expression on each person's face is different, or anxious, or looking forward to it. Only Chen Mo and Wu Bing's expressions are relatively calm. They were conducting research and were informed that their patients who received the test vaccine had an abnormal reaction today. With the support of Chen Mo's complete technical materials, and the help of the team members, the development of the vaccine is developing in the direction that Chen Mo envisions, and the precision is very fast. A group of Wu Bing successfully found the protective antigen gene of the virus. Chen Mo led the team members and found suitable MRO as a vaccine system platform. The drug has been tested several times and failed. The vaccine system platform has been re-improved several times. This is the 8th trial of their customized vaccine. It is good to have a reaction. At this time, the most terrible thing is that the drug did not respond. So after receiving the news, everyone gave up the research in their hands and rushed to the test area. Pain. It hurts. Doctor, I am so hurt, so uncomfortable. When Chen Mo and Wu Bing entered the isolation room, they heard the painful voice of the patient. The sound is not big, but for 2 people, it is like a Scorpio. When the Radman virus is sick, the patient is like a madman, and there is no such clear sound at all. This shows that their vaccine has begun to play a role. Sir, where are you uncomfortable? Wu Bing leaned down and asked. The body is sore and the brain hurts. The patient seemed to hear Wu Bing's problem and began to answer, like a dream, but with a cry in his voice, apparently suffering tremendous pain. This answer made all the members ecstatic. There is an answer that the patient's consciousness has already been awake, and the vaccine that may be injected has worked. Wu Bing asked a few questions. But in addition to the pain, other questions did not have an accurate answer. Like a drunkard who was half awake, a full body check, you give him a blood test. Chen Mo signaled the team members who came over and began to take blood tests on patients on a fixed bed. The other two members untied the patient's sick suit, and the bruising of the skin immediately caught everyone's attention. This bruising is spread throughout the skin of the body. This is not a symptom of the Ridman virus. They have been dealing with the virus for a few months. This is certain. It's like allergies, it's like poisoning, Wu Bing said. Chen Mo nodded and agreed with Wu Bing. Is the patient not using other drugs in addition to the syringe vaccine? No, the glucose injected by the patient, I have strictly checked. There are no other medical personnel who have contacted the patient. The team responsible for the guard must shake his head. It may be related to the vaccine. We will first test the blood of the patient, Wu Bing said. 20 minutes later, Chen Mo and Wu Bing came out of the isolation room without finding out the results. The two just came out, and Shi Hongtu and others who were isolated from the outdoors could not wait to be surrounded. They heard that Chen Mo's patient had an abnormal reaction and immediately put down his research. Only Chen Mo and Wu Bing were in the isolation room. They didn't go in and waited outside. How? Your research has progressed. Shi Hongtu and several other immunologists look forward to the goggles. The group where Chen Mo and Wu Bing are located, because of the research on customized vaccines, he has little hope of pinning. But a few times down, the speed of this group is beyond his imagination. Now the patient has already responded, and other groups, after injecting new drugs, either sink to the sea or the patients die directly, and progress is not great, so they also hope that Chen Mo can make a miracle. The vaccine was injected 3 days ago. Looking at the situation, it should have played a role. The patient is no longer gibberish as before, Wu Bing said. As soon as this was said, several immunologists such as Shi Hongtu were ecstatic. The patient's mental state has improved, indicating that the research has progressed. This is definitely the message they most want to hear now. But the patient's body is abnormal, not sure of allergies or poisoning. You need to see the blood test results, Wu Bing added. Okay, we wait for the blood test results, Shi Hongtu said with some surprises. Chen Mo and Wu Bing replied to Shi Hongtu, and several people also entered the laboratory. The group leaders of several other groups learned that Chen Mo's group had made progress and had no research thoughts. He came over to accompany several people to wait. The waiting time is always very long, more than 2 hours, so that several people have felt it for several months. When a few people were about to sit still, Wu Bing and Chen Mokai came out of the lab. Shi Hongtu made 2 steps and 3 steps and immediately went up. The result is out. You think about it. Wu Bing looked at Chen Mo. The voice could not hear the joys and sorrows. In the patient's blood, viral antibodies are detected. These antibodies have an effect on the virus and can remove the virus. Chen Mo's words, like the Danian fairy song, made everyone on the field ecstatic. Shi Hongtu is even more excited. The wrinkles of the old face are shaking, almost did not cry out. But the vaccine did not succeed. This sentence, let everyone's happy color disappear, have looked at Chen Mo, waiting for his explanation. We detected 2 toxic proteins in the patient's blood. It should be a potential toxic protein gene in the MNA of the vaccine platform system. If this problem is not solved, the toxic protein accumulates in the patient until a certain concentration, and the patient dies. Then next, Shi Hongtu asked. Next, we need to find these 2 virulence protein genes in the vaccine system platform MNA, and find ways to replace these 2 toxic protein genes, to eliminate the toxicity of the vaccine. The vaccine can be considered successful. Well, I will apply to the above immediately. I will call a few genetic engineering experts to help you find the toxic protein gene. Shi Hongtu did not hesitate to speak, and the voice was extremely exciting. As long as they find these 2 toxic proteins and successfully eliminate the toxicity of the vaccine, they will probably end the global terror that threatens the world. They have seen the dawn of victory. Chapter 500, Convene in the Capital Biogene Research Institute, Wang Yi, in his own experimental office, looked at the news about the Ridman virus and expressed his thoughts from time to time. This human disaster has been maintained for several months, and the hardest hit areas have become so unimaginable. Unfortunately, his research is to establish and optimize gene editing techniques in hematopoietic stem cells and T cells, to study the characteristics of related gene editing techniques, and to improve the efficiency and specificity of genes, mainly in the field of genetic diseases. This time, the Ridman virus belongs to virology, which is not so serious in China. They do not need to participate in proximity. The virus has caused panic in the international community, but he can do nothing. After reading the news, Wang Yi put down the newspaper and sighed. Worried that other things are useless, it is the topic to do your own research. Hey! Exclamation mark. Wang Yi was just preparing to start researching his own subject. An old man with glasses knocked on the door and walked quickly to him to see what was urgent. Director Liu, is there something urgent? Dr. Wang, the dean came to inform that there was a breakthrough in the Diamond virus vaccine in Tangshan. Now it is carrying out urgent technical research and now needs experts in genomics. Upon hearing this notice, Wang Heoi stood up. I am waiting for Director Liu to speak again. Wang Yi has begun to pack up and prepare to leave the office. East China Sea Life Science Research Institute. Yang Yunjie quickly entered the lab. In the lab, with members of their team, as well as students and assistants. Their team. The key research and development programs are precision medical research projects, epigenomics detection technology and clinical applications, as well as new techniques for RNA methylation epigenetic transcriptomics sequencing, both of which he conducted research. The hot Ridman virus outside is an immunology, but he is not an expert in immunology and virology, so he was not summoned by the medical team, and he continued to conduct research on the research side of the institute. But today, the capital has come to inform that there is progress in the Ridman virus vaccine over the Tangshan Mountains, and experts from genomics experts are needed to participate in emergency technical research. Mr. Yang, what happened? Standing in the lab, other members and students looked at him, and a student asked. The capital needs genetic editing and genomics to carry out emergency technical research. You Jun, me Shuangalai, both of you and me. Mr. Yang, is it convenient to say what technology? Asked the female researcher named Mi Shuangalai. The capital of Tangshan Hospital, analyze the genes of the Ridman virus vaccine. It is good. The two focused on the head and did not hesitate to agree. The CDC issued a notice of convening. The experts who are conducting genomics and bioinformatics research projects in various parts of the country received the news and did not hesitate to go to the capital Tangshan Hospital to carry out the project. In just one day, nearly 20 genomics experts and researchers have arrived in Tangshan. The staff of the CDC and the Ministry of Health are aware of the importance of the project, coordinate in the middle, quickly mobilize experimental equipment and materials, and prepare experimental conditions for researchers. Tangshan Institute, Chen Mo and Wu Bing, as well as team members, entered the conference room. Several group members were surprised when they saw a room full of people. Some of them have been recognized, including the medical team's existing experts in genetic immunology. There are a total of 33 on the field, almost including the top experts in the field of genomics experts, including their former mentor. It can be said that the most talkative people in domestic genomics are in this conference room. They are looking at everyone, and the experts below are looking at them. Seeing the leadership of Chen Mo and Wu Bing, as well as the team behind the young, many people could not help but marvel. It is this young team that has made great achievements in two bioterrorisms, and this time it has made breakthrough progress when they are not optimistic. Seeing the group members, there are their own students. Some academicians smiled with satisfaction. At least their students have a good time. They are also very proud. However, with the lead Chen Mobi, it seems that genius has become dull. Everyone's eyes quickly fell on Chen Mo. In the past, I only heard the name. I didn't see anyone, and I finally saw it today. Chen Mo is also an expert and researcher on the field. Their group can also find toxic proteins themselves, but in order to speed up, more people, obviously faster. The CDC and the Ministry of Health coordinated centrally, and the two hospitals supported it. It was unexpected to find so many researchers. All the information was distributed, and Chen Mokai went to the podium of the conference room and went directly to the theme. This morning, we conducted another blood test on the patient. In your hand, there is an examination result. The patient has recovered the initial consciousness, and the antibody concentration in the body has increased compared with 2 days ago, and the number of viruses is decreasing. In theory, in about 5 days, the patient will develop resistance to the Ridman virus. After Chen Mo opened, everyone listened carefully to Chen Mo's explanation. Many people on the field were enough to be teachers of Chen Mo's teacher, but Chen Mo's level of performance was enough to be their teacher. The Ridman virus vaccine was a breakthrough under the auspices of his hands. No one dared to despise Chen Mo's age. When the vaccine was effective, many people were still a little happy, but just after some surprises, Chen Mo was interrupted. But we detected 2 venom proteins in the patient's body. These 2 toxic proteins also increased as the concentration of the antibody increased. Just 2 hours ago, the patient died in pain. Less than 5 days later, he was not killed by the Ridman virus, but the poisonous protein in his body caused him to die. We initially determined that this toxic protein is caused by the potential toxic protein gene in the mRNA of the vaccine platform system. So next, the task of all of you is to find the 2 virulence protein genes in the vaccine. We will find ways to knock out these 2 genes and eliminate the toxicity of the vaccine. Chen, there are no 2 drugs that degrade the drug to achieve the purpose of treatment. Hearing the following question, Chen Mo nodded and replied, "We have thought about this method. The medical team is looking for drugs that degrade the protein, but it has not been found yet. And it is not a cure." Academician Chen, a sample of toxic protein? Yang Yanjia, sitting in the first row, asked questions. Yes, we have some samples in the patient's blood, but not many. After the project starts, samples of toxic proteins will be distributed to the laboratories. Next I will explain the related properties of the toxic protein and mRNA related information. If you have any questions, you can interrupt me during the period, or ask the academician Wu. We will try our best to answer your questions if the conditions permit. After the explanation, Chen Mo began to talk about some of the characteristics of toxic proteins, as well as information related to mRNA, so that they can start research. Chapter 501, Waste is Shameful. In addition to Chen Maoyu's original team, more than 30 experts in genomics and bioinformatics were divided into 2 groups, each of which was responsible for the detection of a protein. After the division of labor is completed, the expert group begins to discuss their methods of completing the project and prepare experimental theory. Everyone wants to find out the 2 toxic protein genes in the shortest possible time. The researchers all know that Chen Mo is looking for them to come over, just to speed up the research. It will save a lot of people's lives in a few days. Chen Mo and Wu Bing came out of the institute. It was already 8 o'clock in the evening, and the 2 also rushed back to the dormitory. You said that this expert group study, how long can it be completed? It should not take too long to find the gene sequence. It is not a problem. It mainly requires multiple tests. With so many experts participating, the time can be shortened a lot. Chen Mo said this because the DNA detection technology is very mature. Finding the genetic sequence and structure of a protein is not difficult. It can be said that in the study of genomics, this is the basic skill. I hope so. If this vaccine research is successful, you are a hero, Chen Ying. Wu Bing joked. Heroes are wall. I don't want to be a hero. I am a businessman. I want to make money. Customized vaccines. Vaccine technology revolution. A bunch of Jinshan is in front of me, and now there are dozens of experts to help me accelerate the technological breakthrough. Almost quite free labor. Looking at Chen Mo up, Wu Bing is a bit speechless. With so many experts and academicians as free laborers, I am afraid that under the circumstance, there are only such bold businessmen. If they know, it is estimated that you will be arrested and displayed on the streets. Chen Mo spread his hands and said helplessness. I just want more experts in genomics. I have called more than 30 people. I don't have to spend money and waste shame. He and Shi Hongta said that several genetic engineering experts were needed to help. As a result, Shi Hongtu was afraid of lack of manpower. The report was said to be a technical breakthrough. As a result, more than 30 top genetic researchers were found, which greatly exceeded his expectations. Since it is here, Chen Mo will naturally not let this good opportunity let the researchers study it for free. Next, we have to prepare the genetic modification experiment of the vaccine. We need to find a few teachers who study the regulation of gene expression, and the time for the transformation will be much shorter. Yang Yanjia academician is an expert in this field. He is presiding over an expression regulation project. He can, as well as academician Wang Qi, academician Guo Fu. Wu Bing said the names of several relevant academicians. Yeah, Chen Mo wrote down several names. Would you like to eat together? After talking about the topic of work, Wu Bing talked about the topic and turned back to life. No, the ink girl cooked the rice and waited for me in the dormitory. Chen Mo said. When it comes to the ink girl, Wu Bing's eyes become strange. Why are you looking at me like this? I have always had a question to ask you. The ink woman came here with you, still live together. Does your wife know? Wu Bing looked at Chen Mo curiously and wanted to see what reaction he was. What do you want to express? Chen Mo's brain is black. Does your wife have no objection? Chen Mo can't smile. There is no way to explain this, and there is no need to explain it. He can only shrug his shoulders. No, she still cares about how the Mexican woman takes care of me. What should I pay attention to? It makes me feel like I can't take care of myself. Well, your wife is very big, Wu Bing said with a deep smile. Ink is not a pretty girl. Looking at the pearl of a wealthy family, how do you turn to be an assistant? Charisma. Wu Bing turned a blank eye. In the next few days, the team of experts entered an emergency research state. Everyone is nervous and hopes to complete their research projects as soon as possible. More than 30 top genomics and bioinformatics experts focus on a topic here, and the Capital Medical community has become more busy than ever. The Capital Biogene Research Institute has also been used as one of the research institutes for this research. The experimental materials needed will be quickly put in place under the coordination of the CDC. All channels are dedicated to providing the most research, quick assistance. Race against time. As Chen Mo expected, it didn't take long for the good news to come out of the lab. Seeing the results of the report, not only Yang Yanjia, but also the other group members have a happy face. Their group is responsible for the topic of T3 protein. T3 protein, which is one of the two toxic proteins, Chen Mo said. 2 days ago, the gene sequence of the T1 protein was found by members of the T1 group. These 2 days, they are thinking about the genes of the T3 protein all the time, and finally finished it today. Finding gene sequences is not difficult for them, but it is related to the Ridman virus vaccine, which can save thousands of lives. Their sense of accomplishment is very great. The location of the gene sequence of the T3 protein was found, and the academician Chen was informed, and the task of our group was also entrusted. Thank you. Everyone has worked hard. With the experimental data, Chen Mo was thanked by the researchers on the field. The genetic sequence of the two proteins is found, and the next thing becomes much simpler. However, in order to be faster, Chen Mo also needs to pull a few people to participate in the research. Now the group is an expert in genomics. There are several academicians who study the regulation of gene expression. It is hard to collect so many experts and scholars here, and do not make the best use of it. He feels sorry for himself. In order to save time and complete the vaccine faster. Yes, that's it. Chen Mo tried to finish, only to speak. Teacher, next, We want to limit the expression of these two protein genes on the vaccine system platform. Because the experiment has multiple directions and needs some people, I am afraid you still need help. When we come here, we are helping. Academician Chen. What is needed for us, even if it is proposed? Yang Yanjia stood up. Because there are many ways to limit gene expression, gene amplification, deletion, methylation modification, gene manipulation, etc. These methods are all possible, but we do not know the impact of these two genes on the vaccine system platform, so try these methods all over again. We also modified the vaccine platform and experimented with all methods to determine which one works. Can save a lot of time, try one by one. I am afraid it will take a long time. Our team can only conduct experiments in one direction in a short time, so we need experts in gene expression regulation to conduct experiments in the other directions. I count one, said Yang Yanjia. I count one. I am coming to join in the fun. Wu Bing said that several experts in the study of gene expression regulation have stood up. In the end, Chen Mo identified several of the most prestigious academicians as the leaders of the group and presided over research in other directions. After the task was dispatched, Chen Mokai said to Shi Hongtu, the stone leader, "You can send patients infected with the virus to the hospital to facilitate the vaccine test." Good. Shi Hongtu immediately agreed. The mortality rate of infected virus is 100%, sent to treatment, there is still a chance to live. No family members will refuse treatment. Arranged properly, the 6 groups of members, under the guidance of Chen Mo, began to modify the vaccine. Chapter 502, Number 2 Vaccine succeeded. Second more. Evan looked at the man who was being held by 2 agents, and pulled off the man's thick mask, and the half-squinting eyes pulled out a little bit of cold. During this time, the case of the German Reedman virus has been increasing. Every time a person with a case infection is found, it will be quickly isolated and sent to the isolation area to cut off the source of infection. But after each isolation, new cases will appear, and there is no correlation between the cases. So they judged that there are definitely people from the RS organization who are in the territory of the country and are putting the virus around. The CIA uses almost all domestic eyeliners to investigate suspicious people. After more than 2 months of investigation, I finally locked my eyes on the man in front of me. Lyric, the other is Lidman's capable Kader, the core figure of Angola's turmoil, the executor of this death plan. RS is still alive, the most central person. I didn't expect the other party to hide, but dare to enter their country for so long. They only discovered it until now. Does the antidote to the virus? Evan punched Lyric's stomach and said coldly. Lyric looked at Evan with a sneer and laughed, his voice sharp and strange, and it made people shudder. I am honored to tell you that there is no antidote. He. There is no antidote. Evan twitched and looked gloomy. He grabbed Lyric's collar. I don't want to say it. We have a way to let you speak. Death plan. I have never thought of detoxifying you from the beginning. The gentleman is just to let you feel the fear of death. Lyric sneered coldly. Let me open my mouth without antidote, let alone, you can't do anything. Let the dead open. What do you mean? Oh, I understand. Evan was shocked and just wanted to start. Lyric's face floated with pain, and black blood overflowed from the corner of his mouth. Damn. The raised by the bitch. Seeing that Lyric fell to the ground, Evan roared out and slammed his body against Lyric's body. After calming down, Evan dialed the phone. Lyric is dead. When she got up in the morning, Chen Mo heard the news that the Ink Girl told him, but there were some accidents. No, Ridman was so vigorous, but he also committed suicide. The kind of death is not enough. There is not much emotion. After breakfast, Chen Mo left the dormitory. Academician Chen, these patients are infected with the virus for more than a month. The modified HX3 agent has been ineffective for them, and after a maximum of 1 week or so, they will die. Mi Fu introduced Chen Mo and Wu Bing to patients in the isolation room. A total of 15 patients. At the door of the isolation room, have personal identification information of the patient and the time of diagnosis of the virus. Through the window of the isolation room, we can see that the patient is tremble and struggle, and some of them are gibberish and have lost their original consciousness. These patients are emergency patients sent from all over the country in order to test their vaccines. These people have at least a chance to be saved. Agreeing to sign a voluntary treatment agreement, Wu Bing asked. All signed. Their family has agreed to let us treat them with new treatment options. Mi Fu nodded. That's good. Chen Mo nodded. Start to plant vaccines for them. The medical staff at the back received Chen Mo's instructions and entered the isolation room to inject the vaccine from the research team. These vaccines are all improved vaccines. Because the influence of the two-stage protein gene on the vaccine system platform is unknown, Chen Mo asked the expert group to make the two-stage protein genes unable to express through different methods such as methylation modification, gene antisense technology, gene manipulation, amplification and rejection. This achieves the effect of removing toxic proteins on patients. 15 patients, 5 vaccines treated differently, and their vaccine research was officially successful as long as one vaccine was successful. After the first phase of the vaccination was completed, Chen Mo saw his body and found no abnormalities before leaving the quarantine. The next step is to wait for the vaccine to work in the patient's body. This process takes at least 3 days to make a significant difference. Lin Junjun felt that he had made a long dream. In the dream, she saw that the water from the faucet in the house was full of blood. Her family, all of them became strange aliens, eating carrion. Seeing that scene, she was frightened and ran away wildly. Then she felt herself caught by a group of aliens, grabbed it back into the spaceship, and slammed her with a red liquid, as if to catch her for an experiment. Then she struggled to escape and was full of fear. Not long ago, there were aliens who injected liquid into her, and she didn't know what it was. I don't know how long it took. Her head began to faint, her consciousness gradually blurred, and she fell into the darkness. Opening his eyes and seeing a group of people wearing protective clothes surrounding her, Lin Junjun was shocked and just wanted to escape, only to find that he was fixed in the hospital bed, unable to break free and scream out in fear. Ah! Don't come over. Get out. Let me go. I beg you to let me go. Several people around the hospital face each other, and some look at Lin Junjun indefinitely, among them Chen Mo. The first phase of vaccination has been 4 days. After the second phase of vaccination yesterday, Lin Junjun had quietly slept last night, but his life characteristics were normal and he seemed to fall asleep. The same symptoms were observed in 2 other patients with the same vaccine. Blood tests were taken this morning. They found antibodies to the Ridman virus in the blood of Lin Junjun, and the concentration was sufficient to form a resistance to the Ridman virus, and the virus in Lin Junjun was almost eliminated. This discovery surprised them, which has already shown that the vaccine has taken effect. However, Lin Junjun has not woken up. They are not sure whether it is another side effect caused by the vaccine. As a result, Lin Junjun woke up and saw that they were screaming when they were wearing protective clothing. They were similar to the time of the disease, and they were not sure whether Lin Junjun was good or not. Miss Lin Junjun. Miss Lin Junjun. Chen Mo tried to shout it twice. Hearing Chen Mo's name, Lin Junjun was awake, and his screaming voice was weak. He was determined to look at Chen Mo, but he was still a little scared. What are you doing? Don't take me as an experimental product. I am not healthy. I can't have a healthy baby. You let me go. Mom. The doctors on the side of the bed were a little speechless. It looked like normal and not normal. What is the situation? We are doctors, not arresting you as an experimental product, Chen Mo said. Doctor. Lin Junjun screamed twice and calmed down a lot. Then he looked at the people around the bed. Unlike the aliens in his dreams, like the people wearing anti-chemical suits in the movies. Are you really a doctor? Lin Junjun asked. Finally, there is a normal problem. This sentence, Let everyone on the field surprise. This is the isolation room of the capital Tangshan Hospital. We are all your doctors. What you have seen before are hallucinations. We are treating you, Chen Mo said. Treatment? What disease did I get? Lin Junjun was a little panicked. Infected with the Ridman virus. Ridman virus? This sentence is like a big clock echoing in Lin Junjun's mind, and the previous memories are flooding. Before she saw the aliens, the news of the German virus had spread. She also knew that people infected with the Ridman virus would go mad and die, and did not expect the tragedy to fall on themselves. Doctor, can you save me? Help me, I don't want to die. My mother. Lin Junjun cried, with panic in his voice. Don't cry, we are treating you. Wake up, indicating that the treatment is effective. Chen Mo's voice let Lin Junjun stop crying, staring at him, tears hanging in the eyelashes. Pitiful, what should I do next? We need to see if there are side effects of new drugs on your body and do a whole body check. Is you giving me a whole body test? I haven't even talked about love. Puff. Ha 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 ha. In the isolation room, several people laughed together. Lin Junjun's consciousness was restored, indicating that the vaccine was working. They were very excited in their hearts. As a result, the girl made a speech to Chen Mo and laughed at them all. During the Ridman virus, the accumulated repressive mood was vented at this time. Give it to you, academician Chen. Wu Bing patted Chen Mo's shoulder and joked. Give it to you. Shi Hongtu and Mi Fu both patted Chen Mo's shoulders, smiled and left the isolation room, leaving a female nurse in the isolation room. I am not professional. Hey, Dr. Mi, academician Wu. Shi Cheng, you are not professional, we should go home to farm. Mi Fu said, close the door of the isolation room. The air in the isolation room suddenly became quiet, and Chen Mo and Lin Junjun on the hospital bed face each other. Chen Mo can see this brainless girl, her pale face floating red. Back to the institute, Shi Hongtu and others began to waiting for them, and a group of researchers. About an hour. The staff of the institute felt like it was a year, and the heart was very anxious. This is the most promising success for them. If this is successful, they will end the bioterror that makes the world fear. Seeing Chen Mo came in with the report, everyone stood up and looked at him with gaze, and the field was silent. Chen Mo glanced around in a circle before opening. The patient has recovered his mind. The body is not allergic and poisoning symptoms. In the blood test, some metabolic indicators are abnormal, caused by long-term disease, hormones and metabolic disorders. The concentration of antibodies is enough to form resistance to the Ridman virus. No, the performance of side effects was found and the number 2 vaccine was successful. Chapter 503, the conference hosting the Hope Sunrise wakes up in the morning. The earth shines reborn. Let the sound of the wind blow out, and it becomes the music of life. People's newspaper. Fanon sat on his desk, sipping coffee and browsing the news. Now online, there are news about how many deaths caused by the death virus, which medical staff committed suicide, and how many infection cases were found today. The whole world is filled with the atmosphere of panic. I know that there is no other news except Chen Mo's improved HX3. Some people who have confirmed the disease have chosen to commit suicide. The phone ringing surprised Fanon and picked up the phone. Editor Fanon, there is big news. The medical team has a big news announced that it may be that the special medicine of the Ridman virus has progressed and it will pass immediately. Just heard the notice from the phone. Fanon froze, smiled unscrupulously, his hand trembled, the hot coffee sprinkled between his legs, and the office suddenly screamed. Li Taijun hung up the phone and immediately jumped up from the office chair. He quickly packed up the notebook on the desk and loaded the backpack and ran out of the office. Anne, bring the equipment to go with me. Have big news, hurry up, it's too late. The person who was called was too late to think about it. He looked at his camera and ran out behind Li Taijun. Until the two disappeared outside the company's door, the people in the office still looked at each other and looked awkward. Jerry, hurry up. Aisha held the phone in her hand in the car, urging the assistant to hurry and making a call. They are reporters of the New York Times in China. During this time, the United States was the news of the spread of the Riederman virus. She was very worried and thankful. Worried about the American family. I am glad that I am not at home. Otherwise, as a frontline reporter, her infection probability is very high, because she has to travel around and contact various news. There is a panic about the death virus in the world, and there is no good news. The result was just received a notice. Huaxia's medical team announced good news. Let her rush to the scene. Mr. Hudson, Huaxia Medical Group has announced that it may be a huge piece of good news. Do you want to broadcast live? Huaxia Medical Team. Well, I will arrange live broadcast. Now in their country, there is a lot of pessimistic news everywhere. They need a good news to inspire people. She has a hunch that it is sure that there will be a huge breakthrough in the drugs researched by the medical team, and such a grand press conference will be held. This is to give the world confidence in fighting bioterrorism. Carl took a camera and rushed to the press conference at the International Convention Center. He is also a reporter in China. He was notified today that the Huaxia Medical Group held a press conference and announced major news. He didn't want to run around with the equipment. In the VFV bioterrorism, the medical team found key drugs. During the death virus, the HX3 agent was also improved. The two virus crises were too prominent. The press conference is now a breakthrough in drug research. Global bioterrorism has caused massive panic. Too much pessimistic news. If there is an exciting news, it is definitely a pot of water in the desert. Angel wears a mask and carries a backpack. After security check, she rushes toward the venue. Beside her, there are also some reporters who have stepped up, and everyone wants to arrive at the press conference. They are all news and experienced. In the previous drug breakthroughs, Huaxia Medical Group did not hold such a grand conference. This time, the reporters from various countries in China were notified. The meaning is obvious. I want to let this conference show the world. This kind of global pessimistic panic, if it is news about the breakthrough of special effects, is definitely the best news. Just dare to enter the venue. Angel's face is bitter. The best position of the venue has been occupied by other reporters, and the venue. The crowd is swaying. I do not know that it is a concert of a superstar. The medical team held a press conference and there was a major announcement that it might be a significant advancement in the specific drug of the death virus. Sun Yanniu is brushing his mobile phone on the office chair. When he sees this news, he instantly stops and quickly opens. Hey, Zhengming, Xiaohua, the medical team held a press conference. It seems that the Riederman virus made a breakthrough. Really? The two people around him immediately came around. And other colleagues saw the two around, and they were curious to see the past and soon understood what was going on. I have a live broadcast of the medical team here. When the words came out, everyone surrounded them and watched the live broadcast screen waiting. Hello everyone, I am now at the Capital International Conference Center. Behind me, at the scene of the press conference. An hour ago, the medical team issued a notice, held a press conference, and announced a major incident. According to speculation, it may be medical. The team made a major breakthrough in the drug against the Riederman virus. Children fuck. Child fucking. You see, my son is saved. My son is saved. Yang Kingo pointed at the TV screen. The red eyes left tears. The voice was a little trembling. They are concerned about the latest news of the Riederman virus every day, because the son is not at risk of being infected with the virus. During this time, my wife washed his face with tears every day, and he felt listless. Hearing the voice of Yang Kingo, the wife next to him raised his head and his eyes recovered. His tears did not consciously stay, and he kept his eyes open. In the Huaxia East China Sea isolation area, Yang was lying on the hospital bed and looked at the TV news on the wall in a listless manner. He was infected with the virus, injected HX3 agent, and now recovers his mind. It is known from newspaper news that if there is no specific medicine, after the HX3 medicine fails, he will die in madness. But so far, No drugs have been found to cure, and now there is only despair. The following news is broadcasted. The medical team held a press conference and said that there was a major news announcement. The outside world speculated that the suspected Riedman virus drug has made breakthrough progress. Below we will connect the reporters at the conference. Seeing the news, Yang Yang's eyes returned to life, laughing with impunity and shed tears. Schools, companies, homes, buses, roadsides, and large screens on various squares are all broadcasting live news. The press conference has not yet begun, and everyone is looking forward to it. In the past few months, they have panicked in countless times, fearing that they will be infected with the virus one day and die in madness. That fear is a mental torture. Today, this upcoming conference will bring hope to them. Relay, immediately broadcast, contact the boss. Let all TV channels broadcast. Hudson saw the live broadcast from the China Capital International Conference Center. The surprise almost cried. The United States is the most severely affected area, with the largest number of dead people, and a constant stream of new infections. Various news have put public opinion on the verge of collapse. If you are not worried about a large number of people gathering demonstrations, it may cause virus infection. And now they will definitely become a pot of porridge. Waiting for the wind and other rain, they expect good news to come out every day, but hope again and again, become desperate, and finally this good news is waiting today. New work time. Nissan walked aimlessly in the square. It was already at night, and the surrounding area was empty. Apart from the neon lights, only a few people walking in the crowd were not as lively as they used to be. After the outbreak of the Riedman virus, New York is the hardest hit area. Many people will choose to watch TV, play computers and play mobile phones at home to avoid infection with the German virus. His father and sister, when they went out, infected the virus and are now still in the hospital. Looking up at the big screen of the Times Square sign, Nissan's nose was sour. He paid attention to the news every day, but did not give him hope. But desperate times just want to leave. I saw a change on the big screen. Huexia Medical Group held a grand press conference and it was suspected that there was a major breakthrough in the special drug of Riedman virus. The sudden appearance of the report made Nissan stay in the mud and turn to ecstasy. Not only Nissan, on Times Square, I saw people on the big screen, all looking up, standing in the same place. Many people have been crying in place, weeping. Paris is concentrated in the quarantine area, which is already a military quarantine area. Frank saw the news, and the tough guy in the military uniform also shed tears. He is the person in charge of the quarantine area. He looks at the people who are dying in desperation every day in the quarantine area. He can't sleep for dozens of nights. His mind is the desperate look of those patients. All the pressure on his shoulders can only be hard in front of outsiders, when no one can cry. He has prayed for countless times that the disaster can go earlier, and it seems that today, only a glimmer of help is seen. Look for a projector and project the news screen. After calm, Frank gave instructions. The soldier who got the order immediately rolled out and let people find the projector. Lutheran stood at the window and looked at the world outside. His eyes dim. She had just got sick and did not take long to inject HX3 and stay awake. There are still 10 days of efficacy, and she will be sick again, when she will die in madness. Now she is free, and the people in the same isolation room as her are free, and they are not fixed. Because they are crazy, they are not an illusion of aggression. When they are close to their illness, they will be imprisoned. And her patient in an isolation room, both hiding in the corner and crying, with despair in her voice. 2 days ago, a patient could not stand the pressure of despair, committed suicide before their eyes, and gave them a lot of blows. I can't see hope here, only despair. Suddenly, on the open space outside the window, several soldiers opened the white curtain. Soon, a huge projection appeared on the curtain. Huexia Medical Group held a press conference, and it was suspected that there was a major breakthrough in the death virus special medicine. Seeing the news on the curtain, and the sound of the sound, Lutheran's desperate eyes had a faint focus and a fascinating look. In the ward window of the quarantine, as the sound of the sound spreads, more and more people appear in the iron fence-like window, staring at the news on the curtain. No cheers, no ecstasy, no screams, no crying, no death, no voice, no fear of missing a word. Everyone has unlimited hope. Los Angeles, New York, Vancouver, London, Paris, Berlin, all centralized quarantine, all news screens, are the same place. The Conference of the China Capital International Conference Center. Chapter 504, Success. Capital International Conference Center. Backstage of the press conference. Together with Chen Mo, there are Shi Hongtu, Wu Bing, members of their group, as well as Yang Yunjie, Wang Qi, Wang Yi, Gao Fu, 4 academicians and experts who presided over vaccine reform, and members of the medical team, Mi Fu, etc. Several medical staff working in the field, a total of 20 representatives. The press conference was held by the Ministry of Health, as well as 2 hospitals, and the CDC hoped that they would open it. The world is now filled with a panic atmosphere, and an official good news is needed to restore hope to those who are isolated. It also improves the reputation of China in the face of the global people and improves the international image of China. Under the coordination of all parties, Chen Mo was the main representative and the conference was held. The Stone leader, academician Chen. The reporters have come together, and the press conference has to begin. A staff member of the conference came to Shi Hongtu and Chen Mo. Let's go, academician Chen, the position of the leader. It's none of you. Shi Hongtu smiled. It is good. Chen Mo was also unpretentious. Under the guidance of the staff, he walked over to the conference. Shi Hongtu followed, Wu Bing also went up, and everyone else followed the original arrangement and kept up. At the press conference, after the host announced the start, the slightly crowded venue was silent, and everyone's eyes were on the side door of the stage, waiting for important people to appear. Seeing that Chen Mo took the lead, the venue was instantly occupied by countless applause and shutter sounds. The flash is contiguous and illuminates the stage of the conference. The photographer behind the live broadcast, the camera closely follows the team members who played. Under the stage, I saw Chen Mo and others on stage, and I knew that help had already arrived. Some people have begun to whisper, and the rest of the reporters tried to control their emotions and waited for Chen Mo to announce good news. Internet users in front of the computer screen of the Internet Cafe, the company's front computer staff, mobile phone screen passers-by, home TV. All the audience are pressing their excitement, looking forward to seeing the medical team coming out. Everything is silent. All those who know the death virus, all the people who saw the live news, with hopes, stared at the medical team members on the screen. Chen Mo stood in the middle of the conference stage and became the focus of the audience. A confident figure is spread throughout the world through live footage. The hopes of the whole world are gathered in this figure. A confident man at this moment can always create miracles again and again. Flower City, a luxury villa. Xiaoyu was sitting on the sofa with his little unparalleled, and Chen's father and mother were sitting next to each other. In front of them, there is a huge LCD screen that is playing live news. Chen Mo is on the screen, standing in the middle of the stage. Mama is awkward. Small unparalleled stick out his little finger, pointing at the LCD screen. Pure eyes are a little happy to look at Chen Mo in the picture. The sound of milk is more clear than before. Well, it's Dad. Dad is super powerful. And soon I will come back to find my mother and my unparalleled. Xiaoyu caressed the unparalleled head, proud smile lingering, watching the figure on the LCD screen, with thick missing. The marching ant headquarters. At this time all the computer screens of the headquarters, holographic projections, are playing this live broadcast screen. All the employees stopped their work, and looked at the figure on the screen with gaze. This confident figure is the highest belief in their company. As employees of the Marching Ant Company, everyone is very excited and very proud. It finally succeeded. In the office, Zhao Minutes leisurely sipped coffee and saw Chen Mo standing in the middle of the stage. The depression of the past was swept away, and the corner of his mouth showed a slight smile. He stood on the stage and it proved successful. This man, no matter where he is eye-catching. That kind of confident temperament is fascinating, and you will indulge yourself if you are not careful. Only he can stand on this stage with confidence to meet the eyes of the world. Sun Yanniu clenched his fists, and the colleague behind her had already been huddled in front of two computers, and even the company's CEO was crowded into the crowd. No one spoke, staring at the shadow of Chen Mo's figure on the screen, and even breathing as much as possible. They are waiting for an answer, the good news they dream of. Yang Qinggo sat on the sofa with his wife's shoulders and his eyes were red. The two men's hands were already tightly held, for fear of the next news, not the news they wanted. Staring at the live news of the TV screen with hope, I couldn't dare to make a sound. On the streets of Times Square, Nissan had put his hands together on his chest and stared at Chen Mo on the big screen. He was praying and praying that the news that Chen Mo announced next was the news he had been waiting for. Joy and fear occupy his body, trembling uncontrollably, letting tears flow down and his mouth slamming. In the Paris quarantine area, Lucerne stood in front of the window, looking through the steel fence and staring at the curtain on the outside. The figure above, with the hope of their birth. Behind her, other infected people have gathered, several heads fill the small windows, with hope in the eyes. In the isolation room next door, everyone huddled together and held their eyes to the curtain. There is no sound in the entire quarantine area, for fear of a glimmer of sound that will destroy the news that keeps them alive. The same scene, a similar gaze, joined together, up to the high officials and nobles, down to the civilians. Everyone is quiet, waiting for Chen Mo to speak. In the eyes of everyone's expectations, all members of the medical team were seated. When Chen Mo picked up the microphone, everyone's heart was lifted up and concentrated. In full expectation, Chen Mo spoke. Thank you all. I am only on behalf of the medical team. I will announce a message to you. The world's first case of cure for the Ridman virus infection, which appeared this morning, has confirmed recovery and has resistance to the Ridman virus. The group has succeeded in the Ridman virus vaccine project. In just a few words, it seems like unlimited hope, through the live screen, spread all over the world. After a brief silence, the thunderous applause and cheers broke out in the Capital International Convention Center. Several journalists with loved ones and friends infected with the virus were applauding in madness and wept. Success. Yay! The headquarters of the Marching Ant Company has already erupted like an unprecedented cheer, and laughed wildly. In the past few months, it has been suppressed by the bioterrorism crisis and vented unscrupulously. And the people who ended it all were their bosses, proud of their emotions. They are proud of their company and proud of their boss. The virus vaccine project has been successful. My wife, my son has been saved. And my son has been saved. In the last sentence, the words are like tanzu, poked into the heart. Yang Qinggo holding his wife, crying and laughing, as if to hear the good news of Danda. In the past dozens of days and nights, they are worried about their son's illness every day and can't sleep. At this moment, all negative emotions are released. Dad, sister, saved. Ha 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 ha. Hey. Nissan laughed loudly, smiled and screamed and cried on the floor. In the past 20 days, all the pressures and worries have accumulated in his mind. Asleep is a scene in which my father and my sister are sick and dead. The feeling of powerlessness that looks at my loved ones, the desperation that can only wait for the death of a loved one, is venting at this moment. The people on the side of the road did not laugh at his grievances, leaving behind the applause of clear encouragement and cheers. Successful. Really successful. Ha 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 ha. Success. Live, live. I am alive, I can live. Ha ha ha. In the concentrated quarantine area of Paris, the translation from the sound made Lutheran, who had suppressed the mood, mudly cheered, laughed in tears, and suppressed resentment. During this time, no human body will have their desperate death, They have to commit suicide several times and die decently. The crying and pleading of the family allowed them to retain the last bit of courage to live. They ushered in real hope. Isolation room. Several patients have been crying into a ball. Roche stood in the lobby of the quarantine and looked up at the screen above the hall. Countless times to walk in the forefront of disease resistance. He knows how much pressure the doctors on the front line are. Fear, panic. He even saw the doctor who accidentally infected the virus and jumped off the roof of the isolation area. In the face of patients, they have more than enough energy and can only watch the patient die in madness again and again. In the past few months, he has been insomnia for dozens of times, awakened in a nightmare, and in the morning he has to pretend to comfort the patient without any problems and find a cure. At this moment, the tight strings of my heart were loose, and Roche could no longer hold back. Countless bitterness rushed to my heart and slammed directly on the ground, crying like a wounded child. Other medical staff also cried into a group, releasing the negative emotions such as fear, despair and accumulation during this time. At the press conference, Chen Mo stood on the stage and applauded, scanning the reporters who were full of tears and excitement. This is an exciting moment and the main reason for this conference. The Redman virus caused a huge social panic, and it has already cast a shadow on countless people and squeezed too many negative emotions. The world needs good news to dispel the dark clouds of bioterrorism, and to let the world's infected people see the hope of living. Chen Mo can clearly feel the emotional catharsis from all parties, and the repressed emotion accumulated in a few months has already opened a mouth. After a long time, Chen Mokai opened. History will remember this day. We have defeated the of death. Chapter 505. Next permission. Chen Mo led the medical team to successfully develop the death virus vaccine. The news was broadcast live on various news platforms, like a tsunami, sweeping the globe. The countries in the hardest hit areas have sent congratulatory messages, and also sent senior officials to coordinate, hoping to get the vaccine early to treat the patients. Chen Mo defeated the of death. This topic has become the world's craziest topic, creating an unprecedented record. In the past few months, they have imagined how many times this bioterrorism ended. Maybe suddenly there will be drugs to cure tomorrow, or humans will suffer heavy casualties in this bioterrorism. Now all horror is over. After the press conference, Haixing Company announced the start of emergency mass production vaccine. The first batch of vaccines will be urgently deployed to WHO according to needs, and the rest will be sent to the hardest hit areas on a pro-rata basis for emergency relief. The vaccines produced afterwards will also be sent to the hardest hit areas around the world. The dead atmosphere was swept away, and the hand of death in the hearts of the people disappeared. The air was not so depressed. The mood of all people became hearty after catharsis. Some of the quarantine areas were cancelled, the students returned to the classroom, the company continued to operate, and the streets were swept away, and the popularity gradually recovered. According to WHO statistics, as Chen Mo announced the success of the Redman virus vaccine, the number of direct deaths caused by the Redman virus exceeded 200,000, the number of indirect deaths was more than 30,000, and the number of injuries was 50,000. The World Trade Organization also gave statistics that this bioterrorism disaster caused about 0.5% of global economic losses. This is a biological disaster that has been the biggest loss in man-made terrorist attacks in history. The Redman virus was included in the ban on research by the United Nations. Early morning. Chen Mo opened his eyes. The little unparalleled next to him, crawling on him, the chubby little face still with a lovely smile, his mouth kept shouting, and the ink girl looked at the bed to prevent her from falling off the boat. This scene makes Chen Mo's heart warm. In the months of the capital, he faced a variety of patients and madness every day, or cells, viruses, and even gene fragments that were invisible to the naked eye. I have seen many people die from death, and the warmth of this kind of home makes him cherish more and more. Lying in bed, let the little unparalleled play around him, quietly enjoying this quiet. The door opened, and the neatly dressed fish came in. I saw the father and daughter playing in bed, and whispered softly, "It is time to get up and eat." Seeing the shallow smile of Xiaoyu, Chen Mo did not consciously smile, and the unparalleled bed on the bed was handed to Xiaoyu and got up from the bed. On the dining table, Chen ate the breakfast by default. The unparalleled was weaned, and Xiaoyu was feeding her porridge. The news released the news of the virus. Shortly after the announcement of the virus's success, Chen Mo went back to his hometown, accompanied his parents for a while, and brought the small fishing and unparalleled to the coastal city to restore the past. Now that the vaccine has been in use for a few days, the first batch of users have begun to heal and are discharged. The news that patients have recovered is spreading, and the cloud that pervades everyone's heart is slowly dissipating with these good news. The breakfast ended in a warm atmosphere. Bid farewell to the small fishing, Chen Mo took the Ink Girl to the company customized vaccine system platform. Chen Mo has handed over the information and related technology to the Institute of Microbiology of Jiang Pharmaceutical, and introduced other vaccines. Jiang Pharmaceutical and Haixing Company are responsible for it. He does not have to worry about those. After leaving for a few months, because of the research on the virus vaccine, after the completion of the nanoscale 3D laser printer, he only saw it in the photos, and did not see the real thing. Came back. Zhao Minitz smiles. As always, he is not so easy to see. Zhao Minitz's smile. How is the company? What about the old-fashioned way? The company has carried out many projects at the same time, including controlled nuclear fusion power stations, holographic city projects, and parks, holographic theater innovations, and the construction of arsenals, all of which are large projects. In addition, there are relatively small projects such as artificial intelligence plus automatic driving. At the same time, with so many big projects, if the overall planning is not good and the organization has problems, I am afraid it will be a big problem. In order to ensure that these projects are no problem, Zhao Minitz did not spend much on this, although she said it was easy, but not as simple as I thought. Take me in. What technology is it for me? Zhao Minitz asked Chen Mo to enter the number 1 building, curiously asked. Not long after, the two arrived at an empty laboratory. 15 machines that have not been seen are displayed in a laboratory, each with a freezer size. Only Chen Mo knows that this instrument consists of more than 15,000 parts. This is the printer that Chen Mo automatically produced during the research of the vaccine. In addition to the original printer parts, the ultra-precision parts that were needed later were all automatically printed by 3D printers, and the production speed was much faster than before. What instrument is this? An instrument that allows the industry to upgrade nanoscale 3D laser printers. Chen Mo touched the machine, and he was the first to touch the complete nanoscale 3D printer. Using extreme ultraviolet curing, the new electron-based ink catalyzes free radicals and is suitable for most materials. The scanning range is as small as 100 nanometers. These are the ink ladies who built it during my time in the capital. It's really abnormal. Zhao Minitz is commonplace, still can't help but marvel. With a minimum accuracy of 100 nanometers, it can create 3D printers with most materials. This level of technology is completely ahead of the outside world. From ambient temperature superconducting materials to holographic technology, controlled nuclear fusion technology, as well as custom vaccine technology, war robots, each technology is a technology that leads the era. Except this metamorphosis, no one is so scary. You make people prepare a few more constant temperature rooms. Later, there will be printers. You will move some printers to help produce ultra-precision parts. This is a sophisticated gadget, but it is also as expensive as a lithography machine. Some materials are built. The change in temperature causes the material to expand and contract, so it is best used in a constant temperature room. Good. Zhao Minitz nodded. Whether it's a holographic phone, a seismograph, or a robot, ultra-precision parts have always been a bottleneck limiting their production. If these nanoscale 3D printers mean that their machines, the output will be greatly released, The industrial production of marching ants is completely. It can be fully automatic and rises directly to another step. Zhao Minutes left the building number 1, and Chen Mo also returned to his laboratory. The customized vaccine system platform was successful, and the 8 technologies in their Science Apprentice stage were all completed. Chen Mo could obtain the authority of the next stage of the Science and Technology Library. During this time, Chen Mo did not rush into the Technology Library. He did not know what the next authority of the Science and Technology Library was. He studied the vaccine every day and was exhausted. He needed to adjust his spirit to the best condition and then greet the next phase of authority. It is time now. Lying down on the bed in the lounge, Chen Mo closed his eyes and entered the Technology Library. Chapter 506, Technology Administrator. Silver. The gate of the Science and Technology Library. This 100-meter-high gate still carries mysterious patterns, words and symbols, and carries behind countless civilized technologies, huge secrets, which makes people curious. Standing in front of the gate, looking up for a while, Chen Mokai stretched out and pushed open the door. After the light, it is still as quiet as ever, and lonely for years. In the center of the library, as Chen Mo stepped in, the light column in the biomedical field was dim, indicating that the technology in all directions was completed. In the next step, Chen Mo does not know how to do it. The light beams in the 8 directions are once again bursting with color, and they are like the corresponding mysterious summons. Focus on the size of the football-sized crystal above the center of the Technology Library. The light is dazzling. Let the whole space. It is several times brighter. Chen Mo looked directly at the light. A white can only wait quietly. About 5 minutes, the color light slowly converges, and the crystal of the central football in the ceiling seems to contain infinite ability. The silver light flows like a glowing silver ball, slowly descending from the air to Chen Mo, with infinite mystery. Finally finished, an old sigh appeared, and the voice was mixed with joy. The light converges, and a body emerges in front of Chen Mo, with a smile of sympathy. It is the long-lost Xu Lao. Xu Lao. Chen Mo Qian slavishly salute. It is this old man who changed his destiny. Yes, yes, a lot of growth. Mr. Xu Lao looked at Chen Mo, satisfied with the nod. Today, Chen Mo is no longer a young man who gave him a name when he came in a few years ago. He is restrained, confident and calm, and there is a trace of the majesty of the superior. Big. In just a few years, you have completed those techniques, indicating that you have not slacked off because of your money honor status. Very good. I don't dare to slack off, Chen Mo said. Well, the 8 technologies are completed, and the following is the next permission. Xu Lao looked at Chen Mo's silver ball with restrained crystals. The next step is to give you a reward for passing the test. Once, brain evolution, a little uncomfortable. You can bear it. Xu Lao reached out and a little firefly-like silver light gathered on his fingers. When the silver light converges, it points to Chen Mo's eyebrows. For a moment, Chen Mo felt a whirlwind. The pain in the brain made his face pale and white. It felt like someone shredded every cell in his brain and then patched together and combined. He would rather faint himself, but he always stays awake, and suffers from this pain, feeling that the strings of his head will be broken. It didn't take long for the pain to fade like a tide. Chen Muzhen was on the ground and gasped. The floor of the Technology Library he could see was an abnormal rotation. I don't know how long it took. The tingling sensation disappeared completely, and Chen Mo was relieved. Looking at the world again, it seems to have changed a look. There is a feeling of sublimation. This is an evolution of your brain domain, so you can take over the Technology Library. When Xu Lao saw that Chen Mo was getting better, he slowly opened his mouth and waited for what Chen Mo said. He told him, the brain of the intelligent creature is the most amazing thing produced after the birth of the universe. It is magical than the existence of stellar celestial bodies. Humans think that human use of the brain is already 100%, because every cell is working. If so defined, it is indeed 100%. Using the airstrip to ride a bicycle, it can be considered 100% utilization. Earth's human civilization is too low level, The brain is like an airstrip. You humans think now, like a bicycle. You use your brain, but you can't play the real powerful function of the brain for the time being. Only when human civilization continues to advance, human beings continue to evolve, and the brain evolves, and the speed of your thinking will accelerate with the development of civilization. Do you know the wisdom of life? How fast is thinking about the fastest speed? Speed of light? Shenmue asked. Well, in this universe, it is indeed the speed of light. Once your human thinking speed reaches the speed of light, it is basically the controller of this universe. But your current human ability is not good. It is weak like a reptile. Shenmue did not describe the anger because of Xiaolao. In the tens of billions of light years of space, human beings are smaller than reptiles. This universe is very big. Human civilization still has a long way to go. You are about to take over the technology library, so you must carry out brain evolution. The brain evolves to the next stage. Bicycles become motorcycles. Your thinking speed, it will be much faster than the humans now. Seeing people's movements has also slowed down. Shenmue looked at Xiaolao. Because your brain's thinking is faster, the ability to process information and the ability to feed back information is faster, so you will feel slow. You need to adapt, Xiaolao said. Chen silently nodded gently, and then curiously asked, "What is the next authority?" Administrator? Technical administrator, Silver. Xiaolao did not conceal, directly replied, "Technology apprentices complete the technology," indicating that you pass the test and are qualified to be the administrator of the technology library. Technology administrator, Silver. This Silver suffix is the administrator's level authority? Shenmue asked. Yes. It is the color of this technology ball. Xiaolao pointed to Shenmue's chest, the silver introverted technology ball, which seems to be full of infinite secrets. Getting the right means that you are officially the administrator of the technology library, but some technologies are still not open to you. This is the inheritance. The foundation is very important. You can't walk. It is impossible for you to go out and run, otherwise it will killed by hunters. This is the experience of ancestors. In the future, you will complete the Silver Phase project, which will open the next permission to unlock the higher level of technical authority of the technology library. The highest authority, that is, the suffix is removed. You become a real technology administrator, completely control the science and technology library, to achieve the highest level of science and theology that I said to you at the beginning. Starting with the administrator, every time you open a session, the tech library will perform a brain evolution on your brain. This is mandatory, in order to adapt you to the new phase of technology. The brain of intelligent life is the most magical product of the universe and the greatest secret of the universe. Let the ordinary people take over the science and technology library, and give the original person a supercomputer. It is impossible to undertake its mission. Evolution of the brain domain is the scientific and technological achievement accumulated by countless civilizations, and it is also necessary for taking over the science and technology library. You stand in countless on the shoulders of civilization, carrying the mission of countless giants. I hope that you can go further and surpass the predecessors at the height of the shoulders of giants. Xiaolao's palm is placed on Shenmue's shoulder, with a serious tone and a bit of a long heart, as if it were a kind of entrustment. Understand? Shenmue nodded, feeling the palm of his hand, and he was as heavy as 1,000. Understand it, a little pressure, it will not slack off. This technology ball is the backbone of the technology library, witnessing all the history of the technology library. Put your hand into the technology ball and formally become a technology administrator. Xiaolao pointed to the introverted technology ball in front of Shenmue, indicating that he began to accept the inheritance. I am an administrator, what about you? My mission is to find the administrator of the next technology library. After you pass the test, my mission is completed and the library is officially handed over to you. Xiaolao smiled easily. Then you. This is a kind of inheritance. Xiaolao interrupted Shenmue. Understood. Shenmue nodded, understood the meaning of Xiaolao. The inheritance appeared, meaning that the new one, he will replace Xu Lao, in charge of the Science and Technology Library, that is, the waves after the waves of the Yangtze River, although a little lost, but can only accept. Taking a deep breath, Chen Mokai reached out and slowly held up the technical ball in front. Chapter 507. The universe is different from the week when Chen Mo's palm touched the technology ball. The technology ball was sucked on his palm. Silver light ran down his palms and turned into his blood vessels, veins, like blood, flowing through the body. The palms, shoulders, chests, heart spread, circulation of limbs, and finally into the head, face along the neck. At this time, Chen Mo, the blood seems to be silver, with an infinite silver mesh body. The naked eye can see the silver light flowing. When the silver light penetrated into the brain, Chen Mo felt that the brain had a feeling of joy that broke through the shell. If you can see Chen Mo's brain, you will be amazed. At the moment when silver light is not in the brain, the whole brain becomes bright silver. In every brain cell, the light flows, beautiful and mysterious. It seems to contain the oldest secrets and is fascinating. Without the pain of the evolution of the brain domain, Chen Mo felt that the physical state was unprecedented, and every cell was cheering and seemed to sink into it. Consciousness falls into the dark. In the darkness, Chen Mo seems to see a strange singularity in the void, suspended in it, unlike a certain substance, more like a singular energy, a foreign chaos. Boom! Exclamation mark. In an instant, the singularity blasted, and the infinite brilliance shot out, piercing the endless chaos, and slamming into the infinite space to expand and spread. The entire space is filled with dozens of trillions of open particles, as if for a few seconds, as if hundreds of millions of years, the temperature of the particles is reduced, and the material particles suspended in the virtual space begin to converge to form a nebula, the dark age of the universe. Chen Mo saw that from a nucleus, composed of atoms, forming matter, planets, galaxies, everything in his eyes narrowed rapidly. The first stars formed. The internal nuclear fusion began, succeeded in endless time, decayed and blew. I don't know how long it took. In a distant galaxy, atoms began to combine and evolve. The first cell appears and then splits into 2, 4. Multicell life emerges, and the explosion of species is constantly evolving, adapting, and evolving in nature. Chen Mo is like an outsider, watching the planet and birds and beasts, naturally choosing and eliminating, and then the wisdom of life appears, Rumao drinking, fighting, evolution, and development. At a glance, the main trajectory of the civilized process emerged in the eyes of Chen Mo. Until the emergence of this planetary civilization, the most intelligent creature on a planet, through the war, conquered the planet, and concentrated all the scientific and technological knowledge books of all the planets into one house, and the knowledge was concentrated in the house. The House of Intelligent Biology is called the Science and Technology Library. Boom! Exclamation mark. At the moment when the Science and Technology Library appeared, the picture in Chen Mo's mind swiftly slid again. He saw that the house had undergone tremendous changes and was preserved as a relic of civilization after repeated wars and civilizations. The form of the house is also changing. With the advent of technological civilization, the house became a smart storage device, still focusing on the scientific knowledge of the planet's civilization, still called the Science and Technology Library. I don't know how many years have passed. The planet has been destroyed, and the Science and Technology Library has entered the interstellar space with intelligent creatures and is obtained by another kind of intelligent creature. The destruction of civilizations has been repeated, and I don't know how many times the most advanced civilizations have been transformed. The shape of the Science and Technology Library is constantly changing, from the beginning of the entity to the final quantum infidelity. Each transformation is focused on the top technology and technology in the technological civilization. Within the Science and Technology Library, more and more technology is being collected and accumulated. The demise of every civilization, the Science and Technology Library will become the foundation of the next civilization, and actively seek new intelligent creatures, and the rules of the Science and Technology Library are also gradually improved, seeming to become an endless civilization. In an unknown disaster, the last frame disappeared and Chen Mo was awake from the darkness. The last scene he saw was a door leading to the unknown door of darkness, and the picture came to an abrupt end. Digested to see the information, Chen Mokai opened his eyes, the eyes at this time, a little deep mystery, as if hiding the endless secrets. "See?" asked Xiu. "See it." Chen Mo nodded. "What is the last door?" "Some things, you need to explore yourself. I am more profound than I told you." The alternation of countless civilizations has made the current Science and Technology Library, every generation of administrators, is the darling of destiny, inherited. Xiu Lao Language Center of Gravity said. "Understand." Chen Mo nodded. "Well, I understand it. My mission is finished." Xiu Lao looked around with some emotion, and his body slowly blurred. "Remember the starry sky above your head. Keep curious." "Yes." Chen Mo promised to come down. "Don't be bound by rules. The universe has no rules. The so-called rules are created by the strong to limit the weak, and the universe is different. The universe is different from the weak." Chen Mo's mind flashed through the scene seen in the Silver Technology Ball. Looking at the figure that was about to disappear, he bowed deeply. "Thank you, teacher." Upon hearing Chen Mo's name, Xiu Lao left a comfortable smile, and his figure was completely blurred and disappeared into the library. The Science and Technology Library restored the loneliness and openness as always. Xiu disappeared. Chen Mo was somewhat lost. Soon, Chen Mo will get rid of distracting thoughts and resume. Just now the silver light of the technology ball seems to have penetrated into his body. He began to look at his hands and feet. It seems that there is not much change, but he feels that the spirit is unprecedentedly refreshed. His mind is much more accessible, and there is a sense of sublimation after the evolution of the brain. His gaze fell on the silver technology ball in front of him, still silver introverted, suspended in the center of the technology library. He has a special kind of sensor that can control the entire library through this technology ball and easily find any technology within his authority. To be a technology administrator, one advantage is that it is not as restricted as a technology apprentice, and what technology is required to be given by the library. In the apprenticeship of science and technology, that is a test, and you need to specify what he studies. It is now an administrator, as long as he has the ability to study freely and without restrictions. The only thing that made him embarrassed was that the administrator's permissions were upgraded without any prompts. He didn't know what to do to upgrade the permissions. Xiu Lao said that to complete the project in order to upgrade the authority, the key is to become an administrator. The Science and Technology Library does not have any research topics for him, may need him to explore. Chen Mo studied the technology ball for a long time, and there was no difference. He turned over the red book on the table, and there was no difference. For a long time, he stopped and it didn't make sense to find it again. Going back to God, Chen Mo began to focus on the technology that technology administrators can touch. Intermediate human potential developmental pharmacy, super vaccine, principles of cellular pluripotent drug development, sun tree gene map, ice tree gene map, gene editing and artificial man, quantum chip design theory and thoughts, quantum computer design and manufacturing principles, iron engine design and manufacturing principles, aircraft design and manufacturing principles, controlling climate, satellite design and manufacturing principles, quantum communication, satellite design and manufacturing principles, robots, the design and manufacturing principles of executors, the principles of destructive robot design and manufacturing. Synthesis method for alloy elements number 1024 inches, the principles of design and manufacturing of small iron engines, the design and manufacturing principle of space-based high-energy laser cannons. Looking all the way, most of the fields are technologies that cannot be touched by existing technology standards, but there is no supernatural ability development technology that Chen Mo Meng dreams of. However, the technologies obtained have one thing in common, making Chen Mo very speechless. Technology Administrator Silver, the authority of the stage. All design drawings, technical data, are all blocked. Except for a little like intermediate potential agents and super vaccines. These are all ready-made technologies. Others are principles, complete theories, no design drawings, no data, only theory and principles. If you want technology, you must complete your own design and manufacturing. At the stage of technology apprenticeship, there is still a complete technology, which allows him to copy and rebuild according to the existing technology, learn to design, optimize, and then manufacture. Now all is the theory of principle, the drawings must be designed by themselves, and the data must be collected by themselves. I thought that it was a golden mountain. In the end, there was only a method of pointing stone into gold. This method requires you to understand and learn, and then create Jinshan yourself. However, Shenmue is also relieved. This is to teach people to fish. Seeing the history of the development of the Science and Technology Library, he knows that the purpose of the Science and Technology Library is to let the inheritors learn to create their own on the basis of the existing technology, instead of relying on existing technology and sitting on the mountain. This is the mission of deliberately cultivating successors, inheriting the Science and Technology Library, and making progress in continuous exploration. It is estimated that this is the reason for brain evolution. It is impossible for ordinary people to understand these technologies. It is impossible to spend 10 or 8 years. The evolution of the brain domain can help the successors to understand these techniques more quickly. But fortunately, the material formula and basic process equipment needed to complete these technologies are all complete. Otherwise, let him study the synthesis and exploration one by one. I am afraid that no technology can be completed in a few years. When Shenmue was thinking about what to study next, his eyes quickly locked in a technology. Chapter 508, Fair Price, Virginity, the Skywalker Battle Armor Design Concept and Manufacturing Principles. Steel Armor, the dream of all men. Shenmue has a personal name, Huaxia Iron Man. But he does not have steel armor. Even if it is him, Iron Man's armor has been coveted for a long time, but has been limited by the armor's energy and engine technology problems. That dream has not been realized. Technology Administrator Silver, the technology that has opened the privilege has solved these problems. The small plasma engine has the 1024 elemental element as the energy material of the reactor, which provides energy for the armor. The 1024 allogenic element is a heterogeneous element artificially modified by indium elements. The energy source continuously releases high-energy beta particles to generate electricity, which is sufficient to provide a power fuel for small plasma engines. Without much thought, Shenmue has acquired all the technical theories he wants to study and left the Science and Technology Library. Looking at the lab now, it's very strange. The complicated instrument design like robots, as well as some instruments and equipment, make him feel as simple as a bicycle, can quickly understand the various technologies, and even come to mind when designing these robots. The lines of each part. This should be the result of brain evolution. He now has a brain that transcends the limits of human evolution. As a future person, looking back at various inventions of history, he can understand the various technologies involved in it with a glance. This situation is very wonderful, so Shenmue cannot adapt at once. We are starting a new study. What is this study? Know the Iron Man? Study the steel armor. I will organize some principles and theories for you, and then design together. Shenmue said. Okay. The Ink Girl nodded. Shenmue began to sort out the theoretical data. His speed of thinking is not as fast as the speed of light, but the speed of thinking of the Ink Girl is speed of light. Unfortunately, the computer is powerful and cannot be more magical than the human brain. Regarding design, many of them need to be hands-on, and then the Ink Girl is complemented, tested and optimized according to his design needs, acting as an auxiliary. It was not long before Shenmue welcomed a familiar guest. Shenmue, brother, don't come innocent. Li Chengzi and Shenmue shook hands and sat back on the sofa, their eyes constantly looking at Shenmue. After this time, he found that Chen Mo had a new change. His eyes seemed to be as deep as a starry sky, and he gave a very sharp self-confidence, a feeling of incomprehension. If he is a woman, even if he does not know Chen Mo's current status, he will be attracted by Chen Mo's temperament. If Chen Mo knows the thoughts in Li Chengxi's heart, it must be speechless. My brother came over this time. Is there something? Chen Mo asked. Have. Li Chengxi turned his eyes to the ink girl. The people around Chen Mo, he knows, is also clear, can say. Chen Mo's distant relatives have many, he knows. But the appearance of the ink girl is very sudden. He has never seen such a beautiful woman. The most important thing is that the origin is unknown. They investigated the information of the ink girl and even searched through facial information. There is no such face in their database. The management office of the entry and exit did not see the information of the ink girl. This woman seems to have emerged out of thin air, and is still the closest person to Chen Mo. After investigating for a few months, I only know that she is called Mo, and the rest of the information is blank. Unless there is a black household out of the original mountain, it is impossible to have no information at all. After checking for so long, I finally found that Zhao Minitz had an unidentified personal assistant. I didn't find a trace of information. I was worried that there would be problems inside the marching ant group, so Li Chengxi had to come and confirm it. Chen Mo saw Li Chengxi's gaze and immediately became clear. An unidentified girl is next to him, close to the person, or the closest person. His identity is special and will definitely be noticed. Not only Li Chengxi, the outside world has passed on Chen Mo and the ink girl. Many gossip reporters want to know the identity of the ink girl, but unfortunately it is impossible to check. I want to know her identity. Chen Mo looked at the ink girl. I really want to know how such a beautiful girl is being turned to the side by you, and the little fish girl is not angry. Li Chengxi said, she is my assistant, called the ink girl, the ink of Mozi. Ink girl, very nice name. Li Chengxi nodded and looked at the ink girl. Which rich woman's niece? She is a robot. Robot. One of Li Cheng's faces was shocked. He had been secretly observing it, and he could not see the taste of the robot. If Chen Mo told him that the ink girl was an illegitimate woman of a rich man, she grew up overseas and sneaked back to China, quietly, and Chen Mo followed him, and then a dog blood plot, Xiaoyu did not mind them. Credibility still higher. Such a beautiful girl is a robot. Li Chengxi obviously does not believe. The ink girl has no shadow of the robot at all, and even the walking posture is very natural, and there is no sound of the motor. It's a robot. Chen Mo spread his hand. Ink girl, give her a look at the evidence that you are a robot. Okay, Merle. The ink girl nodded. At her waist, a magazine that reloaded the smart bomb opened, revealing the mechanical structure inside. This time, Li Chengxi was shocked. Really a robot? No trace of technology, so that artificial skin perfectly covers all the metal shells. How horrible is Chen Mo's robot technology? Li Chengxi turned a few laps around the ink girl, carefully looking at it. The two blue stones between the eyebrows and the navel were a bit special, but still can't see the shadow of the robot. When people see the stone, they must think it is a decoration. Girls, it is not surprising to use these accessories. Just want to get started with the skin of the ink woman. She was stepped back by the ink girl, avoiding his hand. The movement is very natural, completely different from the average girl. Even the appearance of defense is the same. What is the function of this robot? Li Chengxi was shunned and not embarrassed, but more shocked and curious. She is my robot. Personal bodyguard, personal assistant. The robot will appear sooner or later. Chen Mo has nothing to hide, and there is no need to hide. Guards, bodyguards. Li Chengxi's eyes are bright, and he has forgotten that he is coming to confirm the identity of the ink girl. How strong is her fighting power? What do you mean by her fully armed combat, or is she now fighting? How strong is the whole armed? According to the current combat strength standards of the soldiers, she should be fully armed to deal with one company. Hiss! Exclamation mark. Li Chengxi was once again shaken by the earthquake. A robot. The top one. How terrible is this robot? Determine. Of course, sure, Chen Mo said. Do you have such a robot in the arsenal you built? Li Chengzi couldn't wait to ask. Of course, but the arsenal has not yet been completed, and it is temporarily impossible to mass produce. Chen Mo smiled. How much is this robot price? Li Chengzi has confirmed the identity of the Ink Girl. Now he is very interested in the robot of the Ink Girl. I believe that it must be very interesting. If you say this is not for sale, this is not a lot of money, and the manufacturing cost is about 500 million. Li Chengzi's eyes jumped straight. This is what I specially designed to be my personal assistant. If I want to buy it, there is another model of military and defense. It has almost the same function. There is no Ink Girl. How much is that model? The bare metal machine has 1 billion, the price is fair. The virginity is not bullying. You are the first big customer, free trial machine. A large number of purchases, 90% discount, pro. Chen Mo laughed. Chapter 509. Is it fat? After sending away Li Chengzi, Chen Mo took the Ink Girl back to the lab. When Li Chengzi sees such an advanced robot as Mu, I am afraid that he will come over again and ask again. After all, such advanced equipment is not tempting. Ink Girl, how is the arsenal? Chen Mo asked. Tanzani's arsenal will soon be ready for use. Domestic, under construction, and the scheduled construction period will be completed in 3 months, said the Ink Girl. The arsenal of Tanzania is relatively simpler than that of the domestic one. At present, there is no need to produce large-scale robots or other things. It only needs to be responsible for producing some weapons and ammunition. So it is faster than domestic construction. Contact Wang Hai and Zhongli, Chen Mo said. Okay. The Ink Girl handed the phone to Chen Mo. It didn't take long for the holographic image of Zhongli to pop up. Boss. Wang Hai trains security personnel in the training ground. Need to ask him to come in? Zhongli asked. No. What about the arsenal? Chen Mo asked. The construction period is 1 month faster than expected. The factory floor has been completed, the equipment needed has arrived, and the final cleaning work is now underway. The recruitment and training of employees is also going on at the same time. It will take about 10 days for the factory to officially put into use, Zhongli said. Yes, not bad. Chen Mo nodded. Wang Hai and Zhongli did not have much experience. It should be that Zhao Minitz found some consultants to help them. The two will get up so quickly. There is a need to produce weapons drawings, as well as some technical materials and formulas for explosives. I have sent them to your technical library. You are responsible for producing some of the weapons I have given you. If you want to produce other weapons, you have to find an engineer yourself. The identity information of the company's engineers must be confirmed, and technical confidentiality should be noted. Understand? Zhongli nodded and promised, but the engineers are a little difficult to recruit. You can make your own decisions. Don't delay the production of weapons. How to recruit? You look at it. Okay. Asking about the situation of 2 people, Chen Mokai hung up the phone and let the Ink Girl put the weapon technology that needs to be produced into the technical library of the soldier ants. Tansni, Mult City. A large factory is located on a flat plain with an area of nearly 1,100 acres. It is surrounded by people and has a wide view. And 5 kilometers away, it is Mute Port. The traffic is very convenient. Here is the location chosen by Zhao Minitz after evaluation. Outside the factory's training ground, Wang Hai stood under the scorching sun. Next to him, 2 deputies. The 2 are called Yu and Gan Yu, who are selected by Wang Hai from the security department of the marching ant group and are willing to come with them to develop. In front of them, there are 107 fully armed security personnel. More than 80% are black. There are several whites, and there are several Asians. Standing in front of the team, the 2 most prominent blacks, called Ram and Tattoo, were retired mercenaries who were recruited by Wang Hai to lead the team. More than 100 people were security guards who had been trained for several months. The security environment here is relatively complicated. so Wang Hai is very concerned about security. The first batch of players must be personally selected to be assured. In Tanzania, the most important thing is people, releasing information about recruiting people, plus high wages. Many people will come to apply for it, and after the selection, they will leave the 110 people. Most of them are retired soldiers, not necessarily the best, but they are all obeying orders, and they need the people who obey orders. The production of the arsenal has not yet begun, but he must first ensure the safety of the arsenal. This is your uniform. Wang Hai signaled that they would send the uniform next to them. From today, you are the staff of the soldier ants. You have only one duty, responsible for the safety of the factory. Non-factory staff, no permission, not allowed to enter the factory. Wang Hai is talking about Portuguese. He has been here for almost a year. He has heard a lot of things and learned some Portuguese language to facilitate communication. When everyone was wearing the uniform, Zhongli also ran over. Let Ganyu and Yuhi take charge of those players. Wang Hai and Zhongli left the training ground. The boss just called. He said that the weapon technology that needs to be produced has been sent to the company's technical library. We can go to extract. Boss, the technology should pay attention to confidentiality. The identity information of the engineer should pay attention to confirm. As for the shortage of engineers, the boss asked us to look at it, not to delay the production of weapons. Zhongli said, yeah? Wang Hai nodded. This has always been their job. Shenmue is not awkward. They will be very careful about this. After all, technology is the most fundamental thing. And now the military ants equipment has just started. Engineers and research institutes, but also need to rely on dig people. After all, the top military workers have been monopolized by major military companies. They are more, can only recruit from the school, but are willing to come. There are not many here, even if they give better treatment. What are the best ways for engineers to be scarce? Asked Wang Hai. Zhongli looks thin, but the strength cannot be underestimated. Even if it is Wang Hai, it may not be able to play. After all, the person who was responsible for the safety of the heads is definitely not a mediocrity. More importantly, Zhongli's management ability is not weak. After coming here, the stages slowly spread out. The brain is very flexible and almost all round. So many times, Wang Hai will seek the opinions of Zhongli. The engineer is really a problem, but the military company cannot get up in a single day. Now the company has a group to support it. In a short time, we don't have to worry about technology research and development. But in the future, it is impossible for the group to help. And the factory definitely needs professional talent development. Tanzania belongs to the least developed region, and the company is in its infancy. Going outside to find it, not many people are willing to come, so they can only cultivate themselves. Otherwise they will acquire other military companies, but the acquisition of other military companies will have more trouble. How to cultivate? The official cooperation with Tanzania. They are behind the education here. There are almost no heavy industries in the country. There are few industrial talents, but there are certainly many people with talents who are motivated. Set up a major in their university, facing the whole of Africa, enrolling students who are interested in military work. We are responsible for training. Here is their country and land. There must be many people staying, and we help them train talents. The official also will support excellent talents. We stay in the company to develop into engineers, even if they are not excellent talents. Students who have studied relevant technical knowledge stay in the factory, and definitely better than ordinary workers with relatively little professional knowledge. Establishing a talent training system, although longer, is the best way to acquire talent. After all, we are just getting started, and the conditions here are relatively poor. In developed countries, top military workers are monopolized by top military companies. When conditions permit, we will dig some talent from other companies. Well, just do what you said. You go to the official coordination with Tanzania. Wang Hai said. Shenmue gave them enough autonomy, so there are some things that do not require the advice of the group headquarters. They can make their own decisions and then report them to the group. If it feels bad for the group, the headquarters will naturally give them advice. What? Is this an intelligent robot? Liu Jianjun took a picture of the ink girl and looked shocked. After many years in the military, he has experienced great winds and waves before he has reached the position of today. There are very few things that can make him so shocked. Today he was really shocked. The woman in this photo is no different from ordinary people, and at most it is only a little more beautiful than other women. As a result, Li Chengzi told him that this is a robot. I don't believe it. But I saw it with my own eyes. Li Chengzi was not surprised by Liu Jianjun's shock. He knew that when the ink girl was a robot, he was also shocked. This robot can go to the battlefield? Liu Jianjun asked. I asked. He said that this is his personal bodyguard, fully armed, with the equipment of the current soldiers. This robot can deal with a company. Is it really dare to say? He is so rich. Bragging does not collect taxes. Really, the soldiers are paper. Liu Jianjun looked unbelievable. With my understanding of him, it is estimated that this is still a conservative number. Li Chengzi smiled. The confidence of that guy will never be empty. Robot technology can't mature to that level. If there is such a mature robot technology, isn't it invincible? Liu Jianjun still doesn't believe it. At present, the intelligent robots in various countries are just getting started, and Chen Mo's robots are already on the battlefield. Even if it has advanced, this possibility is not great. That is the Marching Ant Company, the most advanced technology company. Li Chengzi spread his hand. His name is Chen Mo. A name is enough to represent a lot of things. This name is synonymous with metamorphosis. Liu Jianjun hesitated. You asked him, how much is this robot? Like this girl, he said that it is not for sale, and he is custom made to follow him. Li Chengzi said, but the Ants Defense Company of his group will produce another type of robot. The performance is similar to this robot. Bare metal. The price is 100 million. I rely on this kid. Robbery grabbed us here. Feel fat? Liu Jianjun heard the price, almost screamed. You can get a 20% discount on a large purchase. Liu Jianjun and Li Chengzi smiled at each other. Li Chengzi was helpless and laughed. Liu Jianjun was laughed at by Chen Mo's words. Chapter 510, Can you try the robot? This is the head of Liu Jianjun. This is Comrade Chen Mo. In a secret military base, Li Chengzi led Chen Mo and Zhu He to go to Liu Jianjun and introduce them to the two. Hello, Liu Xiaocheng. Chen Mo smiled and reached out. Seeing Chen Muzhen, Liu Jianjun was slightly surprised. Chen Mo is not a person inside the system, but his name in the final assembly department is not small. Artificial intelligence technology, potential agents, smart viruses, termite protection systems, and intelligent teams to help them modify mechanical exoskeletons are all unsuitable technologies. Some time ago, it led the medical team to successfully develop the Ridman virus vaccine, saving countless people, and the name of Chen Mo's genius has already resounded globally. He has seen Chen Mo many times in photos and news. Now he sees real people, completely different, and it is almost like two people. Calm and calm, the edges restrained, the two temperament are perfectly integrated, and there is an indescribable self-confidence, deep in the sky, and people can't see through. The first time I saw such a good young man, it's no wonder that Li Chengzi was lamenting every day that his daughter couldn't touch this young man. It's not as famous as meeting, and I have long been famous, Comrade Chen Mo. Liu Jianjun's generous hand introduced Chen Mo. These two are technical experts, Tang Hao and Qin Yi. Hello, Tang Gong. Hello, Qin Gong. Chen Mo smiled and shook hands. Liu Xiaocheng is the head of the assembly department. Tang Gong and Qin Gong are technical experts in the assembly department, responsible for the technical evaluation and procurement of equipment. Li Chengzi added, this is the ink girl. Liu Jianjun quickly set his sights on the ink girl around Chen Mo. This is the robot that Li Chengzi reported. I can't see the robot as a photo. Now I can't see it as a robot. It is obviously an ordinary girl. It is only a pretty girl. Yes, Liu, the head of the Liu My name is the Ink Girl. The Ink Girl replied, Old Lee, you told me that this is a robot. Is this a robot? Does the robot speak for itself? After hearing the Ink Girl answering him, Liu Jianjun was slightly surprised and looked at Li Chengzi with an unbelief. It's a robot. Li Chengzi spread his hand and looked at Chen Mo. Ink Girl, open the magazine to show them. Chen Mo said. Okay, Meg. When the Ink Girl finished, the magazine at the waist opened, and the magazine on the back was opened. The internal mechanical structure was exposed. When I saw the magazine, Liu Jianjun was shocked. The Tang Yan and Qin Yi, next to each other, showed their eyes as if they were hungry, and the eyes were green and faint. The art is perfect, perfect, perfect works. Tang Yan approached the Ink Girl, carefully observed. Just want to touch. The Ink Girl has already picked up the magazine, retired to Chen Mo, watching the two guarded. Ink Girl, she won't give you a mess, so I brought another one. Chen Mo finished, and the male bodyguard stood behind him. The magazine on his body appeared in front of everyone. He called 003. I didn't care if the Ink Girl was flashing away. Several people's eyes suddenly shifted to the male robot, and the robot turned around and was amazed. What kind of material is this skin made? It's two skin. There is also a special material for this dress. What is the alloy of the magazine? Titanium. Unlike, it is not like aluminium. Comrade Chen Mo, you let it take a few steps. Why is there no motor sound? Is there no difference between walking with a real person? Is this done? There is no mechanical sense of finger movement. Tang Hao and Qin Yi looked at the robot carefully, and wanted to take the robot apart and see what was inside. After 10 minutes, the male robot was seen from top to bottom. The two talents stopped and their faces were amazed. Not to mention whether this robot can fight. The material technology contained in it is already terrifying. There are at least 3 new materials that they can see. There are definitely other materials in the robot. Comrade Chen Mo, you introduce the function of this robot. Liu Jianjun was amazed, but not so obvious. It is good. Chen Mo nodded immediately. The robot has 3 modes, the normal mode, the normal mode. The robot is not aggressive, only the self-defense function. Just like you want to touch the Ink Girl, she judges as a violation, it will avoid. The second is the guard mode. In the guard mode, the robot will protect the character's safety with the guardian character as the center. The demon mode has a fighting state. Once you start fighting, you will attack the enemy without lethality and subdue the enemy with the fastest speed. The last one, Liu Jianjun asked curiously. Open the weapon system. Chen Mo gave the male robot an instruction. At the moment when the weapon system was fully opened, even Liu Jianjun took a breath of air and his eyes bounced. He finally understood why Chen Mo said that this robot can deal with a company, which is simply a killing machine for walking. The last mode is the war mode. The war mode kills the enemy for attack purposes. Once the war mode is turned on, it will kill the enemy in the fastest speed and in the best way. Its thermal weapon system consists of 2 muzzles at the arm, a total of 50 bullets, and a lumbar cartridge that holds 6 grenade palms and feet, non-fatal electric shock, instant anesthesia, etc. Behind it, 4 small markers of small size can be loaded. Do you have such a small missile? Liu Jianjun asked with doubt. This is a model. Our company has not researched missiles, but there is a company that has. Tanzanian Soldier Ants Equipment Company, Chen Mo said. Tanzania Soldier Ant Equipment? Worker Ants Defense? Hearing the name, Liu Jianjun was amazed and looked at Chen Mo deeply, and did not say much. What else does it have? The robot's eye is a sensor that functions like an eagle eye. It can see people from 2 kilometers away. There are 4 detection radars on the chest and hips, which can detect high-speed moving objects within 1 kilometer, including bullet shells. One thing, there is a laser weapon on their navel, which can cause blindness within a kilometer, and an attack within 10 meters can cause death and disability. Hearing here, Li Chengzi and others finally understood that the 2 blue stones of the ink forehead and navel were not decorations, But lasers, the technology that Chen Mo has mastered, has far surpassed this current technology. This is definitely a big happy event for them. What is the joint power of the robot? Why is there no motor sound when moving? Tang Yan said. This is a question they have been wondering about. The current robots, not to mention all mature robots, can never be separated from the motor, but the motor start absolutely cannot do the action as smooth and natural. The power of the robot is not a motor, it is a new material, an electrostrictive material based on bismuth sulfate, and a relaxed graphene ceramic. Tang Hao and Qin Yi have their eyes shining. They are technical workers and naturally see electrostrictive materials. I just didn't expect that the electrostrictive materials in Chen Mo's hands were so advanced. Even if you don't buy a robot, buying these materials is not helpful to them. Its energy is 20 pieces of the latest graphene supercapacitor battery in the abdomen, legs and arms. Under normal conditions, it can provide it with a continuous 12-day battery life. In war mode, depending on the number of times the laser is used, do not turn on the laser, theoretically last at least 4 days. Chen Mo did not use the normal temperature superconductor in the ordinary version of the war robot. The exposure of the normal temperature superconductor is absolutely more shocking than the war robot itself, and it is tantamount to nuclear fusion technology. Even so, the technology that robots have is enough to shock. Tang Hao and Qin Yi have been scared. They are engaged in technology and naturally know how terrible this technology is. From head to toe, any technology goes beyond existing technology. Graphene supercapacitor batteries, electrostrictive materials, small detection radars, new sensors, small lasers, and new alloys and materials for robotic bodies. A multitude of technologies are combined to give the two people the urge to cry. A robot, with so many technologies, as long as they can develop one, they die without regrets. And Chen Mo takes it out like a Chinese cabbage. I dare to love them for the rest of my life. Liu Jianjun has been speechless for a long time. At the beginning, he also believed that the robot was even diamond-studded, and 100 million was absolutely robbery. But if the technology that Chen Mo said is true, then this machine is worth 100 yuan, which is simply the price of cabbage. It is simply a high-tech technical library for walking. If the technology inside is really as Chen Mo said, their military technology can rise to a higher level. The value of any technology is tens of billions. If Chen Mo can sells one of their technologies, he will definitely buy it without hesitation. Going back to God, Liu Jianjun has become calmer. Is it true? And needs to be tested. Can you try the robot? Chapter 511, Powerful 003. Liu Jianjun, with Chen Mo, came to an open-air weapons test site at the base. The surrounding area was very empty and there were various testing facilities. This is the weapon test site. How do you want to test? Chen Mo looked around and asked. First look at this robot when it runs. See if you are as strong as you said, Liu Jianjun said. Chen Mo claims that this robot can deal with the company. He does not believe it. Even if he concentrates so many advanced technologies, it does not mean that it must be strong. After all, people are alive and the machine is dead. Yes, Chen Mo nodded. Number 003, open the test mode. Okay, sir, the test mode has been turned on. His words fell, and 003 had already opened. You can instruct him and do the test you want to do. Chen Mo will give Liu Jianjun 3 people next to him and pick up an electronic watch for Liu Jianjun. This electronic watch can control number 003. Liu Jianjun is also welcome. Pick up the watch and watch it quickly. Several modes can be selected and switched on the watch. However, if you want to open the war mode, you need identity confirmation and secret confirmation. Number 003, with the fastest speed, ran to the end of the test field and took the target back. Liu Jianjun pointed to the instructions at the end of the training field. He wanted to see how flexible the robot was. Okay, the words of number 003 have just been finished and have already rushed out. The speed is fast. The explosive power is much more terrible than the 100-meter sprint champion. It seems that Liu Jianjun is a few people. Finally, bounce. jump out of 4 meters high, and steadily fall in front of the target. Oh my god! This horrible scene made Liu Jianjun's eyes almost fall. Open your mouth. Squinting. Unbelievable. Even Li Chengzi, who was calm in his face, couldn't help but take a breath and was shocked. Except for Chen Mo, everyone has become unsettled. I thought that the robot movements would be relatively clumsy, and as a result, it was far beyond the range they imagined. Relaxing graphene electric ceramics as a dynamic material, its strength is 10 times that of human muscles, providing sufficient current and voltage. Electrorestriction. Robots can easily do things that the human body cannot do, including fast running and bouncing. Its high jump record should be more than 6 meters. If there is a sprint in the long jump, as in the past, it should be no problem to jump 20 meters at the farthest. When Chen Mo introduced, the robot had already taken the target back to a few people, and it was about 20 seconds before and after. That is nearly 160 meters away. My god, what did I see? Tang Yan returned to God and shouted incredulously. His eyes were soaring and he could not wait to move the robot home immediately. It is definitely not a dream. Kai Nai stunned himself and decided that he was not dreaming. He ran to the side of number 003 and carefully stroking his thighs, like touching the thighs of a beautiful woman, with an unbelievable color on his face. This is the first time they have been so ruined for so many years. The performance of this robot has far exceeded their imagination. Li Chengzi recovered from the shock and could not help but smile. He knew that when the ink girl was a robot, he was shocked once. Now, the fear of seeing the robot intuitively is shocked. Chen Mo introduced more, praised the sky. He did not feel, now seeing it, only to understand what is horrible. Not to mention Liu Jianjun, staying at the 003, has not returned to God for a long time. He is still immersed in the picture that the robot just rushed out. At this moment, all his doubts about this robot disappeared and replaced with fanaticism. Li Chengzi told him about this robot. He also took the attitude of trying it out. He came to see that many of the high-tech technologies Chen Mo said have succeeded in his interest, but he is still very suspicious of the powerful functions of the robot. Now, all his suspicions have been broken. He really saw the horror of this robot. To cope with a company, it should still be the number that Chen Mo conservatively gave. This kind of technology moved out, enough to scare anyone, and Chen Mo was not surprised by the grievances of everyone. What to test next? Chen Mo asked. How strong is the destructive power of his fist? Liu Jianjun swallowed his mouth and swallowed his life for the first time. You can find something to try. Just try this brick. Liu Jianjun quickly found a brick and placed it in the number 003. Can you break this brick? I saw the right hand holding the brick in the 003 and colliding with the fist of the left hand. Seeing that the bricks broke into small pieces and fell, Liu Jianjun smacked and pumped. Too abnormal. If it is hit on a person, it will not hurt or be seriously injured. No wonder Chen Mo said that it is okay to deal with a company. This kind of horrible power and speed, close combat, if there is still a weapon, a strengthening company is not enough to kill. There are still no weapons and ammunition installed. If weapons and ammunition are installed, this is simply a killing machine for walking. He is a little doubtful about life. What features does he have? Let's test it and show it to us. Liu Jianjun reluctantly returned the electronic watch to Chen Mo. Chen Mo knows the robot best. Only he can show the most advantages of the robot. He can't wait to see the robot and the horrible features. Now his weapons and ammunition have not been installed, and the real horrible war mode cannot be tested. Chen Mo finished, introducing the performance of number 003. The Guardian mode does not show the object. Its fingers, equipped with electric shock and instant anesthetic, can quickly subdue the enemy, but no object can be tested. There is no instrument here. Chen Mo let the robot number 003 release the function of the electric shock and the anesthesia needle. The sound of electric sparks, as well as the sharp needles, made several people look chilling and couldn't help but step back. The most important thing is that it is invulnerable. Skin and metal are bulletproof materials. Clothes are also, Ordinary bullets cannot hurt its body, even if heavy weapons. The body should be able to block dozens of hair. It can also dodge itself. And its sensor, which can be infrared thermal imaging, can also find the target at night, and then pass the picture back to your device through the video device you connected. In addition to this, it is the function I just introduced, which can detect the trajectory of bullets and shells. The laser can be blinded thousands of miles away, causing death within 10 meters. When I heard Chen Mo's words again, Liu Jianjun and others no longer doubted the truth of Chen Mo's words. Just now the number 003 robot has proved with strength, Chen Mo's words are true, and even more terrible than Chen Mo's description. This type of robot, 100 yuan? Yes, 100 million. Chen Mo nodded. This does not accept counteroffer. It is very cheap. Whereas the weapon system working ants defense is only responsible for providing this robot platform. We must purchase the weapon system separately. The soldier ant equipment company is a worker ant defense company and cannot produce ammunition. I can't do anything, Chen said. When can the robot be mass produced? When the workshop of the worker ant defense company is completed, it can be mass produced. Liu Jianjun looked at the 003 and thought about it. After seeing the test, he was already conquered by this robot. If he can't wait to buy it back. Do you have another actual combat confrontation? Liu Jianjun asked. The initial performance has been tested. He needs to test the robot in real time to see the real performance of the robot in the battlefield, even if it is the performance of the exercise field. After all, the battlefield environment is complex. He has to collect enough data about this robot to make the most comprehensive evaluation of this robot. No problem, you are a customer is God, Chen Mo said. Chapter 512, Single-handedly the whole team. At the Dragon Tooth Commando training base, Lin Biao looked at the number 003 robot and looked curious. It's so big. The first time I saw such an advanced robot, it's exactly the same as a real person. If you don't see the magazine, he can't think of it as a robot. Old Liu, you said this robot can single out my entire team. After watching the robot, Lin Biao opened. Comrade Chen Mo said, he said that this robot is more than enough for a company, including your team. Liu Jianjun pointed to Chen Mo. Playoff. Chen Mo heard Liu Jianjun's words and turned his eyes directly. This guy wants to try the robot, deliberately stimulating Lin Biao. Obviously wants to let Lin Biao's team wait for the best to test. He can get the best data. Lin Biao really looked at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, he knew, big celebrities, led the medical team to develop the Riedman virus vaccine, saved countless people, was the founder of the Marching Ant Group, a peerless genius. Comrade Chen Mo, what did you say? Lin Biao asked. I did say that it should deal with the company. It should be no problem. Chen Mo did not deny. Is it really dare to say? Lin Biao smiled. Their Dragon Tooth Commando, although not established for a long time, is definitely the top team. Each team member is carefully selected in the special forces, using the potential agents to develop physical super soldiers. The only one who can compare with them is the only guard. A Dragon Tooth player, single-handedly fighting, can deal with 3 or 5 top special forces. Now Chen Mo told him that a robot can deal with his entire team. This robot looks like a Terminator in the movie. It feels great, but he thinks this is a joke. So confident, dare to make a bet. We won. You give this robot to me. Lin Biao does not believe that this robot can win them, but it is absolutely certain that this robot concentrates on the top-notch high-tech of the Marching Ant Group. He is not stupid. The Marching Ant Group is not an ordinary company. If you can win the robot, you will definitely make a big profit. This robot is worth 100 million. What do you want to bet? Chen Mo took a male robot. 100 million? Lin Biao's eyelids jumped straight and sold him no more than a fraction. Chen Mo is not on the set and can only give up. I have reservations about this robot, but I am still very curious about this thing. It is so powerful that you say it. This robot is going against the sky. Come with me, let you see what it means to be fighting. but not watching people. A humanoid robot can replace it. Lin Biao led several people and went to the base training ground. In the training ground, a complete team stood neatly, with 60 people. This is the 60 people selected from more than 2 million people. Yanko stood in front of the team. He was the first group of super soldiers. The commando team joined when it was founded. Now it is the vice captain. Everyone in front is the top player, and they all use potential potions, which belong to the super arms. The captain just notified the concentration and said that he wanted to exercise. When everyone waited, they saw the captain with a group of people coming to the training ground. Akira suddenly recognizes Chen Mo in the team. As the first team to accept the development of potential drugs, they have seen the development of Chen Mo's leading potential drugs, but they must be kept secret. Chen Mo also recognized the Yanko, and nodded slightly to him, and glanced at the team. Each of them is a sharp-pointed soldier, not to be underestimated. However, he still has confidence. The pressure of technology, even if this team has developed through the potential of potions, it cannot beat the body of steel. I will introduce this is Comrade Chen Mo, Genius Chen Mo. Have you heard of it? Lin Biao opened. Just now, Comrade Chen Mo said that he wants to come to a simulated confrontation with you. He is a bodyguard and singles out our entire team. What the hell? The players on the field were still listening carefully. As a result, the captain came to such a sentence and asked them to wonder if they had got it wrong. One person singled out their entire team. It seems to have heard international jokes. You didn't get it wrong. Comrade Chen Mo said that he was a bodyguard who singled out all of us. Lin Biao said. Chen Mo was crying and laughing, obviously wanting to test the robot in practice and pull him on. These guys, more than one person, this means of radicalization, used to be superb, a sentence to make the atmosphere different. These players, belonging to the sharp knife in the sharp knife, obey the command within the team, but when they come out, they are definitely a wolf. And the heart that is strong and victorious will never be weak. They can think that they are no worse than anyone. Now one by one, looking at Chen Mo with a look of disappointment. Those words are simply the biggest choice for them. Report. Speak. Where is Comrade Chen Mo's bodyguards? Shouting out and practicing. The team was not convinced. See no. Lin Biao pointed to the number 003 around Chen Mo. But there is a special. This bodyguard is a robot. What? Robot? There is a commotion within the team. This is obviously a human being. How is a robot? Report. Speak. Captain, are you sure you are not kidding us? Yes, it's the robot. Haven't seen the movie? The Terminator, it just looks like a human. Chen Mo let 003 release the mechanical structure of the magazine. The team immediately appeared incredible exclamation. It seems that the people who are similar to them are actually robots. This is completely believed and shocked. How? Look at your bears. Do you see that it is a robot? Afraid? Fear and hurry to hide. Don't make a shame. Lin Biao deliberately amplified the sound. Scared. Are they afraid? All the players were so irritated. Like the cats that were stepped on the tail, all of them were fried. Manage your robots and get rid of them. Stimulated by Lin Biao, all the players took a sigh of relief and watched the 003 robot eager to try. The planes have been played, and are afraid of robots. Comrade Chen Mo, how do you want to fight? Lin Biao saw the effect and looked at Chen Mo. 2 sets of confrontation, one of your team members, a group of 003, and then enter your exercise field. Number 003 kills all of you. The battle is over. What? Hunting? Lin Biao is somewhat unhappy. Who is a hunter? But not necessarily. You should not be used as a toy. In advance, your robot has problems during the confrontation. We do not lose. That thing can't afford it. I am also embarrassed to speak. Chen Mo said faintly. Then let's get started. Lin Biao signaled the team to go back and prepare, and then looked at Chen Mo. Does your robot use a gun? It had a weapon system, but the weapon system could not be installed. But it can be used with a gun. It is similar to ordinary people. You can give it the materials for the exercise. I have opened the simulation training mode and will not hurt you. Team members. After the equipment was completed, The vehicle sent 003 to the exercise site, and Chen Mo, Lin Biao, Liu Jianjun and Li Chengzi went back to the command room. Chapter 513, Ignored Settings. Li Cheng walked in front of the team and concentrated on the situation around him. As you move forward, everyone stays quiet and avoids distractions. The atmosphere was somewhat repressed, and there was a feeling before the storm, so that all the players quickly entered the state. They stood out from the top of the list and were the elites of the elite. They joined the Dragon Tooth for so long, and they also performed actual combat missions. Many experiences have told them not to look down on any enemy, even the weakest enemy, to have your life. Every mission, whether it is confrontation exercises or special combat missions, they will be treated as real battles, even if this enemy is just a robot. In addition to being stimulated by the captain, their players really want to play against the robot. After all, it only appears in the movie, and now it becomes a reality. Suddenly, he was shocked. He saw that in the left front, a grenade crossed a beautiful parabola and fell towards them. Grenade, spread out. Li Cheng's face has changed dramatically, and people have pounced on the nearest big tree. The shout broke the loneliness of the old woods, and the players in the rear did not hesitate and rushed toward the nearest bunker. Sudden changes. The atmosphere of tension blasted and became hot. 10 points. My God! Just got up and saw the fast-moving figure in front, and Cheng couldn't help but breathe. The battle has begun and the guns are connected. Grandmas, is this cheating? It's impossible not to hit. The rear of the mouse yelled. He was sure that his shot had definitely hit the other side, but there was no signal. 003 did not stop, still approaching quickly. The action is faster than all of them imagine. What I thought of, I was shocked, and suddenly realized that I patted my head, distracted. He is a robot, not afraid of bullets. Superman, for big breaks. His reaction was fast enough, but it was still late. The robot was too fast. The distance of 50 meters, 003 in a few seconds, had already passed through the jungle, and the body jumped with two guns in their hands. The position is falling. Looking at the number 003, which is more than 10 meters away, Li Cheng opened his mouth and looked unbelievable. The speed of horror, and the terrible jumping power. The first time I saw such a terrible enemy, not only the honesty, but other players were shocked. Oh my God! Sitting in the command room, seeing the whole process of Lin Biao was shocked to stand up from the position, staring at the screen, shock. 2 words written on the face. Chen Mo said that there are many cows and how powerful the robots are. He is only self-selling and boasting. As for challenging the whole team, he is just a joke. The robot is so powerful that it still has limitations, especially in the complex environment of the jungle. The reason why he responded was because Liu Jianjun said he wanted to test the robot. But the speed of the robot just exceeded the imagination. Looking at the light jump, jumping out of a dozen meters, speed and explosive power, it is much more terrible than the sprint champion and the long jump champion. That is the woods. It can accurately determine the optimal route. Now he finally understands why Chen Mo is confident to deal with their entire team. That robot is a metamorphosis. From the beginning of the attack to the end, it is about a minute before and after. The robot that is not afraid of bullets, holding 2 guns into the crowd, is simply a disaster. How do we determine the problem of robot failure? Lin Biao asked. It has 3 layers of bulletproof material. In addition to clothes, artificial skin and metal shell under the skin. In theory, it can withstand 2 kilograms of TNT. If it is a grenade, the steel ball cannot penetrate the protection of it, only the shockwave damage. Ordinary bullets can't pose a threat to it. If you want to make other judgments, it can also be hit with 5 shots within 100 meters. Counter-equipment sniper, in theory, must be in the same place to cause damage. The weapons in the hands of your players, except for those big scorpions, are the threats to robots. Isn't the rocket? The speed of the rocket can be avoided. Its response time is only 0.5 seconds. The radar in its body detects the high-speed moving object within 1 kilometer. calculates its motion trajectory and makes a decision. It takes only 0.4 seconds to judge the threat it will dodge. Moreover, this time, your team members did not bring a rocket launcher. When I heard Chen Mo's introduction, Lin Biao's eyes were horrified. If it was 5 minutes ago, Chen Mo said that he must be scornful, and now he believes a bit. In the scene just now, I was shocked to him, and I can't believe it. If it installs a weapon system, those players should not see 003 and will be out. But if you don't install a weapon system, you shouldn't have much problem with the players who don't know the robot. This kind of robot, with the command of the person, the effect is the best. By the intelligence of the robot to act, more or less there will be limitations. Chen Mo explained. The setting of robot training is to hunt those players, so the presence of the players is detected, and the robot will not hesitate to execute the instructions. This is the limitation of those robot intelligence. After all, the intelligence that comes with the robots cannot match the Ink Girls, and the original weapon system has not been installed. If someone is commanding, when should the robot ambush and when it will attack, the effect will increase several times. Next, Liu Jianjun and Li Chengzi are still immersed in the exclamation. They proposed a practical test to see what the robot's combat power is in a complex operational environment. If Chen Mo's performance is true, their army will add a big killer out of thin air. A lot of things, but money can't be changed. The things that have just been shown are enough to surprise them. Red Dragon lost contact. Only 20 minutes after the start, a small team lost contact, and this result made the songs unpredictable. Yang recalls Chen Mo's confident appearance and has some pressure on his heart. He has been in close contact with Chen Mo, a person who can't see through, and the technology of the marching ant group is completely beyond imagination. White Dragon, that robot really has the combat power of the Terminator. One of the players next to it clearly did not believe. It is difficult to say that it is the robot of the marching ant group. Chen Mo dared that it can cope with the whole team. The strength is definitely not weak. The Red Dragon team has lost contact. We should not underestimate the enemy. I am Bai Long. Report your position. Akira opened the headset, and now Lin Biao is not in the team. He is responsible for the command of this confrontation. Huang Long, position A52. King Long, position D17. Blue Dragon, location C08. Zilong. Enemy attack. Bai Long, the enemy found by Zilong, position H45. Mice Lai, fast speed, can't fight. Bai Long, how can you fight it? This is a violation of the rules. After a noisy gun rang, the words were not finished, the bone conduction headphones were quiet, lost contact, and the Yanko even had no time to say anything. After the headphones are quiet, the songs are silent for a long time. 60 people were divided into 6 groups, the second team lost contact, and now the 6th team was attacked again. Can't you die? From the words returned from the 6th squad, you can hear that the other party can't die, refuses to die. The other party is a robot, and the bullet is invalid. Thinking of this, the singer's eyelids jumped straight, and only this explanation. The squad noticed that the Red Dragon and the Purple Dragon lost contact. The enemy is a robot, the bullet attack is invalid. Repeat. The bullet attack is invalid. After the songs were finished, the whole team was full of excitement. What? 2 teams are gone? The bullet is invalid, but also a fart. Open? Is this not cheating? The enemy setting is a robot. The guns are not in. Don't make noise, and hurry to find a way. In this case, the bullet attack is invalid and there is no way to fight. If it is found, there is no counterattack. They only reacted. The other party is a robot. There must be some abnormal settings that are beyond ordinary people. They should have thought of it at the beginning. Unfortunately, for the first time, they ignored the problem of setting this and thought it was the same as usual. I am Bai Long, which group still has big bangs, grenades and mines. Now that the bullets are invalid, Yanko can think that only anti-equipment shackles will have enough power to open the enemy's defense. I am a dragon. There is a 10-inch, 10 grenade. I am Huang Long. Here is a 10 grenades. The Blue Dragon team, without 10 miles, 2 mines, 10 grenades. Everyone secretly complained, this time the confrontation. The other side has only one robot. They did not want to carry so many weapons to find Sin. They have to consider the weight and mobility of the team. Dealing with a person is not a crime. However, it is only now that they have neglected that the other party is a robot and has abnormal settings. The teams went to the B-71 together, smashing the grenades and mines. In a short minute, Akira quickly responded. After knowing the settings, the only way he can think of dealing with robots is this. If the anti-equipment is still ineffective, they can only wait for death. And the equipment on hand can't win. Chapter 514, Decisive Battle B-71. Here is an old factory in the exercise site, lonely and uninhabited. The window is broken. There are several old and worn machines, rusty. The corners are covered with traces of dark green moss, surrounded by weeds. In the breeze shake a little. For a long time, the jungle rustled. A camouflage suit. The team members wearing camouflage paint drilled out of the jungle, confirmed that there was no danger, said a few words to the headset. I saw the jungle, quickly drilled 9 people into a battle formation, quickly moved toward the factory, and the weight of the backpack did not seem to have any effect on them. Entering the factory, confirming no one, a small group of people quickly occupied the commanding heights of the vision. Others were scattered and hidden, and soon, the factory fell into silence, and it seems that no one has ever appeared. 15 minutes apart, 4 teams entered the factory from all directions. 5 minutes later, 4 snipers slammed the sniper rifle and quickly occupied the commanding heights of the abandoned factory in all directions. The other team members quickly reached the open space outside the factory and waited for the arrival of the robot. In the abandoned factory, Yang looked at the search with a telescope. In other directions, there were Blue Dragon Team Captain Lan Kaoyun, Huang Long Team Captain Huang Jing, King Long Team Captain Mu King, and 3 captains. White Dragon, the robot will know that we are here? Blue Kaoyun took the telescope and his face was serious. If it is really high-tech, we should find us. It can be done so quickly to get the Red Dragon and the Purple Dragon, so you can't be underestimated. Yang played a 12-point spirit. Outside the factory, there was no wind and grass. Everyone calmed down and began to wait, and the air was filled with gas. The command post, the atmosphere is also a bit nervous. Lin Biao looked calm, but his heart was not calm. Those are his team members, each with his own ability and ability. He is very clear. He saw the whole process. Unfortunately, at first, I ignored the robot's setting problem and made these players at a disadvantage. Although Yanko responded quickly, Lin Biao still had no idea about this robot. He just watched 2 battles. This robot is very smart. Even if Chen Mo said that he has intelligent limitations, he is also very smart, quick and decisive. The most important thing is that Yang does not understand the robot. It can only be judged by the words of the Zilong team. Such a judgment must have a large error. Getting this kind of robot into the team is a nightmare. Unlike Lin Biao, Liu Jianjun, Tang Yu and Qin Yi have 3 faces with unprecedented excitement. Just 2 battles, the robot has shown terrible strength, and Chen Mo said that there is no weapon system yet. Once equipped with a weapon system, it is definitely more terrible. The value of the robot is definitely a tactical weapon. If such a robot, several teams are fully armed and commanded by people, in the jungle war and the flash battle without heavy weapons, it is simply killing the machine. It's about to be decisive, and if this battle is won by the robot, it's wonderful. Lao Lin, you said this time, your team won, or is the robot win? Liu Jianjun asked. Lin Biao didn't look at Lin Biao. His eyes looked back and forth between the screen on the 003 and the screen in the area where the factory was located. Crap. Of course I press my team members. Do you want people to command robots? Now the players of Longyo are ready to catch up. If it is a real battlefield, someone should direct the robot to attack. Li Chengzi said. Who is commanding? The people under our command? This is unfair. Lin Biao said. No, now is the test equipment, not training. Let it test independently. at least know some of its data, commanded by people, can be carried out later. Liu Jianjun said he has determined that this kind of robot must be purchased. He believes that as long as their video materials and evaluation reports come out, it is certainly no problem. Seeing Liu Jianjun's opening, Chen Mo did not speak and looked at the screen quietly. As the robot approached the factory, everyone in the command room was quiet, and everyone looked forward to watching the robot, and how it would behave in the face of this obvious ambush. Under the gaze of everyone, 003 reached the edge of the jungle and stopped, staring at the abandoned factory. How does it stop? Will it be hidden? Lin Biao was a little surprised to see Chen Mo. Comrade Chen Mo, will not be your command? Li Chengzi and Liu Jianjun also looked at Chen Mo, just two hunting. They all saw that when the 003 arrived at the place, they would attack quickly and almost did not hesitate. Now they stopped. Seeing the eyes of everyone, Chen Mo explained. This robot will automatically determine the enemy. When the enemy concentration exceeds 20, it will automatically identify the environment and the enemy's concentration, and take the best strategy to deal with the enemy according to the calculation. Have you seen the two games just now? It starts with a grenade, and when it creates a threat to the enemy, it quickly approaches. As for the hidden observation, it is the basic setting, or is it standing as a target? So smart, Liu Jianjun and Lin Biao said in unison. Everyone else on the field was surprised because they didn't expect the robot to be so smart. If the robot is out of control, it is very dangerous. No one can guarantee it. This will not cause a robot crisis. But when someone is commanding, it will only strictly enforce the command of the commander. Chen Mo said. The robot is moving. One of Li Cheng's words put everyone's eyes back on the screen. In the abandoned factory, the atmosphere is so terrible that everyone dares to relax. Unknown is terrible. The two teams have put a lot of pressure on them. If a team is destroyed by a robot team, it will be shameful. Zheng Jianyi was on the roof of the factory. He was an observer. Next to him, his old man, Sniper Meng Bei. Both of them remained absolutely quiet, staring at the front and not talking. When the telescope swept across the jungle, Zheng Jian's pupils shrank and his face changed. The target is 11 points, 157 meters. So fast. Under his gaze, he could see that the robot broke out at a horrible speed and rushed toward the abandoned factory. The speed is far beyond their imagination. When number 003 ran out of the jungle, the team members responsible for the north defense in the factory had already discovered number 003. Seeing the speed of horror 003, everyone was stunned. Too abnormal, right? Akira also finally understands why the purple team will make such shocked words before losing the link. More than 150 meters, ran halfway in just a few seconds, which is more visually powerful than seeing the sports car rushing over the throttle. Those who are not prepared are close to each other without responding. The message he can get from the dialogue with Zilong is that the robots move very fast, but this speed has exceeded their expectations. Now he only hopes that the large caliber sniper rifle of the anti-equipment will have an effect on this robot. Free shooting. Yang can't think too much. Immediately order. Hey! A gunshot came from Zheng Jian. Hit it. Meng Bei definitely said. Number 003 is moving at high speed, but he is very confident in his own shots. Otherwise he will not be one of the snipers of the Dragon Tooth Commando. The hit is still running. This setting is too abnormal. Do not want to win. Just say. Zheng Jian looked incredulously at the robots still running. They were equipped with 12.7 mm bullets and penetrated the 1 cm steel plate. Everything is between the electric and the flint. Before the Meng Bei prepares the second shot, the robot is running wildly. When it is close to the factory, the body goes deep and leaps forward. In the next scene, Zheng Jian and Meng Bei both squinted and their eyes almost fell. Chapter 515, Mako at the training ground. All the players have returned, and everyone is downcast and their faces are dull. 2TM is shameful. A sharp knife team was beaten by a robot, which was the most humiliating thing since they were formed. The shock that 003 brought to them broke their imagination of robots. The various abilities that are displayed are absolutely comparable to the Terminator in the movie, especially in abandoned factories. The performance of Superman 003 has made them unforgettable. Jumping into the factory from the third-floor window, breaking all their arrangements. The degree of metamorphosis, so that everyone who saw it was scared. Looking at the robot now, I don't dare to have any small look. Lin Biao looked at the robot standing next to Chen Mo, and moved his mouth, not knowing what to say. Chen Mo was found to be as calm as ever, and everything seemed to be in his expectation. Report, Captain. We asked to play again. We didn't expect the robot to have special settings, nor did it understand his settings. It was not completely prepared. A squeaky voice from the team sounded from the members of the Zilong team. On the battlefield, the enemy will tell you, do they have special weapons? Will the enemy give you a chance to fully prepare? At the beginning I will tell you that it is a robot. You are ignoring its own setting properties. If I don't say it is a robot, you will be even more embarrassed. You are not completely prepared. Is this robot ready? Tell you that the robot's weapon system has not been installed. If you follow the all settings of the robot, you can't see his shadow. All of them are glorious and you are given excuses. Lin Biao yelled. At first he said that this is a robot, and as a result, these players ignored the settings, which led to such awkwardness. Chen Mo has already stated that the robot's weapon system is not installed. If the weapon system is set up against the complete weapon system, the average person will not even have the power to fight back. Sure enough, the current war is a high-tech war. Although it is very uncomfortable, let these guys have a lesson. At least when they face the enemy in the future, they will focus on the information of the enemy itself, which is better than they think they are already in the sky. Hearing Lin Biao's swearing, the players on the field no longer speak. This is really not a glorious thing. At first, Lin Biao has already suggested that it is a robot, the real battlefield. You never know that the enemy is a robot, a soldier, or a small person on the road. Unlike Lin Biao's unhappy, Liu Jianjun was very excited, and he just felt that Chen Mo was a robbery. He is now watching this robot, his eyes are shining. The only feeling is really fragrant. Comrade Chen Mo, in addition to robots, the materials of the robot itself are sold separately. Is there a graphene battery? Liu Jianjun asked. He has been immersed in the assembly department for many years, and he is also a veteran. Naturally, in addition to the robot itself, those materials are definitely super materials. With these materials, the help for them is absolutely not small. Sell. Since it was developed, it is to make money. Chen Mo said. Chen Mo's purpose is simple, that is, making money. The group's turnover is very high, and every product is very profitable, giving them a steady stream of cash. But the expenses are not small. At present, the company is constructing 2 controlled nuclear fusion power stations at the same time. The cost is not low. The Ant Park project has the establishment of military ants equipment and worker ants defense. In addition, the company's expansion and acquisition in the previous period, the consumption is not low. All need white flowers. It is also a project that cannot be returned in a short time. Although the company's funds can still be turned around, but his laboratory has too much technical accumulation, and it is also released, and it is not too much money to take out and make money. There are too many places to use money in the future. The technology and materials that can be cracked, he will let Zhao Minute supply for a patent. As for the intelligent core of the robot, others can't get the code at all, and he is not worried. Others can imitate war robots. What about the weapon system? Weapon systems and equipment. You have to find a soldier ants equipment company to buy, Chen Mo said. Do you like this? Okay. Liu Jianjun also knows that domestic private enterprises cannot develop ammunition. This is the rule that Chen Mo will choose to build the soldier ant equipment company in Tanzania, and be responsible for supplementing the ammunition that cannot be produced by the production of military ants. Can the price of this robot be cheaper? Liu Jianjun began to play the small 99. The robot is good, This price, not including the weapon system, a robot asking for 100 million. It's already very cheap, by a lot, 90% off. Shenmue is not moved. The whole body of high-tech things, this price, the price of cabbage. Can't you be cheaper? No. Shenmue shook his head. How many robots are discounted? Liu Jianjun also knows that it is impossible to lower prices. The whole body is high-tech. If foreign military enterprises have such advanced robots, let alone 100 million, 500 million have to buy a few to study. 100 starts. Liu Jianjun's face was black. This is really unambiguous. 100 units are 9.8 billion. Not including weapons systems. Who knows how much the weapon system costs? What about the maintenance and repair costs in the later period? As for the appearance of Liu Jianjun, Shenmue is ignorant. If you need to buy materials separately, you can place an order for the worker ants. All the materials on this robot can be sold. As for the price, the worker ants will give you the price. You and Zahi talk. This robot needs to be tested again later. Contact Zahi. The military has strict requirements on quality. Even if his robot has high technology, it definitely needs a second or third test. He can't spend too much time to participate in the test again and again. These matters can be handed over to the ants. When things were settled, Shenmue took the Ink Girl and the 003 to board the helicopter and left the base. He can't sell robots. This war robot has surpassed any product on the market. The war has changed for a long time, and the future will be that high technology will dominate the war. It is now a time of peace, but it is also a seemingly peaceful one. And it has been undercurrent in private, especially after the completion of controlled nuclear fusion technology. The global energy form is about to change. In the face of this century of change, those powerful countries are seeking technological leadership, hoping to continue to be strong in the new century. In the face of great changes, it is impossible to have a smooth road, but that time is not up. Once the time has come, no one can guarantee that the war will come. Shenmue left. Liu Jianjun and Li Chengzi bid farewell to Lin Biao, and then left. On the way, both of them are thinking about the robot. The performance of the robot gave them a deep impression. Want to buy a few? Li Chengzi asked. Liu Jianjun looked up and thought about it again. This matter must be studied and researched, and purchased according to actual needs. The weapon system must be tested and needs to be contacted with the soldiers' ants. As the horror performance Shenmue said, I am afraid that at least one company must be in the first batch. Just now, you should understand the value of those robots in mountain jungle and urban street fighting. Liu Jianjun's voice was amazed. A robot is a team. It's terrible to think about it. In the past few years, the Air Force and the Navy's equipment had been changing the dumplings. The field army looked at various high-tech appearances, and it was tickle. Now that I know this robot, I am not happy to find the North. Chapter 516, Battle Armor Design. Shenmue is still very confident about the robot. The technology contained in the robot has surpassed the current technology and is definitely a killer-level equipment. The war robots were handed over to the ants for defense and military ants, and he also put his mind back into the study of the armor. In the experimental room, in front of Shenmue, a holographic projection armor is suspended, and he has been conducting research on the development of the battle armor. Since the Science and Technology Library blocked all the design drawings and data in the authority, he only gave him the theory and principle, so he could only complete the design by himself. Now the holographic projection in front of him is the shape design of the armor. Smooth and soft lines that minimize air resistance and a sense of power. Behind the armor, there are two arm-thickness irons to start the engine, arms and feet, all with small iron engines. The exquisite instrument of the size of the bowl at the chest is the reaction furnace, which can convert high-energy beta particles into electric energy and provide the iron engine of the armor as a power source. The fuel of the reaction furnace is the ectopic material number 108. Ectopic element crystal material modified by high-energy laser pulse of indium element, and an unconventional element capable of releasing high-energy beta particles. Due to limited space, the armor's circuit is designed inside the components, and the complex normal temperature superconducting circuit, like the human veins, is embedded in the armor components. The battle armor is painted with black as the main color, mixed with blood red, black and red painting, adding a lot of mysterious colors to the armor. Every part is carefully designed. The joints are extremely fine, and some places need to be seamlessly joined. There are nanoscale 3D printers. These components are complex and precise, but they can be easily implemented. Unfortunately, there is no wind tunnel, and it is impossible to do wind tunnel experiments. Shenmue appreciates the newly designed armor design, which is slightly regrettable. It seems that it is necessary to build a wind tunnel. Otherwise, there will always be insufficient research on other aircraft. To carry out such high-end research, it is impossible to borrow wind tunnels from the official. Only by computer simulation, the curvature of each line of the armor can be determined to minimize the wind resistance. Reactors and ion engines are the most difficult technologies for armor. As long as these two technologies are completed, other materials technologies are not too big a problem. Ink Girl put all the theoretical formulas of the reactor out. Shenmue sat in the chair in the middle of the lab, carefully appreciating the shape of the armor that had just been designed, and the Ink Girl also walked behind Shenmue. The next moment, the shape design of the armor disappeared, and the entire laboratory screen was covered with various complicated formulas, together with holographic projections, and some formulas were projected and suspended in the air. There are at least 1,000 formulas that make people's scalp numb. None of the formulas are the same, but many formulas are similar in style between adjacent formulas and seem to have some connection. Shenmue raised his eyes, and the definitions behind all the formulas and various algorithms all came to his mind. After the evolution of the brain domain, his understanding ability has become very crazy, and the speed of thinking now has surpassed that of the current people. A formula, like a spider web, is connected in his mind, and his thoughts are becoming more and more clear. His formulas are flashing in his mind. The Ink Girl behind her did not bother. Shenmue turned and continued to stand behind him, watching him quietly. An hour later, after the last formula was connected in his mind, Shenmue stopped, and his tired head was covered with fine sweat on his forehead. All the formulas have been sorted out, and the connections and calculations between them are derived in the mind. The brain runs at high speed without interruption, and his consumption is not generally large. There is a feeling that CPU is running hot for a long time, and his consumption is very large. Wiping off the fine sweat on his forehead, Shenmue continued to look up at the formula in the laboratory. Ink Girl, help me to derive the formula, Shenmue said. Good. The Ink Girl immediately agreed. C1, D3, H2. These three formulas are added and combined, replaced by a new function, first differential, and the formula D5 vector product is substituted into the function. These formulas are all formulas of the reaction furnace and belong to the principle of the reaction furnace. The most basic mathematical models must be sorted out before they can be studied. In the laboratory, Shenmue and Monu began joint calculations and derived theoretical formulas for the reactor. On the screen, the mathematical model of various functions is also built by the holographic projection suspended in the air of the laboratory, looking very mysterious. The emergence of war robots, with the report of Liu Jianjun, has attracted the attention of the top. Seeing the amazing performance of the number 003 robot, the high-level discussion let Liu Jianjun quickly contact with the Ants Defense and Military Ants Equipment Company to test the robot's weapon system. At this time, on a large heavy weapon test site, Zhe and Zongla were present. They acted as representatives of the workers' Ants Defense and Military Ants Equipment to carry out relevant weapons tests, and beside them, Li Chengzi, Liu Jianjun and others. In front of the Ma-2 war robots, and several weapons experts, who are installing ammunition. Unlike the robots brought by Chen Mo, the artificial skin of these two robots is not attached to the robot body. The whole body is made of metal structure, which is quite a bare metal. The silver-white metal case, with a special look, has a special texture and is very delicate. Experts on the field know that this metal is a new material. Only the special metal, this beautiful texture, will appear in the joint part. It is the protection of the layered metal sheet. If the protected metal piece is removed, the electrostrictive material of the joint is milky white. The structure of the magazine is exposed. The weapon installation is very simple, that is, the loading of ammunition, bullets and bombs, entering a password, and activating the robot's weapon system program. He is introducing the specific performance of the robot to Liu Jianjun and Li Chengzi. At the beginning, Chen Mo was only a rough test and explained the related functions, and did not elaborate. This work was done by Zhu He. Chen Mo has opened a channel for them. They also know that Chen Mo's time will not cost too much to talk about business, so they need them to complete these transactions. This instrument is the control terminal. The control terminal can select the mode of the robot or turn off the power of the robot. When the power is turned off by the control terminal, it will have a standby state, which is convenient for the control terminal to pass the signal again to activate the robot. Note that the machine is powered off and the machine cannot be turned on via the console. He handed Liu Jianjun with a watch-like instrument. In case of signal shielding area, Liu Jianjun asked, in the signal shielding area, there are two states that can be set in advance. One is the free state. In the free state, the instructions made by its kernel intelligence make judgments. In another state-controlled state, when the signal disappears, it automatically abandons its task and returns to the area where the control signal last appeared. If the console is destroyed and loses command control, within its program, you can set an aggregation point in advance, which will automatically return to the aggregation point. Avoid being in enemy areas and falling into the hands of the enemy. But the premise of returning to the gathering point is that it has to go back within the scope of its capabilities. If the gathering point is in the sea or water it cannot reach, it will not be able to return, only within its capabilities, from the gathering point. The nearest place is waiting. He gave a detailed answer to the robot. Before she came, she also did her homework. When the war mode, will it accidentally hurt yourself? Liu Jianjun asked. In war mode, it will not actively attack four kinds of people. It will not attack people who have no weapons in their hands. It defines weapons, such as firearms, ammunition, knives and other deadly weapons. It will not actively attack old and young people. It will not actively attack. Be defined as a member of the party. Will not attack the enemy who surrendered. In many cases, it will be accidentally injured. First, when it attacks, oneself suddenly appears in its attack range, and it will be accidentally injured if it is too late to interrupt the attack. Second, members of their own clothing wear enemy costumes and attack them with weapons. It will be countered by enemy attacks. Third, when a large-scale attack occurs, the enemy position has its own members. Any weapon or equipment may be wiped out, and the head should understand this truth. This is absolutely not true. If it is during the war, let alone robots, even if it is a person, in the above circumstances, it is possible to misjudge and accidentally injure teammates. Liu Jianjun nodded and agreed. When people are nervous, the possibility of misjudgment may be higher than that of the robot. Sometimes the situation is inevitable, and anyone may be injured. If it is judged by its members to attack it, it will make a non-fatal attack, stun or anesthesia to the person who attacks it, and then hand it over to the console to determine what to do next. In the absence of the console, it will grab the person back to the gathering point. How do you let it be a friend or an enemy? Clothing, equipment. This is the most basic way of judging. If this method of judgment cannot determine the identity of the enemy, it will be regarded as a neutral person. It is judged as a neutral person. There is a weapon in hand. It is best to let go, so as not to cause mistakes judging that once it attacks it, it will fight back as an enemy. Is there any way to make it clear that it is a member of the team when it is not replaced with enemy equipment and clothing? Liu Jianjun asked. There are all kinds of possibilities on the battlefield, and he needs to understand all of this. Yes, two ways. One is to store your own facial information in its information base in advance, through face recognition. Confirmed as a member of the team, he will help. The second is to wear this. He took out a wristwatch from the equipped box. The color wristwatch is made of metal and has a minimalist style, which is in line with the aesthetics of the military. This wristwatch has only one function. It has a small chip inside. It is detected by the robot after activation and will be regarded as one of its own personnel. If this wristwatch is taken by the enemy, what we can do is that after the same wristwatch is activated, it can only be recognized once, and the second time is invalid. It recognizes that the activation of the wristwatch itself will send the information back to the terminal, and the wristwatch is invalid. As for other actions, the control terminal issues an order, and there is no free state of the console command. If the identified person is seriously injured, it will save the person. If you are free to act, it will not attack or be treated unless the identified person calls for help. It will determine that you need treatment and choose to save people. Hearing here, Liu Jianjun was satisfied with the nod. Obviously at the time of design, Shenmue has already thought of the various possibilities that appear on the battlefield, tried to avoid all kinds of possible occurrences, and the other is how they control the use of the problem. It is up to them to decide when to use the robot, and at the same time the possibility of various coincidences can be minimized. The weapon installation is complete. When Zhi introduced the weapon to Liu Jianjun and others, several weapons experts also completed the installation of weapons and ammunition. Get started. Liu Jianjun looked at Zong and Zuhi. Chapter 517. First order: the power of the robot fist. The weight of the fist is 20 times that of the average person. In the case of power storage, the highest record we can test can reach 1,250 kilograms. He opened the test state to the robot and walked to the front of the strength tester. As soon as the words fell, the robot slammed into the strength tester. Seeing the number of beating above, everyone's heart sighed. 1,230 kg. This fist, if you lie on the human body, there is no life. It is a metamorphosis. Even if Liu Jianjun and Li Chengzi know the horror of the robot, it still feels terrible. On his palm, there is an electric shock attack. The high voltage generator produces a strong electric shock of more than 40,000 volts, which causes the attacker to generate strong contact inductance, numbness, weakness, instantaneous loss of attack capability. Design according to police standards. Low current. Low will not cause damage to the attacker. There is also an anesthetic attack in the palm of your hand. When the palm of the hand grasps the attacker, a 3 needle is ejected to pierce the attacker's skin and inject a little instant anesthetic to disable the attacker. These two functions, Shenmue has a brief introduction. They have analyzed the composition of the immediate anesthetic, do have immediate anesthesia, and are harmless to the human body. The standard of electric shock, they also tested. The next step is his hot weapon system. He let the position open and was taken over by Zhongli. Wang Hai and Zhongli were sent to Tanzania to control and manage the military ants equipment company, and the ammunition of the weapon system was produced by them. Thermal weapon system, including the barrel of 2 arms, 50 smart bullets, 8 smart bombs in the waist magazine, 4 small smart missiles in the back magazine, and high-energy lasers in the navel. The intelligent bullet has a bullet with automatic guidance. The warhead is equipped with a miniature ballistic computer and a battery. The warhead is a laser-guided warhead and a movable brake tail. It can automatically identify the target, track the target, and hit the target 1.5 kilometers away under the laser guidance of the robot. The error is no more than 0.3 meters, and the precision is very high, which can hit the air target. Zhongli took out a finger-sized bullet and handed it to Liu Jianjun. He pointed to the target that was tied to the air by the drone and gave the robot an attack command. Once finished, The robot raised his hand and fired it. In less than a second, the target appeared red as smoke. Surprised, even the top sniper can't do a shot, killing the target flying in the air, basically seeing people, killing. 50 rounds of bullets are simply war butchers. The 8 smart bombs are moving smart bombs. They are equipped with sensors. After they are thrown out, they can be rolled to the designated location according to the robot's control, and the robot or the control terminal will detonate. There is also a small intelligent missile behind it, which is also guided by laser. As long as the robot can see it, it can be hit, to the ground, to the air. The highly concentrated ammunition is enough to blow up the tank's track and shoot down the plane. It has a range of 2 kilometers. After demonstrating the smart bombs and small smart missiles, the weapons experts on the field could not help but marvel. So horrible. All are smart weapons, and it is almost certain that the installation of these smart ammunition is almost rock solid. In addition to high-altitude aircraft and maritime warships, other weapons have a single battle. The war robot, the name is no more relevant. It is simply born for war. Is the bullet used to equip the regular troops? The price of smart bullets is 800, the size of a small intelligent missile is 80,000, and the smart bomb is 4,500. When he heard Zhongl, Liu Jianjun secretly screamed and didn't know what to say. Although this work is exquisite workmanship and powerful, the price is not generally high. The conventional army equipment is simply burning money. The bullet of the optical robot is about 40,000 yuan, which is still a consumable product. Sure enough, this thing is not something that ordinary people can afford. But expensive also has its own truth. Once equipped, this kind of robot is almost invincible on the ground. In the real war, the result won by it will be much higher than his consumption. There is no doubt about the price-performance ratio. There are also high-energy laser weapons, and Zhongl also introduced it again, mainly relying on the gain medium-C beam, so that the laser has such a great power. As for the micro-detection radars, Chen Mo has already introduced it, and Zahiri introduced it again. After all the performance tests and inspections, Liu Jianjun was excited to wipe the sweat. It has not been so exciting for a long time. If you really equip these war robots, the current war can be almost invincible. If the robot orders go down, when can I deliver? Liu Jianjun asked. For the robot platform, if the number of orders is less than 20, after the completion of the production line for the Ants defense, 1 month can be delivered. The appearance of the robot, you can provide 3D face data to customize, or we give the robot customizes facial information. Weapons in the weapon system can be made at any time. Looking at the quantity of the order, we can give a clear delivery time. Both Zhu He and Zhongl gave clear answers. Their arsenal has just started and is expanding. If there is a transaction, it is also a revenue. At least not all of the cash support at headquarters. Well, let's talk about the order. We are going to order 10 robots and 300 sets of weapons and ammunition for the first time. How long will it take? Liu Jianjun said. Because the arsenal is not finished, the speed will be slower and can be completed in 40 days. Zahi said. 300 sets of weapons. You can give it to you in a week. Zhongl said. Well, how many robots there are? How many can be provided first, and the rest, delivered within the contract period? Liu Jianjun said. Talk about related matters, as well as some provisions. Zahi and Zhongl were escorted by the team members and left the weapons test base. One opening 10 sets, 300 sets of weapons. Very refreshing. On the way back, Zhongl opened. This is only the first batch. Used to test the training, wait for the sweetness, and there will be a steady stream of orders. The future war is a high-tech war, which is better than us. The robots, which have high science and technology, can completely dominate the direction of local warfare. Spending this money can improve the combat effectiveness of a grade. It has a tactical level card, which is sure to be refreshing. Zahi said. You have to prepare for the next military exhibition. That is the real beginning. It will be a blockbuster when it comes time. It seems that the ambition is not small. Zahi smiled and said, how is your development? All goes well, that is, The engineer is missing. Me too. The two people looked at each other and smiled. They all know that this industry is not difficult to mix. If there is no boss to provide technical support behind it, there is no place for the cone. The first 10 robots, 300 sets of weapons, a good start. Chen Mo was a little surprised to hear the number of orders from Zihi and Zong. According to his expectations, the first batch of orders may be 5 robots, and then the trial will gradually increase the order. Now the first batch of 10 sets, indicating that the above is willing to pay the blood. After the robot performance is confirmed, the future orders will definitely not be less. There is nothing unusual about the war robots that can be sold. The high tech that it possesses is released. Even if the price is doubled, some people will definitely buy it. It is hard to beat iron, and technology is the last word. Let's continue. After the surprise, Chen Mo continued to focus on his own research. At this time, the laboratory's midair is suspended with various mathematical models. This is the hundreds of mathematical models derived from the theoretical formula of the reactor. Chen Mo also checked it again and there was no error. These mathematical models represent the meaning of reality, and he is clear. For more than 10 days, he has been turning around these models. He needs to apply the data of these models to the actual situation and design a reaction furnace. The thoughts during this time have already made him a clue. Now it is in this direction. Let the rough model of the reactor slowly form and refine in his mind. Not long after, Chen Mo seems to find a little feeling, and is determined to stand in place. At this time, Chen Mo kept thinking about his head and the speed was running at a rapid speed. If it is not the evolution of the brain domain, this speed of thinking can directly let Chen Mo's nervous fatigue faint. The ink girl next to it saw him and walked gently behind him. An hour later, Chen Mokai looked up and sat back in the office chair with some exhaustion. Ink girl, come help me design the reaction furnace. Chapter 518, Robot Square. Perfect. It's a perfect piece of art. A certain research institute, Luxin surrounded the robot on the test bench, and his eyes were shining, as if enjoying the supreme art. Not a robot. I have never seen such a perfect robot. Compared with this robot, the weapons they designed are just like the smashing piles. Naturally, perfect, and unrestrained. The vocabulary he can think of is used on this robot and is completely appropriate. Being able to encounter this perfect robot feels like a gift from heaven. He has the same expression as him, and several experts in the team. Everyone is like a work of art, admiring the design of every part of the robot, carefully, scrupulously, for fear of breaking. This is the most perfect work they have seen in their reverse research and development career. Liu Jianjun did not bother at the side, quietly watching the experts around. He also saw this team for the first time, revealing this expression of admiration and exclamation. After a long time, many experts appreciate it. Liu Jianjun said, "How?" Luxun's voice is full of appreciation and amazement, and there is a bit of incomprehensible complexity. This robot, all over the body is high-tech, has surpassed all the robots in the past. Where did it come from? Is foreign technology so horrible? Liu Jianjun pointed to the sign printed on the top of the robot, the emblem of the marching ant head plus shield. Not foreign. It is the defense of workers. Worker and defense? Which large military enterprise? We didn't seem to have heard it. Luxin was puzzled and looked at the team members next to him. The people also shook their heads in confusion. Working Ants Defense is a newly established subsidiary of the Army Ant Group, which is responsible for opening up the military industry market. Liu Jianjun's explanation made everyone stunned. They have heard of the Marching Ant Group, and even studied the enchanting robots of the Marching Ant Group. Many of the technologies involved are unconstrained and let them admire. Unexpectedly, this robot is now an army ant, or a war robot in the military field. This robot should be designed by Chen Mo to have this ultimate perfect design. Can you reverse engineering? Liu Jianjun asked. It should be okay. Luxin nodded. Any complicated machine equipment, as long as there is a real thing, there is the possibility of reverse research and development. Materials are good, the material formula can be cracked, the marching ant group should apply for patents, and the material technology that cannot be cracked, Shenmue, will definitely be kept secret. We can replace or buy them with other materials. But the most difficult is the robotic smart core. The intelligent core of the robot can't be copied. Without the intelligent core, the robot is faked, and at most there is no soul shell. The intelligent core of the marching ant group cannot be easily cracked. At present, no team has announced that it has successfully cracked the intelligent core technology of the marching ant group. Their encryption algorithm is intelligent. One expert added, intelligent cores can be developed by themselves, but there is absolutely no intelligent high in the marching ant group. Luxin said, they have all seen test videos and data about robots. It can be said that this robot can be described as metamorphosis. What we need is the accumulation of robot design technology, and lay the foundation for designing robots in the future. As for the intelligent core, the ship is naturally straight to the bridge. Liu Jianjun said, these robots are produced by the Worker Ant Defense Company. The technology is in China and there is no need for imitation. They need to accumulate more robotics, be familiar with robot design, and not be technically out of touch. Now it's near the water floor. At this time, it doesn't accumulate a bit of technology. With the pace of the army and group, it can't be said. Liu Xiaocheng, there is an important notice on it. When Liu Jianjun asked several experts, a rushing voice interrupted him. It is good. Liu Jianjun hurriedly followed the comers back to the office, picked up the red phone on the desk, and heard the contents of the notice. Liu Jianjun's body was shocked, his face was serious, and he nodded. The big head said, if you can, let the war robots appear in this military parade. Hearing the news told by Liu Jianjun, Li Chengzi was very surprised, but when he thought about it, he was relieved. Through the wars of various regions of the world in these years, one big trend can be judged. The war of the future is a high-tech war. The performance of war robots is beyond their imagination, which is typical of high technology. My order is only a short time. In the past 2 weeks, there are only 4 war robots available on the Ants Defense. How many robots are needed for the military parade? Li Chengzi asked. As much as possible. It is best to have this number. Liu Jianjun extended a finger and whispered, 100 units? A small square array, not many and many. Just the robot production factory for Worker Ants Defense is not completely completed. They can guarantee that the quality of this order is a problem. According to the current speed of Worker Ants Defense, it is definitely impossible to complete, so I came to you. There are still 3 months from the military parade. In order to be safe, you go to Shenmue to ask. Liu Jianjun spread his hands. These times give Shenmue, he can develop a technology for him. If you want to ensure the quality to complete these orders, it should be no problem. The efficiency of his marching ant group is terrible and scary. You are specifically contacting him. People, you go the best. In case he can't do anything about it, Li Chengzi asked. The big head said, if you can. The big head must know the production problem of the war robot, and will say the words if you can. The meaning is as much as possible. If not, 20 should be okay. The number of war robots sooner or later. What you need is the deterrent force of the war robot after exposure. So you will choose the node of the military parade. Now the Ants Defense has delivered 4 war robots, and they have done the most comprehensive inspection of war robots. All the performance is the same as that introduced by Shenmue. It can be said that with such robots, they can control the direction of the war. Air supremacy is very important and can even influence the direction of war, but the war on the ground is fundamental. The war robot is undoubtedly the killer on the land. Once exposed, it is enough to form an invisible deterrent to the enemy. Nowadays, at a critical moment in the rise of China, they need greater deterrence. After the robot test is completed and all the data are out, the above is already planned, and the order for the war robot is added. The head of the big head can read some information, determine the order of the additional robot, and hope to form a small square inches the military parade. Let the war robots appear on the military parade without showing the performance of the robot. With the sci-fi, high-tech and mystery of the robot itself. It is enough to form psychological pressure on some people. I think so too. Then I can only be cheeky and go again. My life is running. You still laugh at yourself? I don't know how many people are willing to do your hard work. You look at you. After a few years of running, the wind has risen, and in a few years, I have resisted Venus. Liu Jianjun glanced at him with contempt. Li Cheng laughed and got up and simply packed up. I am lucky. If this is done, you remember to ask me to drink. Chapter 519. Free advertising. Do you want to add an order so fast? Chen Mo was surprised to see Li Chengzi. The first order was signed with the worker ants defense. 10 robots did not seem to provide complete, and now the order is added. Additional order, Zihi. Don't you talk about it yourself. Come over and look for me. The production line construction was not completed and it was impossible to complete the order within their expectations. Zihi smiled. She was also very helpless, so she followed Li Chengzi to report. So urgent? So much? Chen Mo is very surprised. According to him, the robot production line can take more than 1 month at most, and it can be fully put into use. There is no way to complete the order within the expected time. It should be time critical or large. It will be completed in 2.5 months, Li Chengzi said. 2.5 months? Military parade? Chen Mo instantly thought of the key point. 3 months later, it was an important anniversary parade. This time, it is so urgent that it is estimated that the robot will appear in the capital at the ceremony, show it to the whole world, and also give the outside world a deterrent. After all, it is a robot, something that is not available in the world, mystery, science fiction, and unknown. It is an invisible shock. How many are you going to? It is best to have 100 units, Li Chengzi said. A small square. The number is not much. Why not a little more? More deterrent and momentum. Chen Mo asked. Do you think we don't want to? You have a robot of 100 million. A complete square, 35 billion, not including weapons and ammunition, and post-maintenance. Consider the actual demand. Increase the number step by step. What's important is that you can produce so much in 2.5 months. Li Chengzi asked. Chen Mo looked at Zihi. Zihi, 2.5 months. How many units can you produce on the ant defense? There is still 1 month. The production line is all completed. In 1.5 months, the maximum production capacity is 50. Zihi thought about it and gave a rough figure. The factory has just started. This is the limit number. You can guarantee the quality on the other side, how much can be produced, and the rest can be filled up here. Chen Mo thought and said, Lige, how about a discussion for you? What is the discussion? 100 robots. I can produce them for you. That would be great, he answered with a positive answer from Chen Mo. Li Chengzi was overjoyed. But 100 sets. The square array looks like a small family, to a little shock. I produced the extra part of the robot, renting you to form a larger square. What are the conditions? Li Chengzi squinted at Chen Mo, did not know this guy, and made up his mind in the head. 50,000 pieces are rented to you. The military parade is completed, and the robot is still on my way. Chen Mo laughed. So good? It's so good, is it? Chen Mo asked. Such a good opportunity is simply a free advertisement. The emergence of the robot square appears in front of the world, and it will undoubtedly cause a big sensation. It is almost free to advertise the ants' defense, or a national level advertisement, and there is money to collect. It is not natural to grasp this opportunity. In one fell swoop, the name of the worker ant defense was played out, and later the production of the export version of the war robot was simply more enjoyable than robbery. This kind of high-tech, even if it is a reduced version, still surpasses the current technology, and there is no buyer. I have to report it to my superiors. I can't take the idea of the military parade. Are you sure you are renting us for 50,000? Of course, that's it, but this time the robot order has a request. Well, you said. These robots don't use artificial skin to disguise themselves as real people, directly retain the shape of the metal, paint ourselves. The machine bones of the face, without the shape of the skull. change the metal shape of the adult face. You can design a face yourself. The styling, send the image to me. Li Chengzi understands the above meaning. The robot disguised as a real person, do not expose it for the time being, maybe at what time? This is an unexpected means of an enemy. Change a face mold, this is no problem. Chen Mo immediately agreed. The face does not need to be disguised as a real person, saving the steps of the skin camouflage can save a lot of time. I finally confirmed it. You rented a robot to us, can you rent a few? Li Chengzi asked. This is definitely an unexpected gain. This is not certain, there should be more than 100 units, depending on the actual situation. The cost of the robot is not low, the material is expensive and expensive. I have spent so much money to help, as for whether there or not, I will see you. I can only help this, Chen Mo said. The extra robot, he can't use it. Not to mention the robot order in the future, his enchanting robot on the first floor should also be replaced. Estimating the world, he is so extravagant. Talking about specific matters and requirements, Li Chengzi left. He simply reported on the work of Worker Ant's defense, and then left. Do you want so much material? Zhao Minutes saw Chen Mo's list for her and was shocked. The list of ink ladies listed has always been complete, and the average market price of the required materials will be on it. This long list of prices, the price of more than 1 billion. Even if you make a controlled fusion starring, you don't need so much material. You want so much material? What big machine is it to make? Zhao Minutes asked curiously. The official order of 100 robots, delivery within 2.5 months. The Ant's defense cannot be completed, come to me to help, Chen Mo said lightly. So I have to worry so many war robots? What's the big deal? Zhao Minutes asked. What day is it? 3 months later. Oh, military parade? Zhao Minutes suddenly realized that only the military parade was needed. The war robots debuted, and when they came to the world, they were shocking and small. Is the company's funds enough? Chen Mo asked. Enough. The company has never lacked funds. The vaccine you developed last time earned a handful of bioterrorism, saved countless people, gained popularity from the whole world, and indirectly benefited the group. The company's full-line product sales rose, and each patent license fees, etc. And the renovation of the holographic theater has been completed, and the construction of the first Ant Park is nearing completion. The progress of various projects is very smooth. When the holographic film is released, the Ant Park opens, and the funds we throw out will be quickly returned. The current large-scale swallowing companies are only your swallowing beasts and company R&D departments, as well as controlled fusion projects and expanding military companies. Your own research and development funding, the consumption of the top 3 big projects. Zhao Minutes said. The area of Chen Mo's #1 building is constantly expanding. The company has a lot of money and has entered Chen Mo's laboratory. His own research and development funds are 3 times that of the entire group's research and development department, so she occasionally called the #1 building as a swallowing gold beast. But there is also a saying of technical treasures. The technology in building #1 has far surpassed the current technical level of human beings, which is the core of the marching ant group. Therefore, even if the company is most short of money, it will reserve 100 billion in cash as Chen's personal emergency reserve fund. What are you studying now? This time is mysterious. People have not seen it a few times, but found that you have eaten a few bowls. Zhao Minutes smiled. Chen Moi's brain is black. During this period of time, he developed the technology of the armor. The brain power consumption was very large, and the large amount of meals was normal. He did not expect to be ridiculed by Zhao Minutes. When you study it, you will know, beyond your imagination. Chen Mo keeps mysterious. Every time you exceed my imagination, pay attention to your body, don't get tired. Zhao Minutes looked at the list in his hand. These materials, I will give orders to those companies, let them send them in 5 days. Military parade. This kind of thing can be delayed. Chapter 520, Carry Out Laboratory. The holographic projection of an instrument is suspended in front of Chen Mo, the size of the bowl, The exquisite design, the various components, the perfect texture, the instrument, looks more like a work of art. This is the theoretical data obtained by Chen Mo. From the thousands of formulas and hundreds of mathematical models, the theoretical data is derived. With the help of the ink girl, the reaction furnace of the armor, one can convert the high-energy beta particles into a reactor for electrical energy. For more than 2 months, with the help of the ink girl, Chen Mo has done his best to research and develop every day. In theory, this reactor can release 3.6 billion joules of energy per second, enough to provide the energy supply needed for the armor. Through computer simulation, the reactor can already work, as long as it is manufactured. The armor's energy core is initially completed. The Science and Technology Library has blocked the design drawings, technical parameters and various data of all technology products within his Silver Administrator's authority. Fortunately, the material formula of the technology products is still open. If Chen Mo is to develop those material technologies, it is enough for him to be busy. The purpose of the existence of the Science and Technology Library is to let Chen Mo, the successor, design his own technology, so that Chen Mo can continue to create and prevent him from meeting the mountain and air, and finally cannot inherit the mission of the Science and Technology Library. The materials are formulated so that synthetic materials can be made as long as they are designed. Ink girl, is the material needed for the reaction furnace synthesized? Chen Mo looked at the ink girl standing next to him. It has been synthesized, said the ink girl. Then start to print the reactor with the required materials according to the design. In the past 2 months or so, every day except his home, he was the laboratory, and now he finally finished the reactor. The power of the armor is completed. And the next most important issue is the iron engine. Li Chengzi is here, the ink woman reminded. Outside the marching ant headquarters, 4 heavy trucks entered the gate and slowly approached the area where the first building was located. After the security personnel in building number 1 confirmed, 4 heavy trucks were allowed to approach the number 1 building. Song came down from the leading car and glanced at the building of the headquarters of the Army Ant Group. There is no direct access to the building, the style of the building is minimal, and the style of the future is pleasing to the eye. Before he came, he made a simple understanding. Building number 1 is the core area of the Marching Ant Group. Here is Chen Mo's personnel laboratory. The area of building number 1 has been expanding with the marching ants, and now it occupies almost 1/5 of the headquarters of the army ants. It is said that the top level of the Marching Ant Group, without the permission of Chen Mo, could not enter the building of the area. How many black technologies are in Chen Mo's lab has always been a mystery to the outside world. Li, the head of the security, this security is also strict enough, comparable to the secret base. Song patrolled the surrounding area, half of the robots, and half of the sturdy security guards, security level. Not too high. Even the country's top laboratories are just that. You don't look at what is inside this building? Li Chengzi looked up at the first building. If Chen Mo is open, 2 trillion will sell the whole building. I dare say no need to consider it. It will be bought immediately. The technology you have should be enough to accelerate the world's technology for at least 30 years. My sly Song secretly swears. What is the concept of 2 trillions? But he is very clear. Li, the leader, have you ever been in? What is inside? Going in and visiting once, the technology inside. I can't understand what to follow, just look at the novelty. But the security status inside is stricter than the outside. The Marching Ant Group has the right to enter inside, and a few palms come over. When the two chatted, Chen Mo and Monu also came out from the first building and greeted the two. Li, very punctual. Doing my job. Punctuality is the basic requirement. This is Comrade Song Yi. After a simple chill, Li Chengzi pulled over the introduction of Song Yi. Comrade Chen Mo, hello. I am Song Yi. This time I came to accept the order. Song Yi politely shook hands with Chen Mo. Hello, Ink Girl, put the container up. Just finished. On the open space marked not far away, the ground suddenly opened, and 4 special containers rose slowly from the ground and stopped when they were completely exposed to the ground. 4 boxes, a total of 240 robots. These 240 robots are the production of the robot production workshop in the first building for more than 2 months. The workshop here is still too small, otherwise it can produce more. The container opened and saw the uniform robot fixed in the container. Song jumped and jumped. Although I was prepared, I saw 60 robots at once, but it was still a little shocking. Gray-white metal, with a cold texture, just the shape gives people an unknown fear. This is the robot that is about to enter the military parade. When thinking of nearly 200 robots appearing at the military parade, Song has a feeling of excitement. You spend more than 10 billion to make so many robots. Do you want to use this military parade to make an advertisement? When Song determined the number of robots, Li Chengzi went to Chen Mo and asked. When he just returned, he and Liu Jianjun guessed for a long time. Chen Mo spent billions of dollars on manufacturing robots and rented them for almost half a month at a free price. Why? Later, I came to think that Chen Mo might want to use this military parade to let the robot have enough powerful shock to expose it, which caused a sensation. Free national level advertising. They have no publicity fees, but also to post a few million. Chen Mo's small abacus can be Liu Jianjun at that time. Nothing, I am purely a help. The extra robots will come to see the nursing home in the future. Chen Mo denied it. Anyway, it is right to die. Seeing the appearance of Chen Mo, Li Chengzi knows that the 89 is not out of 10, just want to use this platform to advertise. However, he did not care. And he certainly understood that Chen Mo's intention of free-to-free lending was to open the name of the war robot. Since I agree to rent Chen Mo's robot, I don't care about it. This is a rental contract. Inc. handed the documents in hand to Li Chengzi. The worker ants provide 40 robots. We have 240 sets here, a total of 280. In addition to your original 100 orders, you rented 180 of us, half our time. In the month, the rent is 9 million. This is rent, after tax. Li Chengzi signed the name on the contract and handed out a cash check to Chen Mo. Exactly. I bought toys for my daughter. Chen Mo took the check unceremoniously. Would you like to go to the military parade? Exemption. I am not suitable for going up, but it will attract people's attention. My wife and I will look at it below, and I will take it with my heart. Chen Mo smiled and refused. Also, Li Chengzi did not reluctantly. For a long time, Song and others counted the 4 container robots, and confirmed that they were correct, and then loaded the car with the help of the crane, and left the marching ant group under the military dispatch team. Where are we going? Study or go home? A rest for a long time, go to the Unparalleled to buy a few toys. Seeing Li Chengzi's team left, Chen Mo will then leave, and now the reactor is being built. He is not in a hurry to study. Chapter 521, Inc. ID card. Dad, what is that? That is a yacht. You can take the Unparalleled to the sea to play, and so on. Next time, Dad takes the Unparalleled to go out to see the sea. Dad, that bird fell into the water. That is a seagull, a seabird. It is not falling into the water. It is catching fish. Is it a mother? I don't like birds. The fish is a small fish in the sea, not a mother. Mum is not a small fish. Mum's name is Xiao. But it is not a small fish swimming in the water. In the sea, there are many animals living in it. Fish is a kind. There are big fish, small shrimp, small turtle, big crabs and big sharks. Mum will swim in the water, in the big pool at home. Dad, you see it, it's beautiful. Hearing the dialogue between the father and the daughter on the grass, Xiao Yu couldn't help but laugh. But the picture was very harmonious. Nowadays, the unparalleled growth of the unparalleled, the speech is very clear, is to know the age of the world, is curious about everything, and is much smarter than the children of the same age. Usually Chen Mo work research, early and late return, only 2 hours in the evening to accompany the unparalleled. Chen Mo rarely to relax once, can be happy to the small unparalleled, now hanging on Chen Mo. Do not let her hug. More words, quite a lot. Small fishing. Where are the holidays going? Shenmue asked. This big holiday. People outside the mountains do not go to play with the unparalleled, return to her grandparents to play, but also go back to see grandparents. The elderly are very missed children, Xiaoyu said. They all asked their parents to come to settle in Banhai City. Unfortunately, the old people are old, and their ancestors are also in their hometown. People who don't know here are not used to it. They don't want to come over. They can only take time to take a look. Unparalleled. When the two chatted, a voice came from behind. When several people turned back, they saw Zhao Minutes standing there, looking at Chen Mohuai's little unparalleled smile. Minutes. Xiao Wasu saw Zhao Minutes, immediately broke away from Chenmo's arms and ran up and hugged her. This is for the unparalleled. Zhao Minutes handed a lollipop to the unparalleled. Thank you Minutes. Xiao Washwang got a lollipop, and the music broke. He kissed Zhao Minutes' face. What are you talking about? Zhao Minutes walked with the unparalleled. Mom and Dad are talking about big holidays. How? What is the big holiday? Asked the incomparable curiosity. Holiday is the time when your dad takes your mom and the unparalleled out. Do you want to go out and play with Minutes? Mo Ink girl goes. Minutes can't go. Minutes wants to work. Zhao Minutes touched the unparalleled little face, and like a little fisherman, the smart and clever scorpion has the shadow of Chenmo. Very cute. I still work. Have a holiday? Chenmo asked. It's just a busy day. I can take a break. But when the holidays are over, I'm busy. The construction of the ant paradise is coming to an end. I'm working now. I hope to open the ant park before the new year. The holographic city project, at the most critical time, and the holographic cinema transformation were also completed, waiting for the first holographic film to be released. Now that I am just busy, it is a holiday. I will not talk to you about work. I am here to see my daughter. Zhao Minutes sat in the unparalleled, and teased her to play. Do you not go out for a holiday? Let's go to the capital with us and see the big military parade. It is rare to receive an invitation. Chenmo said. Go and see your love and love. Is it a light bulb? I don't want it. You are not the first time. You are a bastard. Zhao Minutes gave him a look and couldn't wait to kill this guy. Don't look at me. The unparalleled is very smart now. If you grow up, you have to go to kindergarten. Have you ever thought about where to go to school? Chenmo and Xiaoyu looked at each other, which is a problem they have been worried about. If you grow up, you will need a little more growth environment for your peers. It will have a good impact on your mind and personality. Going to school is a must. I have seen the kindergartens in Banhai City. The children of the aristocratic kindergartens are a bit squeamish, some special bears, and the teacher's reputation is not very good. There are no kindergartens with good environmental facilities at home, and it is inconvenient to go to other cities, said the fisherman. This is a problem. Don't worry, there is still some time. It is a big deal to buy a kindergarten and hire a teacher. Security and education are guaranteed. The little guy's father is so powerful, and the current level of knowledge, even the most advanced research institutes can't keep up with him. We have the conditions to create a school in the future, and find ways to teach ourselves so that our knowledge level can at least keep up with Dad's footsteps and become a super smart new human. Zhao Minutes' proposal made Xiaoyu's eyes shine. The current level of knowledge and education will certainly not meet the requirements of Chenmo, and Chenmo will not let the unparalleled like other rich children, only satisfied with the current elite education. Capital high-speed railway station. Chenmo holding the unparalleled from the exit. The ink girl was by his side. Xiaoyu and Zhao Minutes followed behind the two, talking and laughing. It has already entered the autumn, the weather in the capital is cold, and the small fisherman wears a beige high-necked thin sweater, black slacks, and a small school bag, which looks simple and refreshing. Zhao Minutes has a long trench coat, long boots, wearing a mask to avoid being recognized, or a cold goddess temperament. The ink girl also changed her usual tight-fitting blouse, wearing a long-sleeved tight-fitting red t-shirt and a deep blue high-waisted denim. The unique temperament of the three women became the scenery in the crowd, which attracted a lot of attention and was envious of Chen Mo. Fortunately, Chen Mo wears a mask and glasses, and he is dressed casually. He can't recognize him without careful examination. Zhao Minit's holiday was a one-on-one. Under the strong invitation of Xiaoyu, he finally decided to come out and take a look. Out of the high-speed rail station, the special car prepared by the bodyguard has been waiting outside. Under the leadership of the Black Hawk, several people boarded the car and left. This is the first golden week after the complete elimination of the Reedman virus. Some people have been afraid to run around for a few months. The virus has been eliminated, and the shadow in the heart has slowly recovered. The crowds of this holiday came out and there were crowds of people everywhere. The most important thing is that this time there was an annual military parade. There were a lot of people in the capital. The atmosphere that can be seen on the street was very active and festive. However, there were quite a few police officers in security. It was almost a 5-step, 1-step, 10-step whistle. The entire capital has been martial law. Chen Mo, brother, welcome. Let me wait. Back to the capital's house. Li Chengzi has been waiting outside. See Chen Mo and others come over and rush to meet. There are too many cars. No way. Entering the house, Xiaoyu and Zhao Minitz both played with unparalleled play, and Chen Mo and Li Chengzi sat down on the sofa. How come you come here? Are you not busy today? What do I have to do? Preparing these is not my job. In the next 2 days, I am responsible for receiving you. Li Chengzi laughed. Is there a way to bring ink to the women tomorrow? Chen Mo asked. The audience of the military parade is inviting, and the people who arrive at the scene have very strict identity checks. On-site security is simply a terrorist level with many limitations. Ink is a robot. There is no real ID card. If you check it carefully, you will definitely find it. If you can't get in, you can only bring the ink girl into your identity. I can lead the way, Li Chengzi said. That troubles my brother. If you have any troubles and don't bother, you already know this. So I said that it is allowed. Li Chengzi took out a portfolio and handed it to Chen Mo. The special identification of the ink girl inside is the first intelligent robot identity in China. Proof. Chen Mo opened and saw an ID card. The ID card is a special one. It is the head and name of the ink girl. The date of birth is the same as that of Chen Mo, but the number in front of the ID card is exactly the same as that of Chen Mo. The only difference is that the last 4 digits are all letters, the initials of Chen Mo's name and the ink girl. The first letter of the name. The current ink girl, who lacks a real identity and goes to Chen Mo to go to some places, will be very inconvenient. Taking into account Chen Mo's situation, Li Chengzi submitted the application for Chen Mo, and through this application, he gave this ID card and a file. Thank you. Seeing the identity card of the ink girl, Chen Mo is quick to pick it up. Perhaps for this ID card, Li Chengzi spent a lot of effort. After all, this is the first case. Thank you for it. You are not too small for us. This is convenient or not. The times are changing. The emergence of intelligent robots is inevitable. The above is also considered. Some things should be constantly adapted to the flexibility. This is a beginning. Li Chengzi continued. I hope that the robots that are responsible for guarding your side can do a complete record. The humanoid robots produced in the future will sort out the face information and special numbers, which will be much easier. This is no problem. Go back to Bnai City, I will give you the information. Chen Mo promised to come down. That's right, my message is finished. I won't bother you to play with the family. Before the military parade begins, I will pick you up. Li Chengzi did not take a deep look at Xiaoyu and Zhao Minitz who are playing with the unparalleled leave to leave. What is this? After Li Chengzi left, Xiaoyu looked curiously at the portfolio of Chen Mo's hand. Ink's identity card. This time, even Zhao Minitz is also very rare, took over the archives in the hands of Chen Mo, and looked carefully. If there is no accident, this should be the first intelligent robot ID card and related archives of China. Chapter 522, Start early the next morning. Chen Mo took Xiao Yu and others to follow Li Chengzi to the scene. The audience needs to enter the venue a few hours in advance. Now it is just dawning. There are already many people on the scene, and they enter the audience seat in an orderly manner. In addition to the invited guests, these spectators also have citizens of the capital, tourists with complete ID cards, friends of military families, and model workers. The identity review of each audience is very strict. Without an invitation letter, it is impossible to enter the market. Because it was a big anniversary, from the last few days, the entire street has begun to martial law. In the surrounding office buildings, the school was all suspended and the students were also under the official organization. They stayed in the hotel and the whole street was emptied. The security level was not high. Chen Mo and others, under the leadership of Li Chengzi, entered a position with a higher position and a better line of sight. This position is relatively close to the middle, there is no obstruction, and you can see the whole scene at a glance. The sky is intervened by artificial techniques, and there is a clear sky, no dense clouds, and the sun shining from the sun, so that the morning of the coolness has already warmed up. In her arms, she wore a small hat and a small national flag. She curiously looked at the crowds around her. She was the first time she saw so many people. Xiao Yu and Zhao Minitz sat on the left side of Chen Mo. The Ink girl sat on the right side of Chen Mo and looked around quietly. A large military parade that only appeared on the 10th anniversary. Many people want to see the scene. What are the latest national defense equipment? But there are not many lucky people. Langley, United States. CIA headquarters. Lina's face was cold and her face was lingering. The detective in front of her face was quite nervous and she did not dare to have too many moves. Is there any news about China's new equipment? No. The agent shook his head. Lina frowned in one place, her eyebrows twisted into a shackle, and the entire office, only her index finger knocked on the table. Since the clown organization leaked some of the agents' lists, they have been in China for many years, and the intelligence network has been damaged. In the past few years, it has been laid out again, and it has only had a hint of growth, but it has not received any important information. China is about to start another round of military parade, confidential work, but it is not airtight. Now it is already a prelude to the big military parade. They don't know what new equipment the other party is about to debut. What features and performances of those equipments are nothing to know. In the same situation as the CIA, there are European countries, island countries, and Russian intelligence agencies. This is one of the windows to understand the strength of China. I want to find more information about China equipment through this military parade, but I can get too little. The spy satellites are already aimed at the Chinese capital, but they can see very few things. Through spy satellites, what they can see is what Huixia wants them to see, which is very uncomfortable. This is a time when China shows its strength. The glory of these years has enabled China to accumulate enough resources. The confidence of the big countries that have been demonstrated in recent years has made some people less and less confident. A rising China, like a wake-up dragon, puts a lot of pressure on them. As time went by, it was already more than 8 in the morning, and the ceremony did not officially start. But the live broadcast of CCTV has already been cut into the scene. The host who is discussing the military parade in the live broadcast is also slightly organized and faces the end. Ziquan sat in the live room, dressed in a formal dress, with a serious face and joy, and a hint of excitement. Everyone, here is the capital of China. Here is the Chinese capital of the world's Chinese children who are full of heartfelt wishes and sincere wishes. Today, we celebrate the 80th birthday of our motherland. Now the ceremony has not officially started. We can see that the audience is full of expectations. Ziquan's words just fell, and the studio immediately cut the live broadcast to the audience's screen. Everyone has a small national flag in their hands. When they see their own shots on the big screen, they immediately wave their flags. Ma, I want to go to the scene. Who will give me an invitation for the next 10 years? Want to be a spectator, model workers, military family members, or people who have made great contributions to the country. or a little lucky capital account, innocent people, or the luckiest documents. Complete identification, innocence the tourists. And finally you are eager to invite you to the past. Want to go +1. I want to go to plus 10,086. It's a dream to watch a military parade at such a close distance. Only think in your dreams. When the picture was played directly to the live screen, the audience at the scene was seen. And many viewers in front of the TV and in front of the computer were envious. Many people want to experience the parade in close quarters, and it is difficult to get into the audience. However, through the live shot switch, it is more intuitive to see the solemn picture and atmosphere of the scene. During the audience discussion, a photographer captured Chen Mo's location, contacted the studio, and immediately switched the camera to Chen Mo's body. The trough. Chen Mo is also there. There is a little girl in his arms. His daughter is jealous. Hey, just finished. This is the character that has been invited to the official invitation. Son, you will be as arrogant as he is, and bring his father to the scene to see it. You can also chase his daughter, as long as it is not beaten. Just die. Chen Mo, his wife, is also jealous. There are Zhao Minutes and his mysterious super beauty assistant. 3 beautiful women. Each has its own merits. Cattle XR. My generation is a model. Worship. Look at other people. Look at yourself. No interest. I can't afford it. I slipped. Chen Mo has daughters. It seems that he has not been exposed. This photographer, the camera is very unfriendly to the gossip. Can't see the appearance. And hey, knock on the table. Knock on the table. Seriously, this time the theme is a military parade, not Chen Mo's gossip and family affairs. A group of people, what to discuss with what? Chen Mo was on the scene and saw that his end appeared on the huge screen in the distance, and some were speechless. This has been captured, but fortunately the photographer seems to be very human. The angle of capture, the little red flag just blocked the unparalleled face. The unparalleled appearance is not exposed. In order not to let the double exposure, Chen Mo touched the unparalleled face, protected her face without leaving any traces, raised her right hand, waved her hand to give the camera a smile, which was a compliment. The live footage didn't stay in Chen Mo for too long, so I went to other places. Time passed in 1 minute and 1 second. Chen Mo appeared in the military parade, just an episode. But the related topics quickly appeared on the internet. Chen Mo was at the parade and Chen Mo's daughter. The popularity of the two topics is rising, but it is not so outrageous. Everyone knows that the upcoming military parade is the theme of today. As time approaches, in the forum where some military fans are concentrated, many people are watching the live broadcast, and posting and discussing in the forum is very hot. The CG map of the senior military enthusiasts who made all kinds of equipment was made into a clear package and spread quickly on the network. Behind the various hotspots, there are countless people who want to see the strong feelings of the motherland and the unspeakable pride. The ceremony has not yet officially begun, and the topic of the military parade has occupied the hot search list of major military forums and online news platforms. News push, point to OpenApp and various military forums. The topic of big military parade everywhere. There is a prize contest. You guess, what new equipment will be released this year? The head of the team Into the Cloud Dragon is about to reach the battlefield. The 2nd Battalion Commander, what is your mother's Dongfeng Express? Sorry, the wrong film is gone. I like the name of putting the sky carving. I am so embarrassed that I can succumb to God. Dongfeng Express number 51 has 30 seconds to reach the battlefield. Do you believe that I used inverse synthetic aperture radar to scan where you are today and fight against God? The other party doesn't want to talk to you, but also gives you a Dongfeng Express number 17. Is there any possibility for Air Police 3000? Is it that I am inflated? Boom Dragon, Candle Dragon, Dragon, God, Sunspot. Which name do you like? The long-awaited country's heavyweight will appear. My blood has already boiled. The 6th generation of nuclear-powered space planes, I really have a little expansion. There are talents in the forums, and they are good to talk. I really like this big parade that shows off muscles. The motherland is rising. The heat of discussion is high, and the upcoming ceremony has filled countless people with expectations, watching TV and computers, and don't want to miss any exciting pictures. In the countless eyes of the world, and the expectations of countless Chinese children, the time soon reached 9 o'clock, and the ceremony officially began. Chapter 523, Willing to be in the flower home. At the beginning of the ceremony, everyone's eyes were on the big screen not far away. The picture above is the picture of the square at the moment. As the lens moves, it has already landed at the tower. It was quiet all around, and the eyes were locked on the screen with expectations. Welcome to the moment when the song is ringing. The leader, headed by the head of the big all entered, walked to the side of the tower to stop, watching the atmosphere of the square celebration. Everyone has a smile like a spring breeze. As the host of the conference, under the attention of everyone, Keiichi arranged the dress a little and walked over to the microphone. The capitals from all walks of life celebrate the 80th anniversary of the establishment of China. Now, start the salute. Keiichi's thick and solemn voice spread throughout the square, and the conference officially began. The 56 salutes were ringing. Boom! Exclamation mark. The sound of the heavy sound shook through the sky and echoed for a long time. On the occasion of the roar of the first salute, the National Flag Guard departed from the Heroes Monument and walked towards the base of the flagpole. Every step is neat and uniform, solemn in the entire square, except for the heavy salute. Only the solemn footsteps of the guards were left, as if every step was on the mind of everyone, and everyone did not consciously look at the monument behind them. From the monuments cast by the heroes' ancestors to the flesh and blood, to the flagpoles flying on the flag, this road is not long, but it is the vast road that countless ancestors smashed. The thick and solemn footsteps make the scene, and the audience who want to watch the live broadcast in front of the TV, or today's glory is yesterday's ancestors, with sweat, every inch of land under the feet, carrying the expectations and aspirations of the ancestors, very thick. In front of the flagpole base, the guards received the guns and stood upright, neat body, tall and straight, like the backbone of the ancestors and the soul of the soul, shining in the sun. All stand up, raise the national flag, play the national anthem. At the moment when the national anthem horn sounded, many people felt that their eyes were hot. The picture of the blood of the ancestors in the war, it seems that on the eve, the horn of the soul whispers, echoing in the square. The monument to heroes became extremely tall in the horn of the national anthem. It seems that it can be clearly seen. One by one, they stood up in the ruins of the battlefield and sprinted toward the battlefield. After the victory, I looked at the rising sun and tomorrow, as well as the flag that fluttered in the wind and was stained with blood. All solemn and thick national anthem, like the unyielding cry of the ancestors, that is the unyielding voice of the entire China. At the moment when the national anthem stopped, the red flag was already at the top of the flagpole, facing the wind, and mapping in the sun. In the warm light, everyone seems to be able to hear the figure of the ancestors fighting in the ruins, falling down, standing up again, leaving blood and smoke, and the cheers of the final victory. It is an unyielding strong song, in exchange for the whole nation today, a kind of faith that stands up, with the hopes and aspirations of the ancestors, rises and rises. The Great Wall is long and the outside of the Great Wall is home. Far away songs, piercing time, lingering in the ear for a long time. The soldiers on the field, seeing the flying red flag, seemed to feel the sense of inheritance from the blood of the ancestors, inexplicably moved, tears in full bloom. The path that ancestors opened with blood is now guarded by them. The silent faith, like bone blood, invades everyone's heart and flesh, and is passed down from generation to generation. When I think of the motherland of today, I don't feel a little proud. She may not be the most perfect, but it is the most worthy of care. This life has no regrets into China, and the future is willing to plant flowers. Huaxia, stand up, predecessors. This flourishing world, As you wish. At this moment, I don't want to cry. The audience on the scene, as well as the audience in front of the TV computer, have an inexplicable touch, a silent belief, as if everyone is ringing. After the 8-minute speech, the military parade has begun. The eyes of countless spectators followed the figure of the red flag car and landed on the people's soldiers on the road. The tall and straight body, the uniform team, the face is stubborn, the discipline is strict, and the sheath is the sword. The mighty teacher. Seeing this scene, some viewers did not consciously straighten their waists, and their hearts were serious. The foreign guests on the field saw this team, their eyes were complicated, and their hearts were sighing. There is no discipline for that team, better than them. Once fighting, this discipline will become fighting power. It is hard to imagine what would happen if their national army fought such a team. It is no accident that a team full of faith can have China today. Taking advantage of people's harmony, this is a division of constant victory. They can even clearly feel the pride and joy of the Chinese people around them. Some diplomats, through live viewing, or live broadcast, or broadcast to see this scene, are already calculating, and then how to further the relationship with China. This is a rising power, a wake-up dragon that no one can stop. Today, we will witness the new era of China under the monument of immortality, and listen to the Sheng Shua's hang of the Chinese children with full of pride. Today's China is the victorious ancestors who rushed to call and devote themselves to China's summer. Today's China is a step-by-step, countless people, and sweaty China. Today's China is the countless martyrs to go forward, battle to fight out of China. On the occasion of the return of the great head to the tower, the voice of the hostess sounded, followed by Zhu Quen's voice. In the past 80 years, the ups and downs, the belief and inheritance of the Chinese military spirit have remained unchanged, and always adhere to the forefront of the motherland. This group of lovely people sheltered us from the wind and rain, and we have thousands of families, laughter and laughter. Behind them is peace, before them is war, they are behind the borders, behind them is the land, behind them is peace, and there is war in front of them, they are the frontiers at the foot and the land behind them. In a word, telling infinite hardships and beliefs. They are the frontiers at their feet, and they are the land behind them. This paragraph is a hand, and I said tears today. Those lovely people are always so cute. Our country may have flaws, but it is the most beautiful. She is slowly getting better, not at a glance. Countless netizens saw this scene, and their hearts were mixed. Behind their peace today is those who are obscured, in countless days and nights, in the wind and rain. Even some souls who will never sleep in the earth and never wake up again. Separate. Start. The ceremony officially began as the host's voice fell. Leading by 3 helicopters with red flags, 8 helicopters behind them carried colorful smoke and flew over the square, leaving a colorful haze. Then, the 80 characters of 25 helicopters came slowly from afar. A feast of equipment is about to start. Through the broadcast, the national intelligence officials and diplomats who are watching the live broadcast are all looking at the screen. This is one of the windows for them to understand the strength of China. The relationship is not small, and it is related to their subsequent policies and attitudes towards China. Chapter 524, Robot. Debut. With a firm pace, with a tall and straight posture, we are coming to the armed forces of the 3 armies. The steady and solid pace is the epitome of China's 80 years of wind and rain. With Zhu Quen's thick and serious voice, the figure of the honor guard appeared on the lens, and the eyes of the whole world fell on the team that took the lead. As always, the solemn and calm, representing the elegance and majesty of the Chinese soldiers, is quite solemn and solemn. Everyone's senses are different, and many people on the scene are making amazement, watching the team slowly come. Different from the serious scene, on the network, seeing the solemn temperament of the team, some young fans have already fried the pan. The old lady is not satisfied, so what handsome guys are handed over to the country. My mum asked me why I was single. 1 meter 5, big long legs, 1 meter 85, big long legs, are mine. Hey, This girl issued the first female wolf howling this year. This fairy has actually slammed the screen. Shame, no face to see anyone. I don't care. The country owes me a boyfriend. Why is my boyfriend not so handsome? Goods are better than goods. Some of the boys who watched the military parade with their girlfriends saw the appearance of the crazy girlfriend next to their girlfriends. Their eyes were sour when they saw their girlfriends. They also made such remarks. The team behind has already kept up, and the pace of uniformity, even for patients with obsessive-compulsive disorder, cannot help but marvel. Both men, women and children are amazing for this scene. The neat and straight posture, the face of the knife, the masculinity overflow, this is the style of the tough guy. When we are coming, we are the women's team of the three armies. The women's team of the three armies is a student from the 4th Military Medical University. They are heroic and enthusiastic, and they are striving to explain to us the attitude of the eyebrows. At the moment when the female soldier team appeared, there was a commotion and applause on the internet and on the scene, and countless male compatriots broke out instantly. It turns out that handsome guys and beautiful women are handed over to the country together. Look at the female soldiers, and then look at my dead pig lying on the sofa like a dinosaur. After a big fire, I took the computer and smashed it. Brother, are you still alive? Brother, is your girlfriend leaking? This is what the eyebrows don't want. The heroic, the female hero, what words are there? The discussion of various networks has made the military parade a topic of concern, and countless people are watching the live webcast and participating in the discussion of the topic. In recent years, the development of China has aroused the national pride of too many people. Seeing the motherland is strong, this is their most proud thing. On the occasion of easy discussion on the internet, there were some unusual cheers and applause in the live broadcast of the party team, which is getting bigger and bigger. There was a big cheer on the scene, as if it was in the last party. When I cut the lens, the far lens, I seem to see that the last hiking team is a little different. What team is that? So, I guess, this year seems to have a more trekking team than in the past. I don't know what the team is. I also want to know. Carefully calculated, it seems that the arms of the square team are almost covered. What is the square team of the extra team? Is there any problem? Over time, the scene was closest to the audience behind the reading team. The crazy cheers and applause began to spread on a large scale, and the cheering voice spread throughout the square. All the audience on the scene do not want to see the team entering the review, stretched the neck, eyes curiously cast to the rear of the cheers. The team marched slowly, and the cheers became more and more crazy, and they spread quickly. Almost all the squares were shaking. Unusual voices also alarmed the foreign guests in the tower and the high-rises of China. Everyone looked at them with ease. Only the top staff who know the truth still maintain a calm face and smile and watch the cheers. Damn, can't see what happened. CCTV's lens is not cut in the past. What happened? Is there something wrong? It is impossible to make trouble. I am a capital man. The security level of the scene is simply hell. There will be no big problems at all. The big heads are still smiling, obviously not an accident. Is there a new tank? The end of the trekking team is just the position of the main battle tank. Damn, CCTV, cut the lens. In the live broadcast, the sound of the military parade was only the cheers and applause of the audience's crazy spread, and the team's kibbu sound was also covered. The people who watched the live broadcast did not care about the host's commentary, staring at the picture, hoping to find something that would make the scene shocked through the live footage. The people who were still obsessed with the masculine brothers of the soldiers and the beautiful long legs of the female soldiers, all returned to God, tickle in their hearts, and they wanted to wear them. The war robot is here. Chen Mo was on the scene and saw the war robot entering the review site. His face was dull. This kind of war robot, which exists in science fiction movies, is now in reality, and it is still a sensation that makes them proud of the military parade. There is no need to show any strength. Let the outside world guess. It is enough to deter. Unknown means danger, and people have instinctive fears about the unknown. CCTV's guide room. Queezy's eyes are on the screens on the left. He already knows that there are robots on the military parade, but it is really exciting to see at the ceremony. This time it is facing the world. The news of their robot team, and what will happen to the world. I am excited when I think about it. Director Quee, do you want to cut the lens in the past? A technician asked. His voice trembled a little. Cut now. When he walked to the tail anyway, he was about to appear in front of the camera, and Queezy gave instructions. The team that let the scene boil appeared on the big screen with Queezy's instructions. The male robot is tall and straight. The female robot is slender and elegant. All the robots are painted in camouflage. Even the face is fascinated. The ears are like a small funnel with inverted buckles, and the eyes are red. The 16x17 robot team, the 3 robots in front of the team, the footsteps on the ground of the square, the sound of metal and ground collision, like a hammer hit the ground, hundreds of sounds. The next step is the last trekking team, the war robot team. Entering the review area, all robot heads turn to the right, no sound, and instantly raise the hand to salute. The same action, almost copied and tidy. Each step is not bad. More than 200 robots. Countless expectation of netizens, awakened by Zuquane's voice, saw the robot's picture slightly stunned. Open mouth, excited red tide instantly floated from the neck. In the CIA, Lina's face was black and the bottom of the pot was already on the verge of eruption. The picture in front of her is the Chinese military parade-like robot team. The sound of metal colliding with the ground seemed to hit her heart, and the red light in her eyes, with a chill in her face, made her chilly. Why didn't there be any relevant intelligence beforehand? Are you all pigs? Is the employees in China all pigs' brain? Lina finally broke out, trembling, mad, and a little confused. The war robots appeared on the military parade, indicating that China has been involved in the large-scale equipment stage, and they do not even have any information and filings on this robot. This is the dereliction of intelligence. What does this mean? It means that China's top equipment technology development, they know nothing about it. There is also the word war. That is a war robot, not an intelligent robot. The difference between the two words has a world of difference. All the agents in the CIA were stunned. The most serious one was the director responsible for China's equipment intelligence. They looked depressed and frustrated. They saw the director's fire for the first time. Who can answer me? What is going on here? Why is there a robot in China that will appear on the military parade? Lina saw no response from her men, and her anger was even stronger. They may have changed their paintings with the intelligent robots of the marching ant group to scare people. China has a war situation. The director in charge of China's equipment intelligence seems to have seized the straw. Yes, it's a war situation. They use these equipments to make us feel that they are very powerful. Just like the inflatable plane we used to deceive the Soviet Union. It was a war. Your family. Lina slammed the documents in her hand on his face and shivered. I will check it out immediately, no matter what means. At the latest 3 days, I need the intelligence of this robot, which appears on my desk. Even if it is a flicker, I will check it out. When everyone left, Lina only drank 2 glasses of cold water, forcing herself to calm down. She has been working as a special agent for so long, and she rarely has emotional out of control. But when I went to the post, I found her on anything broken. On the other side of the president, I am afraid that she will be difficult to explain and be defamed. Thinking of this, Lina's face was dark again. The war robot appeared on the parade of China, and there was no news in advance. This horrible fact shocks the global intelligence community. When I saw the leader of the war robot, I was thinking about it, and how to develop the relationship with China. Chapter 525, triggered by a war robot seeing the robotic square inches the picture. Countless people jumped up in excitement. The entire webcast platform and major forums also exploded. The number of various newsletters and posts about war robots was growing wildly, and the topic was hot. almost occupying the entire list. War robot. The CCTV host has explained that it is a war robot. The word war can explain many problems, especially when walking through the square, the natural pace, and the kind of oppression that people give. Consciously tell those people, the robot is very dangerous. The military fans of various forums have a climax. My God is a war robot. The era of the Terminator is coming soon. Great. My country. Ignorance. Although the state has research on robots, it should not be so advanced, and it has never been exposed. Shenmue is Shenmue. If it is Shenmue, then I believe this robot has the power of the Terminator. Someone soon found a key point. Before the parade began, the reporter photographed Shenmue on the viewing platform and held his daughter. Only Shenmue has the ability to create such advanced robots. As we all know, the research of robots, Marching Ants Group has always been in front of the world. In addition to Shenmue, they cannot think of who else can make such a robot. The emergence of war robots pushed the military parade to a climax stage. The military parade is still going on. In the follow-up ceremony, new tanks, new anti-stealth radars, and long-time test flights into the cloud are straight 2-0, as well as strategic-level big national weapons that roar past the sky. The latest stealth bomber bombardment 2-0. More than 50% of the ceremonies appear in the ceremony, all of which are new style equipment. China's national defense equipment is almost completely updated. In addition to the unreviewable navy, the latest equipment covers the spear and shield of land and air. This result makes the potential opponents who are trying to view the strength of China feel a deep chill. No one is sure that there is still a hand that has been hidden in China, and the hypersonic missile that has been immersed in the half-faced face has not appeared. This military parade is a feast. The feast of the feast in the country also ended in the black face of the opponent. In the feast, the new bomber is the most delicious staple food, and the war robot is the most memorable snack. Although the robot appears, it is even more mysterious. The outside world does not know the strength of war robots. It has never been exposed and has never been seen before. This kind of unknown has made many people start to fantasize about the performance of war robots. The ceremony was completed, and the performance parameters of the war robot were guessed by the great god-level military fans, and CG was released to the network. Half a day after the ceremony ended, in the deep digging of the senior god, the worker ant defense company controlled by the Marching Ant Group surfaced. Everyone was shocked. In the absence of the outside world, the Marching Ant Group has entered the military field. And one shot is the war robot in science fiction movies. Although the official did not explain the source of the robot, the Ants Defense also said that the robot is manufactured by them, but the outside world agrees that only the Marching Ant Group can design and manufacture the robot at this stage. Originally, I suspected the performance of the robot. It was only the person who worked on the face. I learned that there was a background of the Marching Ant Group. The suspicion disappeared instantly, and the Marching Ant Group took out the things that had never been disappointing. Moscow, an office in the Malin Palace. Olaf is quietly standing in the office. On the screen in the office, it is the war robot image on the parade. The president's sharp eyes stared at the screen, and the pen in his hand slammed the table irregularly. In the room, only when the robot stepped down, when the metal collided with the ground, there was a sound of the pen striking the solid wood. Olaf didn't talk, and no one else spoke, waiting for the president to speak. After the robot passed the military-style screen and played it 10 times in a loop, the pen that the president's hand tapped stopped. The screen stopped. Everyone was stunned and cheered up. Olaf. Yes, Mr. President. Olaf responded immediately. You ask, Huaxia is not exported. If Huaxia is willing to export, the price can be negotiated or exchanged with other technologies. Is this right, Mr. President? They used to come to us to buy equipment. Olaf questioned. You sell apples, your neighbors sell oranges, you want to eat oranges, use apples to buy or use money to buy. Isn't it normal? Now China is not the weak China. Their nuclear power plants are ready for commercial use. and the rules of the times have changed. It's just that everyone keeps a tacit understanding. Don't think about the past. We are now making good friends with China, which is where we have more advantages than Americans. Understood. Olaf seemed to understand and nodded and left the office. Olivia, you said why Chen Mo is developing so fast? The office was quiet, and the Russian president looked to the secretary next to him. Not only him, he believes that everyone in the world has this question, and certainly not the first day of such doubts. Why is Chen Mo's research and development cycle so short? One person, surpassing the sum of the results of the world's top research institutes. The marching ant group started with artificial intelligence technology, and various technologies broke out later. The only possibility is artificial intelligence technology. The secretary named Olivia responded to the analysis. Chen Mo is a new era Tesla-like character, plus mastering the algorithm of artificial intelligence beyond the current stage, with the help of advanced artificial intelligence described in science fiction movies. This is the only reasonable explanation. The key is his one building. Definitely there is a huge secret. The place, as if no one can get close, unless you use the army to fight. It is impossible. The president of the main head shook his head. The leaders of every big country have heard of the army ant headquarters, the private laboratory of Chen Mo, the first building. That is the forefront of world technology and the place that all national leaders want. In addition to Chen Mo's closest person, no one allowed to enter. The assistant named Chen Mo, who is next to Chen Mo, knows his identity. In addition to the name, I can't find any information about her. It is not excluded from the high-level Chinese. Olivia said, it seems to be a way to develop artificial intelligence. The president tapped the table again. The CIA, Lina looked at the information in her hand, and her mood was not very good. It is also a marching ant group. Behind the war robots, there is the technology of the marching ant group, which is perverted to the point of horror. High technology is far beyond the stage of technology, even if they say it is impossible. Is there no robot parameters or other data? Lina was very bad. No, China's official secrecy is very in place. There are workers and defense company, our staff, cannot be mixed in. Their security is very strict, and the review of recruiters is also very strict. Omar hurriedly replied, the voice is not too big. Continue to check it out, find out its true performance. We need to develop targeted weapons. The military people, now like hot pot ants, Lina said seriously. Understood. Out of the office, Omar's face is more ugly than crying. That is the top secret project of China. Can you find it if you can find it? Some time ago, their CIA intelligence network in China was uprooted, and now it is impossible to get close to some common secret level projects. In the office, Lina sent Omar's information through the mail, and waited quietly, but the mood was not very good. Not long after, the secret line telephone of the desk rang. Mr. President, this is the information you got. Is there any value? Lina just got on, and the one that ushered in was the one on the phone. She was not in a good mood, her face was darker, and she could not wait to resign immediately. But if she resigns, then she will become an incompetent laughingstock. Is there any way to know why Chen Mo is so fast? After the call, the voice on the phone was calmer and asked, 7 billion people come out with a freak. I don't know. Our intelligence office has analyzed this problem. The only possibility is that he masters advanced artificial intelligence algorithms, advanced artificial intelligence technology, and uses the help of supercomputers to do research. Advanced artificial intelligence is the next key node in the scientific community's scientific and technological explosion. You can ask those experts and professors. There was no sound at the end of the phone. After a short while, I opened my mouth again. Continue to check, and inform me if there is any news. After hang up, Lina was in a very gloomy mood. Finally, she drank the water in the cup and forced herself to calm down. Nothing is not tricky when it comes to the marching ant group. Trouble. A similar scene appears in the offices of powerful countries in the world. Now Huaxia's technology has been overtaking. If you don't want to find a way, they will be eliminated sooner or later. or they will laugh at them by the opponents they once laughed at. Some countries that have made good contacts with China have already made an appointment with Huaxia official on the day of the military parade, and are ready to send envoys to visit. In the various domestic black and white carnivals exposed in China's military parade, I sighed that the motherland was strong. Moscow, Russia announced that the official investment of $20 billion to accelerate the development of artificial intelligence. If the funding is not enough, additional funds can be added. Almost the voice of Russia has just fallen, and Washington, the United States, has also sent news to focus on the talents of various universities and artificial intelligence institutes in the United States to tackle artificial intelligence. It seems to smell different tastes. European countries, island countries, India, etc., have announced the increase of artificial intelligence research and development funds, gathering artificial intelligence talent. Soon after, European countries jointly announced an increase in the investment budget of the jointly constructed Artificial Intelligence Institute. The island countries and India subsequently announced joint efforts to jointly develop artificial intelligence. A global scientific and technological competition ignited the heat, making people seem to recall the times of the US-Soviet hegemony era, the crazy arms race. But this time it is not two countries, but a global technology research and development competition. The cause is a war robot. Chapter 526, Ready for the Arrival of the Holographic Era. Secretary, this is the latest development of the investigation. Amma entered the office and handed the information to Lina. In order to investigate the defense of workers, they spent a lot of thoughts, but the workers were defended in China, and the confidentiality measures and security were strict. They could get very little information. The data parameters of the war robot are even zero. Fortunately, there is no way to make them discover another clue. Army ants equipment. When Lina saw the information and looked at her eyes, she immediately came to interest. Soldier ant equipment, worker ants defense, the name of the two is somewhat related, and also in line with the style of the marching ant group. Is this a military company in Tanzania? Let's say, this company is a company registered in Tanzania, but its actual controller is the marching ant group behind it. Amma speaks a lot in the air. We all know that China has regulations on private military industry. Private enterprises aim at military products, mainly platforms and logistics, and cannot produce ammunition and weapons. The marching ants group is involved in the military industry, and they cannot produce ammunition, so they're using the means of the shadow company. The soldier ants equipment was registered in Tanzania, and the ammunition that the worker ants defense could not produce was produced. That is, the Propant Defense Company produces the robot's ontology platform, and the soldier ant equipment company produces the robot's weapons and ammunition. The two companies together are the complete marching ant group military industry. Is there any other information? Lina asked after reading the information. For the time being, we just found out that this soldier ants equipment company has sent people to Tanzania, ready to investigate this company, and hope to get the equipment information of the ants defense from the side. And they definitely have contacts with the Huaxia official. Maybe there are other gains. Let's go. If you can get their equipment design and parameter data is the best. Lina praised Nod. Complete this, the position of the deputy. You have a chance to fight. Understood. Amma had a good chest and was very motivated. Amma left. Lina took the information of the soldiers and ants equipment and read it again. Because of the stimulation of China, all countries understand that a new round of changes is about to emerge, and the global technology research and development enthusiasm is unprecedentedly high. If they can get some technology about the marching ant group, they may have an advantage in this R&D competition, at least not behind others. Tansni, Malt City. Evan drove on the side of the road, took out the telescope, chewed the gum in his mouth, and muttered in his mouth. The person who had just settled the death organization had a long vacation and was found back. Trouble. I am in trouble. I am old to send me to such a place where birds don't pull. Give me a good task. Will you die? Even if I want to play games with those ladies, I am willing. In front of Evan, it was just the establishment of the military and equipment headquarters. There was no smoke around, and there was no space around him. He would not dare to approach, or he would be recognized as having ulterior motives. The shadow company under the Marching Ant Group, which involves the information of the Marching Ant Group, has never been so good. He knows that in order to march the Ant Group, many agents have disappeared in China. So far, they don't know where people are and how they are missing. It's another hard bone. Seeing the layout and design of the headquarters, Evan sighed. This kind of design, the difficulty of sneaking in, the security layout is unknown. A little closer, will be suspected of being a special person. It is estimated that there will be no long progress and there will be no significant progress. Zhang Dao, good news. Good news. Zihilin took a notice and walked into a small villa. Before she arrived at the hall, the sound had arrived, and the joy of her face was lingering. I have not encountered such a big happy event for a long time. Entering the hall, I saw Zhang Fenian, who is holding a book in the hall. Zhang Dao, the above notice came down. Zihilin made 2 steps and 3 steps and handed it to Zhang Fenian. What is so happy? Zhang Fenian took over the notice from Zihilin, and there was still some doubtful face, and it was a surprise. Notice of the film review. This means that the world's first holographic film is already available. After more than 2 years of hard work, from the support of the Marching Ant Group, he is shooting a holographic film, hoping to make the first step holographic film to perfection. This is a film he is about to create history. Today, the notice of review has meant that holographic movies can be released at any time. Good. Zhang Fenian laughed loudly and didn't laugh so cool for a long time. With this movie, he will create a history of the film industry, bring the film to a new peak, and possibly become a legend in the world of film. I will inform Xiaodong immediately and prepare for the film promotion. I will send out an invitation to prepare for the movie's premiere ceremony according to the prepared list. Zhang Fenian immediately said, "Okay." Zihilin picked up the mobile phone and informed Zhang Fenian of the words in the film team. This film is created by their team, just to wait for the arrival of this day. When Zihilin sent a message, Zhang Fenian also picked up the phone and found a number to dial. He waited for this day and has waited for more than 2 years. After Chen Mo's wedding, he took a large holographic projector and investment from the Marching Ant Group and began shooting holographic movies. In the past 2 years, the number of business activities has been reduced, and one heart has been devoted to the production of holographic films. It can be said that this is the most time he spent his time working as a director. Now it has opened up a unique and feasible way for shooting holographic movies. Just waiting for the holographic film to be released, he will be on the altar of the world movie field to welcome the arrival of the holographic era. On the first floor, Chen Mo and Mo Nuo hurried into the inside. The Golden Week holiday is over. Xiao and Wash Wang are accompanying their mom and dad at home for a while, and Chen Mo will return to Brunei. In the past few days, countries around the world have announced various policies to develop artificial intelligence and some related technologies that attempt to reverse the development of marching ants. Chen Mo also guessed what they wanted to do. How others can study him can't stop, and the times are improving. During this period of time, with the exposure of worker ants defense, the outside world basically confirmed that the war robot is the research of worker ants defense. Many countries are now coming to talk with the authorities and are interested in buying war robots. Zihi, who is in charge of the defense of workers, is negotiating with the government and hopes to allow the export of the version of the war robot. During the vacation, there is good news that the energy reactor has been completed. When Chen Mo entered the laboratory, he saw quietly placed on the bench in the size of the bowl. The exquisite pattern is exactly the same as the design. The reactor requires high-energy beta-particle radiation to work formally. Chen Mo now lacks the 108th ectopic element that releases high-energy beta-particles. The 108th ectopic element also needs Chen Mo to synthesize himself. Aside from the ectopic element of number 108, Chen Mo put his attention back on the bench and gently picked up the reactor. Because of the special metal material, the reaction furnace with a large bowl has a small weight. Suddenly, Chen Mo's head was slightly shocked, and there was an inexplicable sobriety and joy. Seems to feel something. Chen Mo, eyes bright, rushed to put the reaction furnace in his hand, sitting in the office chair. Just now he could feel the change in the science and technology library. Xiu Lao did not explain the subject of the next stage and asked him to explore and find it himself. Chen Mo has been constantly trying to find a solution, but there is no movement in the science and technology library, and no clues can be found. Today, the Science and Technology Library seems to have had a glimmer of motion because of the completion of the reactor. Entering the Science and Technology Library, the technology ball at the top of the Science and Technology Library landed in front of Chen Mo, but it was still silver and restrained. But Chen Mo's eyes were sharp and saw a slight difference in the technology ball. In the most central position of the technology ball, there is a little golden light. The size of the mung bean is very conspicuous in the Silvermans. This is the golden light that was not available before. Is it because the energy reactor is completed? Will this change occur? Is it possible to let the technology ball all turn into gold, then enter the next permission? Very possible. Chen Mo finally determined this possibility. The Science and Technology Library is to let him continue to study and progress, in order to get higher authority step by step, which is why Xiu Lao let him explore. The technology ball has increased a little gold, and Chen Mo did not find much difference. The energy reactor is completed. Then the next thing is the 108th ectopic element material and the ion engine. Mergo. The president came to the video call. Chen Mo Gang woke up, the ink girl opened. As soon as it is connected, Zhao Minit's holographic image pops up. Tell you a good news. The holographic era of universal popularity is coming. Has the holographic project completed? Chen Mo immediately understood the meaning of Zhao Minit's. A few days ago, Zhao Minitz said about the holographic project. In the past few years, he has invested a lot of money in holographic layout, and it is almost mature. Yes, there will be 4 holographic content. The first one, Zhang Fenian's first holographic film, has been reviewed, and the trailer has been released for Christmas. I am going to hold a premiere ceremony at the Bnai Opera House, inviting us. In the past, other holographic movies were also filmed. The second, the Small Men's live broadcast platform and the Penguins Hero holographic version of the game Super League confirmed that the time is December 31st, the venue of the Bnai Stadium. Third, the world's first ant park will be completed in the next month, preparing for the opening of New Year's Day, which is the ant park in Bnai. Fourth, the holographic city project is expected to be completed around New Year's Day. It will be officially opened during the Spring Festival. The concept of holographic sci-fi world you draw will soon appear in Bnai City, ready for the arrival of the era of holography. Chapter 527, Holographic Film and Holographic Super League, Complement, Good Thing. Next, the company's holographic projection equipment. Sales will skyrocket. Hearing Zhao Minit's report, Chen Mo eyebrows pick. It is indeed a good thing. Zhao Minitz also agreed. With the advent of the holographic era, the influence of the marching ant group will increase by a few points. For them, this is a good thing. They are 3 years old and will soon see the blueprints they have drawn appearing in this world. This is something that makes them proud and fulfilling. Can the production of the company's holographic products keep up? The original is not enough, because the production line of holographic mobile phones, as well as the precision of parts and components. Holographic mobile phones have always been in the state of buying out of stock. But after the nanoscale 3D printer came out, this phenomenon has improved. The output of holographic mobile phones, it has tripled. In the past few years, the market has also increased, and the current output is enough to satisfy consumers. That's good. Chen Mo nodded. Zhang Fenian sent an invitation letter, knowing that you may be inconvenient. Contact me, inviting us to attend the premiere ceremony of the first holographic film. Do you want to go? Zhao Minitz asked. My wedding scene was directed by Zhang Fenian. Moreover, I was the inventor of the holographic equipment. and the big boss of the film investment party. It is not going to pass. It seems that it can't be said. Chen Mo said. He is not very good at socializing. The company's entertainment, Zhao Minutes, is involved. He concentrated on research, rarely appeared in the public entertainment ceremony, but this time seems to have passed. That should tell Xiao to help you customize the dress. Although your current identity is very high, but still young, go and see. In the lab, it really becomes a technical house. There are a lot of beautiful female stars. Go to a few. Zhao Minutes smiled. Chen Mo looked at her without words. Just kidding, don't be serious. If you dare to soak, don't need to fish your skin. I cut you first. After all, even if I line up, I am ahead of them. I have been on a business trip for a few days, and I am inviting you to send me a message. The specific time, the invitation letter, I will not pass. Seeing Chen Mo speechless, Zhao Minutes feels refreshed and hangs up. Ink Girl, you inform Xiao custom dress. After talking with Zhao Minutes, Chen Mo was jealous. After all, Zhang Fenian has directed for his wedding, and he is the inventor of the holographic projector plus the big boss of the movie investment. If you don't look at it, it's not very good. Notice. Ink answered. Put out the synthetic formula for the 1024 orogenic element. Chen Mo focused his attention on research. Hundreds of formulas appeared in the laboratory, which was much less than the formula of the reactor, but the complexity of the formula was reduced at a time. Ink. These formulas, can you deduce it? Chen Mo's eyes fell on the formula and began to think about the synthetic data and methods of the 1024 heterogeneous elements. Can deduct. Not sure which formula is correct, you need to experiment to verify. After the Ink Girl finished, the formula in the laboratory began to change, leaving only a dozen long synthetic formulas. This 1024th foreign body element, I am afraid to do a lot of experiments. Chen Mo touched his chin. The data of the 1024 elemental element has already been entered into the database. According to the data content, the synthetic formula derived by the Ink Girl is derived from the theory. Which formula is feasible? He needs to be tested. However, before this, Chen Mo can push it again to determine which formulas are right, which can save a lot of trouble. When Chen Mo was immersed in the study of 1024 orogenic elements, the outside world was already very lively. Zhang Fenian team, the world's first holographic film Sky Set Christmas, globally released simultaneously. On the internet, news about holographic movies suddenly popped up. Under the marketing plan of the film team, the news instantly ignited the hot spot. Since Chen Mo's wedding, with the holographic creation of the fairy tale world, countless people are full of fantasy about the holographic world. The holographic mobile phone can only recognize specific images to shoot. The two islands have holographic movies, but the big movies that really appear on the internet have never been. Today, holographic movies are undoubtedly great news. Where? Deceiving. Real holographic film? I hope to cover the magnificent scene. Don't let me down. Holographic movie. The trailer came out. I used the holographic mobile phone to watch the trailer. I didn't see too much information, but only the holographic picture could show the magnificent scene. Make sure to buy the ticket. 3 brushes and 4 brushes are definitely no problem. Kowloon Leu, Starry Road, Darkness, Sacred Body, Yeet Andy. There must be 5 or more. This is a preview of the Kowloon Lama. Only a holographic picture can express the sense of beauty and shock. Plus Zhang Fenian's master aesthetic film style. It is said that the holographic cinema has been rebuilt and the world is simultaneously released, which will create film history. 5th floor. The 6th floor is correct. 6th floor. I am the father on the 5th floor. After the announcement of the holographic film was released, the entire network was boiling. Whether it is a domestic network or a foreign network, all are excited. As if overnight, there was a gust of wind in the market. After Zhang Fenian announced the news of Sky, the movie released at the same time, collectively changed files, or advanced or delayed. No one dared to face the first holographic film with hard steel. This super IP is enough to attract attention, plus the world's first holographic film, so that many film teams choose to avoid their edge. The Bnei Stadium is already at dusk. Hello everyone, I am today to show you a spoiler from the official. This is the whole platform, the only spoiler, and it is also the welfare for my fans. Xiao Man was in the audience at the stadium, holding it in his hand. The selfie stick is the live broadcast of the Wildfish platform. It's quite pretty. You don't play games well. What kind of spoiler? Come. See if there is a small anchor in the background. What will be spoiler? My 30 is starving to death, dying outside, taking off the powder from the live room, and not seeing the spoiler of the savage. True incense. Spoiled, spoiler, I can't wait. All the fans in the anchor room, the barrage has been brushed up. However, to wait, the good show did not officially start. Xiao Man saw the barrage, some playful. It's quite pretty. Do you know that you will lose powder? Protesting the savage behavior of this kind of appetite. Protest plus 10,086. Don't think that you have a backstage on the platform. I will not report you. When Xiao Man interacted with the fans in the live broadcast, the stadium of Bnei Stadium was already prepared. Here a holographic Super League is a matter of preparation for the Squid platform. Now is the time to shoot the promo, for the giant holographic Super League can be a blockbuster. She waited for a long time this day. The size of the Summoner Canyon, the size of the football field, the size of the scene is self-evident. In the future, the game is not limited to a small room. This is the really sport. Enough to make people excited. If successful, the holographic version of the Super League will not be weaker than the World Cup, and fans of holographic games are the youngest and most dynamic group. Ready. With the director of the promo, the teams on both sides of the stadium are also preparing to start selecting heroes. Everyone has a look. The spoiler starts right away. Xiao Man turned the lens and changed the angle of a self-portrait, facing the scene of the Bnei Stadium. Oh, a stadium with something I don't know. Is spoiler pretty? You are getting more and more good. It's quite awkward to play with us. Don't buy it. Protests, and then I get rid of powder. Protest +1. Protest +2. The game officially began when the live broadcasts were collectively protested. In the Marina Stadium, the lights underneath are dim. Large holographic projectors illuminate, colorful brilliance, gathering in the air. The team's players chose the hero at that moment. The heroic holographic projection of more than 20 meters high, appeared in the stadium. Proud posture, perfect body shape, like a giant standing in it, very visual impact. My god, the trough, my god, oh, my god. Holographic projection. Giant holographic projection. When I saw the heroic holographic projection of more than 20 meters high, the fans in the anchor room boiled up. After the holographic projection of the marching ant group, they all played the holographic version of the game, but such a huge holographic projection. First scene. The two team players who participated in the promo filming were excited to watch the 20-meter high holographic projection on the stadium. In order to be accepted by the world for esports, they suffer too much criticism, and even people think that they are not learning. Now finally wait until this day, esports in the most perfect posture, in front of the world. Going back to God. 10 players began to choose heroes according to the rules of the game. Every time a hero is chosen, a holographic projection of more than 20 meters high appears on the stadium. The holographic projections of the 10 heroes all appeared in the stadium, with different characteristics and different looks, and they were on both sides. Team players, coaches, referees and film crews all looked at the scenes in front of them, clapping them all the time. And some people were flushed. They have even seen that esports will once be on the peak of the competitive field. As soon as the picture turns, the holographic projection of more than 20 meters high disappears, and the huge Summoner Canyon is spread out across the stadium, making people's music ring. All game fans see this scene and the whole process is high. I didn't expect that one day I could see such a shocking scene in esports. Ha 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 ha. Esports, like the 10 heroes' proud gestures, are in front of the world. And this day is finally here. Once there is a live broadcast, the ratings will create a historical peak. Where is this? What is this competition? Seeking spoilers. It's quite pretty. You are so spoiled. Aren't you afraid of the platform to seal you? Why can you enter the scene? You said that you have no background. I definitely don't believe it. In the live broadcast room of Xiaoman, I saw a giant holographic projection of a hero falling in the stadium. Fans blasted the pot, and various rockets and reward messages were swiped. The number of fans in Xiaoman's live broadcast room was also unprecedentedly crazy. Growth. The data of the wild fish background can see the number of users in the crazy surge. Many fans began to criticize. Many of them are enthusiasts of games, and they are also madly rewarding for proof. This shocking holographic game screen, they are the first to see. The spoiler is over, and I know what is going on. You are waiting for the official announcement of the platform. Xiaoman squandered the appetite of all the fans and took back the live broadcast. The game of the Wild Fish platform spoiled the Hero Giant holographic game, which exploded in the entire game circle. Seeing the video of Xiaoman's live video exposure, both the game anchor and the game fans are excited, and bring a huge number of users to the Wild Fish platform. Soon, holographic propaganda appeared on the Squid platform and the Penguin game platform. The Wild Fish platform and the Penguin company teamed up to hold the Hero Holographic Super League finals at the Banhai Stadium. The time is December 31st. And the finals will be broadcast live on the Manfish platform and Penguin Video. Hero Holographic Super League time is determined. The game fans are crazy. Almost the same night, the tickets that were released, instantly snapped up, attracted countless mourning. The holographic game screens of the stadium are the scenes they have been waiting for a long time. With this kind of game, you can count on real esports. Shortly after the news of the holographic Super League came out, and Paradise was announced shortly thereafter, the construction period of the world's first ant park is coming to an end, and the opening ceremony will be held on New Year's Day. The news has once again set off waves. In just a few days, the news of the holographic film The Sky appeared, and there was news of the Hero Holographic Super League, as well as the news of the Ant Holographic Park. Many people understand that the Marching Ant Group is ready to open a holographic prelude to the holographic era. Chapter 528, Premiere Ceremony. You are not accompanying me to attend their premiere ceremony. The first holographic film. I don't want to see it. Chen Mo changed his clothes and wondered how to fish. If you have an ink lady to accompany you, I will not accompany you to participate. I am at home with my Unparalleled. When the movie is released, you are taking me and the Unparalleled to see it. Xiao meticulously helped Chen Mo to organize the costumes. Said the opening. Don't be afraid of me. Provoke female stars. Dare to provoke. Come back to sleep in the study. Besides, there are ink girls around you. Few female stars have confidence to come and look for abuse. Xiaoyu smiled. The ink girl is so beautiful that the woman is married, and the female stars and the ink girl stand together. That is the crit. Okay, go early and go back early. Xiaoyu gave Chen Mo finishing, and said, Marina Opera House. At this time, it was dusk. The opera house was very lively. For this premiere ceremony, Zhang Fenian's team spent enough thoughts. At this time, the parking lot under the opera house was full of luxury cars. At the main entrance of the opera house, the new red carpet has been passed to the premiere screening hall. At the premiere ceremony, the huge sign-in poster has been surrounded by reporters. Seeing some stars appear on the red carpet, they take pictures crazy. At the premiere ceremony, no one can come anywhere. The people invited by Zhang Fenian and the team are almost all big coffee, major international famous directors, first-line stars, as well as the film and television circle, the rich, and the most well-known film critics. Media people. There are thousands of seats in the screening hall, almost all of them are big coffee. This is the world's first holographic film, another milestone in the film field. The major directors were invited to come over to learn from the classics. I hope that I can learn the shooting skills of holographic movies from Jang Fenian. The big names and some film and television circles are coming over. The meaning is self-evident, or the exposure of the blush carpet. It is a kind of glory to accumulate network resources and be invited. What is happening now is a revolution in the field of film. As a person in the circle, no one is left behind. The invited stars have come almost the same, and the number of stars invited to appear is less and less, and the big coffee is almost in line. When many reporters were ready to clean up, they saw Jang Fenian stepping out of the banquet hall, followed by a number of security personnel who maintained order. What super big coffee appears? Need Jang Fenian to meet in person? As a slogan in the film revolution, as long as the quality of the first holographic film passes, Jang Fenian can properly board the throne of the master director. The premiere ceremony was held by Jang Fenian's team. Who is it? Let Jang Fenian leave a large number of guests in the hall that need to be greeted, and come out to meet. This scene made the reporters who saw the chick in blood, holding the equipment, waiting quietly. 5 minutes later, a white, sci-fi-like sports car with a similar appearance appeared, approaching the red carpet at the entrance of the Opera House. This style of sports car has never been seen, and people who are familiar with luxury cars simply cannot recognize what this sports car is. What sports car is this? I have never seen a company that has ever released such a sports car. The style is atmospheric, steady, and young, and it's just a luxury car in a luxury car. It's like you can't afford a series of wheels. That is the symbol of the Marching Ant Company. However, the sharp-eyed reporter quickly saw the logo on the sports car, which is the symbol of the Marching Ant Group. This sign indicates a problem, and people who come are likely to be big men in the Marching Ant Group. The car stopped and Chen Mo and the Ink Girl also came down from the car. I rely on it. Chen Mo like to participate in the premiere ceremony, hanging up the sky. His female companion is so beautiful. Which female star is this? I don't know this. This is his beauty assistant. There are not many people who know her real name so far. Today, the Ink Lady wore a long skirt dress, which outlines her body, perfect, and the blue sea brimstone in the eyebrows adds a lot of mysterious temperament. The Ink Girl holds Chen Mo's arm and has a smile on her face, which is no different from human beings. Mr. Chen, I always wanted to go to the door. I was afraid to disturb your time. I am really sorry. This holographic film can appear. Mr. Chen has helped me a lot. Jang Fenian's grand formal dress, full of red light, extremely spirited, looks younger than ever, and sees Chen Mo is full of smiles. Chen Mo did not support the big, smiled and returned, Director Jang is polite. I did not participate in the shooting of holographic movies, all of which is mainly the strength of Director Jang. We don't want to talk about it. You haven't introduced this lady to me yet? Jang Fenian smiled quickly and looked at the Ink Girl. Look at a few more eyes. My eyes are bright, and I began to think carefully. She is called the Ink Girl. Chen Mo said. Miss hello. Jang Fenian said hello. I want the Ink Girl to film with you. Mr. Chen. This is all you guessed. Jang Fenian laughed. The film I shot. The follow-up few have been missing a role, that is, the deaf female emperor. That kind of temperament that smashes the past and the present, and the world. I looked for the entire entertainment circle and didn't find the right person. I finally saw one today. Jang Fenian is sure that the Ink Girl is the one who has seen him the most amazing. Let her play the role of the female emperor. It is perfect, but unfortunately, I can only think about it. Chen Mo's assistant will definitely not want to enter the entertainment circle. For her, it is the grade. Then you should die. She won't go to film with you. I will talk about it. Let's go in and talk. Jang Fenian guessed the result early. Sideways, enthusiasm led Chen Mo and Ink Girl, entered the opera hall. The reporter on the red carpet slammed the shutter against a few people. This is the guest who photographed the highest number of cafes today. The arrival of Chen Mo, the grades of the premiere ceremony, were pulled up one level. How many international forums, or conference events, People who want to invite Chen Mo are definitely not in the minority, and Chen Mo's appearances are few. Unexpectedly, this premiere ceremony, Zhang Fenian actually invited Chen Mo. This is simply the best publicity for the first holographic film. Entering the opera house, the lobby is full of people, in groups of 3. See Zhang Fenian and Chen Mo, as well as the ink women come in, and instantly become the focus of the field. Someone in the lobby is whispering, Chen Mo is invited to come over. The face of this director is really not small. However, when everyone saw the ink girl around Chen Mo, there was a sense of sensation. Chen Mo is too famous to be famous. They know that the coffee is too high to be accessible. The ink girl is beautiful, beautiful to the unreasonable kind. A deep black evening dress, without too much decoration. The fabric is silky, revealing the perfect figure of the ink girl, as well as the perfect noble, mixed with mysterious face. Let some big stars on the field custom shape. Sure enough, the woman who can follow Chen Mo is definitely not an ordinary person. Mr. Chen, please have a drink at the bar. A familiar voice sounded, and I saw a girl dressed in youthful and beautiful, walked to Chen Mo, looked at him with red wine and smiled. You are here too? Chen Mo could not help but take the red wine. This scene makes the girl star noisy. Why not start first? But was preempted by a female net red. The girl is not a neighbor, it is the sister of Xiaoyu. His little nephew is very handsome. I am the boss of the Wild Fish platform, and I have received the invitation. Isn't it normal for me to come? Xiaoban smacked the red wine in the hand of Chen Mo. Missy and Mr. Chen no? Zhang Fenian was a little surprised and asked with interest. He has seen Xiao Man, spoiled the holographic game Super League, the net red anchor of the Wild Fish platform. This time the people of the Wild Fish platform, also in his invitation, did not expect the anchor of the Wild Fish platform. What surprised him even more is that he still knows with Chen. I'm a little bitch, Chen Mo said. Zhang Fenian was shocked and instantly realized the fish platform and the marching ant group cooperated with the investment of the army ant group. I did not expect this relationship. He was also surprised that the Wild Fish platform sent a net red anchor, but did not expect to be a hidden behind-the-scenes boss. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. We had a toast. Zhang Fenian smiled bitterly, picked up the glass and touched it, and sipped it. The surrounding guests saw this scene and were surprised. Chen Mo asked Zhang Fenian to spend so much time to say hello. They all understood that they didn't expect to be close to Chen Mo's side of a net red anchor, so Zhang Fenian was so fast. After a few seconds on the field, Pure Ran exploded. The guests confessed to the ear, and the discussion of the whistle made the lobby of the opera house noisy, and the eyes of the surrounding guests were slightly different. This is to catch Chen Mo. Let Zhang Fenian give face like this, or is there any special background for Xiao Man? Zhang Fenian also couldn't hear what other people were saying. When he looked at the time, he made it difficult. Mr. Chen, sorry, I need to leave, to arrange the premiere. You chat, what is Mr. Chen's need? You can let people contact me. Good. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Sister, I didn't expect you to come to this ceremony. After Zhang Fenian left, Xiao Man let go. Director Zhang has organized the wedding of my sister and I, and we are the biggest investor in the film. I am also the inventor of the holographic projector. The location is in the opera house. If I don't come, it seems not very polite. Chen Mobian said, going to the corner with a small number of people. Standing in the middle of the lobby, he is the protagonist on the field. This feeling of being looked at is not always good. Would you like to be a guest in the holographic Super League? Said Xiao Man. I want to be beautiful, my appearance fee is very expensive, let me go to be a guest of the game. What is it? I have time to see your sister, there is no match. Or go home to see my parents. Chen Mo did not agree. Just kidding, no, your brother-in-law is busy. Xiaoman laughed. The lobby of the opera house was very lively. The premiere ceremony did not begin. Everyone was whispering and talking about movies or other things. Occasionally, some female stars would look at Chen Mo's location, just seeing Chen Muzing and Xiaoman chatting happily. No need to bother. It didn't take long for the guests to be confirmed. and the staff informed them to let all the guests enter the ceremony at the premiere ceremony in an orderly manner. Chapter 529, Holographic Film Sky Marina Opera House. This is one of the locations for the renovation of the Holographic City project in Bnei, and the premiere hall is a converted holographic staircase hall. The giant staircase hall. The audience seat is surrounded by a large semicircle, and the audience capacity is much larger than before. In the middle of the big semicircle, it is a large stage that leads to the back of the step room. There is no lavish decoration in the hall, and the ceiling is empty and unobstructed, and the holographic equipment on the ceiling of the auditorium can be seen at a glance. The Hall of the Opera House is today's holographic film screening hall, the largest holographic screening hall in China. Under the guidance of the staff, many of the stars and big coffees are seated in accordance with their respective positions. Chen Mo and Mo Nu, as well as Xiao Man, also entered. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen Mo, as a super big coffee. Chen Mo is undoubtedly the most powerful seat position at the premiere ceremony tonight. Mr. Chen Mo, can you join us in the photo? Xiao Man's position was adjusted by Zhang Fenian to Chen Mo's side. The three men just sat down and sat in the first line of stars behind Chen Mo and immediately came together. No problem. Chen Mo smiled and nodded. Several big stars were full of joy, and immediately borrowed from the stick, stretched the selfie stick to the front of Chen Mo, and the stars around him saw them all together, hoping to squeeze into the lens. At the time of the stars scrambling to take a group photo, the lights in the auditorium were dark, and the premiere ceremony officially began. In the midair of the hall, a little snow fell and covered the entire hall. With the music ringing, the opening dancers appeared on the central stage. The costumes of the ancient style, the blue style of color, and the holographic projection of the fallen snowflakes, like a group of snow fairy dancing in the Silver Land. The holographic picture is spread throughout the exhibition hall, and the ubiquitous hologram is seen on the stage by dropping the snowflakes, and there is also a kind of beauty that comes with it. The visual effects and the stage effects are all with mysterious colors, blending with the ancient Chinese beauty, making the audience scream and applause. The Hall of the Opera House is not small, but there are many instruments. 10 large holographic projectors were installed, and there were more than 20 medium-sized holographic projectors, which showed how much attention was paid to the transformation of the opera house. Such a dense holographic projector, the projected holographic picture, is surely saturated in color and high in realism. On stage aesthetics, no one in the domestic directors can match Zhang Fenian. While everyone was amazed at the masterpiece of Zhang Fenian, they also lamented the power of the holographic projection of the marching ant group. Only holographic technology can make this kind of picture. The applause lasted for a long time. Domestic filmmakers and some media people, for the first time, personally experienced this truly immersive effect, and their hearts were excited. This is indeed a revolution in the field of film. With holographic projection, they can make the most of their imagination, which is the time to truly test the director's ability. Director Zhang, can you tell me about the journey of creating this holographic film? We are very curious. After the guests were on the scene, the host Wang Han looked at Zhang Fenian. When it comes to this movie, I have to say Mr. Chen Mo. After Zhang Fenian just finished, Chen Mo's picture appeared on the stage screen, and Chen Mo also smiled at the camera. After the holographic projector came out, I have been demonstrating the conditions for shooting holographic movies. Holographic movies can make full use of the imagination of the creators, but there is no suitable equipment. Later, Mr. Chen Mo got married. The wedding sponsor company said that they could not control the scene requested by Mr. Chen Mo and invited me to be the director of the wedding. I saw a large holographic projector in the video of Mr. Chen Mo to the organizer. At that time, my mood was very shocking and very exciting. I immediately interrupted the film being filmed and came back. Large holographic projectors. I saw the possibility of holographic films and the future of holographic films. So I said to Mr. Chen Mo, I hope that after the wedding, I can rent a large holographic projector and give me a holographic film. He did not hesitate to agree. Later, The investment team of the Army Ant Group found me saying that I invested in the first holographic film and provided all the help I needed, including technical support and assistance. Zhang Fenian said with some sighs about the beginning and development of the first holographic film, as well as some difficulties encountered in filming. This is a road that is being explored. If there is no technical support from the Marching Ant Group, I am afraid it will not be completed so quickly. I will share these experiences with all filmmakers in the next day. This is an era of change and everyone needs to explore together. The sound fell and the applause thundered. This is the mind and style of the masters, rather than eating and drinking. The director: what do you want to do most after the holographic film is completed? The follow-up shooting plan is definitely there. But I hope to create a Hollywood-like studio in my lifetime and become a holy place in the new era of film. The words are a bit big, but I think so. In our country, film industrialization has always lagged behind foreign countries. Now it is the era of film revolution, and it is also an opportunity to change lanes and overtake. On the basis of Hendian, using holographic equipment and technology to transform it into a holographic studio, providing all platforms and environments for directors to create holographic films, exploring holographic films, which will be a Chinese film development and filmmaker, will be a qualitative change. Zhang Fenian truthfully said his ideas. Mr. Chen Mo, Director Zhang has this kind of thinking. What do you think? At present, it seems that only you are the most powerful and promising person who can help Zhang to realize his ideas. The host's words turned and looked down to the stage. Chen Mo. Seeing everyone's eyes fell on himself, Chen Mo took over the microphone, opening handed over by the staff. Director Zhang's idea is very good. I personally support the development of various fields in China, including the film and television field. If Director Zhang can have a complete plan, I believe that the investment team of the Army Ant Group will not let go of this profit. Good opportunity. The upcoming holographic city project in Banhai is similar to the idea of Director Zhang. The two are essentially the same. We can invest in the former and will definitely invest in the latter. Director Zhang, I can only help you ask this, and then rely on yourself, and remember to ask me to drink. The host Wang Han turned to serious, simple contrast and expression, let the people on the field gently laughing. The applause thundered. Access interaction ends in a relaxed atmosphere, but reveals a lot of information. The emergence of holographic films has been doomed. After the first part, there will be a steady stream of holographic movies. The entry of the film into the holographic era means that holographic devices are widely available. All of this has great benefits for the Marching Ant Group, because at present, only the Marching Ant Group has the ability to produce holographic projectors, and the popularity means huge profits. At the end of the interview, many guests starring came down from the stage and returned to their position. Tonight is the world premiere of the world's first holographic film, The Sky, with milestone significance. The directors at home and abroad are very much looking forward to what effect this film will have. Zhang Fenian sat next to Chen Mo, with a red face and a very good mood. He is obviously very confident in his work. Mr. Chen, guess how many box office tickets will this be? This guess is not good, breaking Avatar's record. It should be no problem. Chen Mo said. The magical world of the West, the fantasy world of the East. I am not good at science fiction movies, but there should be no problem in creating a fantasy world of the East. As for science fiction movies, hand it to young people. During the conversation between the two, all the light in the auditorium was dim, the noisy whispers disappeared, and I looked around with anticipation. This is the first holographic film, a few stars, starring in the word of mouth and acting online. The protagonist is played by the ancient goddess Ancient Songs, while the action guidance and martial arts guidance, Zhang Fenian invited the most famous action guide Yuan Ui in the port area. The aesthetic color has Zhang Fenian personally directed the guidance, and the adaptation is also initiated by the original author. It can be said that the combination of super IP, powerful actors, holographic movies and other elements is to create a holographic film. The auditorium is dark and quiet. and many people are nervous. They have great expectations for this movie. I am afraid that the greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. In the universe where ice and dark coexist. At the beginning of the movie, in the opera house, an endless starry sky map is projected, expansive, mysterious, nebulous, colorful, suspended in every corner of the opera house. The exclamation and applause broke out in the movie hall. The holographic projection of the Milky Way expresses the mystery and vastness of the universe. In front of their heads, there is a star, as if they are in it. From different angles, there are different visual aesthetics. When everyone exclaimed, the stars were infinitely magnified. The galaxy nebula, the huge stars flying fast, occupying the entire theater, and after the light, it was still a dark starry sky. In the depths of the starry sky, there are 9 dragon bodies. Each dragon body is hundreds of meters long. It is like a cast iron. The dragon's corner is mixed with purple crystal color. The scales flash in the darkness with a little mysterious absurdity. That is, in the International Space Station, the pupils of several aerospace elites contracted sharply, and they saw even more shocking pictures. 9 dragons swiftly crossed the darkness, zoomed in infinitely in the field of vision, and skipped next to the International Space Station. If the 9 dragons fill the entire auditorium, the dragon's abdomen was swept over the auditorium, and even the mysterious lines on the dragon scales were clearly visible. The tail of the dragon corpse is tied with a black iron rope, and the cold luster makes people feel cold. The iron rope extends to the dark space behind him, as if the bronze shackles of the ancient days are quiet and suspended. The ancient bronze statues are quaint and unremarkable, and the ancient patterns that remain vague are full of the vicissitudes of the years. In the auditorium, screams and exclamations came one after another. When the dragon corpse passed, the timid female audience was holding her head and screaming in the chair, fearing that it would be scared by the dragon corpse and the cockroach. The immersive feeling makes people feel that it is a real dragon corpse. Small and huge visual impact, which makes people feel shocked. The huge dragon horns are like bifurcated ancient trees. The ridiculousness is mixed with purple light. It has both power and mystery. It is like a mountain, just heavy and full of strength, black scales like a blade, cold light. In a flash, the scene of Mount Shan is enlarged in the holographic picture. The hustle and bustle, the magnificent scenery, the Sangsano scenery, is perfectly interpreted in the picture. The visual beauty and the immersive shock made the audience in the auditorium come and go. In less than a minute, the boundless universe, the dragon corpse of the mountains, the mysterious and simple bronze symbols, and the sacred mountains of Mount I. The portrayal of several kinds of things, the beauty of different styles, the shock of different styles is perfectly expressed under the holographic projection, and it is very visually shocking. It directly impacts the senses of all the audiences, and the auditorium has already boiled. On the movie screen, a group of young people are playing in the top of the Mount Jade. Chapter 530. Hot in the auditorium of the Manhai Opera House, it is almost a place of surprise. Occasionally, it is a scream of surprise, a shocking amazement, or a scene of fighting around and a strange picture, scaring the scream of fear. No one thinks that others are arguing with themselves, because that is also the voice of their hearts. The audience was shocked by the holographic scene in front of them. I am immersed. The film was adapted by the original author of the novel to remove some of the complex plots and leave the most essential line. The most stunning scenes of the sky are perfectly preserved. The illusory illusion of the immortal palace, the quietness of the 100 miles, the ruined land of birds and beasts, the aura of the abyss, the sacred caves of the cranes, the sacred tombs of the sacred mountains, the sacred, the ancient mysterious mine, and so on. The scene of the protagonist fights, after Yuan Bei personally fencing, the action is wide open. The momentum is vast, beyond imagination, plus special effects blessing, will be the original expression of the ancient and sturdy and proud of the perfect expression. The first holographic film is 2 hours and 40. Surpassing the length of the general movie, and has a different visual impact every moment, a variety of different scenes, the artistic beauty of different colors, is amazing and unable to extricate themselves. High energy throughout. Every second of holographic movies has a different visual impact, even if it is not a holographic film, it can be on the altar. Nowadays, there are holographic special effects blessings that have become gods. Whether it is body sense or visual impact, it is unparalleled in previous movies. In the previous movie, the audience was like an outsider, watching everything happen. The holographic film allows the audience to fall into the scene created by the hologram and even into the movie characters. Strong sense of substitution, as well as visual impact, as well as the aesthetic color of the scene, character design, plot, special effects and movements, and even the details of the treatment. Each item is close to perfect, impeccable. 2 hours and 40 minutes. But the protagonist Yifan set foot on the starry sky. The picture disappeared, and the lights in the auditorium lit up. Applause. Thunderous applause. Almost everyone is applauding, cannot help but sincerely, cannot control their excitement. I saw the holographic movie for the first time. The holographic special effects show the beauty of the film without any reservations. This is the culmination of a movie. In the film field of China, this moment has reached its peak. Even Avatar's director Cameron is applauding and marveling. Even if he is known as a master-level director, he does not dare to say that Zhang Fenyan's color application and the shaping of different styles can be surpassed. With the holographic technology, the film is perfect. The development of holographic films can be seen as unstoppable. The final subtitles fall, and the end of the egg shows a vast scene of a starry sky. The star map is floating in front of everyone, just like the darkness of the universe, mysterious and deep. Holographic technology. These words will become the label for changing the field of film, and it is also a new journey in the field of film. Congratulations, director Zhang. Chen Mo applauded again and again, and Zhang Fenyan said hi. He has seen the vastness of the universe, and has seen the infinity and depth of the starry sky. In the technology ball of the Science and Technology Library, he has seen too many things, and he can't talk about many things. But from the perspective of ordinary people, this holographic film is like this, it is almost perfect. From beginning to end, all kinds of aesthetic scenes are unstoppable and fresh. And it can be said that this is the pinnacle of the film field. There is also a lot of credit from Mr. Chen here. I should thank you. Zhang Fenyan's eyes are red, and in the past 2 years, he has devoted himself to creating this movie for his whole heart. Now, watching his work is recognized, it is a great sense of accomplishment. Almost all the friends around have come to congratulate Zhang Fenyan. On the occasion of everyone's congratulations, Wang Han, the principal, also spoke. I have a proposal. I just walked around and decided that the holographic film has different visual effects in different directions. It is better to let it go again. Let's look at it from another angle. What does director Zhang think? You want to see it yourself? Then pull everyone together and pay for it. To the cinema. When Zhang Fenyan's words came out, the audience laughed and the applause thundered. After the premiere ceremony was completed, there were evaluations of various celebrity stars on the internet, as well as professional film critics and media people. Everyone uses the same 2 words to describe the first holographic film: God-made. The big stars who arrived at the scene occupied more than half of the entertainment industry. Almost all the stars gave the first holographic film a perfect score, and there were excited and unspeakable comments. Less than 20 minutes. The first holographic film, in the propaganda of various stars, film critics, and media people, quickly occupied the top position in the hot search. The star audience at the premiere scene voluntarily punched the first holographic film, plus some self-media followers. No need for the film team to promote, has been a big fire. This is the most perfect movie I have ever seen. It is another Madonna in the movie field. Even if there is a comma, I can't surpass it. Out of 10 points, I give 100 points. Holographic film will have a brand new journey in the film field. The perfect score is very good. I give 12 points. The magic that cannot be surpassed, the holographic technology, so that the film has unlimited possibilities. You go to brush the second time, the third time. The things you see are absolutely different. The quaint and mysterious Kowloon Loo, the majestic Mount Shan, the imaginary fairy palace, the quiet and silent, the extermination of the worms and extinct, the demon-stricken, sacred tombs of the demon, the mysterious sacred ancient mine. The masterpiece of Zhang Fenyan's aesthetic art is integrated into the holographic film. All the scenes are perfectly expressed. This is the most outstanding work of the film. The holographic film has a unique advantage. Holographic movies have not been fired first, and almost all fans hope that the film will be released soon, shortly after the premiere ceremony. Some domestic cinemas have been unable to withstand the holographic theaters that have already been rebuilt, and they have been screened for Sky Aura. Almost 2 minutes after the trial and the release of the film, all the movie tickets were sold out. In the daytime and prime-time movie tickets cannot be grabbed. Some people buy late-night files and early morning files. Late-night files and early morning files are also full. Some people see holographic movies early, even buy tickets in other cities, and then rush to the car. Cinemas that have been remodeled in holographic cinemas are involved in showing and pointing. Even some of the cinemas' platters have already robbed some of the officially released movies, making the films still showing great pains. The film was not officially released, and the holographic film had more than 500 million box office revenues, creating a record of terror and shaking the global movie market. The Cat's Eye is equally divided by 9.9 points, and the always picky Douban also gives a horror score of 9.8 points, and the foreign Rotten Tomato recommendation is also as high as 9.8 points. Globally, the horror boom of holographic movies has been set off. The first time I personally felt the charm of holography, I was deeply immersed in it. I was able to grab the ticket. I have to brush it for the second time, the third time. I am not afraid to tell you that when Yi Fan is fighting with people, he is standing by my side. It is super cool and almost went on the scene. I was scared to cry. Our holographic film hall has been transformed into a staircase of the Colosseum in the center. There is a holographic pool in the center. Each viewer can watch movies in different angles and can see the beauty in different directions. The most funny thing is that I see a buddy, running around in the holographic pool, said that he went up to fight, to catch the saint, and was driven out. It's impossible to pirate the camera with the camera. The camera is just an angle shot. And the holographic movie, the angle and scene that everyone sees are different. I fortunately brushed it 4 times, except for the same plot, other environmental scenes. The visual colors are completely different, each time is shocking, and new things can be found every time. Countless praises are overwhelming. The cinemas that have been transformed into holographic cinemas are smiling. The cinema without the holographic cinema also quickly contacted the Marching Ant Company, hoping to order holographic equipment, hoping to transform the holographic cinema before the movie was released. The popularity of holographic cinemas is spreading wildly. On the day of Christmas release, there is no need to go to work on weekends. Even if it is 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning, there are still people staying up late to watch. The venue is full. Less than a week after the global release, the global box office revenue of all holographic theaters has exceeded 3.5 billion, and the upward trend is unstoppable. Because of the holographic angle, the visual effects in each direction are different, and the perfect creation of Zhang Fenyan's scenery and color. Looking at the second time, you can still find many different beauty in the movie. The directors who are shooting holographic films have used the heat to announce the progress of their holographic films. This is the most insane holographic feast after Chen Mo's release of holographic projection technology at the press conference, which means that holographic technology is widely used in ordinary people's lives. As the holographic film heats up, The Hero Holographic Super League also comes. Chapter 531, Holographic Technology and Esports. The Banhai Gymnasium is the main building of the Banhai Sports Center. It covers an area of 320,000 square meters and is the main stadium venue, which can accommodate 50,000 spectators. This is 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Because it is outdoor, for better visual and color experience, reduce the interference of daytime sunlight. The Wild Fish Platform, Penguin Company, and the China Esports League, which is preparing for the Super League, choose to play in the evening tonight. This is the first holographic Super League, originally intended to be held at the Capital Birds Stadium. The name of the holographic city of Banhai started, and all the organizers chose to hold it at the Banhai Stadium. At this time, the audience was packed. The first Hero Holographic Super League was held, and fans from all over the world gathered here to see the Holistic Super League. Tickets for the league were released a month earlier and were snapped up. The hype of tickets to the outside world is already twice the original price, and it is still hard to find. Even if the stadium's capacity doubles, tickets can't be sold. In order to earn enough money, and to take care of those who cannot buy the league finals tickets, but also for the purpose of publicity, the official also invited the world's strongest team on all continents to come to a friendly match. On the one hand, I also used this huge holographic Super League to create an esports on-site TV broadcast rights, overseas live copyrights and webcast rights, earned a lot of royalties for Penguin, Barbarian and esports. In almost every game, tickets were sold out, and the heat was comparable to the World Cup finals. The global game media has gathered in the stadium to watch the most peak of the esports field. Perhaps this holographic esports will change the current esports market position of esports. Some fans on the scene have already squadrons holding the plaques of their respective teams, waiting for the start of the game. Stadium backstage, Wen Xing was nervously picking up his hand. He was also the first to host such a grand esports league, or the first holographic esports league, which is conceivable. Seeing the scene is almost the same. Wen Xing Kai and the next two explanations went to the host. As they played, the screen also appeared on the large LCD screen above the sports center. Everyone and friends, welcome to the Hero Super League Finals. I am the host of the game and explained the Wen Xing. Next to our special guest to explain Lin Zhao, and Tang Mengxin, who combines wisdom and strength. Wen Xing's opening. The audience of the stadium all looked at the huge LCD screen. This final, by the Fish Platform and the Penguin Company, the first large-scale holographic projection technology, the creation of the Grand Summoner Canyon holographic projection. This is the feast of the game, but also a feast of technology. I believe that many viewers have seen the official promotional videos, and there is not much nonsense. The following is the team that invited us to the finals of this Super League. The Royal Team is the top team in the China division. The Premier League has passed the game and won the Premier League finals. His opponent is a Dynasty team from South Korea. The Dynasty has always been a veteran team of South Korean esports. What kind of excitement will the two bring to us tonight? Can the Dynasty team defend his old-fashioned dignity? Can the Royal Team continue his unbeaten record? We will wait and see. When Wen Xing's words fell, the coaches of the two teams and all the team members wore team uniforms to walk the stadium. There was a burst of cheers on the field and a variety of sounds for the team. After the handshake, Wen Xing announced the start of the game. In the cheers of the fans, the two teams walked back in their respective directions. The area of the team, designed at the ends of the stadium, according to the size of the screen, is located in the area behind the spring water. The theme song of the game rang again, and the cheers broke out instantly. The exciting moment is coming, and there is a crazy refueling sound on the field. The scene is almost the same as the World Cup. Suddenly, the scene was dimly lit. The holographic projection equipment above the stadium illuminates, and the huge body of the ancient dragon hovered over the Banhai Stadium, then landed above the stadium, and the faucet screamed downward. Wow! My goodness! Nice. In an instant, many people were scared, but after the reaction, the stadium boiled. Such a huge ancient dragon is not added to the post video, but they can see the actual projection, and the shock can't be added. Then, the Baron, which is hundreds of meters long, came out. The huge body was on the gymnasium, and the huge faucet was facing the ancient dragon. Sang-Yong confronts you. The buzzing sound shook the entire stadium, and the audience cheered and shouted together, and the scene instantly entered a climax. The two strongest creatures in the Summoners Canyon appear and confront each other in the stadium, just like the upcoming battle. The holographic projections in the stadium are also slowly lighting up. Centered on the football field, the giant Summoner Canyon emerges, stretches out, the crystals are restrained, the defensive tower is more than 10 meters high, and the highlands, rocks and grasses are very clear, and the lines can be clearly seen. Summon the Grand Canyon and fill the entire stadium. The theme music of the game reappears. Wow! All the praises are the simplest cheers, the applause is thundering, and the cheers are higher than the waves. Shocked, amazed, excited. Only these words can describe the mood of game fans at the moment. They never thought that one day they could see esports with such a grand holographic scene, and all of this was done by the Marching Ant Group. Xiaoman sat on the VIP table and watched the boiling picture of the stadium, showing a smile and applauding. This effect and picture is the picture she wants to see. As a game enthusiast, the charm of the game is presented to the world. This kind of accomplishment is very good, and it can make money. This Super League, as well as the friendly match after the finals, is just the ticket money. Let them earn tens of millions. Also copyright, live rights, and users of the platform. In this league down, her Wildfish platform will become one of the leading players in the live broadcast industry, with huge profits. Unfortunately, my brother-in-law is not willing to come to her town, otherwise it will be even better. I want to think about it. As a game fan, Xiaoman still looks at the game. All along, the esports are limited to small screens, even if the holographic projection of the Marching Ant Group is just a few of the medium-sized holographic projections. Today's large holographic stadium, the charm of esports is fully presented in the world. The spell was broken. We lived again. After the first hero chooses, as in the propaganda video, more than 20 meters high, like a god, suspended in the Summoner Canyon. The entire stadium is blasted. I can never refuse the invitation to dance. Not long after, all 10 heroes were selected, and the 5th confrontation, the battle between the giants, is like the war of the gods. The field has already exploded, cheers, exclamations and applause, and a wave is higher than a wave. Not lost to any sports event. This scene, the world's live broadcasts, fans who did not arrive at the scene, were shocked by this crazy scene. My holographic movie tickets can't be bought, and now the league tickets can't be bought. Sad reminders. I really want to go to the scene. The great Marching Ant Group makes this possible. God. This is a more exciting battle than the World Cup holographic competition. This is the charm of holographic technology. Perfect holographic scene. I will pack up my things and go to Huaxia to travel to Brunei. Our country also prohibits holographic mobile phones from entering the market. Others have even started holographic competition, and threatens national security. This is the future. Through the Hero Super League, the peak of holographic technology was pushed to another climax, and the effects of horror burst instantly. The shock of holographic movies has not yet ended, and now there is another holographic esports. The scene of the holographic game scene, instantly exploding friends circle, become a show of capital. Never before, let them feel that the future is so close to them. The game has not yet ended. The International Olympic Committee released news on the official Twitter, is considering esports as a formal sports competition. The next Olympic Games can try to join the esports project. When the news came out, it attracted a sensation in the sports world. Holographic technology has made the esports entertainment and playability soar. almost the same as movies, to achieve a revolutionary effect. The live broadcast of the Super League, once again see the charm of holographic technology around the world. Holographic technology is the technology that knocks on the door of the future world, and its shock in front of the world has not stopped. Chapter 532, Holographic Theme Park. The Hero Holographic Super League Finals ended, and global game fans also felt a visual shock. The large holographic map of the sports field, the skills and fights in the game, are perfectly presented in reality through holographic technology, and the level of stimulation is no less than any sports event. That is the esports arena that the game fans dream of. The holographic Super League has just ended, and the major game companies quickly contacted the Wildfish platform to express their hope of holding a holographic Super League. These include the Turret and World of Warcraft. The holographic film was released for a week, and the global box office has exceeded 4.5 billion, and the momentum is unstoppable. Nowadays, the holographic Super League has emerged, making holographic technology even more popular. The holographic technology is hot and extends in various fields. In just 1 month, holographic technology has once again entered the eyes of the world, almost sweeping the world with a hot gesture. The network is all kinds of news of holographic technology application, and the popularity is from the release of holographic movies. One is maintained to the present. Almost everyone who sees the large holographic scenes created by holographic technology is amazed at this technology. However, the holographic film heat is just hot, and the craze of holographic esports has just emerged. Another holographic project came one after another, quickly occupying the headlines of major news platforms. The world's first holographic-themed tourist resort, Ant Paradise, opened on New Year's Day. The news of the opening of the Ant Park has already been announced. For the sake of facilities and personnel safety management, today, only 38,000 tickets were sold, and tickets were 3.8-fold. They were sold out just after booking. Tickets can also be given when booking a resort or apartment for more than 2 days. Some people have reacted, "It is too late. Resorts and apartments in Ant Park have already been booked and you can't buy tickets." In order to avoid causing too many people to flow and affect the experience of the scene, the number of votes released by Ant Park has an upper limit. Tickets for 1 week after the opening of the park were all booked. Karandi walked down the sightseeing car in Ant Paradise and looked around. He is a foreign tourist. In order to take care of the needs of international tourists and avoid white running, Ant Paradise has a total of 1,000 tickets for international visitors in 38,000 tickets. He was a little lucky. He grabbed a ticket when he released the ticket at Ant Park. This time I came to Bni City to watch the holographic esports finals. I didn't expect to grab the opening tickets for Ant Park, so I came over and took a look. The world's first holographic theme park. In today's hot holographic technology, the holographic park opened, which has been identified as the highest-end amusement park. The scene is full of esports. And now you can see the holographic park opening, and you can boast for a while. The Ant Park theme island, facing the Seaside Opera House and the Marina Central Plaza, faces the sea and has a unique location and natural environment. The coast closest to the island was also bought by Ant Paradise as a land for ant parks, hotels, clubs, dining areas, as well as water parks, roller coasters and Ferris wheels. The island serves as a venue for holographic theme parks, as well as a specialty snack street and dining area. In the theme park, in addition to some theme buildings, there is a pillar standing up to more than 30 meters. The pillars are camouflaged, like a tree trunk, and there are many holographic devices on the top. It is a Paradise-themed holographic projection device. Everything is brand new and the scenery is good. After understanding the environment, the Karandi went to the opening ceremony. The opening ceremony was held on the island. I heard that Chenmo and other big coffees would come to the opening ceremony, so he came to the theme island to see the opening ceremony. Just arrived at the scene, Karandi saw the scene dense. Thousands of spectators have been waiting here. It is now 5:30 p.m., half an hour from the opening ceremony. The Ant Park has a holographic theme. The first day of the park is selected at dusk at 6 p.m. and the effect is relatively good. Many of them are waiting for long guns and short guns. They all hope to release the first-hand news on the spot. Recently, the enthusiasm of holographic technology has swept the world. This holographic amusement park opened. They all want to see how it will be a shocking scene. In the waiting of everyone, Lee Yuoxuan was on the stage. Today, Lee Yuoxuan, who is full of self-confidence, is not the youngest student on campus. After entering the marching ant for so long, under the company's training, she is now the senior director of Ant Paradise and one of the staff who assisted Lee Danny. Today she is the host of the opening ceremony. There are guests invited to attend today. Lee Yuoxi's words just fell, and the reporters all appeared under the reporters' shotguns and shotguns. Chen Mo leads, surrounded by Yai of the Coastal Head and Xiomaj of the Penguin Group, Alexander of the Roche family, and Su Zigang, chairman of the Chenglong Group. Followed by 5 people, is the vice president of the Marching Ant Group, the head of the Ant Park Company Lee Danny, the company CEO of the Ant Park Corporation, and the main actors of the Sky movie including Zhang Fenian. When the applause fell on the court, Lee Yuoxuan spoke again. The following is the vice president of the Army Ant Group, Miss Lee Danny, the head of Ant Paradise, to give a keynote speech today. Lee Danny smiled and stood up, looking at the grand scene in front of her eyes, and her heart was proud. When the marching ant was just starting, she was recruited by Zhao and became one of the members of the company team. At that time, Zhao invited more than a dozen members, some of whom did not come. She and Li Lingfeng, Zili, Lao Luo, Zhang Yi and others, all hold the trust of Zhao, give up the position of the high-paying supervisor or manager, and come to help participate in the formation of the Marching Ant Company. That was a decision to change their destiny. The companies they formed are now at the top of the world's technology, and her former elite director is now a big man in charge of the world-class large-scale tourist resort of Ant Park. Thank you all. Today I can take the time to participate in the opening ceremony. Lee Danny smiled and spoke. The Ant Paradise is jointly invested by the Army Ant Group, Penguin Group, Chenglong Group and Roche, and is an extension of the 4 cultural tourism sectors. Lee Danny's voice is confident. When Zhao announced that she became the team leader of the Ant Paradise project, she worked hard over the past few years to complete the Ant Park. For more than 2 years, the Marching Ant Group has invested a lot of money and resources to lay out holographic technology. Now it is the result of planting the crops, and it is time to harvest the fruits. The Ant Park has a fixed park theme and a non-fixed park theme. Fixed park theme, with some fixed theme buildings and specific infrastructure, as well as a holographic park corresponding to the theme. Fixed park themes include Jurassic Dinosaur Park, Fairy Tale Castle, Adventure World, Underwater World and Ice Kingdom. Non-fixed park theme, no fixed content, no fixed infrastructure. We will create new themes from time to time for visitors, including but not limited to, Ghost Blowing Tomb Series theme, Dream World theme, Star World theme, Animal World theme, Anime Cartoon theme, Game Competition theme, etc. Lee Yuoxuan briefly introduces the theme of Ant Paradise. This is the advantage of holographic paradise. They can create different IP through holographic scenes, so that visitors can come and play many times without losing freshness. Our goal is to make Ant Paradise a holographic world where everyone can experience the beauty of technology and fantasy. Lee Danny's speech was not long, it was sloppy, and when the sound fell, the applause was remembered on the field. The applause fell, and Lee Yuoxuan spoke again. Next, please have Mr. Chen Mo, Mr. Yao, Mr. Ma, Mr. Alexander and Mr. Su come up, and together with Ms. Lee Danny, open the holographic button of Ant Paradise. Chen Mu left the seat and boarded the big button on the stage. Just press this button. The holographic equipment of the entire holographic park will light up, and the true face of the holographic paradise will appear in front of the world. Let's start. Chen Mo put the palm of his hand on the button, and the other people also put the palm of his hand on it and pressed it gently. Hey! Exclamation mark. After a clear sound, the entire theme island, all holographic projectors lit up to form a complete holographic world. A little bit of snowy snowflakes fell, laying the ground. The next moment, everyone's eyes, all turned into a silver package. The moments of the scene change, making people feel like being in the snow and ice kingdom. This feeling of passing through in an instant makes many people marvel at it. The children who came with the parents saw the magical scene and were already cheering. Slowly, the white ice and snow disappeared, and the color turned into a dreamy dark blue. A colorful fish appeared in the air, as if swimming in the sky. This is followed by a squad of fish, turtles, dolphins, sharks, around the crowd, heads upstream, and giant blue whales and squid hovering in the air, like the bottom of the water. The dreamy and fascinating underwater world is presented under holography. Wow! The audience was cheering and applauding. All the people present were amazed by the magical sights in front of them, and they took out their mobile phones and took pictures of the magical scene. At a time when everyone is still unfinished, the underwater world disappears. On the ground, towering trees rise up and form a huge virgin forest. The loud noises far and near. A huge dinosaur appeared on the scene, followed by countless dinosaurs. Dinosaurs are dinosaurs. God, I feel like I am crossing the Jurassic World. Unbelievable. This is the creativity of holographic technology, a magical world. When I saw huge dinosaurs, some people began to panic, then calmed down and began to take photos. They have been to many playgrounds, but this magical phenomenon is that no playground can be seen. The dinosaurs passed through and the scene changed again. Chapter 533, Antitrust Investigation. How can it be so beautiful? I want to go to China. Poor country, still guarding the glory of the old times, refused to let the marching ants group enter the market. An aging eagle, refused to admit that he is old. Holographic technology, that is the future. Shenmue will bring the future world into China. I am sure that the people of China live in the 23rd century. We are the human beings of the 21st century. Holographic mobile phones, holographic movies, holographic esports, holographic paradise. What is next? Shenmue is definitely a bloodline of South Korea. He is a descendant of our country. We want to tell Chinese people to monopolize holographic technology, and we should share holographic technology to the whole world. The holographic park opened, and various holographic videos appeared, causing the global netizens to vibrate. The holographic playground can create a paradise for any scene, all of which is realized by the Ant Park. Holographic films are still on the air, holographic esports are also in the air, and now there is a holographic paradise. The holographic technology of the marching ant group has always been high fever, attracting envy of countless countries. Whoever controls the holographic technology, whoever has the tickets to enter the future world, is now realized in China. Manhai also enters the field of global tourists. With the world's first holographic paradise, Manhai has a unique label. Here is the door to the future world. After the opening of the holographic park, the global tourism group company sent travel experience experts to the coastal city to develop corresponding travel routes. Coastal city government Yai saw the latest tourist data, and the smile almost reached the ear. After the holographic movie premiere, holographic esports, there is now an ant park, and now Manhai has become an internationally renowned city. It is foreseeable that in the future, the service industry in Manhai will usher in a golden period of development. In the holographic esports competition, the number of tourists in Manhai city has increased significantly, and now there is another holographic paradise. The development of the service industry and the increase in international popularity will definitely drive the development of the entire coastal city. In Manhai city, there is a marching ant group. With the advantage of Daewon district, it is also an open city. Nowadays, the landmark business card is about to be completed, and it is just around the corner to become an international metropolis. For more than a year, he will be promoted. With the development of the coastal city during this time, and his achievements, it is appropriate to enter the province. The road in front of him is a bright light, and he is excited when he thinks about it. People prepare a full launch ceremony for the holographic city. Yayi said, the holographic city project has come to an end. He hopes to start the holographic city project before the Spring Festival, and completely win the name of the holographic city of Banhai. Okay. The secretary nodded and promised to leave Yayi's office. After the office was quiet, Yayi took out the map and carefully looked at the planning map of the holographic city of Banhai. The holographic city project is a landmark project of Banhai city. As long as the project is smoothly opened, the image of the international metropolis is completely completed. At that time, the logo of Banhai fishing woman holding pearls will become the most perfect city image in Banhai. Marching ant group. In the president's office, Zhao Minitz is looking at the report last year. After the holographic technology was hot, especially after the holographic film was released, people from major theaters rushed to order holographic projectors, ready to renovate the theater. Sales of medium-sized holographic projectors skyrocketed, but there were no significant changes in the report. You must wait for the January report to come out, or the first quarter report to see the obvious changes. In the past 3 years, the marching ant group has invested in the holographic field, and then it is time to return quickly. However, due to the influence of holographic esports, there are also holographic movies, and the sales of holographic mobile phones have skyrocketed again. Due to hardware limitations, holographic mobile phones have been in short supply. After the nanoscale 3D printer came out, the output of the holographic mobile phone increased and barely could be supplied. The holographic technology has blossomed in an all-round way, and the sales of holographic mobile phones have risen again, and there is a shortage of supply. She expects that this will happen, and she is already working hard to build the production line. The production line is not finished yet. Only holographic movies. This year is the season of flowering results. The president, the overseas branch came to the news. When Zhao Minitz looked at the documents, Lanxi knocked on the door and entered the office. The voice was a little anxious. What news? The overseas branch said that many countries have launched anti-monopoly investigations on our company. Lanxi put the document report on Zhao Minitz's desk. It is the report letter sent back from the overseas branch. Anti-monopoly investigation? Zhao Minitz took over the documents handed down by Lanxi. Yes, including the United States, the European Union, the United Kingdom, Japan, Australia and other countries. They found that some of our products are suspected of monopoly, so we launched a survey. We have issued a notice. Lanxi said. Zhao Minitz has also looked at the letter of notification. Come together? Oh, Zhao Minitz did not worry, continued to look at the letter. All of this is expected. Now that the holographic technology storm is sweeping, the income of holographic equipment every day is a terrible astronomical number. The cake is too big and the money is moving. Holographic technology is currently on a global scale, and only the marching ant group is in control. It is not uncommon for someone to sue them. You go out to work. Zhao Minitz put down the letter. From the beginning to the end, his expression did not change much. It seems that this is a trivial matter. Antitrust investigation? In the lab, Chen Mo was surprised at the news that Zhao Minitz said. Is the US also involved? Our products in the US seem to have only medium holographic projectors and seismographs. There are only 2 kinds. They think that our holographic projectors are suspected of monopolizing, controlling market prices, and obtaining huge profits. Therefore, anti-monopoly investigations are conducted on projectors. In other countries, in addition to holographic projectors, there are holographic mobile phones, intelligent robots, etc. So many countries are investigating together. It's obviously premeditated, but it's time to choose. Now holographic technology is fully blossoming, big cakes have emerged. Our technology monopoly, others can only see cannot eat. Natural red eyes. Zhao Minitz said. Only one holographic film. The marching ant group masters all holographic equipment products, and in the subsequent cinema transformation, it is also their holographic equipment. The terrorist interests are self-evident. It's a mediocrity not to be blamed. You can handle this matter. The toughness is tough. Now the company has a firm foothold, no shortage of money, no shortage of technology, no fear of anyone's restrictions and sanctions. Chen Mo said. With your words, don't bother you. After that, Xiaomin's holographic projection disappeared in the laboratory. Let's go ahead and prepare for the 37th experiment. Chen Mo called the ink girl and continued the experiment. The Laser Pulse Lab is a laboratory that Chen Mo has created for laser experiments. The laboratory is grounded in the bottom of a newly built floor in the number 1 area. It is made of reinforced concrete and is also covered with thick carbon steel. It is enough to do some experiments that can't be done in ordinary laboratories. 3 large lasers are set up in 3 directions in the laboratory. The gain medium for each laser is the type of meteorite that is mounted on the war robot so that the laser can be maximized. In the center of the laboratory, a lifting platform and a telescopic mechanical tube on the ceiling and underground can fix things and facilitate experimentation. At this time, in the lifting platform, a light blue metal crystal is fixed, and the hexagonal honeycomb shape has a thickness of about 2 centimeters. He now needs 1024 orogenic elements, which are modified from indium. The metal crystals in front of them are the isomers of the elemental indium metal that have been modified in the first stage. The second phase of the transformation has failed 36 times. This is the 37th. Chen Mo's instructions fell and the instruments in the lab started. The first is the particle accelerator in the laboratory. High-energy particles, which begin to bombard the metal indium, and the 3 lasers illuminate in 3 directions, bombarding the indium sphere in the center of the laboratory. In just a moment, the central metal crystals began to light up and became dazzling, like a red iron block. The laser and particle accelerators have not stopped, and the isomer crystallization of indium is being modified in a 2-pronged approach. Chapter 534. This is our condition. The Wall Street Journal News. The Marching Ant Group uses market monopoly advantages to control product prices, profiteering, and antitrust investigations. European Economic Daily. The Marching Ant Group is suspected of abusing market dominance, controlling product prices, and conducting antitrust investigations by multinational antitrust agencies. The official has not moved, and public opinion is first. In just 2 days, countries have publicly announced the anti-monopoly investigation of the Marching Ant Group, and the Western media has reported on the headlines of almost the front page, and began to create a public opinion field. The United States, the European Union, Japan, Australia and other countries have conducted anti-monopoly investigations on products such as holographic and intelligent robots. When the news came out, it attracted public opinion. For the first time in the world, there have been so many countries that have announced antitrust investigations against a company. Today, holographic technology has shown horrible effects in various fields, whether it is holographic mobile phones, holographic movies, holographic esports, holographic paradise, horror of holographic technology. It is almost a revolutionary product. The Marching Ant Group is relying on technological monopoly and gaining huge benefits. At the time when holographic technology is about to be fully popularized, several countries have also initiated anti-monopoly investigations on Marching Ant Groups. Although the Marching Ant Group does have a monopoly, it is no coincidence that many countries have announced anti-monopoly investigations of the Marching Ant Group. If there is no conspiracy, the ghosts don't believe it. Even if you want to engage in the Marching Ant Group, don't you need to be so obvious? The monopoly company that brought us into the future world. This monopoly company gave me a dozen. The Marching Ant Group does have a monopoly. The holographic mobile phone is more than 30,000. It is simply a luxury. Isn't this a monopoly advantage to get huge profits? Fart. Small holographic projectors can be made without money. 3,000 is too expensive. You can buy ordinary mobile phones. If you master holographic technology abroad, holographic mobile phones can't be bought without 50,000. and there will be a group of hyenas. It is impossible to want a holographic mobile phone 3 or 4,000. In one sentence, the holographic market cake is too big, the marching ants eat too much, and some people are jealous. In response to the anti-monopoly investigation conducted by the multinationals of the Marching Ant Group, after the emergence of the network on the internet, it was hotly debated. Nowadays, when the holographic technology is hot, almost all the network platforms are occupied by the news of holographic technology. Even with holographic movies, holographic esports, and the enthusiasm of holographic paradise, the Marching Ant Group has been quickly investigated in the headlines of major news platforms. Washington Wilbur looked at the information in his hands, and all the information and evaluation reports submitted by the following departments. The holographic monopoly of the Marching Ant Group has caused their concern. The holographic technology is fully rolled out, and the holographic era is coming. No one can stop it. If the Marching Ant Group continues to monopolize holographic technology, it will be very passive in the future. Therefore, he had to contact several European powers in private, as well as the heads of Japan, Australia and Canada, to discuss privately the issue of monopolizing holographic technology. Now the whole piece of holographic cake has been swallowed up by the Chinese people, which is the most uncomfortable. And this cake is unimaginable. They launched an anti-monopoly investigation and hoped that the Marching Ant Group could spit out something. At least they would not be so passive in the future. Not long after, a middle-aged man with a suit and eyes wearing the office entered the office. He was Wilbur's assistant, Mullen. The Marching Ant Group headquarters responded. "What did you say?" Wilbur immediately put down the documents in his hand and looked up at Mullen. The Marching Ant Group responded that they did not monopolize the market and allowed national branches to cooperate with local official investigations. The expected answer. The reply to the Marching Ants is not painful. In the expectation of Wilbur, the reply of the classic standard. What should I do next? Talk to the general manager of their branch and give them the conditions to be developed. Wilbur said a little, said. London, England. Liam is also concerned about the information of the Marching Ant Group. In the past 2 weeks, the layout of the holographic technology of the Marching Ant Company has been completed, and the holographic technology has blossomed in all fields. The popularity of the holographic technology has made the army ants gain huge profits. Last week, they received a private invitation from Wilbur to go to the United States for a secret meeting. The content of the meeting is the monopoly of the Marching Ant Group on holographic technology. A huge cake has been formed, and the Marching Ant Group has almost swallowed the cake and controlled the entire holographic market. Next, holographic technology will definitely develop insanely. How much interest is there? Unimaginable. Therefore, Wilbur hopes that they can coordinate and limit the monopoly of marching ants, and they all agree. But they are not stupid. Now that China has risen, they will not offend people because Americans go to chaos. The company announced that it had launched an anti-monopoly investigation, but did not enter the real investigation, and will not impose any punishment for the time being. At least look at the reaction of the United States, and what is the reaction of the Marching Ant Group? They have to proceed to the next step, so as to avoid being regarded as a sinner. Mr. Liam, the Marching Ant Group has responded. They said that there is no monopoly market, and the branches of various countries are actively cooperating with the investigation. An assistant walked in and said, "What is the reaction in the US?" Liam's eyebrows picked. This response is normal. In his expectation, he cares about what action the United States will have after the Marching Ant Group responds, and whether it will be true to the Marching Ant Group. They found the manager of the Marching Ant Group in the US branch, the assistant said. Then look at the situation first, Liam said. The heads of anti-monopoly regulators in the European Union, Japan, Australia and Canada, and Liam's reaction were consistent. After receiving the response from the Marching Ant Group, they did not immediately start the next move. They won't jump out without a situation that is really good for them. Although the Marching Ant Group monopolizes holographic technology, it does not show a situation of abuse of monopoly status. It's not a wise choice to jump out of this section and offend people. In the conference room, Yin Hongai faced the problem of US official personnel and looked calm. Because Disney adjusted from it, the United States allowed the holographic projector of the Marching Ant Group to enter the market. The headquarters sent him to the United States to form a branch. During this time, because of the transformation of the holographic theater, they benefit a lot. After the first holographic film appeared, the major director teams, including Marvel's team, announced the holographic film production. Orders for holographic projectors are even more crazy. At this juncture, the US official informed him that he would conduct an anti-monopoly investigation against them, and now he is looking for his culture, and there are traps everywhere in his speech. No doubt, I want to start martyrdom. However, he is not worried. The company sent him here, responsible for the holographic projector business orders. There is no decision-making power, at most it is a spokesperson for all kinds of questions. If he cannot answer, he will not answer positively. He can simply answer and will never go deep. On the other side, Mullen frowned. He asked the other party to investigate and ask questions, that is, to put up a posture for preparing for anti-monopoly investigation. But although the other party answered his question, he did not have any focus at all, and it did not hurt. It seems that a punch on the cotton, there is a feeling of not making a force, very uncomfortable. Huaxia people are really embarrassed. Gradually, Mullen also lost some patience, took out a document and went directly to the subject. This is our condition. As long as your company has promised us these conditions and signed the relevant agreement, we can cancel the anti-monopoly investigation against your company. Chapter 535, Refusal and Game Change. The company's operating model. The U.S. branch of the Army Ant Group operates independently, forming a new board of directors and company executives, responsible for U.S. market operations. Reducing the price of holographic projectors. Do not refuse to authorize holographic-related patented technology to U.S. companies. Do not refuse to sell holographic projector-related hardware accessories, including all models of holographic projectors, to U.S. businesses. The Marching Ant Group must invest in a holographic projector production plant in the United States. Yang sprinkled a dozen conditions. After reading these, Zhao Minitz smiled. It is simply that the Marching Ant Group will send all the holographic technology to the United States, and the idea is perfect. Americans are not stupid and want to be fools. Putting forward such conditions, it feels like the Marching Ants Group will leave them and will close down. But for their shameless, Zhao Minitz has long been used to it, and there is nothing unusual. Refused all their conditions. Zhao Minitz said, when they released holographic technology, they had applied for international patents for the crackable hardware technology, and there was nothing terrible to go out of the US market. The US market is also the business of holographic projectors and seismographs. Seismographs are technologies related to people's livelihood. They certainly can't limit them. They can only use holographic projectors to make a fuss. Their prices and contracts are within the scope of the rules, and they are not afraid of the other side's problems. In accordance with the judicial process, they are not afraid of anyone. If it is really moving, it will not leave the US market. Although the United States is the largest single market in the world, the profit of holographic projectors is only a icing on the cake for the current Marching Ant Group. Li Lingfeng did not have any accidents. He is the vice president of the holographic projector business. He heard this news from Yin Hongai and he was also happy with this condition. He can make a decision and tell Yin Hongai directly and refuse the other party. However, due to procedural issues, I asked Zhao Minitz's opinion, and the answer is now expected. Let the Law Department follow up. If they investigate, let them check, and want to fight the lawsuit. Zhao Minitz added. Good. Li Lingfeng nodded. If they want to change other conditions? There are no other conditions, and they are clearly told that we have no monopoly market, no control over product prices, no abuse of dominance, and we will not agree to any conditions. It can be seen from the conditions of the other party that the purpose of the other party is just to capture the holographic-related technology. Applying for a patent requires disclosure of technology and data. But the most critical microlaser control system for holographic projection is still in their hands. This technology core can't be cracked. They don't have patents. There is no microlaser control system. The holographic device is a box without soul. It is impossible to produce a holographic projector unless they have developed another laser control system and then obtained the authorization of their holographic patent. They refused? Wilbur nodded lightly. And it would be strange if he promised all at once. Ask them for unsatisfactory conditions. The head of the marching ant group said that they would not accept any unreasonable conditions. If we investigate, they will cooperate, but we will not talk to us about the conditions as a bargaining chip. He said that they have no monopoly market, no abuse of market dominance, and no manipulating prices and making huge profits. When he heard Mullen's words, Wilbur frowned. Oil and salt do not enter. The other party's attitude of non-cooperation is obviously on the bar. Obviously don't want them to finger holographic technology. This is not a good news. If you sue them, how big is the odds? Wilbur asked. It is difficult to say that in the conditions of recognition. They do exist in the monopoly of the market. This is undoubted. The key to abuse of the monopoly market position is our evidence and the witness testimony of the company with the Army Ant Group. The Marching Ant Group used the advantage of monopolizing a large holographic projector to invest in the construction of a holographic paradise and refused to sell it to other companies. There were unfair competition and deliberate suppression of the opponent's suspicion. As for the manipulation of prices, they investigated their data, and the pricing of holographic equipment is in line with the pricing principle of the marginal revenue curve. However, the criteria for determining the above conditions are not uniform. In particular, it is necessary to debate in court and see the judge's determination, said Mullen. Investigate them, sue them and give them pressure. The U.S. official formally sued the Marching Ant Group, suspected of monopolizing, abusing the monopoly of the market, and manipulating the price of holographic projectors. The news appeared, attracting the attention of the economic circle. In the impression, this is the first lawsuit suspected of monopoly since the establishment of the Marching Ant Group. The U.S. official began to prosecute the Army Ant Group monopoly. Within a week, the EU, the United Kingdom, Australia and Canada followed closely. After conducting an investigation into the Marching Ant branch, they successively sued the Marching Ant Group for alleged monopoly and consistent pace. For a time, people thought that the Marching Ant Group had a feeling of ambush. A boss, with a few small followers, to besiege an ant. Hey, interesting. The marching ants are rising. Look at how the marching ants respond. This time cannot be embarrassed, otherwise it will have serious consequences. You guess the next step. Is it possible to grab the top of the Marching Ant Group and create a threat to the Marching Ant Group? The picture was similar. The Marching Ant Group monopolizes the holographic market too much, splitting their company into two, like Mobil Oil. The Marching Ant is Huaxia company, not our company. Go home and wash and sleep. Go to China to sue them for monopoly, let Huaxia officially punish him, and let Huaxia divide them into two. The practice of dividing a monopoly company into two is only in the United States, and there is no other country. The monopoly dispute between transnationals, the monopoly of the enterprises of their own country, and the damage to the interests of other countries, will only close one eye, if necessary will help. When a certain company formed a monopoly on China in the past, did we punish a certain pass? When Samsung formed a memory and screen monopoly on other companies, did South Korea punish Samsung? The same reason, let Huaxia punish the marching ants? Impossible. Now that the character has been changed, we still have no self-knowledge and think we are the best in the world. If China also came to a Wasner mechanism, we should cry. The Marching Ant Group also monopolizes the seismograph technology, and the pricing is super crazy. How can anyone dare to investigate? Why no one dares to sue? In response to the anti-monopoly investigation of the Marching Ant Group, there was a debate in the Global Network and Economic Forum. China's domestic and international public opinion shows two completely different styles of painting. At a time when holographic technology is hot, The market for holographic technology has taken shape. In response to the monopoly dispute of holographic technology, with several countries conducting anti-monopoly investigations for Marching Ant groups, it has instantly become an international focus. The Marching Ant Group in the Storm Center was also blocked by various reporters. The lobby of the 7th floor of the Marching Ant Group. I want to sit in the arranged press seat and wait for the personnel of the Marching Ant Group to come out. There are hundreds of reporters waiting with him, and they are media reporters of the most mainstream media organizations in China and abroad. This time, the anti-monopoly investigation of the Marching Ant Group. Many media want to interview Chen Mo and Zhao Minitz, but no accident, declined all interviews. This is the first time that the Marching Ant Group has responded positively to the anti-monopoly investigations in various countries. Now the outside world is speculating about how the Marching Ant Group will respond. Not long after, Li Huai came out from the background and took a seat in the attention of many media. Li Huai, the head of the public relations department of the Marching Ant Group, is no stranger to journalists and a well-known lawyer in the legal profession. Thank you for coming over today. Li Huai went to the small podium and went straight to the topic. We have received a lot of interview requests recently, and we are unable to accept interviews one by one. I am here to give you a unified reply for the anti-monopoly investigation of the products of the Army Ants Group in many countries. First of all, our group does not have a monopoly market, and does not abuse the market position. The prices of all our products are in line with the pricing principle of the marginal revenue curve. There is no profitable price. All companies that have signed a cooperation agreement with us are legally compliant, there are no mandatory exclusion clauses, and there is no price discrimination. We will not force our partners to accept any illegal conditions. We do not have unfair competition. Our group encourages competition. Our chairman has publicly said that we are not afraid to compete with any company and will not take any unfair means to suppress our opponents. Allegations against our group in many countries are not valid. Our group has responded actively and we do not accept any allegations of violations. If we ignore the facts and make unfair penalties for our group, it will hurt our cooperation and the consequences will be very serious. 5 minutes later, Li Huai stopped. The response was quite satisfactory, but it clearly indicated the position of the Marching Ant Group. Mr. Li, you just mentioned that if you make an unfair judgment on the Marching Ant Group, the consequences will be very serious. Do you mean that if you are unfairly punished, will the Marching Ant Group fight back? The reporter stood up and asked. Yes, Li Huai replied clearly. This is what Zhao Minitz means. If there are unfair accusations to make a penalty, what counterattack measures will you take? Suspension of cooperation with the country's enterprises or other counterattacks. If we are treated unfairly in the region, we have to consider whether the region can give our company a level playing field. We do not rule out disruption of cooperation with the country's companies or withdrawal from the country's market. A self-willed approach, a tough response. When I heard this reply, everyone was secretly screaming. Li Huai said this in the face of hundreds of reporters, or the official platform of the Army Ant headquarters, which means that this is the highest level of the Marching Ant Group. At the highest level of the Marching Ant Group, there are only two people, Chen Mo or Zhao Minitz. The two people have decided that it is true. If other companies threaten to withdraw from the country's market, perhaps others will only sneer, and their competitors will be happy. But now it is the Marching Ant Group, the world's most advanced technology company. Each product is a cross-era technology. Holographic technology does not exist competitors. The withdrawal of the Marching Ant Group means that they can buy holographic products or other products of the Marching Ant Group, and they can only buy them abroad, or the third party can change hands. The cost and price will be higher, and it is inconvenient. Mr. Li, at present, your company's holographic projection products and intelligent robots occupy 100% of the market, and there is already a monopoly market. Why does your company deny the monopoly market? A foreign reporter stood up. We belong to normal product management and sales, no monopoly. Holographic projection belongs to display hardware products and projection hardware, in the display field, as well as LCD and OLED screens. In addition, there are many ordinary optical projectors. These products can replace holographic projection technology, and our holographic technology is only an advanced optical projection. In the application market of related fields, our holographic products occupy a fraction. Why should we monopolize? As for the monopoly of the intelligent robot market, the current smart robot market is very big. Our company's robots are only advanced, and the share is even less pitiful. If the law believes that advanced technology is a monopoly, then who will dare to innovate in the future? Some foreign reporters on the field jumped straight, and if the marching ants group used this angle to politely counterattack in the courtroom, it is not necessarily whoever wins. This is where the marching ant group says that it has no monopoly.